The first day, the ambush. Chapter 1, Security. On December 1, 1851, Charas I shrugged his shoulder and unloaded his pistols. In truth, the belief in the possibility of a coup d'etat had become humiliating. The supposition of such illegal violence on the part of M. Louis Bonaparte vanished upon serious consideration. The great question of the day was manifestly the de Vinck election. It was clear that the government was only thinking of that matter. As to a conspiracy against the Republic and against the people, how could anyone premeditate such a plot? Where was the man capable of entertaining such a dream? For a tragedy there must be an actor, and here assuredly the actor was wanting. To outrage right, to suppress the Assembly, to abolish the Constitution, to strangle the Republic, to overthrow the nation, to sully the flag, to dishonor the army, to suborn the clergy and the magistracy, to succeed, to triumph, to govern, to administer, to exile, to banish, to transport, to ruin, to assassinate, to reign, with such complicities that the law at last resembles a foul bed of corruption. What all these enormities were to be committed, and by whom? By a colossus? No, by a dwarf. People laughed at the notion. They no longer said what a crime, but what a farce. For after all, they reflected, heinous crimes require stature. Certain crimes are too lofty for certain hands. A man who would achieve an 18th Brumaire must have Arcola in his past and Austerlitz in his future. The art of becoming a great scoundrel is not accorded to the first comer. People said to themselves, "Who is this son of Hortense? He has Strasbourg behind him instead of Arcola, and Boulogne in place of Austerlitz. He is a Frenchman, born a Dutchman, and naturalized a Swiss. He is a Bonaparte crossed with a Virgile. He is only celebrated for the ludicrousness of his imperial attitude, and he who would pluck a feather from his eagle would risk finding a goose's quill in his hand. This Bonaparte does not pass currency in the array. He is a counterfeit image, less of gold than of lead. And assuredly French soldiers will not give us the change for this false Napoleon in rebellion, in atrocities, in massacres, in outrages, in treason. If he should attempt roguery, it would miscarry. Not a regiment would stir. Besides, why should he make such an attempt? Doubtless he has his suspicious side, but why suppose him an absolute villain? Such extreme outrages are beyond him. He is incapable of them physically. Why judge him capable of them morally? Has he not pledged honor? Has he not said, "No one in Europe doubts my word. Let us fear nothing"? To this could be answered, crimes are committed either on a grand or on a mean scale. In the first category there is Caesar, in the second there is Mandarin. Caesar passes the Rubicon, Mandarin bestrides the gutter. But wise men interposed. Are we not prejudiced by offensive conjectures? This man has been exiled and unfortunate. Exile enlightens, misfortune corrects. For his part, Louis Bonaparte protested energetically. Facts abounded in his favor. Why should he not act in good faith? He had made remarkable promises. Towards the end of October, 1848, then a candidate for the presidency, he was calling at No. 37, Rue de la Tour d'Auvergne on a certain personage to whom he remarked, "I wish to have an explanation with you. They slander me. Do I give you the impression of a madman? They think that I wish to revivify Napoleon. There are two men whom a great ambition can take for its models, Napoleon and Washington. The one is a man of genius, the other is a man of virtue. It is ridiculous to say, I will be a man of genius. It is honest to say, I will be a man of virtue. Which of these depends upon ourselves? Which can we accomplish by our will? To be genius? No, to be probity. Yes. The attainment of genius is not possible, the attainment of probity is a possibility. And what could I revive of Napoleon? One sole thing, a crime. Truly a worthy ambition. Why should I be considered man? The Republic being established, I am not a great man, I shall not copy Napoleon, but I am an honest man. I shall imitate Washington. My name, the name of Bonaparte, will be inscribed on 2 pages of the history of France. On the first there will be crime and glory, on the second probity and honor. And the second will perhaps be worth the first. Why? Because if Napoleon is the greater, Washington is the better man. Between the guilty hero and the good citizen, I choose the good citizen. Such is my ambition. Fro to 1851, 3 years elapsed. People had long suspected Louis Bonaparte, but long-continued suspicion blunts the intellect and wears itself out by fruitless alarms. Louis Bonaparte had had dissimulating ministers such as Magny and Rouher, but he had also had straightforward ministers such as Léon Faucher and Odelin Barrett, and these last had affirmed that he was upright and sincere. He had been seen to beat his breast before the doors of Ham. His foster sister, Madame Hortense Cornu, wrote to Mieroslawski, "I am a good Republican and I can answer for him." His friend of Ham, Poger, a loyal man, declared, Louis Bonaparte is incapable of treason. Had not Louis Bonaparte written the work entitled Pauperism? In the intimate circles of the Élysée, Count Potocki was a Republican, and Count d'Orsay was a liberal. Louis Bonaparte said to Potocki, I am a man of the democracy, and to 500 Orsay, I am a man of liberty. The Marquis du Halles opposed the coup d'état, while the Marquise du Halles was in its favor. Louis Bonaparte said to the Marquis, Fear nothing. It is true that he whispered to the Marquise, Make your mind easy. The Assembly, after having shown here and there some symptoms of uneasiness, had grown calm. There was General Numir, who was to be depended upon, and who from his position at Lyon would at need march upon Paris. Changarnier exclaimed, Representatives of the people, deliberate in peace. Even Louis Bonaparte himself had pronounced these famous words, I should see an enemy of my country in anyone who would change by force that which has been established by law. And, moreover, the army was force. And the army possessed leaders who were beloved and victorious. Lamoricière, Changarnier, Cavaignac, Leflot, Bidault, Cheras. How could anyone imagine the Army of Africa arresting the generals of Africa? On Friday, November 28, 1851, Louis Bonaparte said to Michel de Bourges, If I wanted to do wrong, I could not. Yesterday, Thursday, I invited to my table 5 colonels of the garrison of Paris, and the whim seized me to question each one by himself. All 5 declared to me that the army would never lend itself to a coup de force, nor attack the inviolability of the Assembly. You can tell your friends this. He smiled, said Michel de Bourges, reassured, and I also smiled. After this, Michel de Bourges declared in the Tribune, This is the man for me. In that same month of November, a satirical journal, charged with calumniating the President of the Republic, was sentenced to fine and imprisonment for a caricature depicting a shooting gallery and Louis Bonaparte, using the Constitution as a target. Morigny, Minister of the Interior, declared in the Council before the President that a guardian of public power ought never to violate the law, as otherwise he would be a dishonest man, interposed the President. All these words and all these facts were notorious. The material and moral impossibility of the coup d'état was manifest to all. To outrage the National Assembly, to arrest the representatives. What madness! As we have seen, Cheras, who had long remained on his guard, unloaded his pistols. The feeling of security was complete and unanimous. Nevertheless, there were some of us in the Assembly who still retained a few doubts, and who occasionally shook our heads, but we were looked upon as fools. One Colonel Cheras was Under-Secretary of State in 1848, and acting Secretary of War under the Provisional Government. Chapter 2, Paris Sleeps, the Bell Rings. On the 2 December, 1851, Representative Versigny of the Haute-Saône, who resided at Paris at No. 4 Rue Léonie, was asleep. He slept soundly. He had been working till late at night. Versigny was a young man of 32, soft-featured and fair-complexioned, of a courageous spirit, and a mind tending towards social and economical studies. He had passed the first hours of the night in the perusal of a book by Basquiat, in which he was making marginal notes, and leaving the book open on the table, he had fallen asleep. Suddenly he awoke with a start at the sound of a sharp ring at the bell. He sprang up in surprise. It was dawn. It was about 7 o'clock in the morning. Never dreaming what could be the motive for so early a visit, and thinking that someone had mistaken the door, he again lay down, and was about to resume his slumber, when a second ring at the bell, still louder than the first, completely aroused him. He got up in his nightshirt and opened the door. Michel de Bourges and Théodora Back entered. Michel de Bourges was the neighbor of Versigny. He lived at No. 16, Rue de Milan. Théodora Back and Michel were pale, and appeared greatly agitated. Versigny, said Michel, dress yourself at once, Bon has just been arrested. Bah, exclaimed Versigny, is the Mogwin business beginning again? It is more than that, replied Michel. Bon's wife and daughter came to me half an hour ago. They awoke me. Bon was arrested in bed at 6 o'clock this morning. What does that mean? Asked Versigny. The bell rang again. This will probably tell us, answered Michel de Bourges. Versigny opened the door. It was the representative Pierre Lefranc. He brought, in truth, the solution of the enigma. Do you know what is happening? Said he. Yes, answered Michel. Bon is in prison. It is the Republic who is a prisoner, said Pierre Lefranc. Have you read the placards? No. Pierre Lefranc explained to them that the walls at that moment were covered with placards which the curious crowd were thronging to read, that he had glanced over one of them at the corner of his street, and that the blow had fallen. "The blow," exclaimed Mitchell, "say rather the crime." Pierre Lefranc added that there were 3 placards, 1 decree and 2 proclamations, all 3 on white paper, and pasted close together. The decree was printed in large letters. The ex-constituent Laysac, who lodged, like Mitchell de Bourges, in the neighborhood No. 4 Cité Gaillard, then came in. He brought the same news and announced further arrests which had been made during the night. There was not a minute to lose. They went to impart the news to Ivan, the secretary of the Assembly, who had been appointed by the left, and who lived in the Rue de Bersault. An immediate meeting was necessary. Those Republican representatives who were still at liberty must be warned and brought together without delay. Versigny said, "I will go and find Victor Hugo." It was 8 o'clock in the morning. I was awake and was working in bed. My servant entered and said, with an air of alarm, "A representative of the people is outside, who wishes to speak to you, sir." "Who is it?" "Monsieur Versigny." "Show him in." Versigny entered and told me the state of affairs. I sprang out of bed. He told me of the rendezvous at the rooms of the ex-constituent Laysac. "Go at once and inform the other representatives," said I. He left me. Chapter 3: What had happened during the night. Previous to the fatal days of June, 1848, the esplanade of the Invalides was divided into 8 huge grass plots, surrounded by wooden railings and enclosed between 2 groves of trees, separated by a street running perpendicularly to the front of the Invalides. This street was traversed by 3 streets running parallel to the Seine. There were large lawns upon which children were wont to play. The center of the 8 grass plots was marred by a pedestal which under the Empire had borne the bronze lion of St. Mark, which had been brought from Venice, under the Restoration a white marble statue of Louis XVIII, and under Louis Philippe a plaster bust of Lafayette. Owing to the palace of the Constituent Assembly having been nearly seized by a crowd of insurgents on the 22d of June, 1848, and there being no barracks in the neighborhood, General Cavaignac had constructed at 300 paces from the Legislative Palace, on the grass plots of the Invalides, several rows of long huts, under which the grass was hidden. These huts, where 3,000 or 4,000 men could be accommodated, lodged the troops specially appointed to keep watch over the National Assembly. On the 1st December, 1851, the 2 regiments hutted on the esplanade were the 6th and the 42d regiments of the line, the 6th commanded by Colonel Garderens de Bois, who was famous before the 2nd of December, the 42d by Colonel Espines, who became famous since that date. The ordinary night guard of the Palace of the Assembly was composed of a battalion of infantry and of 30 artillerymen, with a captain. The Minister of War, in addition, sent several troopers for orderly service. 2 mortars and 6 pieces of cannon, with their ammunition wagons, were ranged in a little square courtyard situated on the right of the Cour de Honneur, and which was called the Cour des Canons. The major, the military commandant of the palace, was placed under the immediate control of the quaestors. 2. At nightfall the gratings and the doors were secured, sentinels were posted, instructions were issued to the sentries, and the palace was closed like a fortress. The password was the same as in the Place de Paris. The special instructions, drawn up by the quaestors, prohibited the entrance of any armed force other than the regiment on duty. On the night of the 1st and of December, the Legislative Palace was guarded by a battalion of the 42d. The sitting of the 1st of December, which was exceedingly peaceable and had been devoted to a discussion on the municipal law, had finished late and was terminated by a tribunal vote. At the moment when M. Bayes, one of the quaestors, ascended the tribune to deposit his vote, a representative, belonging to what was called Les Banques Elicines, approached him and said in a low tone, "Tonight you will be carried off." Such warnings as these were received every day, and, as we have already explained, people had ended by paying no heed to them. Nevertheless, immediately after the sitting, the quaestors sent for the special commissary of police of the Assembly, President Dupin being present. When interrogated, the commissary declared that the reports of his agents indicated dead calm, such was his expression, and that assuredly there was no danger to be apprehended for that night. When the questors pressed him further, President Dupin, exclaiming "Bah!" left the room. On that same day, the 1st December, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, as General Leflow's father-in-law crossed the boulevard in front of Tortoni's, someone rapidly passed by him and whispered in his ear these significant words: 11 o'clock, midnight. This incident excited but little attention at the questure, and several even laughed at it. It had become customary with them. Nevertheless, General Leflow would not go to bed until the hour mentioned had passed by, and remained in the offices of the questure until nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. The shorthand department of the Assembly was done out of doors by 4 messengers attached to the monitor, who were employed to carry the copy of the shorthand writers to the printing office, and to bring back the proof sheets to the Palace of the Assembly, where M. Hippolyte Prévost corrected them. M. Hippolyte Prévost was chief of the stenographic staff, and in that capacity had apartments in the Legislative Palace. He was at the same time editor of the musical feuilleton of the Moniteur. On the 1st December he had gone to the Opéra Comique for the first representation of a new piece, and did not return till after midnight. The 4th messenger from the Moniteur was waiting for him with a proof of the last slip of the sitting. M. Prévost corrected the proof, and the messenger was sent off. It was then a little after 1 o'clock, profound quiet reigned around, and with the exception of the guard, all in the palace slept. Towards this hour of the night, a singular incident occurred. The captain adjutant major of the guard of the Assembly came to the major and said, "The colonel has sent for me," and he added according to military etiquette, "Will you permit me to go?" The commandant was astonished. "Go," he said with some sharpness, "but the colonel is wrong to disturb an officer on duty." One of the soldiers on guard, without understanding the meaning of the words, heard the commandant pacing up and down, and muttering several times, "What the deuce can he want?" Half an hour afterwards the adjutant major returned. "Well," asked the commandant, "what did the colonel want with you?" "Nothing," answered the adjutant, "he wished to give me the orders for tomorrow's duties." The night became further advanced. Towards 4 o'clock the adjutant major came again to the major. "Major," he said, "the colonel has asked for me." "Again," exclaimed the commandant. "This is becoming strange, nevertheless go." The adjutant major had amongst other duties that of giving out the instructions to the sentries, and consequently had the power of rescinding them. As soon as the adjutant major had gone out, the major, becoming uneasy, thought that it was his duty to communicate with the military commandant of the palace. He went upstairs to the apartment of the commandant, Lieutenant Colonel Nialls. Colonel Nialls had gone to bed, and the attendants had retired to their rooms in the attics. The major, new to the palace, groped about the corridors, and knowing little about the various rooms, rang at a door which seemed to him that of the military commandant. Nobody answered, the door was not opened, and the major returned downstairs, without having been able to speak to anybody. On his part the adjutant major re-entered the palace, but the major did not see him again. The adjutant remained near the grated door of the Place Bourgogne, shrouded in his cloak, and walking up and down the courtyard as though expecting someone. At the instant that 5 o'clock sounded from the great clock of the dome, the soldiers who slept in the hut camp before the invalids were suddenly awakened. Orders were given in a low voice in the huts to take up arms, in silence. Shortly afterwards 2 regiments, knapsack on back, were marching upon the Palace of the Assembly. They were the 6th and the 42d. At this same stroke of 5, simultaneously in all the quarters of Paris, infantry soldiers filed out noiselessly from every barrack, with their colonels at their head. The aide-de-camp and orderly officers of Louis Bonaparte, who had been distributed in all the barracks, superintended this taking up of arms. The cavalry were not set in motion until 3/4 of an hour after the infantry, for fear that the ring of the horses' hoofs on the stones should wake slumbering Paris too soon. M. de Persigny, who had brought from the Élysée to the camp of the Invalids the order to take up arms, marched at the head of the 42d, by the side of Colonel Espinasse. A story is current in the army, for at the present day, wearied as people are with dishonorable incidents, these occurrences are yet told with a species of gloomy indifference. The story is current that at the moment of setting out with his regiment, one of the colonels who could be named hesitated, and that the emissary from the Élysée, taking a sealed packet from his pocket, said to him, "Colonel, I admit that we are running a great risk. Here in this envelope, which I have been charged to hand to you, are 100,000 francs in banknotes for contingencies." The envelope was accepted, and the regiment set out. On the evening of the 2d of December the colonel said to a lady, This morning I earned 100,000 francs and my general's epaulets. The lady showed him the door. Xavier Durieux, who tells us this story, had the curiosity later on to see this lady. She confirmed the story. Yes, certainly, she had shut the door in the face of this wretch, a soldier, a traitor to his flag who dared visit her. She received such a man? No, she could not do that, and, states Xavier Durieux, she added, and yet I have no character to lose. Another mystery was in progress at the prefecture of police. Those belated inhabitants of the cité, who may have returned home at a late hour of the night, might have noticed a large number of street cabs loitering in scattered groups at different points round about the Rue de Jerusalem. From 11 o'clock in the evening, under pretext of the arrivals of refugees at Paris from Genoa and London, the Brigade of Surety and the 800 sergents de ville had been retained in the prefecture. At 3 o'clock in the morning, a summons had been sent to the 48 commissaries of Paris and of the suburbs, and also to the peace officers. An hour afterwards all of them arrived. They were ushered into a separate chamber and isolated from each other as much as possible. At 5 o'clock a bell was sounded in the prefect's cabinet. The prefect Maupas called the commissaries of police one after another into his cabinet, revealed the plot to them, and allotted to each his portion of the crime. None refused, many thanked him. It was a question of arresting at their own homes 78 Democrats who were influential in their districts, and dreaded by the élites as possible chieftains of barricades. It was necessary, a still more daring outrage, to arrest at their houses 16 representatives of the people. For this last task were chosen among the commissaries of police such of those magistrates who seemed the most likely to become ruffians. Amongst these were divided the representatives. Each had his man. Sieur Cordel had Cheras, Sieur Desgranges had Nadad, Sieur Hugot the elder had M. Thiers, and Sieur Hugot the younger General Bidault. General Changarnier was allotted to Leret, and General Cavaignac to Colin. Sieur Douwerlins took Representative Valentin, Sieur Benoist Representative Miet, Sieur Allard Representative Chalette, Sieur Barlet took Roger du Nord. General Lamoricière fell to Commissary Blanchet, Commissary Grandfier had Representative Grepeau, and Commissary Boudrat Representative Lagrange. The quaestors were similarly allotted, Monsieur Bayes to the Sieur Primorin, and General Leflot to Sieur Bertoglio. Warrants with the name of the representatives had been drawn up in the prefect's private cabinet. Blanks had been only left for the names of the commissaries. These were filled in at the moment of leaving. In addition to the armed force which was appointed to assist them, it had been decided that each commissary should be accompanied by 2 escorts, one composed of sergents de ville, the other of police agents in plain clothes. As Prefect Maupas had told M. Bonaparte, the captain of the Republican Guard, Baudinet, was associated with Commissary Leret in the arrest of General Changarnier. Towards 5:30 the fiacres which were in waiting were called up, and all started, each with his instructions. During this time, in another corner of Paris, the old Rue du Temple, in that ancient Soubise mansion which had been transformed into a royal printing office, and is today a national printing office, another section of the crime was being organized. Towards 1 in the morning, a passerby who had reached the old Rue du Temple by the Rue de Vieilles Haudriettes noticed at the junction of these 2 streets several long and high windows brilliantly lighted up. These were the windows of the workrooms of the National Printing Office. He turned to the right and entered the old Rue du Temple, and a moment afterwards paused before the crescent-shaped entrance of the front of the printing office. The principal door was shut. 2 sentinels guarded the side door. Through this little door, which was ajar, he glanced into the courtyard of the printing office and saw it filled with soldiers. The soldiers were silent, no sound could be heard, but the glistening of their bayonets could be seen. The passerby, surprised, drew nearer. One of the sentinels thrust him rudely back, crying out, "Be off." Like the sergents de ville at the prefecture of police, the workmen had been retained at the National Printing Office under plea of night work. At the same time that M. Hippolyte Prévost returned to the Legislative Palace, the manager of the National Printing Office re-entered his office, also returning from the Opéra Comique, where he had been to see the new piece, which was by his brother, M. de St. Georges. Immediately on his return, the manager, to whom had come an order from the Élysée during the day, took up a pair of pocket pistols and went down into the vestibule, which communicates by means of a few steps with the courtyard. Shortly afterwards the door leading to the street opened, a fiacre entered, a man who carried a large portfolio alighted. the manager went up to the man and said to him, "Is that you, Monsieur de Bayville?" "Yes," answered the man. The fiacre was put up, the horses placed in a stable, and the coachman shut up in a parlor where they gave him drink and placed a purse in his hand. Bottles of wine and louis d'or form the groundwork of this kind of politics. The coachman drank and then went to sleep. The door of the parlor was bolted. The large door of the courtyard of the printing office was hardly shut than it reopened, gave passage to armed men, who entered in silence, and then reclosed. The arrivals were a company of the Gendarmerie Mobile, the 4th of the 1st Battalion, commanded by a captain named La Roche-Doisy. As may be remarked by the result, for all delicate expeditions, the men of the coup d'etat took care to employ the Gendarmerie Mobile and the Republican Guard, that it is to say the two corps almost entirely composed of former municipal guards, bearing at heart a revengeful remembrance of the events of February. Captain La Roche-Doisy brought a letter from the Minister of War, which placed himself and his soldiers at the disposition of the manager of the National Printing Office. The muskets were loaded without a word being spoken. Sentinels were placed in the workrooms, in the corridors, at the doors, at the windows, in fact, everywhere, two being stationed at the door leading into the street. The captain asked what instructions he should give to the sentries. "Nothing more simple," said the man who had come in the fiacre. "Whoever attempts to leave or to open a window, shoot him." This man, who, in fact, was de Bayville, orderly officer to M. Bonaparte, withdrew with the manager into the large cabinet on the first story, a solitary room which looked out on the garden. There he communicated to the manager what he had brought with him: the decree of the dissolution of the Assembly, the appeal to the army, the appeal to the people, the decree convoking the electors, and in addition, the proclamation of the prefect Maupas and his letter to the commissaries of police. The four first documents were entirely in the handwriting of the president, and here and there some erasures might be noticed. The compositors were in waiting. Each man was placed between two gendarmes and was forbidden to utter a single word, and then the documents which had to be printed were distributed throughout the room, being cut up in very small pieces, so that an entire sentence could not be read by one workman. The manager announced that he would give them an hour to compose the whole. The different fragments were finally brought to Colonel Bayville, who put them together and corrected the proof sheets. The machining was conducted with the same precautions, each press being between two soldiers. Notwithstanding all possible diligence, the work lasted 2 hours. The gendarmes watched over the workmen. Bayville watched over St. George's. When the work was finished, a suspicious incident occurred, which greatly resembled a treason within a treason. To a traitor, a greater traitor. This species of crime is subject to such accidents. Bayville and St. George's, the two trusty confidants in whose hands lay the secret of the coup d'etat, that is to say the head of the president. That secret, which ought at no price to be allowed to transpire before the appointed hour, under risk of causing everything to miscarry, took it into their heads to confide it at once to 200 men, in order to test the effect. As the ex-Colonel Bayville said later on, rather naively, they read the mysterious document which had just been printed to the gendarmes mobiles, who were drawn up in the courtyard. These ex-municipal guards applauded. If they had hooted, it might be asked what the two experimentalists in the coup d'etat would have done. Perhaps M. Bonaparte would have waked up from his dream at Vincennes. The coachman was then liberated, the fiacre was horsed, and at 4 o'clock in the morning the orderly officer and the manager of the National Printing Office, henceforward two criminals, arrived at the prefecture of police with the parcels of the decrees. Then began for them the brand of shame. Prefect Maupas took them by the hand. Bands of bill stickers, bribed for the occasion, started in every direction, carrying with them the decrees and proclamations. This was precisely the hour at which the Palace of the National Assembly was invested. In the Rue de l'Université, there is a door of the palace which is the old entrance to the Palais Bourbon, and which opened into the avenue which leads to the house of the President of the Assembly. This door, termed the Presidency door, was according to custom guarded by a sentry. For some time past the adjutant-major, who had been twice sent for during the night by Colonel Espinas, had remained motionless and silent, close by the sentinel. 5 minutes after, having left the huts of the Invalids, the 42D Regiment of the line, followed at some distance by the 6th Regiment, which had marched by the Rue de Bourgogne, emerged from the Rue de l'Université. The regiment, says an eyewitness, marched as one steps in a sick room. It arrived with a stealthy step before the presidency door. This ambuscade came to surprise the law. The sentry, seeing these soldiers arrive, halted, but at the moment when he was going to challenge them with a qui vive, the adjutant major seized his arm, and in his capacity as the officer empowered to countermand all instructions, ordered him to give free passage to the 42D, and at the same time commanded the amazed porter to open the door. The door turned upon its hinges, the soldiers spread themselves through the avenue. Persigny entered and said, "It is done." The National Assembly was invaded. At the noise of the footsteps, the Commandant Menier ran up. "Commandant," Colonel Espinas cried out to him, "I come to relieve your battalion." The commandant turned pale for a moment, and his eyes remained fixed on the ground. Then suddenly he put his hands to his shoulders, and tore off his epaulets. He drew his sword, broke it across his knee, threw the two fragments on the pavement, and trembling with rage, exclaimed with a solemn voice, "Colonel, you disgrace the number of your regiment." All right," said Espinas. The presidency door was left open, but all the other entrances remained closed. All the guards were relieved, all the sentinels changed, and the battalion of the night guard was sent back to the camp of the invalids. The soldiers piled their arms in the avenue and in the Cour de Honneur. The 42D, in profound silence, occupied the doors outside and inside, the courtyard, the reception rooms, the galleries, the corridors, the passages, while everyone slept in the palace. Shortly afterwards arrived two of those little chariots which are called 40 Sons, and two fiacres, escorted by two detachments of the Republican Guard and of the Chasseurs de Vincennes, and by several squads of police. The commissaries Bertoglio and Primorin alighted from the two chariots. As these carriages drove up, a personage, bald but still young, was seen to appear at the grated door of the Place de Bourgogne. This personage had all the air of a man about town, who had just come from the opera, and in fact he had come from thence, after having passed through a den. He came from the Élysée. It was De Morny. For an instant he watched the soldiers piling their arms, and then went on to the presidency door. There he exchanged a few words with M. de Persigny. A quarter of an hour afterwards, accompanied by 250 Chasseurs de Vincennes, he took possession of the Ministry of the Interior, startled M. de Thorigny in his bed, and handed him brusquely a letter of thanks from Monsieur Bonaparte. Some days previously, honest M. de Thorigny, whose ingenuous remarks we have already cited, said to a group of men near whom M. de Morny was passing, "How these men of the mountain calumniate the president! The man who would break his oath, who would achieve a coup d'etat, must necessarily be a worthless wretch." Awakened rudely in the middle of the night, and relieved of his post as minister like the sentinels of the assembly, the worthy man, astounded, and rubbing his eyes, muttered, "Eh, then the president is—" "Yes," said Morny, with a burst of laughter. He who writes these lines knew Morny. Morny and Walewski held in the quasi-reigning family the positions, one of royal bastard, the other of imperial bastard. Who was Morny? We will say, a noted wit, an intriguer, but in no way austere, a friend of Romeu, and a supporter of Guizot, possessing the manners of the world, and the habits of the roulette table, self-satisfied, clever, combining a certain liberality of ideas with a readiness to accept useful crimes, finding means to wear a gracious smile with bad teeth, leading a life of pleasure, dissipated but reserved, ugly, good-tempered, fierce, well-dressed, intrepid, willingly leaving a brother prisoner under bolts and bars, and ready to risk his head for a brother. Emperor, having the same mother as Louis Bonaparte, and like Louis Bonaparte, having some father or other, being able to call himself Beauharnais, being able to call himself Flahaut, and yet calling himself Morny, pursuing literature as far as light comedy, and politics as far as tragedy, a deadly free liver, possessing all the frivolity consistent with assassination, capable of being sketched by Marivox and treated of by Tacitus, without conscience, irreproachably elegant, infamous, and amiable, at need a perfect duke. Such was this malefactor. It was not yet 6 o'clock in the morning. Troops began to mass themselves on the Place de la Concorde, where Leroy Saint-Arnaud on horseback held a review. The commissaries of police, Bertoglio and Primorin, ranged 2 companies in order under the vault of the great staircase of the Questure, but did not ascend that way. They were accompanied by agents of police, who knew the most secret recesses of the Palais Bourbon, and who conducted them through various passages. General Leflot was lodged in the pavilion inhabited in the time of the Duc de Bourbon by Monsieur Futures. That night General Leflot had staying with him his sister and her husband, who were visiting Paris, and who slept in a room, the door of which led into one of the corridors of the palace. Commissary Bertoglio knocked at the door, opened it, and together with his agents abruptly burst into the room, where a woman was in bed. The general's brother-in-law sprang out of bed and cried out to the quaestor, who slept in an adjoining room, "Adolf, the doors are being forced, the palace is full of soldiers. Get up." The general opened his eyes. He saw Commissary Bertoglio standing beside his bed. He sprang up. "General," said the commissary, "I have come to fulfill a duty." "I understand," said General Leflo, "you are a traitor." The commissary, stammering out the words, "Plot against the safety of the state," displayed a warrant. The general, without pronouncing a word, struck this infamous paper with the back of his hand. Then, dressing himself, he put on his full uniform of Constantine and of Medea, thinking in his imaginative, soldier-like loyalty that there were still generals of Africa for the soldiers whom he would find on his way. All the generals now remaining were brigands. His wife embraced him, his son, a child of 7 years, in his nightshirt, and in tears said to the commissary of police, "Mercy, Monsieur Bonaparte." The general, while clasping his wife in his arms, whispered in her ear, "There is artillery in the courtyard, try and fire a cannon." The commissary and his men led him away. He regarded these policemen with contempt, and did not speak to them, but when he recognized Colonel Espinas, his military and Breton heart swelled with indignation. "Colonel Espinas," said he, "you are a villain, and I hope to live long enough to tear the buttons from your uniform." Colonel Espinas hung his head and stammered, "I do not know you." A major waved his sword and cried, "We have had enough of lawyer generals." Some soldiers crossed their bayonets before the unarmed prisoner, 3 sergeants de ville pushed him into a fiacre, and a sub-lieutenant approaching the carriage, and looking in the face of the man who, if he were a citizen, was his representative, and if he were a soldier was his general, flung this abominable word at him, "Canaille." Meanwhile Commissary Primorin had gone by a more roundabout way, in order the more surely to surprise the other quaestor, M. Bays. Out of M. Bays' apartment, a door led to the lobby communicating with the chamber of the assembly. Sieur Primorin knocked at the door. "Who is there?" asked a servant who was dressing. "The commissary of police," replied Primorin. The servant, thinking that he was the commissary of police of the assembly, opened the door. At this moment M. Bays, who had heard the noise and had just awakened, put on a dressing gown and cried, "Do not open the door." He had scarcely spoken these words when a man in plain clothes and 3 sergeants de ville in uniform rushed into his chamber. The man, opening his coat, displayed his scarf of office, asking M. Bays, "Do you recognize this?" "You are a worthless wretch," answered the quaestor. The police agents laid their hands on M. Bays. "You will not take me away," he said. "You, a commissary of police, you, who are a magistrate, and know what you are doing, you outrage the National Assembly, you violate the law, you are a criminal." A hand-to-hand struggle ensued, 4 against 1. Madame Bays and her 2 little girls giving vent to screams, the servant being thrust back with blows by the sergeants de ville. "You are ruffians," cried out Monsieur Bays. They carried him away by main force in their arms, still struggling naked, his dressing gown being torn to shreds, his body being covered with blows, his wrist torn and bleeding. The stairs, the landing, the courtyard, were full of soldiers with fixed bayonets and grounded arms. The quaestor spoke to them. "Your representatives are being arrested, you have not received your arms to break the laws." A sergeant was wearing a brand new cross. "Have you been given the cross for this?" The sergeant answered, "We only know one master." "I note your number," continued M. Bays. "You are a dishonored regiment." The soldiers listened with a stolid air and seemed still asleep. Commissary Primorin said to them, "Do not answer, this has nothing to do with you." They led the quaestor across the courtyard to the guardhouse at the Porte Noire. This was the name which was given to a little door contrived under the vault opposite the treasury of the Assembly, and which opened upon the Rue de Bourgogne, facing the Rue de Lille. Several sentries were placed at the door of the guardhouse, and at the top of the flight of steps which led thither, M. Bays being left there in charge of 3 sergeants de ville. Several soldiers, without their weapons and in their shirt sleeves, came in and out. The quaestor appealed to them in the name of military honor. "Do not answer," said the sergeant de ville to the soldiers. M. Bays' 2 little girls had followed him with terrified eyes, and when they lost sight of him, the youngest burst into tears. "Sister," said the elder, who was 7 years old, "let us say our prayers, and the two children, clasping their hands, knelt down. Commissary Primorin, with his swarm of agents, burst into the questor's study and laid hands on everything. The first papers which he perceived on the middle of the table, and which he seized, were the famous decrees which had been prepared in the event of the assembly having voted the proposal of the questors. All the drawers were opened and searched. This overhauling of M. Bay's papers, which the commissary of police termed a domiciliary visit, lasted more than an hour. M. Bay's clothes had been taken to him, and he had dressed. When the domiciliary visit was over, he was taken out of the guardhouse. There was a fiacre in the courtyard, into which he entered, together with the 3 sergeants de ville. The vehicle, in order to reach the presidency door, passed by the Cour de Honneur and then by the Cour Canonis. Day was breaking. M. Bays looked into the courtyard to see if the cannon were still there. He saw the ammunition wagons ranged in order with their shafts raised, but the places of the 6 cannon and the 2 mortars were vacant. In the avenue of the presidency, the fiacre stopped for a moment. 2 lines of soldiers, standing at ease, lined the footpaths of the avenue. At the foot of a tree were grouped 3 men, Colonel Espinas, whom M. Bays knew and recognized, a species of lieutenant colonel, who wore a black and orange ribbon round his neck, and a major of lancers, all 3 sword in hand, consulting together. The windows of the fiacre were closed. M. Bays wished to lower them to appeal to these men. The sergeants de ville seized his arms. The commissary Primorin then came up, and was about to re-enter the little chariot for 2 persons which had brought him. "Monsieur Bays," said he, with that villainous kind of courtesy which the agents of the coup d'etat willingly blended with their crime, "you must be uncomfortable with those 3 men in the fiacre. You are cramped, come in with me." "Let me alone," said the prisoner. "With these 3 men I am cramped, with you I should be contaminated." An escort of infantry was ranged on both sides of the fiacre. Colonel Espinas called to the coachman, "Drive slowly by the Quai d'Orsay until you meet a cavalry escort. When the cavalry shall have assumed the charge, the infantry can come back." They set out. As the fiacre turned into the Quai d'Orsay, a picket of the 7th Lancers arrived at full speed. It was the escort. The troopers surrounded the fiacre, and the whole galloped off. No incident occurred during the journey. Here and there, at the noise of the horses' hoofs, windows were opened and heads put forth, and the prisoner, who had at length succeeded in lowering a window, heard startled voices saying, "What is the matter?" The fiacre stopped. "Where are we?" asked M. Bays. "At Mazas," said a sergeant de ville. The questor was taken to the office of the prison. Just as he entered, he saw Bon and Nadad being brought out. There was a table in the center, at which Commissary Primorin, who had followed the fiacre in his chariot, had just seated himself. While the commissary was writing, M. Bays noticed on the table a paper which was evidently a jail register, on which were these names, written in the following order: Lamoricière, Cheras, Cavaignac, Changarnier, Leflo, Thiers, Bidot, Roger du Nord, Chambal. This was probably the order in which the representatives had arrived at the prison. When Sieur Primorin had finished writing, M. Bays said, "Now, you will be good enough to receive my protest, and add it to your official report." "It is not an official report," objected the commissary, "it is simply an order for committal." "I intend to write my protest at once," replied M. Bays. "You will have plenty of time in your cell," remarked a man who stood by the table. M. Bays turned round. "Who are you?" "I am the governor of the prison," said the man. "In that case," replied M. Bays, "I pity you, for you are aware of the crime you are committing." The man turned pale and stammered a few unintelligible words. The commissary rose from his seat. M. Bays briskly took possession of his chair, seated himself at the table, and said to Sieur Primorin, "You are a public officer. I request you to add my protest to your official report." "Very well," said the commissary, "let it be so." Bays wrote the protest as follows. "I, the undersigned, Jean Didier Bays, representative of the people, and questor of the National Assembly, carried off by violence from my residence in the Palace of the National Assembly, and conducted to this prison by an armed force, which it was impossible for me to resist. Protest in the name of the National Assembly, and in my own name against the outrage on national representation committed upon my colleagues, and upon myself. Given at Mazas on the 2d December 1851, at 8 o'clock in the mornings. Baiser. While this was taking place at Mazas, the soldiers were laughing and drinking in the courtyard of the assembly. They made their coffee in the saucepans. They had lighted enormous fires in the courtyard. The flames, fanned by the wind, at times reached the walls of the chamber. A superior official of the Questure, an officer of the National Guard, Raymond de la Croisette, ventured to say to them, "You will set the palace on fire," whereupon a soldier struck him a blow with his fist. 4 of the pieces taken from the coeur de cannons were ranged in battery order against the assembly. 2 on the Place de Bourgogne were pointed towards the grating, and 2 on the Pont de la Concorde were pointed towards the grand staircase. As side note to this instructive tale, let us mention a curious fact. The 42D Regiment of the line was the same which had arrested Louis Bonaparte at Boulogne. In 1840, this regiment lent its aid to the law against the conspirator. In 1851, it lent its aid to the conspirator against the law. Such is the beauty of passive obedience. 2. The quaestors were officers elected by the Assembly, whose special duties were to keep and audit the accounts, and who controlled all matters affecting the social economy of the house. Chapter 4. Other Doings of the Night. During the same night, in all parts of Paris acts of brigandage took place. Unknown men leading armed troops, and themselves armed with hatchets, mallets, pincers, crowbars, life-preservers, swords hidden under their coats, pistols, of which the butts could be distinguished under the folds of their cloaks, arrived in silence before a house, occupied the street, encircled the approaches, picked the lock of the door, tied up the porter, invaded the stairs, and burst through the doors upon a sleeping man, and when that man, awakening with a start, asked of these bandits, "Who are you?" their leader answered, "A commissary of police." So it happened to Lamoricière, who was seized by Blanchet, who threatened him with the gag, to Greppo, who was brutally treated and thrown down by Grandfier, assisted by 6 men carrying a dark lantern and a poleaxe, to Cavaignac, who was secured by Colin, a smooth-tongued villain, who affected to be shocked on hearing him curse and swear, to M. Thiers, who was arrested by Hugo the elder, who professed that he had seen him tremble and weep, thus adding falsehood to crime, to Valentin, who was assailed in his bed by Douwerlins, taken by the feet and shoulders, and thrust into a padlocked police van, to Miot, destined to the tortures of African casemates, to Roger du Nord, who with courageous and witty irony offered sherry to the bandits. Cheras and Changarnier were taken unawares. They lived in the Rue Saint-Honoré, nearly opposite to each other, Changarnier at number 3, Cheras at number 14. Ever since the 9th of September, Changarnier had dismissed the 15 men armed to the teeth by whom he had hitherto been guarded during the night, and on the 1st December, as we have said, Cheras had unloaded his pistols. These empty pistols were lying on the table when they came to arrest him. The commissary of police threw himself upon them. "Idiot," said Cheras to him, "if they had been loaded, you would have been a dead man." These pistols, we may note, had been given to Cheras upon the taking of Mascara by General Renaud, who at the moment of Cheras' arrest was on horseback in the street, helping to carry out the coup d'etat. If these pistols had remained loaded, and if General Renaud had had the task of arresting Cheras, it would have been curious if Renaud's pistols had killed Renaud. Cheras assuredly would not have hesitated. We have already mentioned the names of these police rascals. It is useless to repeat them. It was Cordel who arrested Cheras, Larret who arrested Changarnier, Desgranges who arrested Naudot. The men thus seized in their own houses were representatives of the people. They were inviolable, so that to the crime of the violation of their persons was added this high treason, the violation of the Constitution. There was no lack of impudence in the perpetration of these outrages. The police agents made merry. Some of these droll fellows jested. At Mazas the under-jailers jeered at Thiers. Naudot reprimanded them severely. The seer Hugo the Younger awoke General Bidault. "General, you are a prisoner. My person is inviolable, unless you are caught red-handed in the very act." "Well," said Bidault, "I am caught in the act, the heinous act of being asleep." They took him by the collar and dragged him to a fiacre. On meeting together at Mazas, Naudot grasped the hand of Greppo, and Lagrange grasped the hand of Lamoricière. This made the police gentry laugh. A colonel named Thérien, wearing a commander's cross round his neck, helped to put the generals and the representatives into jail. "Look me in the face," said Cheras to him. Thérien moved away. Thus, without counting other arrests which took place later on, there were imprisoned during the night of the 2d of December, 16 representatives and 78 citizens. The 2 agents of the crime furnished a report of it to Louis Bonaparte. Morny wrote boxed up, mappas wrote quadid. The one in drawing-room slang, the other in the slang of the galleys. Subtle gradations of language. Chapter 5. The Darkness of the Crime. Versigny had just left me. While I dressed hastily, there came in a man in whom I had every confidence. He was a poor cabinet-maker out of work, named Gerard, to whom I had given shelter in a room of my house, a carver of wood, and not illiterate. He came in from the street, he was trembling. "Well," I asked, "what do the people say?" Gerard answered me. "People are dazed, the blow has been struck in such a manner that it is not realized. Workmen read the placards, say nothing, and go to their work. Only 1 in 100 speaks. It is to say, good. This is how it appears to them. The law of the 31st May is abrogated, well done. Universal suffrage is re-established, also well done. The reactionary majority has been driven away, admirable. Thiers is arrested, capital. Changarnier is seized, bravo. Round each placard there are claqueurs. Radipoil explains his coup d'etat to Jacques Bonhomme. Jacques Bonhomme takes it all in. Briefly, it is my impression that the people give their consent." "Let it be so," said I. "But," asked Gerard of me, "what will you do, Monsieur Victor Hugo?" I took my scarf of office from a cupboard and showed it to him. He understood. We shook hands. As he went out, Carini entered. Colonel Carini is an intrepid man. He had commanded the cavalry under Mieroslawski in the Sicilian insurrection. He has, in a few moving and enthusiastic pages, told the story of that noble revolt. Carini is one of those Italians who love France as we Frenchmen love Italy. Every warm-hearted man in this century has 2 fatherlands, the Rome of yesterday and the Paris of today. "Thank God," said Carini to me, "you are still free," and he added, "The blow has been struck in a formidable manner, the Assembly is invested, I have come from thence. The Place de la Révolution, the quays, the Tuileries, the boulevards are crowded with troops. The soldiers have their knapsacks, the batteries are harnessed. If fighting takes place, it will be desperate work." I answered him, "There will be fighting." And I added, laughing, "You have proved that the colonels write like poets. Now it is the turn of the poets to fight like colonels." I entered my wife's room. She knew nothing, and was quietly reading her paper in bed. I had taken about me 500 francs in gold. I put on my wife's bed a box containing 900 francs, all the money which remained to me, and I told her what had happened. She turned pale and said to me, "What are you going to do?" "My duty." She embraced me and only said 2 words. "Do it." My breakfast was ready. I ate a cutlet in 2 mouthfuls. As I finished, my daughter came in. She was startled by the manner in which I kissed her and asked me, "What is the matter?" "Your mother will explain to you." And I left them. The Rue de la Tour d'Auvergne was as quiet and deserted as usual. 4 workmen were, however, chatting near my door. They wished me good morning. I cried out to them, "You know what is going on?" "Yes," said they. "Well, it is treason. Louis Bonaparte is strangling the Republic. The people are attacked. The people must defend themselves." "They will defend themselves." "You promise me that?" "Yes," they answered. One of them added, "We swear it." They kept their word. Barricades were constructed in my street, Rue de la Tour d'Auvergne, in the Rue des Martyrs, in the Cité Rodier, in the Rue Coquenard, and at Notre Dame de Lorette. Chapter 6. Placards. On leaving these brave men, I could read at the corner of the Rue de la Tour d'Auvergne and the Rue des Martyrs, the 3 infamous placards which had been posted on the walls of Paris during the night. Here they are. Proclamation of the President of the Republic. Appeal to the people. Frenchmen, the present situation can last no longer. Every day which passes enhances the dangers of the country. The Assembly, which ought to be the firmest support of order, has become a focus of conspiracies. The patriotism of 300 of its members has been unable to check its fatal tendencies. Instead of making laws in the public interest, it forges arms for civil war. It attacks the power which I hold directly from the people. It encourages all bad passions. It compromises the tranquility of France. I have dissolved it, and I constitute the whole people a judge between it and me. The Constitution, as you know, was constructed with the object of weakening beforehand the power which you were about to confide to me. 6 millions of votes formed an emphatic protest against it, and yet I have faithfully respected it. Provocations, calumnies, outrages have found me unmoved. Now, however, that the fundamental compact is no longer respected by those very men who incessantly invoke it, and that the men who have ruined 2 monarchies wish to tie my hands in order to overthrow the Republic, my duty is to frustrate their treacherous schemes, to maintain the Republic, and to save the country by appealing to the solemn judgment of the only sovereign whom I recognize in France, the people. I therefore make a loyal appeal to the whole nation, and I say to you, if you wish to continue this condition of uneasiness which degrades us and compromises our future, choose another in my place. For I will no longer retain a power which is impotent to do good, which renders me responsible for actions which I cannot prevent, and which binds me to the helm when I see the vessel driving towards the abyss. If on the other hand you still place confidence in me, give me the means of accomplishing the great mission which I hold from you. This mission consists in closing the era of revolutions, by satisfying the legitimate needs of the people, and by protecting them from subversive passions. It consists, above all, in creating institutions which survive men, and which shall in fact form the foundations on which something durable may be established. Persuaded that the instability of power, that the preponderance of a single assembly are the permanent causes of trouble and discord, I submit to your suffrage the following fundamental bases of a constitution, which will be developed by the assemblies later on. 1. A responsible chief appointed for 10 years. 2 ministers, dependent upon the executive power alone. 3. A council of state composed of the most distinguished men, who shall prepare laws, and shall support them in debate before the legislative bodies. 4. A legislative body which shall discuss and vote the laws, and which shall be elected by universal suffrage, without scrutined a list which falsifies the elections. 5. A second assembly composed of the most illustrious men of the country, a power of equipoise, the guardian of the fundamental compact and of the public liberties. This system, created by the first consul at the beginning of the century, has already given repose and prosperity to France. It would still ensure them to her. Such is my firm conviction. If you share it, declare it by your votes. If, on the contrary, you prefer a government without strength, monarchical or republican, borrowed I know not from what past or from what chimerical future, answer in the negative. Thus, for the first time since 1804, you will vote with a full knowledge of the circumstances, knowing exactly for whom and for what. If I do not obtain the majority of your suffrages, I shall call together a new assembly, and shall place in its hands the commission which I have received from you. But if you believe that the cause of which my name is the symbol, that is to say, France regenerated by the Revolution of '89, and organized by the Emperor, is to be still your own, proclaim it by sanctioning the powers which I ask from you. Then France and Europe will be preserved from anarchy, obstacles will be removed, rivalries will have disappeared, for all will respect the decision of the people, the decree of Providence, given at the Palace of the Élysée, 2 December 1851. Louis Napoleon Bonaparte. Proclamation of the President of the Republic to the Army. Soldiers, be proud of your mission, you will save the country, for I count upon you not to violate the laws, but to enforce respect for the first law of the country, the national sovereignty, of which I am the legitimate representative. For a long time past, like myself, you have suffered from obstacles which have opposed themselves both to the good that I wish to do and to the demonstrations of your sympathies in my favor. These obstacles have been broken down. The assembly has tried to attack the authority which hold from the whole nation, it has ceased to exist. I make a loyal appeal to the people and to the army, and I say to them, either give me the means of ensuring your prosperity, or choose another. In my place. In 1830, as in 1848, you were treated as vanquished men. After having branded your heroic disinterestedness, they disdain to consult your sympathies and your wishes, and yet you are the flower of the nation. Today, at this solemn moment, I am resolved that the voice of the army shall be heard. Vote therefore freely as citizens, but as soldiers do not forget that passive obedience to the orders of the chief of the state is the rigorous duty of the army, from the general to the private soldier. It is for me, responsible for my actions both to the people and to posterity, to take those measures which may seem to me indispensable for the public welfare. As for you, remain immovable within the rules of discipline and of honor. By your imposing attitude, help the country to manifest its will with calmness and reflection. Be ready to repress every attack upon the free exercise of the sovereignty of the people. Soldiers, I do not speak to you of the memories which my name recalls. They are engraven in your hearts. We are united by indissoluble ties. Your history is mine. There is between us in the past a community of glory and of misfortune. There will be in the future community of sentiment and of resolutions. For the repose and the greatness of France. Given at the Palace of the Élysée, December 2d, 1851. Signed L.N. Bonaparte. In the name of the French people. The President of the Republic decrees. Article I. The National Assembly is dissolved. Article II. Universal suffrage is re-established. The law of May 30 is abrogated. Article III. The French people are convoked in their electoral districts from the 14th December to the 21st December following. Article IV. The state of siege is decreed in the district of the 1st Military Division. Article V. The Council of State is dissolved. Article VI. The Minister of the Interior is charged with the execution of this decree. Given at the Palace of the Élysée, 2d December, 1851. Louis Napoleon Bonaparte. DEMORNY, Minister of the Interior. Chapter 7, No. 70 Rue Blanche. The Cité Gaillard is somewhat difficult to find. It is a deserted alley in that new quarter which separates the Rue des Martyrs from the Rue Blanche. I found it, however. As I reached number 4, Ivan came out of the gateway and said, I am here to warn you. The police have an eye upon this house. Mitchell is waiting for you at number 70, Rue Blanche, a few steps from here. I knew number 70, Rue Blanche. Manin, the celebrated president of the Venetian Republic, lived there. It was not in his rooms, however, that the meeting was to take place. The porter of number 70 told me to go up to the first floor. The door was opened, and a handsome, gray-haired woman of some 40 summers, the Baroness Coppens, whom I recognized as having seen in society and at my own house, ushered me into a drawing-room. Mitchell de Bourges and Alexander Ray were there, the latter an ex-constituent, an eloquent writer, a brave man. At that time Alexander Ray edited the National. We shook hands. Mitchell said to me, Hugo, what will you do? I answered him, everything. That also is my opinion, said he. Numerous representatives arrived, and amongst others Pierre Lefranc, Labrousse, Théodore Bac, Niall Parfait, Arnauld de l'Ariège, Demosthenes Olivier, an ex-constituent, and Charamal. There was deep and unutterable indignation, but no useless words were spoken. All were imbued with that manly anger, whence issue great resolutions. They talked, they set forth the situation. Each brought forward the news which he had learnt. Théodore Bac came from Léon Faucher, who lived in the Rue Blanche. It was he who had awakened Léon Faucher, and had announced the news to him. The first words of Léon Faucher were, It is an infamous deed. From the first moment Charamal displayed a courage which, during the 4 days of the struggle, never flagged for a single instant. Cheramal is a very tall man, possessed of vigorous features and convincing eloquence. He voted with the left but sat with the right. In the assembly he was the neighbor of Montalembert and of Rienzi. He sometimes had warm disputes with them, which we watched from afar off, and which amused us. Cheramal had come to the meeting at number 70 dressed in a sort of blue cloth military cloak, and armed, as we found out later on. The situation was grave. 16 representatives arrested, all the generals of the assembly, and he who was more than a general, Cheras. All the journals suppressed, all the printing offices occupied by soldiers. On the side of Bonaparte, an army of 80,000 men which could be doubled in a few hours. On our side nothing. The people deceived and moreover disarmed. The telegraph at their command. All the walls covered with their placards, and at our disposal not a single printing case, not one sheet of paper. No means of raising the protest, no means of beginning the combat. The coup d'etat was clad with mail, the Republic was naked. The coup d'etat had a speaking trumpet, the Republic wore a gag. What was to be done? The raid against the Republic, against the Assembly, against right, against law, against progress, against civilization, was commanded by African generals. These heroes had just proved that they were cowards. They had taken their precautions well. Fear alone can engender so much skill. They had arrested all the men of war of the Assembly, and all the men of action of the left, Bonne, Charles Lagrange, Miet, Valentin, Naidad, Chalette. Add to this that all the possible chiefs of the barricades were in prison. The organizers of the ambuscade had carefully left at liberty Jules Favre, Michel de Bourges and myself, judging us to be less men of action than of the tribune, wishing to leave the left men capable of resistance, but incapable of victory, hoping to dishonor us if we did not fight, and to shoot us if we did fight. Nevertheless, no one hesitated. The deliberation began. Other representatives arrived every minute: Edgar Quinet, Doubter, Pelletier, Castle, Bruckner, Bauden, Schoeffer. The room was full, some were seated, most were standing in confusion, but without tumult. I was the first to speak. I said that the struggle ought to be begun at once, blow for blow. That it was my opinion that the 150 representatives of the left should put on their scarves of office, should march in procession through the streets and the boulevards as far as the Madeleine, and crying, Vive la République! Vive la Constitution! Should appear before the troops, and alone, calm and unarmed, should summon might to obey right. If the soldiers yielded, they should go to the Assembly and make an end of Louis Bonaparte. If the soldiers fired upon their legislators, they should disperse throughout Paris, cry to arms, and resort to barricades. Resistance should be begun constitutionally, and if that failed, should be continued revolutionarily. There was no time to be lost. High treason, said I, should be seized red-handed. Is a great mistake to suffer such an outrage to be accepted by the hours as they elapse. Each minute which passes is an accomplice and endorses the crime. Beware of that calamity called an accomplished fact. To arms. Many warmly supported this advice, among others Edgar Quinet, Pelletier and Doubter. Michel de Bourges seriously objected. My instinct was to begin at once, his advice was to wait and see. According to him there was danger in hastening the catastrophe. The coup d'etat was organized and the people were not. They had been taken unawares. We must not indulge in illusion. The masses could not stir yet. Perfect calm reigned in the faubourgs. Surprise existed, yes, anger, no. The people of Paris, although so intelligent, did not understand. Mitchell added, we are not in 1830. Charles X, in turning out the 221, exposed himself to this blow, the re-election of the 221. We are not in the same situation. The 221 were popular. The present assembly is not. A chamber which has been insultingly dissolved is always sure to conquer if the people support it. Thus the people rose in 1830. Today they wait. They are dupes until they shall be victims. Michel de Bourges concluded, the people must be given time to understand, to grow angry, to rise. As for us, representative, we should be rash to precipitate the situation. If we were to march immediately straight upon the troops, we should only be shot to no purpose, and the glorious insurrection for right would thus be beforehand deprived of its natural leaders, the representatives of the people. We should decapitate the popular army. Temporary delay, on the contrary, would be beneficial. Too much zeal must be guarded against. Self-restraint is necessary. To give way would be to lose the battle before having begun it. Thus, for example, we must not attend the meeting announced by the right for noon. All those who went there would be arrested. We must remain free, we must remain in readiness, we must remain calm, and must act waiting the advent of the people. 4 days of this agitation without fighting would weary the army. Mitchell, however, advised a beginning, but simply by placarding Article 68 of the Constitution. But where should a printer be found? Mitchell de Bourgh spoke with an experience of revolutionary procedure which was wanting in me. For many years past, he had acquired a certain practical knowledge of the masses. His counsel was wise. It must be added that all the information which came to us seconded him and appeared conclusive against me. Paris was dejected. The army of the coup d'etat invaded her peaceably. Even the placards were not torn down. Nearly all the representatives present, even the most daring, agreed with Mitchell's counsel to wait and see what would happen. At night, said they, the agitation will begin, and they concluded, like Mitchell de Bourgh's, that the people must be given time to understand. There would be a risk of being alone in too hasty a beginning. We should not carry the people with us in the first moment. Let us leave the indignation to increase little by little in their hearts. If it were begun prematurely, our manifestation would miscarry. These were the sentiments of all. For myself, while listening to them, I felt shaken. Perhaps they were right. It would be a mistake to give the signal for the combat in vain. What good is the lightning which is not followed by the thunderbolt? To raise a voice, to give vent to a cry, to find a printer, there was the first question. But was there still a free press? The brave old ex-chief of the 6th Legion, Colonel Forestier, came in. He took Mitchell de Bourgh and myself aside. "Listen," said he to us. "I come to you, I have been dismissed. I no longer command my legion, but appoint me in the name of the left, Colonel of the 6th. Sign me an order and I will go at once and call them to arms. In an hour the regiment will be on foot." "Colonel," answered I will do more than sign an order, I will accompany you." And I turned towards Charamal, who had a carriage in waiting. "Come with us," said I. Forestier was sure of 2 majors of the 6th. We decided to drive to them at once, while Mitchell and the other representatives should await us at Bonvalets, in the Boulevard du Temple, near the Café Turc. There they could consult together. We started. We traversed Paris, where people were already beginning to swarm in a threatening manner. The boulevards were thronged with an uneasy crowd. People walked to and fro, passers-by accosted each other without any previous acquaintance, a noteworthy sign of public anxiety, and groups talked in loud voices at the corners of the streets. The shops were being shut. "Come, this looks better," cried Charamal. He had been wandering about the town since the morning, and he had noticed with sadness the apathy of the masses. We found the 2 majors at home upon whom Colonel Forestier counted. They were 2 rich linen-drapers, who received us with some embarrassment. The shopmen had gathered together at the windows and watched us pass by. It was mere curiosity. In the meanwhile, one of the 2 majors countermanded a journey which he was going to undertake on that day, and promised us his co-operation. "But," added he, "do not deceive yourselves, one can foresee that we shall be cut to pieces. Few men will march out." Colonel Forestier said to us, "Watrin, the present colonel of the 6th, does not care for fighting. Perhaps he will resign me the command amicably. I will go and find him alone, so as to startle him the less, and will join you at Bonvalets." Near the Porte Saint-Martin we left our carriage, and Charamal and myself proceeded along the boulevard on foot, in order to observe the groups more closely, and more easily to judge the aspect of the crowd. The recent leveling of the road had converted the boulevard of the Porte Saint-Martin into a deep cutting, commanded by 2 embankments. On the summits of these embankments were the footways, furnished with railings. The carriages drove along the cutting, the foot passengers walked along the footways. Just as we reached the boulevard, a long column of infantry filed into this ravine with drummers at their head. The thick waves of bayonets filled the square of Saint-Martin and lost themselves in the depths of the boulevard Bonne Nouvelle. An enormous and compact crowd covered the 2 pavements of the boulevard Saint-Martin. Large numbers of workmen, in their blouses, were there, leaning upon the railings. At the moment when the head of the column entered the defile before the theatre of the Porte Saint-Martin, a tremendous shout of "Vive la République" came forth from every mouth as though shouted by one man. The soldiers continued to advance in silence, but it might have been said that their pace slackened, and many of them regarded the crowd with an air of indecision. What did this cry of "Vive la République" mean? Was it a token of applause? Was it a shout of defiance? It seemed to me at that moment that the Republic raised its brow, and that the coup d'etat hung its head. Meanwhile Charamal said to me, "You are recognized." In fact, near the Château d'Eau the crowd surrounded me. Some young men cried out, "Vive Victor Hugo!" One of them asked me, "Citizen Victor Hugo, what ought we to do?" I answered, "Tear down the seditious placards of the coup d'etat, and cry, 'Vive la Constitution!'" "And suppose they fire on us," said a young workman. "You will hasten to arms." "Bravo!" shouted the crowd. I added, "Louis Bonaparte is a rebel. He has steeped himself today in every crime. We, representatives of the people, declare him an outlaw, but there is no need for our declaration, since he is an outlaw by the mere fact of his treason. Citizens, you have two hands, take in one your right, and in the other your gun, and fall upon Bonaparte." "Bravo, bravo," again shouted the people. A tradesman who was shutting up his shop said to me, "Don't speak so loud. If they heard you talking like that, they would shoot you." "Well then," I replied, "you would parade my body, and my death would be a boon if the justice of God could result from it." All shouted, "Long live Victor Hugo!" "Shout long live the Constitution," said I. A great cry of "Vive la Constitution, Vive la République" came forth from every breast. Enthusiasm, indignation, anger flashed in the faces of all. I thought then, and I still think, that this, perhaps, was the supreme moment. I was tempted to carry off all that crowd, and to begin the battle. Charamal restrained me. He whispered to me, "You will bring about a useless fusillade. Everyone is unarmed. The infantry is only 2 paces from us, and see, here comes the artillery." I looked round. In truth, several pieces of cannon emerged at a quick trot from the Rue de Bondy, behind the Château d'Eau. The advice to abstain, given by Charamal, made a deep impression on me. Coming from such a man, and one so dauntless, it was certainly not to be distrusted. Besides, I felt myself bound by the deliberation which had just taken place at the meeting in the Rue Blanche. I shrank before the responsibility which I should have incurred. To have taken advantage of such a moment might have been victory, it might also have been a massacre. Was I right? Was I wrong? The crowd thickened around us, and it became difficult to go forward. We were anxious, however, to reach the rendezvous at Bonvalets. Suddenly someone touched me on the arm. It was Léopold Duras of the National. "Go no further," he whispered. "The restaurant Bonvalet is surrounded. Michel de Bourges has attempted to harangue the people, but the soldiers came up. He barely succeeded in making his escape. Numerous representatives who came to the meeting have been arrested. Retrace your steps. We are returning to the old rendezvous in the Rue Blanche. I have been looking for you to tell you this." A cab was passing. Charamal hailed the driver. We jumped in, followed by the crowd, shouting, "Vive la République, vive Victor Hugo!" It appears that just at that moment, a squadron of sergeants de ville arrived on the boulevard to arrest me. The coachman drove off at full speed. A quarter of an hour afterwards, we reached the Rue Blanche. Chapter 8. Violation of the Chamber. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the Pont de la Concorde was still free. The large grated gate of the Palace of the Assembly was closed. Through the bars might be seen the flight of steps. That flight of steps whence the Republic had been proclaimed on the 4th May, 1848, covered with soldiers. And their piled arms might be distinguished upon the platform behind those high columns, which, during the time of the Constituent Assembly, after the 15th of May and the 23d June, masked small mountain mortars, loaded and pointed. A porter with a red collar, wearing the livery of the Assembly, stood by the little door of the grated gate. From time to time representatives arrived. The porter said, "Gentlemen, are you representatives?" and opened the door. Sometimes he asked their names. M. Dupin's quarters could be entered without hindrance. In the great gallery, in the dining room, in the salon d'honneur of the presidency, liveried attendants silently opened the doors as usual. Before daylight, immediately after the arrest of the quaestors 2000th, Bayes and Leflo, M. de Panat, the only quaestor who remained free, having been spared or disdained as a legitimist, awoke M. Dupin and begged him to summon immediately the representatives from their own homes. M. Dupin returned this unprecedented answer: "I do not see any urgency." Almost at the same time as M. Panat, the representative Jérôme Bonaparte had hastened thither. He had summoned M. Dupin to place himself at the head of the assembly. M. Dupin had answered, "I cannot, I am guarded." Jerome Bonaparte burst out laughing. In fact, no one had deigned to place a sentinel at M. Dupin's door. They knew that it was guarded by his meanness. It was only later on, towards noon, that they took pity on him. They felt that the contempt was too great, and allotted him 2 sentinels. At 7:30, 15 or 20 representatives, among whom were MM. Eugensu, Joret, de Resseguier, and de Talhoët, met together in M. Dupin's room. They also had vainly argued with M. Dupin. In the recess of a window, a clever member of the majority, M. Desmousseau de Givray, who was a little deaf and exceedingly exasperated, almost quarreled with a representative of the right like himself whom he wrongly supposed to be favorable to the coup d'état. M. Dupin, apart from the group of representatives, alone dressed in black, his hands behind his back, his head sunk on his breast, walked up and down before the fireplace, where a large fire was burning. In his own room and in his very presence, they were talking loudly about himself, yet he seemed not to hear. 2 members of the left came in, Benoit Duron and Creston. Creston entered the room, went straight up to M. Dupin, and said to him, "President, you know what is going on. How is it that the assembly has not yet been convened?" M. Dupin halted, and answered with a shrug which was habitual with him, "There is nothing to be done." And he resumed his walk. "It is enough," said M. de Resseguier. "It is too much," said Eugensu. All the representatives left the room. In the meantime, the Pont de la Concorde became covered with troops. Among them General Vastweimux, lean, old, and little, his lank white hair plastered over his temples, in full uniform with his laced hat on his head. He was laden with 2 huge epaulets, and displayed his scarf, not that of a representative but of a general, which scarf, being too long, trailed on the ground. He crossed the bridge on foot, shouting to the soldiers inarticulate cries of enthusiasm for the empire and the coup d'état. Such figures as these were seen in 1814. Only instead of wearing a large tricolored cockade, they wore a large white cockade. In the main, the same phenomenon, old men crying, "Long live the past." Almost at the same moment, M. de Lerchejequelin crossed the Place de la Concorde, surrounded by 100 men in blouses, who followed him in silence and with an air of curiosity. Numerous regiments of cavalry were drawn up in the grand avenue of the Champs-Élysées. At 8 o'clock, a formidable force invested the Legislative Palace. All the approaches were guarded, all the doors were shut. Some representatives nevertheless succeeded in penetrating into the interior of the palace, not, as has been wrongly stated, by the passage of the President's house on the side of the Esplanade of the Invalids, but by the little door of the Rue de Bourgogne, called the Black Door. This door, by what omission or what connivance I do not know, remained open till noon on the 2d December. The Rue de Bourgogne was nevertheless full of troops. Squads of soldiers scattered here and there in the Rue de l'Université allowed passers-by, who were few and far between, to use it as a thoroughfare. The representatives who entered by the door in Rue de Bourgogne penetrated as far as the Salle des Conférences, where they met their colleagues coming out from M. Dupin. A numerous group of men, representing every shade of opinion in the assembly, was speedily assembled in this hall, amongst whom were MM. Eugensu, Richardet, Fayal, Joret, Marc Duffrace, Benoit Duron, Canet, Gambin, de Delsward, Craik, Rapellin, Taylor Latiris, Ranchin, General Ladet, Paulin Durieux, Chanet, Brillis, Callas de la Gironde, Monet, Gaston, Favreau, and Albert de Resseguier. Each newcomer accosted M. de Panat. "Where are the vice-presidents?" "In prison." "And the 2 other quaestors?" "Also in prison. And I beg you to believe, gentlemen," added M. de Panat, "that I have had nothing to do with the insult which has been offered me, in not arresting me." Indignation was at its height. Every political shade was blended in the same sentiment of contempt and anger, and M. de Resseguier was no less energetic than Eugensu. For the first time the assembly seemed only to have one heart and one voice. Each at length said what he thought of the man of the Élysée, and it was then seen that for a long time past Louis Bonaparte had imperceptibly created a profound unanimity in the assembly, the unanimity of contempt. M. Callas of the Gironde gesticulated and told his story. He came from the Ministry of the Interior. He had seen M. de Morny, he had spoken to him, and he, M. Callas, was incensed beyond measure at M. Bonaparte's crime. Since then, that crime has made him Councillor of State. M. de Panet went hither and thither among the groups, announcing to the representatives that he had convened the assembly for 1 o'clock. But it was impossible to wait until that hour. Time pressed. At the Palais Bourbon, as in the Rue Blanche, it was the universal feeling that each hour which passed by helped to accomplish the coup d'etat. Everyone felt as a reproach the weight of his silence or of his inaction. The circle of iron was closing in, the tide of soldiers rose unceasingly, and silently invaded the palace. At each instant a sentinel the more was found at a door, which a moment before had been free. Still, the group of representatives assembled together in the Salle des Conférences was as yet respected. It was necessary to act, to speak, to deliberate, to struggle, and not to lose a minute. Gambin said, "Let us try Dupin once more. He is our official man, we have need of him." They went to look for him, they could not find him. He was no longer there, he had disappeared, he was away, hidden, crouching, cowering, concealed, he had vanished, he was buried. Where, no one knew. Cowardice has unknown holes. Suddenly a man entered the hall. A man who was a stranger to the assembly, in uniform, wearing the epaulet of a superior officer and a sword by his side. He was a major of the 42d, who came to summon the representatives to quit their own house. All, royalists and republicans alike, rushed upon him. Such was the expression of an indignant eyewitness. General Narrated addressed him in language such as leaves an impression on the cheek rather than on the ear. "I do my duty, I fulfill my instructions," stammered the officer. "You are an idiot if you think you are doing your duty," cried Narrated to him, "and you are a scoundrel if you know that you are committing a crime. Your name, what do you call yourself? Give me your name." The officer refused to give his name and replied, "So, gentlemen, you will not withdraw." "No. I shall go and obtain force." "Do so." He left the room, and in actual fact went to obtain orders from the Ministry of the Interior. The representatives waited in that kind of indescribable agitation, which might be called the strangling of right by violence. In a short time, one of them who had gone out came back hastily, and warned them that 2 companies of the gendarmerie mobile were coming with their guns in their hands. Marc Duffrace cried out, "Let the outrage be thorough. Let the coup d'etat find us on our seats. Let us go to the Salle des Séances," he added. "Since things have come to such a pass, let us afford the genuine and living spectacle of an 18th Brumaire." They all repaired to the Hall of Assembly. The passage was free. The Salle Casimir Perrier was not yet occupied by the soldiers. They numbered about 60. Several were girded with their scarves of office. They entered the hall meditatively. There, M. de Rességuier, undoubtedly with a good purpose, and in order to form a more compact group, urged that they should all install themselves on the right side. "No," said Marc Duffrace, "every one to his bench." They scattered themselves about the hall, each in his usual place. M. Monet, who sat on one of the lower benches of the left center, held in his hand a copy of the Constitution. Several minutes elapsed. No one spoke. It was the silence of expectation which precedes decisive deeds and final crises, and during which everyone seems respectfully to listen to the last instructions of his conscience. Suddenly the soldiers of the gendarmerie mobile, headed by a captain with his sword drawn, appeared on the threshold. The Hall of Assembly was violated. The representatives rose from their seats simultaneously, shouting, "Vive la République!" The representative Monet alone remained standing, and in a loud and indignant voice, which resounded through the empty hall like a trumpet, ordered the soldiers to halt. The soldiers halted, looking at the representatives with a bewildered air. The soldiers as yet only blocked up the lobby of the left, and had not passed beyond the tribune. Then the representative Monet read the Articles 36, 37, and of the Constitution. Articles 36, and established the inviolability of the representatives. Article 68, deposed the president in the event of treason. That moment was a solemn one. The soldiers listened in silence. The articles having been read, Representative de Delsward, who sat on the first lower bench of the left, and who was nearest to the soldiers, turned towards them and said, "Soldiers, you see that the President of the Republic is a traitor, and would make traitors of you. You violate the sacred precinct of rational representation. In the name of the Constitution, in the name of the law, we order you to withdraw." While Delsward was speaking, the major commanding the gendarmerie mobile had entered. "Gentlemen," said he, "I have orders to request you to retire, and if you do not withdraw of your own accord, to expel you." "Orders to expel us," exclaimed Adelsward, and all the representatives added, "Whose orders? Let us see the orders. Who signed the orders?" The major drew forth a paper and unfolded it. Scarcely had he unfolded it than he attempted to replace it in his pocket, but General Ladet threw himself upon him and seized his arm. Several representatives leant forward and read the order for the expulsion of the assembly, signed Fortal, Minister of the Marine. Marc Duffrace turned towards the gendarmes mobiles and cried out to them, "Soldiers, your very presence here is an act of treason. Leave the hall." The soldiers seemed undecided. Suddenly, a second column emerged from the door on the right, and at a signal from the commander, the captain shouted, "Forward, turn them all out." Then began an indescribable hand-to-hand fight between the gendarmes and the legislators. The soldiers, with their guns in their hands, invaded the benches of the Senate. Repellin, Chanay, Ranchin were forcibly torn from their seats. 2 gendarmes rushed upon Marc Duffrace, 2 upon Gambin. A long struggle took place on the first bench of the right, the same place where Odilon Barrett and Abatucci were in the habit of sitting. Paulin Durieux resisted violence by force. It needed 3 men to drag him from his bench. Monet was thrown down upon the benches of the commissaries. They seized Adelsward by the throat and thrust him outside the hall. Richardet, a feeble man, was thrown down and brutally treated. Some were pricked with the points of the bayonets. Nearly all had their clothes torn. The commander shouted to the soldiers, "Rake them out." It was thus that 60 representatives of the people were taken by the collar by the coup d'etat and driven from their seats. The manner in which the deed was executed completed the treason. The physical performance was worthy of the moral performance. The 3 last to come out were Fayol, Taylor Ladgerus, and Paulin Durieux. They were allowed to pass by the great door of the palace, and they found themselves in the Place Bourgogne. The Place Bourgogne was occupied by the 42d Regiment of the Line, under the orders of Colonel Garderins. Between the palace and the Statue of the Republic, which occupied the center of the square, a piece of artillery was pointed at the assembly opposite the great door. As I finished signing this decree, Durand Saviat entered and whispered to me that a woman had asked for me and was waiting in the antechamber. I went out to her. It was Madame Churassin. Her husband had disappeared. The representative Churassin, a political economist, an agriculturist, a man of science, was at the same time a man of great courage. We had seen him on the preceding evening at the most perilous points. Had he been arrested, Madame Churassin came to ask me if we knew where he was. I was ignorant. She went to Mazas to make inquiries for him there. A colonel who simultaneously commanded in the army and in the police received her and said, "I can only permit you to see your husband on one condition." "What is that? You will talk to him about nothing." "What do you mean nothing?" "No news, no politics." "Very well. Give me your word of honor." And she had answered him, "How is it that you wish me to give you my word of honor, since I should decline to receive yours?" I have since seen Churassin in exile. Madame Churassin had just left me when Theodora Back arrived. He brought us the protest of the Council of State. Here it is. Protest of the Council of State. The undersigned members of the Council of State, elected by the Constituent and Legislative Assemblies, having assembled together, notwithstanding the decree of the 2d of December, at their usual place, and having found it surrounded by an armed force, which prohibited their access thereto, protest against the decree which has pronounced the dissolution of the Council of State, and declare that they only ceased their functions when hindered by force. Paris, this 3d December, 1851. Signed BTHMONT VIVIN Bureau de PUZY ED. CHRTON CUVIRDE. Ariananivill. Horace Say, Biulitia Genir, GAUTIRD RUMLLY, DEJOUVNCL. Dunyer, Carteret, Defresny, Bouchinalefer, Rivet, Boudit, Cormanin. Pons DE 50 HRULT. Let us relate the adventure of the Council of State. Louis Bonaparte had driven away the Assembly by the army and the High Court of Justice by the police. He expelled the Council of State by the porter. On the morning of the 2D of December, at the very hour at which the representatives of the right had gone from M. Darus to the mairie of the 10th arrondissement, the councillors of state betook themselves to the hotel on the Quai d'Orsay. They went in one by one. The quay was thronged with soldiers. A regiment was bivouacking there with their arms piled. The councillors of state soon numbered about 30. They set to work to deliberate. A draft protest was drawn up. At the moment when it was about to be signed, the porter came in, pale and stammering. He declared that he was executing his orders, and he enjoined them to withdraw. Upon this, several councillors of state declared that, indignant as they were, they could not place their signatures beside the Republican signatures. A means of obeying the porter. M. Bethmont, one of the presidents of the Council of State, offered the use of his house. He lived in the Rue Saint-Tramain. The Republican members repaired there and without discussion signed the protocol which has been given above. Some members who lived in the more distant quarters had not been able to come to the meeting. The youngest councillor of state, a man of firm heart and of noble mind, M. Edward Charton, undertook to take the protest to his absent colleagues. He did this, not without serious risk, on foot, not having been able to obtain a carriage, and he was arrested by the soldiery and threatened with being searched, which would have been highly dangerous. Nevertheless, he succeeded in reaching some of the councillors of state. Many signed, Pons de El Herald resolutely, Cormenin with a sort of fever, Boudet after some hesitation. M. Boudet trembled, his family were alarmed, they heard through the open window the discharge of artillery. Charton, brave and calm, said to him, "Your friends Vivian, Rivet, and Stowworm have signed." Boulet signed. Many refused, one alleging his great age, another the res angusta domi, a third the fear of doing the work of the Reds. "Say fear, in short," replied Charton. On the following day, December 3d, mm. Vivian and Bethmont took the protest to Boulet de la Mueth, Vice-President of the Republic and President of the Council of State, who received them in his dressing gown and exclaimed to them, "Be off, ruin yourselves if you like, but without me." On the morning of the 4th, M. de Cormenin erased his signature, giving this unprecedented but authentic excuse. "The word ex-councillor of state does not look well in a book. I am afraid of injuring my publisher." Yet another characteristic detail. M. Bahik, on the morning of the 2D, had arrived while they were drawing up the protest. He had half opened the door. Near the door was standing M. Gaudier de Rumilly, one of the most justly respected members of the Council of State. M. Bahik had asked M. Gaudier de Rumilly, "What are they doing? It is a crime. What are we doing?" M. Gaudier de Rumilly had answered, "A protest." Upon this word M. Bahik had reclosed the door and had disappeared. He reappeared later on under the Empire a minister. Chapter 3. Inside the Élysée. During the morning Dr. Ivan met Dr. Queneau. They were acquainted. They talked together. Ivan belonged to the left. Queneau belonged to the Élysée. Ivan knew through Queneau the details of what had taken place during the night at the Élysée, which he transmitted to us. One of these details was the following. An inexorable decree had been compiled and was about to be placarded. This decree enjoined upon all submission to the coup d'état. Saint Arnaud, who, as Minister of War, should sign the decree, had drawn it up. He had reached the last paragraph, which ran thus: "Whoever shall be detected constructing a barricade, posting a placard of the ex-representatives, or reading it shall be—" Here Saint Arnaud had paused, Morny had shrugged his shoulders, had snatched the pen from his hand, and written "shot." Other matters had been decided, but these were not recorded. Various pieces of information came in addition to these. A National Guard named Boilet de Dole had formed one of the guard at the Élysée on the night of the 3D anth. The windows of Louis Bonaparte's private room, which was on the ground floor, were lighted up throughout the night. In the adjoining room there was a council of war. From the sentry box where he was stationed, Boilet saw defined on the windows black profiles and gesticulating shadows, which were Magnan, Saint Arnaud, Persigny, Fleury, the spectres of the crime. Court, the general of the cuirassiers, had been summoned, as also Carolet, who commanded the division which did the hardest work on the following day, the 4th. From midnight to 3 o'clock in the morning generals and colonels did nothing but come and go. Even mere captains had come there. Towards 4 o'clock some carriages arrived with women. Treason and debauchery went hand in hand. The boudoir in the palace answered to the brothel in the barracks. The courtyard was filled with lancers, who held the horses of the generals who were deliberating. Two of the women who came that night belong in a certain measure to history. There are always feminine shadows of this sort in the background. These women influenced the unhappy generals. Both belonged to the best circles. The one was the Marquise of A, she who became enamored of her husband after having deceived him. She discovered that her lover was not worth her husband. Such a thing does happen. She was the daughter of the most whimsical Marshal of France, and of that pretty Countess of, to whom M. de Chateaubriand, after a night of love, composed this quatrain, which may now be published, all the personages being dead. The dawn peeps in at the window, she paints the sky with red. And over our loving embraces her rosy rays are shed. She looks on the slumbering world, love, with eyes that seem divine. But can she show on her lips, love, a smile as sweet as thine? 13. The smile of the daughter was as sweet as that of the mother, and more fatal. The other was Madame K., a Russian, fair, tall, blonde, light-hearted, involved in the hidden paths of diplomacy, possessing and displaying a casket full of love letters from Count Malay, somewhat of a spy, absolutely charming and terrifying. The precautions which had been taken in case of accident were visible even from outside. Since the preceding evening, there had been seen from the windows of the neighboring houses 2 postchaises in the courtyard of the Élysée, horsed, ready to start, the postilions in their saddles. In the stables of the Élysée in the Rue Montaigne, there were other carriages horsed, and horses saddled and bridled. Louis Bonaparte had not slept. During the night he had given mysterious orders, thence when morning came there was on this pale face a sort of appalling serenity. The crime grown calm was a disquieting symptom. During the morning he had almost laughed. Morny had come into his private room. Louis Bonaparte, having been feverish, had called in Queneau, who joined in the conversation. People are believed to be trustworthy, nevertheless they listen. Morny brought the police reports. 12 workmen of the National Printing Office had, during the night of the 2nd, refused to print the decrees and the proclamations. They had been immediately arrested. Colonel Forestier was arrested. They had transferred him to the fort of Bicarter, together with Cressay, Spinelli, Genelier, Hippolyte Magen, a talented and courageous writer, Gaudonech, a schoolmaster, and Pollino. This last name had struck Louis Bonaparte. "Who is this Pollino?" Morny had answered, "an ex-officer of the Shah of Persia's service." And he had added, "A mixture of Don Quixote and Sancho Panza." These prisoners had been placed in number 6 casemate. Further questions on the part of Louis Bonaparte. What are these casemates? And Morny had answered, cellars without air or daylight, 24 meters long, 8 wide, 5 high, dripping walls, damp pavements. Louis Bonaparte had asked, do they give them a truss of straw? And Morny had said, not yet, we shall see by and by. He had added, those who are to be transported are at Bicarter, those who are to be shot are at Ivry. Louis Bonaparte had inquired, what precautions had been taken? Morny gave him full particulars, that guards had been placed in all the steeples, that all printing presses had been placed under seal, that all the drums of the National Guard had been locked up, that there was therefore no fear either of a proclamation emanating from a printing office, or of a call to arms issuing from a mairie, or of the tocsin ringing from a steeple. Louis Bonaparte had asked whether all the batteries contained their full complements, as each battery should be composed of 4 pieces and 2 mortars. He had expressly ordered that only pieces of 8 and mortars of 16 centimeters in diameter should be employed. In truth, Morny, who was in the secret, had said, all this apparatus will have work to do. Then Morny had spoken of Mazas, that there were 600 men of the Republican Guards in the courtyard, all picked men, and who when attacked would defend themselves to the bitter end, that the soldiers received the arrested representatives with shouts of laughter, and that they had gone so far as to stare Thiers in the face, that the officers kept the soldiers at a distance, but with discretion and with a species of respect, that 3 prisoners were kept in solitary confinement, Grepo, Nadad, and a member of the Socialist Committee, Arsène Munier. This last named occupied number 32 of the 6th Division. Adjoining, in number 30, there was a representative of the right, who sobbed and cried unceasingly. This made Arsène Munier laugh, and this made Louis Bonaparte laugh. Another detail. When the fiacre bringing M. Bays was entering the courtyard of Mazas, it had struck against the gate, and the lamp of the fiacre had fallen to the ground and been broken to pieces. The coachman, dismayed at the damage, bewailed it. Who will pay for this? Exclaimed he. One of the police agents, who was in the carriage with the arrested quaestor, had said to the driver, don't be uneasy, speak to the brigadier. In matters such as this, where there is a breakage, it is the government which pays. And Bonaparte had smiled and muttered under his mustache, "That is only fair." Another anecdote from Morny also amused him. This was Cavaignac anger on entering his cell at Mazas. There is an aperture at the door of each cell, called the spy hole, through which the prisoners are played the spy upon unknown to themselves. The jailers had watched Cavaignac. He had begun by pacing up and down with folded arms, and then the space being too confined, he had seated himself on the stool in his cell. These stools are narrow pieces of plank upon 3 converging legs, which pierce the seat in the center and project beyond the plank, so that one is uncomfortably seated. Cavaignac had stood up, and with a violent kick had sent the stool to the other end of the cell. Then, furious and swearing, he had broken with a blow of his fist the little table of 5 inches by 12, which, with the stool, formed the sole furniture of the dungeon. This kick and fisticuff amused Louis Bonaparte. "And Maupas is as frightened as ever," said Morny. This made Bonaparte laugh still further. Morny, having given in his report, went away. Louis Bonaparte entered an adjoining room. A woman awaited him there. It appears that she came to entreat mercy for someone. Dr. Cano heard these expressive words, "Madam, I wink at your loves, do you wink at my hatreds?" 13. The above is a free rendering of the original, which is as follows. Des rayons du matin, el horizon si color. Le jour vient, éclairer notre tender entretien. Mais style, un sourire aux lèvres de l'horreur. Aussi du Quelatine. Chapter 4, Bonaparte's Familiar Spirits. M. Mérimée was vile by nature, he must not be blamed for it. With regard to M. de Morny it is otherwise, he was more worthy, there was something of the brigand in him. M. de Morny was courageous. Brigandage has its sentiments of honor. M. Mérimée has wrongly given himself out as one of the confederates of the coup d'état. He had, however, nothing to boast of in this. The truth is that M. Mérimée was in no way a confidant. Louis Bonaparte made no useless confidences. Let us add that it is little probable, notwithstanding some slight evidence to the contrary, that M. Mérimée, at the date of the 2d December, had any direct relations with Louis Bonaparte. This ensued later on. At first Mérimée only knew Morny. Morny and Mérimée were both intimate at the Élysée, but on a different footing. Morny can be believed, but not Mérimée. Morny was in the great secrets, Mérimée in the small ones. Commissions of gallantry formed his vocation. The familiars of the Élysée were of 2 kinds, the trustworthy confederates and the courtiers. The first of the trustworthy confederates was Morny. The first, or the last of the courtiers was Mérimée. This is what made the fortune of M. Mérimée. Crimes are only glorious during the first moment, they fade quickly. This kind of success lacks permanency, it is necessary promptly to supplement it with something else. At the Élysée, a literary ornament was wanted. A little savor of the Academy is not out of place in a brigand's cavern. M. Mérimée was available. It was his destiny to sign himself the Empress's jester. Madame de Montijo presented him to Louis Bonaparte, who accepted him, and who completed his court with this insipid but plausible writer. This court was a heterogeneous collection, a dinner wagon of basenesses, a menagerie of reptiles, a herbal of poisons. Besides the trustworthy confederates who were for use, and the courtiers who were for ornament, there were the auxiliaries. Certain circumstances called for reinforcements. Sometimes these were women, the flying squadron. Sometimes men, Saint Arnaud Espinas, Saint George Maupas. Sometimes neither men nor women, the Marquis de C. The whole troop was noteworthy. Let us say a few words of it. There was Villars the preceptor, an atheist with a tinge of Catholicism, a good billiard player. Villars was an anecdotist. He recounted smilingly the following. Towards the close of 1807, Queen Hortense, who of her own accord lived in Paris, wrote to the King Louis that she could not exist any longer without seeing him, that she could not do without him, and that she was about to come to The Hague. The king said, "She is with child." He sent for his minister Van Manen, showed him the Queen's letter, and added, "She is coming. Very good. Our 2 chambers communicate by a door, the Queen will find it walled up." Louis took his royal mantle in earnest, for he exclaimed, "A king's mantle shall never serve as coverlet to a harlot." The minister Van Manen, terrified, sent word of this to the emperor. The emperor fell into a rage, not against Hortense but against Louis. Nevertheless Louis held firm. The door was not walled up but his majesty was, and when the queen came he turned his back upon her. This did not prevent Napoleon Roman III from being born. A suitable number of salvos of cannon saluted this birth. Such was the story which, in the summer of 1840, in the house called La Terrasse, before witnesses, among whom was Ferdinand B., Marquis de la Fifty, a companion during boyhood of the author of this book, was told by M. Villa, an ironical Bonapartist, an errant skeptic. Besides Villa there was Vaudry, whom Louis Bonaparte made a general at the same time as a spiness. In case of need, a colonel of conspiracies can become a general of ambuscades. There was Philon, 14, the corporal who became a duke. There was Fleury, who was destined to the glory of traveling by the side of the Tsar on his buttocks. There was Lacrosse, a liberal turned clerical, one of those conservatives who push order as far as the embalming and preservation as far as the mummy, later on a senator. There was Larrabit, a friend of Lacrosse, as much a domestic and not less a senator. There was Canon Coquereau, the abbé of La Belle Poule. The answer is known which he made to a princess who asked him, "What is the Élysée?" It appears that one can say to a princess what one cannot say to a woman. There was Hippolyte Fordal, of the climbing genus, of the worth of a Gustave Planche or of some Philaret Chasles, an ill-tempered writer who had become Minister of the Marine, which caused Berenger to say, "This Fordal knows all the spars, including the greased pole." There were some Overgants there, too. They hated each other. One had nicknamed the other the melancholy tinker. There was Saint Beuve, a distinguished but inferior man, having a pardonable fondness for ugliness. A great critic like Cousin is a great philosopher. There was Troplong, who had had Dupin for procurator, and whom Dupin had had for president. Dupin, Troplong, the two side faces of the mask placed upon the brow of the law. There was Abatucci, a conscience which let everything pass by, today a street. There was the Abbé 1000, later on Bishop of Nancy, who emphasized with a smile the oaths of Louis Bonaparte. There were the frequenters of a famous box at the opera, Montque, and Sept, placing at the service of an unscrupulous prince the deep side of frivolous men. There was Romeu, the outline of a drunkard behind a red spectre. There was Malatourne, not a bad friend, coarse and sincere. There was Cutch, whose name caused hesitation amongst the ushers at the saloon doors. There was Sewin, a man able to furnish excellent counsel for bail actions. There was Dr. Véron, who had on his cheek what the other men of the Élysée had in their hearts. There was Mauquart, once a handsome member of the Dutch court. Mauquart possessed romantic recollections. He might by age, and perhaps otherwise, have been the father of Louis Bonaparte. He was a lawyer. He had shown himself quick-witted about 1829, at the same time as Romeu. Later on he had published something, I no longer remember what, which was pompous and in quarto size, and which he sent to me. It was he who in May, 1847, had come with Prince de la Moscow to bring me King Jerome's petition to the Chamber of Peers. This petition requested the readmittance of the banished Bonaparte family into France. I supported it, a good action, and a fault which I would again commit. There was Billault, a semblance of an orator, rambling with facility and making mistakes with authority, a reputed statesman. What constitutes the statesman is a certain superior mediocrity. There was Lavalette, completing Morny and Walewski. There was Baxiacchi. And yet others. It was at the inspiration of these intimate associates that during his presidency Louis Bonaparte, a species of Dutch Machiavelli, went hither and thither, to the Chamber and elsewhere, to Tours, to Ham, to Dijon, snuffling, with a sleepy air, speeches full of treason. The Élysée, wretched as it was, holds a place in the age. The Élysée has engendered catastrophes and ridicule. One cannot pass it over in silence. The Élysée was the disquieting and dark corner of Paris. In this bad spot, the denizens were little and formidable. They formed a family circle of dwarfs. They had their maxim, to enjoy themselves. They lived on public death. There they inhaled shame, and they throve on that which kills others. It was there that was reared up with art, purpose, industry, and goodwill, the decadence of France. There worked the bought, fed, and obliging public men. Read prostituted. Even literature was compounded there, as we have shown. Villa was a classic of 1830, Morny created Choufleury, Louis Bonaparte was a candidate for the Academy. Strange place. Rambouillet's hotel mingled itself with the House of Banquet. The Élysée has been the laboratory, the counting house, the confessional, the alcove, the den of the rain. The Élysée assumed to govern everything, even the morals above all the morals. It spread the paint on the bosom of women at the same time as the color on the faces of the men. It set the fashion for toilette and for music. It invented the crinoline and the operetta. At the Élysée, a certain ugliness was considered as elegance. That which makes the countenance noble was there scoffed at, as was that which makes the soul great. The phrase, human face divine, was ridiculed at the Élysée, and it was there that for 20 years every baseness was brought into fashion, effrontery included. History, whatever may be its pride, is condemned to know that the Élysée existed. The grotesque side does not prevent the tragic side. There is at the Élysée a room which has seen the second abdication, the abdication after Waterloo. It is at the Élysée that Napoleon I ended, and that Napoleon III began. It is at the Élysée that Dupin appeared to the two Napoleons, in 1815 to depose the great, in 1851 to worship the little. At this last epoch this place was perfectly villainous. There no longer remained one virtue there. At the court of Tiberius there was still Thracias, but round Louis Bonaparte there was nobody. If one sought conscience, one found Barrach. If one sought religion, one found Montalembert. 14 better known afterwards as Persigny. Chapter 5. A Wavering. During this terribly historical morning of the 4th of December, a day the master was closely observed by his satellites, Louis Bonaparte had shut himself up, but in doing so he betrayed himself. A man who shuts himself up meditates, and for such men to meditate is to premeditate. What could be the premeditation of Louis Bonaparte? What was working in his mind? Questions which all asked themselves, two persons excepted, Morny, the man of thought, Saint Arnaud, the man of action. Louis Bonaparte claimed, justly, a knowledge of men. He prided himself upon it, and from a certain point of view he was right. Others have the power of divination, he had the faculty of scent. It is brute-like but trustworthy. He had assuredly not been mistaken in Mappas. To pick the lock of the law he needed a skeleton key. He took Mappas. Nor could any burglar's implement have answered better in the lock of the Constitution than Mappas. Neither was he mistaken in QB. He saw at once that this serious man had in him the necessary composite qualities of a rascal. And in fact, QB, after having voted and signed the deposition at the mairie of the 10th arrondissement, became one of the 3 reporters of the joint commissions, and his share in the abominable total recorded by history amounts to 1,634 victims. Louis Bonaparte, however, at times judged amiss, especially respecting Poger. Poger, though chosen by him, remained an honest man. Louis Bonaparte, mistrusting the workmen of the National Printing Office, and not without reason, for 12, as has been seen, were refractory, had improvised a branch establishment in case of emergency, a sort of state sub-printing office, as it were, situated in the Rue de Luxembourg, with steam and hand presses and 8 workmen. He had given the management of it to Poger. When the hour of the crime arrived, and with it the necessity of printing the nefarious placards, he sounded Poger and found him rebellious. He then turned to St. George's, a more subservient lackey. He was less mistaken, but still he was mistaken, in his appreciation of X. On the 2d of December, X, an ally thought necessary by Morny, became a source of anxiety to Louis Bonaparte. X was 44 years of age, loved women, craved promotion, and therefore was not overscrupulous. He began his career in Africa under Colonel Coombs in the 47th of the line. He showed great bravery at Constantine. At Zacha he extricated Herbelin, and the siege, badly begun by Herbelin, had been brought to a successful termination by him. X, who was a little short man, his head sunk in his shoulders, was intrepid, and admirably understood the handling of a brigade. Bugeaud, Lamoricière, Cavaignac, and Changarnier were his 4 stepping stones to advancement. At Paris, in 1851, he met Lamoricière, who received him coldly, and Changarnier, who treated him better. He left Sattery indignant, exclaiming, "We must finish with this Louis Bonaparte. He is corrupting the army. These drunken soldiers make one sick at heart. I shall return to Africa." In October Changarnier's influence decreased, and X's enthusiasm abated. X then frequented the Élysée, but without giving his adherence. He promised his support to General Bidault, who counted upon him. At daybreak on the 2nd of December, someone came to waken X. It was Edgar Ney. X was a prop for the coup d'etat, but would he consent? Edgar Ney explained the affair to him and left him only after seeing him leave the barracks of the Rue Verte at the head of the 1st Regiment. X took up his position at the Place de la Madeleine. As he arrived there, La Roche-Jacqueline, thrust back from the chamber by its invaders, crossed the place. La Roche-Jacqueline, not yet a Bonapartist, was furious. He perceived X, his old schoolfellow at the École Militaire in 1830, with whom he was on intimate terms. He went up to him, exclaiming, "This is an infamous act. What are you doing?" "I am waiting," answered X. La Roche-Jacqueline left him. X dismounted and went to see a relation, a councillor of state, M.R., who lived in the Rue de Chorsny. He asked his advice. M.R., an honest man, did not hesitate. He answered, "I am going to the Council of State to do my duty. It is a crime." X shook his head and said, "We must wait and see." This "I am waiting, and we must see" preoccupied Louis Bonaparte. Morny said, "Let us make use of the flying squadron." Chapter 6. Denis Dussaubes. Gaston Dussaubes was one of the bravest members of the left. He was a representative of the Haute-Vienne. At the time of his first appearance in the Assembly he wore, as formerly did Théophile Gautier, a red waistcoat, and the shudder which Gautier's waistcoat caused among the men of letters in 1830, Gaston Dussaubes' waistcoat caused among the royalists of 1851. M. Parishes, Bishop of Langres, who would have had no objection to a red hat, was terrified by Gaston Dussaubes' red waistcoat. Another source of horror to the right was that Dussaubes had, it was said, passed 3 years at Belle Isle as a political prisoner, a penalty incurred by the Limoges affair. Universal suffrage had, it would seem, taken him thence to place him in the Assembly. To go from the prison to the Senate is certainly not very surprising in our changeful times, although it is sometimes followed by a return from the Senate to the prison. But the right was mistaken. The culprit of Limoges was, not Gaston Dussaubes, but his brother Denis. In fine, Gaston Dussaubes inspired fear. He was witty, courageous, and gentle. In the summer of 1851, I went to dine every day at the conciergerie with my 2 sons and my 2 imprisoned friends. These great hearts and great minds, Vacquerie, Muris, Charles, and François Victor, attracted men of like quality. The livid half-light that crept in through latticed and barred windows disclosed a family circle at which there often assembled eloquent orators, among others Crémieux, and powerful and charming writers, including Peyret. One day Michel de Bourges brought to us Gaston Dussaubes. Gaston Dussaubes lived in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, near the Assembly. On the 2nd of December we did not see him at our meetings. He was ill, nailed down, as he wrote me, by rheumatism of the joints, and compelled to keep his bed. He had a brother younger than himself, whom we have just mentioned, Denis Dussaubes. On the morning of the 4th his brother went to see him. Gaston Dussaubes knew of the coup d'etat, and was exasperated at being obliged to remain in bed. He exclaimed, "I am dishonored. There will be barricades, and my sash will not be there." "Yes," said his brother, "it will be there." "How?" "Lend it to me." "Take it." Denis took Gaston's sash and went away. We shall see Denis Dussaubes later on. Chapter 7. Items and Interviews. Lamoricière on the same morning found means to convey to me by Madame de Courbon 15 the following information. Fortress of Ham, the commandant's name is Baudot. His appointment, made by Cavaignac in 1848, was countersigned by Cheras. Both are today his prisoners. The commissary of police, sent by Morny to the village of Ham to watch the movements of the jailer and the prisoners, is Dufour de Pouillac. 16. I thought when I received this communication that the commandant Baudot, the jailer, had connived at its rapid transmission. A sign of the instability of the central power. Lamoricière, by the same means, put me in possession of some details concerning his arrest and that of his fellow generals. These details complete those which I have already given. The arrests of the generals were effected at the same time at their respective homes under nearly similar circumstances. Everywhere houses surrounded, doors opened by artifice or burst open by force, porters deceived, sometimes garroted, men in disguise, men provided with ropes, men armed with axes, surprises in bed, nocturnal violence. A plan of action which resembled, as I have said, an invasion of brigands. General Lamoricière, according to his own expression, was a sound sleeper. Notwithstanding the noise at his door, he did not awake. His servant, a devoted old soldier, spoke in a loud voice and called out to arouse the general. He even offered resistance to the police. A police agent wounded him in the knee with a sword thrust. 17 The general was awakened, seized, and carried away. While passing in a carriage along the Quai Malaquais, Lamoricière noticed troops marching by with their knapsacks on their backs. He leaned quickly forward out of the window. The commissary of police thought he was about to address the soldiers. He seized the general by the arm and said to him, "General, if you say a word I shall put this on you." And with the other hand he showed him in the dim light something which proved to be a gag. All the generals arrested were taken to Mazas. There they were locked up and forgot. At 8 in the evening, General Changarnier had eaten nothing. These arrests were not pleasant tasks for the commissaries of police. They were made to drink down their shame in large draughts. Cavaignac, Leflot, Changarnier, Bidault, and Lamoricière did not spare them any more than Cheras did. As he was leaving, General Cavaignac took some money with him. Before putting it in his pocket, he turned towards Colin, the commissary of police who had arrested him, and said, "Will this money be safe on me?" The commissary exclaimed, "Oh, General, what are you thinking of?" "What assurance have I that you are not thieves?" answered Cavaignac. At the same time, nearly the same moment, Cheras said to Curtet, the commissary of police, "Who can tell me that you are not pickpockets?" A few days afterwards, these pitiful wretches all received the Cross of the Legion of Honor. This cross, given by the last Bonaparte to policemen after the 2d of December, is the same as that affixed by the first Napoleon to the eagles of the Grand Army after Austerlitz. I communicated these details to the committee. Other reports came in. A few concerned the press. Since the morning of the 4th, the press was treated with soldier-like brutality. Serrière, the courageous printer, came to tell us what had happened at the press. Serrière published the press and the Avènement du Peuple, the latter a new name for the Avènement, which had been judicially suppressed. On the 2d, at 7 o'clock in the morning, the printing office had been occupied by 28 soldiers of the Republican Guard, commanded by a lieutenant named Pape, since decorated for this achievement. This man had given Serrière an order prohibiting the printing of any article signed Nus. A commissary of police accompanied Lieutenant Pape. This commissary had notified Serrière of a decree of the President of the Republic, suppressing the Avènement du Peuple, and had placed sentinels over the presses. The workmen had resisted, and one of them said to the soldiers, "We shall print it in spite of you." Then 40 additional municipal guards arrived, with 2 quartermasters, 4 corporals, and a detachment of the line, with drums at their head, commanded by a captain. Girardin came up indignant, and protested with so much energy that a quartermaster said to him, "I should like a colonel of your stamp." Girardin's courage communicated itself to the workmen, and by dint of skill and daring, under the very eyes of the gendarmes, they succeeded in printing Girardin's proclamations with the hand press, and ours with the brush. They carried them away wet, in small packages, under their waistcoats. Luckily the soldiers were drunk. The gendarmes made them drink, and the workmen, profiting by their revels, printed. The municipal guards laughed, swore and jested, drank champagne and coffee, and said, "We fill the places of the representatives, we have 25 francs a day." All the printing houses in Paris were occupied in the same manner by the soldiery. The coup d'état reigned everywhere. The crime even ill-treated the press which supported it. At the office of the Moniteur Parisien, the police agents threatened to fire on anyone who should open a door. M. de Lamer, director of the Patrie, had 40 municipal guards on his hands, and trembled lest they should break his presses. He said to one of them, "Why, I am on your side." The gendarme replied, "What is that to me?" At 3 o'clock on the morning of the 4th, all the printing offices were evacuated by the soldiers. The captain said to Serrière, "We have orders to concentrate in our own quarters." And Serrière, in announcing this fact, added, "Something is in preparation." I had had since the previous night several conversations with Georges Biscarat, an honest and brave man, of whom I shall have occasion to speak hereafter. I had given him rendezvous at number 19, Rue Richelieu. Many persons came and went during this morning of the 4th from number 15, where we deliberated, to number 19, where I slept. As I left this honest and courageous man in the street, I saw M. Mérimée, his exact opposite, coming towards me. "Oh," said M. Mérimée, "I was looking for you." I answered him, "I hope you will not find me." He held out his hand to me, and I turned my back on him. I have not seen him since. I believe he is dead. In speaking one day in 1847 with Mérimée about Morny, we had the following conversation. Mérimée said, M. de Morny has a great future before him. And he asked me, do you know him? I answered, ah, he has a fine future before him. Yes, I know M. de Morny. He is a clever man. He goes a great deal into society and conducts commercial operations. He started the Ville Montagny affair, the zinc mines, and the coal mines of Liege. I have the honor of his acquaintance. He is a sharper. There was this difference between Mérimée and myself. I despised Morny, and he esteemed him. Morny reciprocated his feeling. It was natural. I waited until Mérimée had passed the corner of the street. As soon as he disappeared, I went into number 15. There they had received news of Canrobert. On the 2D, he went to see Madame Leflo, that noble woman, who was most indignant at what had happened. There was to be a ball next day given by Saint Arnaud at the Ministry of War. General and Madame Leflo were invited and had made an appointment there with General Canrobert. But the ball did not form a part of Madame Leflo's conversation with him. General, said she, all your comrades are arrested. Is it possible that you give your support to such an act? What I intend giving, replied Canrobert, is my resignation, and he added, you may tell General Leflo so. He was pale and walked up and down, apparently much agitated. Your resignation, General? Yes, Madame. Is it positive? Yes, Madame, if there is no riot. General Canrobert, exclaimed Madame Leflo, that if tells me your intentions. Canrobert, however, had not yet taken his decision. Indeed, indecision was one of his chief characteristics. Pelissier, who was cross-grained and gruff, used to say, judge men by their names, indeed. I am christened Amiable, Randon César, and Canrobert certain. 15 Number 16, Rue d'Anjou, Saint-Honoré. 16 The author still has in his possession the note written by Lamoricière. 17 Later on, the wound having got worse, he was obliged to have his leg taken off. Chapter 8 The Situation. Although the fighting tactics of the committee were, for the reasons which I have already given, not to concentrate all their means of resistance into 1 hour, or in one particular place, but to spread them over as many points and as many days as possible, each of us knew instinctively, as also the criminals of the Élysée on their side, that the day would be decisive. The moment drew near when the coup d'etat would storm us from every side, and when we should have to sustain the onslaught of an entire army. Would the people, that great revolutionary populace of the faubourgs of Paris, abandon their representatives? Would they abandon themselves? Or, awakened and enlightened, would they at length arise? A question more and more vital, and which we repeated to ourselves with anxiety. The National Guard had shown no sign of earnestness. The eloquent proclamation, written at Maurice by Jules Favre and Alexander Ray, and addressed in our name to the national legions, had not been printed. Hetzel's scheme had failed. Versigny and Lebraus had not been able to rejoin him. The place appointed for their meeting, the corner of the boulevard and the Rue du Richelieu, having been continually scoured by charges of cavalry. The courageous effort of Colonel Gracier to win over the 6th Legion, the more timid attempt of Lieutenant Colonel Houin upon the 5th, had failed. Nevertheless, indignation began to manifest itself in Paris. The preceding evening had been significant. Hingray came to us during the morning, bringing under his cloak a bundle of copies of the decree of deposition, which had been reprinted. In order to bring them to us, he had twice run the risk of being arrested and shot. We immediately caused these copies to be distributed and placarded. This placarding was resolutely carried out. At several points, our placards were posted by the side of the placards of the coup d'etat, which pronounced the penalty of death against anyone who should placard the decrees emanating from the representatives. Hingray told us that our proclamations and our decrees had been lithographed and distributed by hand in thousands. It was urgently necessary that we should continue our publications. A printer, who had formerly been a publisher of several democratic journals, M. Boulay, had offered me his services on the preceding evening. In June 1848, I had protected his printing office, then being devastated by the National Guards. I wrote to him, I enclosed our judgments and our decrees in the letter, and the representative Montaigu undertook to take them to him. M. Boulay excused himself. His printing presses had been seized by the police at midnight. Through the precautions which we had taken, and thanks to the patriotic assistance of several young medical and chemical students, powder had been manufactured in several quarters. At one point alone, the Rue Jacob, 100 kilograms had been turned out during the night. As, however, this manufacture was principally carried out on the left bank of the river, and as the fighting took place on the right bank, it was necessary to transport this powder across the bridges. They managed this in the best manner they could. Towards 9 o'clock we were warned that the police, having been informed of this, had organized a system of inspection, and that all persons crossing the river were searched, particularly on the Pont Neuf. A certain strategical plan became manifest, the 10 central bridges militarily guarded. People were arrested in the street on account of their personal appearance. A Sergeant de Ville, at the corner of Hiponto Change, exclaimed, loud enough for the passers-by to hear, "We shall lay hold of all those who have not their beards properly trimmed, or who do not appear to have slept." Notwithstanding all this, we had a little powder. The disarming of the National Guard at various points had produced about 800 muskets. Our proclamations and our decrees were being placarded. Our voice was reaching the people. A certain confidence was springing up. "The wave is rising, the wave is rising," exclaimed Edgar Quinnett, who had come to shake my hand. We were informed that the schools were rising in insurrection during the day, and that they offered us a refuge in the midst of them. Jules Favre exclaimed joyfully, "Tomorrow we shall date our decrees from the Pantheon." Signs of good omen grew more numerous. An old hotbed of insurrection, the Rue Saint-André des Arts, was becoming agitated. The association called La Presse du Travail gave signs of life. Some brave workmen, at the house of one of their colleagues, Natre No. 13, Rue du Jardinet, had organized a little printing press in a garret, a few steps from the barracks of the Gendarmerie Mobile. They had spent the night first in compiling, and then in printing, a manifesto to working men, which called the people to arms. They were 5 skillful and determined men. They had procured paper, they had perfectly new type. Some of them moistened the paper, while the others composed. Towards 2 o'clock in the morning they began to print. It was essential that they should not be heard by the neighbors. They had succeeded in muffling the hollow blows of the encrollers, alternating with the rapid sound of the printing blankets. In a few hours 1,500 copies were pulled, and at daybreak they were placarded at the corners of the streets. The leader of these intrepid workmen, A. Desmoulins, who belonged to that sturdy race of men who are both cultured and who can fight, had been greatly disheartened on the preceding day. He now had become hopeful. On the preceding day he wrote, "Where are the representatives? The communications are cut. The quays and the boulevards can no longer be crossed. It has become impossible to reunite the popular assembly. The people need direction." Deflat in one district, Victor Hugo in another, Sculpture in a third, are actively urging on the combat, and expose their lives a score of times, but none feel themselves supported by any organized body. And moreover, the attempt of the Royalists in the 10th arrondissement has roused apprehension. People dread lest they should see them reappear when all is accomplished. Now this man so intelligent and so courageous recovered confidence, and he wrote, "Decidedly, Louis Napoleon is afraid. The police reports are alarming for him. The resistance of the Republican representatives is bearing fruit. Paris is arming. Certain regiments appear ready to turn back. The gendarmerie itself is not to be depended upon, and this morning an entire regiment refused to march. Disorder is beginning to show itself in the services. 2 batteries fired upon each other for a long time without recognition. One would say that the coup d'etat is about to fail." The symptoms, as may be seen, were growing more reassuring. Had Mappas become unequal to the task? Had they resorted to a more skillful man? An incident seemed to point to this. On the preceding evening a tall man had been seen, between 5 and 7 o'clock, walking up and down before the café of the Place Saint-Michel. He had been joined by 2 of the commissaries of the police who had effected the arrests of the 2d of December and had talked to them for a long time. This man was Carlier. Was he about to supplant Mappas? The representative Labrouse, seated at a table of the café, had witnessed this conspirators' parley. Each of the 2 commissaries was followed by that species of police agent which is called the commissary's dog. At the same time, strange warnings reached the committee. The following letter 18 was brought to our knowledge. 3d December. My dear Bocage. Today at 6 o'clock, 25,000 francs has been offered to anyone who arrests or kills Hugo. You know where he is. He must not go out under any pretext whatever. Yours ever, L. Dumas. At the back was written, Bocage, 18, Rue Cassette. It was necessary that the minutest details should be considered. In the different places of combat, a diversity of passwords prevailed, which might cause danger. For the password on the day before we had given the name of Baudin. In imitation of this, the names of other representatives had been adopted as passwords on barricades. In the Rue Rambuteau, the password was Eugene Sue and Mitchell de Bourges. In the Rue Beaubourg, Victor Hugo. At the St. Denis Chapel, Esquiros and de Flot. We thought it necessary to put a stop to this confusion and to suppress the proper names, which are always easy to guess. The password settled upon was, "What is Joseph doing?" At every moment items of news and information came to us from all sides, that barricades were everywhere being raised, and that firing was beginning in the central streets. Mitchell de Bourges exclaimed, "Construct a square of 4 barricades, and we will go and deliberate in the center." We received news from Mont Valérien. 2 prisoners the more. Rigel and Bell had just been committed, both of the left. Dr. Rigel was the representative of Gaillac and Bell of Lavore. Rigel was ill, they had arrested him in bed. In prison he lay upon a pallet and could not dress himself. His colleague Bell acted as his valet de chambre. Towards 9 o'clock an ex-captain of the 8th Legion of the National Guard of 1848, named Jourdan, came to place himself at our service. He was a bold man, one of those who had carried out, on the morning of the 24th February, the rash surprise of the Hôtel de Ville. We charged him to repeat this surprise, and to extend it to the prefecture of police. He knew how to set about the work. He told us that he had only a few men, but that during the day he would cause certain houses of strategical importance on the Quai des Sèvres, on the Quai Lepelletier, and in the Rue de la Cité, to be silently occupied, and that if it should chance that the leaders of the coup d'état, owing to the combat in the center of Paris growing more serious, should be forced to withdraw the troops from the Hôtel de Ville and the prefecture, an attack would be immediately commenced on these 2 points. Captain Jourdan, we may at once mention, did what he had promised us. Unfortunately, as we learnt that evening, he began perhaps a little too soon. As he had foreseen, a moment arrived when the square of the Hôtel de Ville was almost devoid of troops. General Herbelin having been forced to leave it with his cavalry, to take the barricades of the center in the rear. The attack of the Republicans burst forth instantly. Musket shots were fired from the windows on the Quai Lepelletier, but the left of the column was still on the Pont d'Arcole. A line of riflemen had been placed by a major named Larichette before the Hôtel de Ville. The 44th retraced its steps, and the attempt failed. Bastide arrived, with chauffeur and Lasek. "Good news," said he to us, "all is going on well." His grave, honest, and dispassionate countenance shone with a sort of patriotic serenity. He came from the barricades and was about to return thither. He had received 2 balls in his cloak. I took him aside and said to him, "Are you going back?" "Yes, take me with you." "No," answered he, "you are necessary here. Today you are the general, I am the soldier." I insisted in vain. He persisted in refusing, repeating continually, "The committee is our center, it should not disperse itself. It is your duty to remain here. Besides," added he, "make your mind easy. You run here more risk than we do. If you are taken, you will be shot." "Well then," said I, "the moment may come when our duty will be to join in the combat." "Without doubt," I resumed, "you who are on the barricades will be better judges than we shall of that moment. Give me your word of honor that you will treat me as you would wish me to treat you, and that you will come and fetch us." "I give it you," he answered, and he pressed my 2 hands in his own. Later on, however, a few moments after Bastide had left, great as was my confidence in the loyal word of this courageous and generous man, I could no longer restrain myself, and I profited by an interval of 2 hours of which I could dispose, to go and see with my own eyes what was taking place, and in what manner the resistance was behaving. I took a carriage in the square of the Palais Royal. I explained to the driver who I was, and that I was about to visit and encourage the barricades, that I should go sometimes on foot, sometimes in the carriage, and that I trusted myself to him. I told him my name. The first comer is almost always an honest man. This true-hearted coachman answered me, "I know where the barricades are. I will drive you wherever it is necessary. I will wait for you wherever it is necessary. I will drive you there and bring you back, and if you have no money, do not pay me, I am proud of such an action." And we start. The original of this note is in the hands of the author of this book. It was handed to us by M. Avenel on the part of M. Bocage. Chapter 9. The Porte Saint-Martin. Important deeds had been already achieved during the morning. "It is taking root," Bastide had said. "The difficulty is not to spread the flames, but to light the fire." It was evident that Paris began to grow ill-tempered. Paris does not get angry at will, she must be in the humor for it. A volcano possesses nerves. The anger was coming slowly, but it was coming. On the horizon might be seen the first glimmering of the eruption. For the Élysée, as for us, the critical moment was drawing nigh. From the preceding evening they were nursing their resources. The coup d'etat and the Republic were at length about to close with each other. The committee had in vain attempted to drag the wheel. Some irresistible impulse carried away the last defenders of liberty and hurried them on to action. The decisive battle was about to be fought. In Paris, when certain hours have sounded, when there appears an immediate necessity for a progressive movement to be carried out, or a right to be vindicated, the insurrections rapidly spread throughout the whole city. But they always begin at some particular point. Paris, in its vast historical task, comprises two revolutionary classes, the middle class and the people. And to these two combatants correspond two places of combat, the Porte Saint-Martin when the middle class are revolting, the Bastille when the people are revolting. The eye of the politician should always be fixed on these 2 points. They're famous in contemporary history, are 2 spots where a small portion of the hot cinders of revolution seem ever to smolder. When a wind blows from above, these burning cinders are dispersed and fill the city with sparks. This time, as we have already explained, the formidable Faubourg Antin slumbered, and, as has been seen, nothing had been able to awaken it. An entire park of artillery was encamped with lighted matches around the July column, that enormous deaf and dumb memento of the Bastille. This lofty revolutionary pillar, this silent witness of the great deeds of the past, seemed to have forgotten all. Sad to say, the paving stones which had seen the 14th of July did not rise under the cannon wheels of the 2d of December. It was therefore not the Bastille which began, it was the Porte Saint-Martin. From 8 o'clock in the morning, the Rue Saint-Denis and the Rue Saint-Martin were in an uproar throughout their length. Throngs of indignant passers-by went up and down those thoroughfares. They tore down the placards of the coup d'etat. They posted up our proclamations. Groups at the corners of all the adjacent streets commented upon the decree of outlawry drawn up by the members of the left remaining at liberty. They snatched the copies from each other. Men mounted on the curbstones read aloud the names of the 120 signatories, and still more than on the day before, each significant or celebrated name was hailed with applause. The crowd increased every moment and the anger. The entire Rue Saint-Denis presented the strange aspect of a street with all the doors and windows closed, and all the inhabitants in the open air. Look at the houses, there is death. Look at the street, it is the tempest. Some 50 determined men suddenly emerged from a side alley and began to run through the streets, saying, "To arms! Long live the representatives of the left! Long live the Constitution!" The disarming of the National Guards began. It was carried out more easily than on the preceding evening. In less than an hour more than 150 muskets had been obtained. In the meanwhile, the street became covered with barricades. Chapter 10. My visit to the barricade. My coachman deposited me at the corner of St. Eustache and said to me, "Here you are in the hornet's nest." He added, "I will wait for you in the Rue de la Vrillière near the Place des Victoires. Take your time." I began walking from barricade to barricade. In the first, I met Deflot, who offered to serve me as a guide. There is not a more determined man than Deflot. I accepted his offer. He took me everywhere where my presence could be of use. On the way he gave me an account of the steps taken by him to print our proclamations. Boulet's printing office having failed him, he had applied to a lithographic press, at number 30, Rue Berger, and at the peril of their lives 2 brave men had print copies of our decrees. These 2 true-hearted workmen were named, the one Rubens, the other Achille Poincelot. While walking I made jottings in pencil with Baudin's pencil which I had with me. I registered facts at random. I reproduce this page here. These living facts are useful for history. The coup d'etat is there, as though freshly bleeding. Morning of the 4th. It looks as if the combat was suspended. Will it burst forth again? Barricades visited by me, one at the corner of St. Eustache, one at the Oyster Market, one in the Rue Mauconseil, one in the Rue Tiqueton, one in the Rue Mandar Rocher de Cancale, one barring the Rue du Cadran and the Rue Montorgueil, 4. Closing the Petit Carreau. The beginning of one between the Rue des Deux-Ports and the Rue Saint-Sauveur, barring the Rue Saint-Denis. 1. The largest, barring the Rue Saint-Denis at the top of the Rue Guidron-Boisseau. 1. Barring the Rue Grenetat. 1 farther on in the Rue Grenetat, barring the Rue Berglabé in the center an overturned flower wagon, a good barricade. In the Rue Saint-Denis 1 barring the Rue de Petit Lion Saint-Sauveur. 1 barring the Rue du Grand Hurleur with its 4 corners barricaded. This barricade has already been attacked this morning. A combatant, mass on it, a comb maker of 154 Rue Saint-Denis, received a ball in his overcoat. Dupapet, called the man with the long beard, was the last to stay on the summit of the barricade. He was heard to cry out to the officers commanding the attack, "You are traitors!" He is believed to have been shot. The troops retired, strange to say, without demolishing the barricade. Barricade is being constructed in the Rue du Renard. Some National Guards in uniform watch its construction, but do not work on it. One of them said to me, "We are not against you, you are on the side of right." They add that there are 12 or 15 barricades in the Rue Rambuteau. This morning at daybreak the cannon had fired steadily, as one of them remarks, in the Rue Bourbon-Villeneuve. I visit a powder manufactory improvised by Legaville at a chemist's opposite the Rue Guidron-Boisseau. They are constructing the barricades amicably, without angering anyone. They do what they can not to annoy the neighborhood. The combatants of the Berglabé barricades are ankle-deep in mud on account of the rain. It is a perfect sewer. They hesitate to ask for a truss of straw. They lie down in the water or on the pavement. I saw there a young man who was ill, and who had just got up from his bed with the fever still on him. He said to me, "I am going to my death." He did so. In the Rue Bourbon-Villeneuve they had not even asked a mattress of the shopkeepers. Although, the barricade being bombarded, they needed them to deaden the effect of the balls. The soldiers make bad barricades because they make them too well. A barricade should be tottering. When well built it is worth nothing. The paving stones should want equilibrium, so that they may roll down on the troopers, said a street boy to me, and break their paws. Sprains form a part of barricade warfare. Jean Tissard is the chief of a complete group of barricades. He presented his first lieutenant to me, Charpentier, a man of 36, lettered and scientific. Charpentier busies himself with experiments with the object of substituting gas for coal and wood in the firing of China, and he asks permission to read a tragedy to me one of these days. I said to him, "We shall make one." Jean Tissard is grumbling at Charpentier, the ammunition is failing. Jean Tissard, having at his house in the Rue Saint-Honoré a pound of fowling powder and 20 army cartridges, sent Charpentier to get them. Charpentier went there and brought back the fowling powder and the cartridges, but distributed them to the combatants on the barricades whom he met on the way. They were as though famished, said he. Charpentier had never in his life touched a firearm. Jean Tissard showed him how to load a gun. They take their meals at a wine cellar's at the corner and they warm themselves there. It is very cold. The wine seller says, "Those who are hungry, go and eat." A combatant asked him, "Who pays?" "Death," was the answer. And in truth some hours afterwards he had received 17 bayonet thrusts. They have not broken the gas pipes, always for the sake of not doing unnecessary damage. They confine themselves to requisitioning the gasmen's keys and the lamplighters' winches in order to open the pipes. In this manner they control the lighting or extinguishing. This group of barricades is strong and will play an important part. I had hoped at one moment that they would attack it while I was there. The bugle had approached, and then had gone away again. Jean Tissard tells me it will be for this evening. His intention is to extinguish the gas in the Rue du Petit Carreau and all the adjoining streets, and to leave only one jet lighted in the Rue du Cadran. He has placed sentinels as far as the corner of the Rue Saint-Denis. At that point there is an open side, without barricades, but little accessible to the troops, on account of the narrowness of the streets, which they can only enter one by one. Thence little danger exists, an advantage of narrow streets. The troops are worth nothing unless massed together. The soldier does not like isolated action. In war the feeling of elbow to elbow constitutes half the bravery. Jean Tissard has a reactionary uncle with whom he is not on good terms, and who lives close by at No. 1, Rue du Petit Carreau. "What a fright we shall give him presently," said Jean Tissard to me, laughing. This morning Jean Tissard has inspected the Montorgueil barricade. There was only one man on it who was drunk, and who put the barrel of his gun against his breast, saying, "No thoroughfare." Jean Tissard disarmed him. I go to the Rue Pagevin. There at the corner of the Place des Victoires there is a well-constructed barricade. In the adjoining barricade in the Rue Jean-Jacques Rousseau, the troops this morning made no prisoners. The soldiers had killed everyone. There are corpses as far as the Place des Victoires. The Pagevin barricade held its own. There are 50 men there, well armed. I enter. Is all going on well? Yes, courage. I press all these brave hands, they make a report to me. They had seen a municipal guard smash in the head of a dying man with the butt end of his musket. A pretty young girl, wishing to go home, took refuge in the barricade. There, terrified, she remained for an hour. When all danger was over, the chef of the barricade caused her to be reconducted home by the eldest of his men. As I was about to leave the barricade Pagevin, they brought me a prisoner, a police spy, they said. He expected to be shot. I had him set at liberty. Bansal was in this barricade of the Rue Pagevin. We shook hands. He asked me, "Shall we conquer?" Yes, I answered. We then could hardly entertain a doubt. Deflat and Bansal wished to accompany me, fearing that I should be arrested by the regiment guarding the bank. The weather was misty and cold, almost dark. This obscurity concealed and helped us. The fog was on our side. As we reached the corner of the Rue de la Vrillière, a group on horseback passed by. It consisted of a few others, preceded by a man who seemed a soldier, but who was not in uniform. He wore a cloak with a hood. Deflat nudged me with his elbow and whispered, "Do you know Philin?" I answered, "No." "Have you seen him?" "No." "Do you wish to see him?" "No." "Look at him." I looked at him. This man in truth was passing before us. It was he who preceded the group of officers. He came out of the bank. Had he been there to effect a new forced loan? The people who were at the doors looked at him with curiosity and without anger. His entire bearing was insolent. He turned from time to time to say a word to one of his followers. This little cavalcade pawed the ground in the mist and in the mud. Philin had the arrogant air of a man who caracoles before a crime. He gazed at the passers-by with a haughty look. His horse was very handsome, and poor beast seemed very proud. Philin was smiling. He had in his hand the whip that his face deserved. He passed by. I never saw the man except on this occasion. Deflat and Bansal did not leave me until they had seen me get into my vehicle. My true-hearted coachman was waiting for me in the Rue de la Vrillière. He brought me back to No. 15, Rue Richelieu. Chapter 11. The Barricade of the Rue Mesle. The first barricade of the Rue Saint-Martin was erected at the junction of the Rue Mesle. A large cart was overturned, placed across the street, and the roadway was unpaved. Some flagstones of the footway were also torn up. This barricade, the advanced work of defense of the whole revolted street, could only form a temporary obstacle. No portion of the piled-up stones was higher than a man. In a good third of the barricade the stones did not reach above the knee. "It will at all events be good enough to get killed in," said a little street Arab who was rolling numerous flagstones to the barricade. 100 combatants took up their position behind it. Towards 9 o'clock the movements of the troops gave warning of the attack. The head of the column of the Maroulaz brigade occupied the corner of the street on the side of the boulevard. A piece of artillery, raking the whole of the street, was placed in position before the Porte Saint-Martin. For some time, both sides gazed on each other in that moody silence which precedes an encounter, the troops regarding the barricade bristling with guns, the barricade regarding the gaping cannon. After a while, the order for a general attack was given. The firing commenced. The first shot passed above the barricade and struck a woman who was passing some 20 paces in the rear, full in the breast. She fell, ripped open. The fire became brisk without doing much injury to the barricade. The cannon was too near, the bullets flew too high. The combatants, who had not yet lost a man, received each bullet with a cry of "Long live the Republic!" But without firing. They possessed few cartridges, and they husbanded them. Suddenly the 49th Regiment advanced in close column order. The barricade fired. The smoke filled the street. When it cleared away, there could be seen a dozen men on the ground, and the soldiers falling back in disorder by the side of the houses. The leader of the barricade shouted, "They are falling back, cease firing, let us not waste a ball." The street remained for some time deserted. The cannon recommenced firing. A shot came in every 2 minutes, but always badly aimed. A man with a fowling piece came up to the leader of the barricade and said to him, "Let us dismount that cannon. Let us kill the gunners." "Why," said the chief, smiling, "they are doing us no harm, let us do none to them." Nevertheless, the sound of the bugle could be distinctly heard on the other side of the block of houses, which concealed the troops echeloned on the square of St. Martin, and it was manifest that a second attack was being prepared. This attack would naturally be furious, desperate, and stubborn. It was also evident that, if this barricade were carried, the entire street would be scoured. The other barricades were still weaker than the first, and more feebly defended. The middle class had given their guns and had re-entered their houses. They lent their street, that was all. It was therefore necessary to hold the advanced barricade as long as possible. But what was to be done, and how was the resistance to be maintained? They had scarcely 2 shots per man left. An unexpected source of supply arrived. A young man, I can name him, for he is dead. Pierre Tissier, 19, who was a workman, and who also was a poet, had worked during a portion of the morning at the barricades, and at the moment when the firing began he went away, stating as his reason that they would not give him a gun. In the barricade they had said, "There is one who is afraid." Pierre Tissier was not afraid, as we shall see later on. He left the barricade. Pierre Tissier had only his knife with him, a Catalan knife. He opened it at all hazards. He held it in his hand and went on straight before him. As he came out of the Rue Saint-Sauveur, he saw at the corner of a little lonely street, in which all the windows were closed, a soldier of the line standing sentry, posted there doubtlessly by the main guard at a little distance. This soldier was at the halt with his gun to his shoulder, ready to fire. He heard the step of Pierre Tissier and cried out, "Who goes there?" "Death," answered Pierre Tissier. The soldier fired, and missed Pierre Tissier, who sprang on him and struck him down with a blow of his knife. The soldier fell, and blood spurted out of his mouth. "I did not know I should speak so truly," muttered Pierre Tissier. And he added, "Now for the ambulance." He took the soldier on his back, picked up the gun which had fallen to the ground, and came back to the barricade. "I bring you a wounded man," said he. "A dead man," they exclaimed. In truth, the soldier had just expired. "Infamous Bonaparte," said Tissier, "poor red breeches, all the same I have got a gun." They emptied the soldier's pouch and knapsack. They divided the cartridges. There were 150 of them. There were also 2 gold pieces of 10 francs, 2 days' pay since the 2d of December. These were thrown on the ground, no one would take them. They distributed the cartridges, with shouts of, "Long live the Republic." Meanwhile, the attacking party had placed a mortar in position, by the side of the cannon. The distribution of the cartridges was hardly ended when the infantry appeared, and charged upon the barricade with the bayonet. This second assault, as had been foreseen, was violent and desperate. It was repulsed. Twice the soldiers returned to the charge, and twice they fell back, leaving the street strewn with dead. In the interval between the assaults, a shell had pierced and dismantled the barricade, and the cannon began to fire grapeshot. The situation was hopeless. The cartridges were exhausted. Some began to throw down their guns and go away. The only means of escape was by the Rue Saint-Sauveur, and to reach the corner of the Rue Saint-Sauveur it was necessary to get over the lower part of the barricade, which left nearly the whole of the fugitives unprotected. There was a perfect rain of musketry and grapeshot. 3 or 4 were killed there, one, like Baudin, by a ball in his eye. The leader of the barricade suddenly noticed that he was alone with Pierre Tissier and a boy of 14 years old, the same who had rolled so many stones for the barricade. A third attack was pending, and the soldiers began to advance by the side of the houses. "Let us go," said the leader of the barricade. "I shall remain," said Pierre Tissier. "And I also," said the boy. And the boy added, "I have neither father nor mother, as well this as anything else." The leader fired his last shot, and retired like the others over the lower part of the barricade. A volley knocked off his hat. He stooped down and picked it up again. The soldiers were not more than 25 paces distant. He shouted to the 2 who remained, "Come along." "No," said Pierre Tissier. "No," said the boy. A few moments afterwards, the soldiers scaled the barricade already half in ruins. Pierre Tissier and the boy were killed with bayonet thrusts. Some 20 muskets were abandoned in this barricade. 19. It must not be forgot that this has been written in exile, and that to name a hero was to condemn him to exile. Chapter 12. The Barricade of the Mairie of the 5th Arrondissement. National Guards in uniform filled the courtyard of the Mairie of the 5th Arrondissement. Others came in every moment. An ex-drummer of the Guard Mobile had taken a drum from a lower room at the side of the guardroom and had beaten the call to arms in the surrounding streets. Towards 9 o'clock a group of 14 or 15 young men, most of whom were in white blouses, entered the Mairie, shouting, "Long live the Republic!" They were armed with guns. The National Guard received them with shouts of "Down with Louis Bonaparte." They fraternized in the courtyard. Suddenly there was a movement. It was caused by the arrival of the representatives Doubter and Pelletier. "What is to be done?" shouted the crowd. "Barricades," said Pelletier. They unharnessed the horses, which the carter led away, and they turned the cart round without upsetting it across the wide roadway of the faubourg. The barricade was completed in a moment. A truck came up. They took it and stood it against the wheels of the cart, just as a screen is placed before a fireplace. The remainder was made up of casks and paving stones. Thanks to the flower cart, the barricade was lofty and reached to the first story of the houses. It intersected the faubourg at the corner of the little Rue Saint-Jean. A narrow entrance had been contrived at the barricade at the corner of the street. "One barricade is not sufficient," said Doubter. "We must place the Mairie between two barriers, so as to be able to defend both sides at the same time." They constructed a second barricade, facing the summit of the faubourg. This one was low and weakly built, being composed only of planks and of paving stones. There was about 100 paces distance between the two barricades. There were 300 men in this space. Only 100 had guns. The majority had only one cartridge. The firing began about 10 o'clock. 2 companies of the line appeared and fired several volleys. The attack was only a feint. The barricade replied, and made the mistake of foolishly exhausting its ammunition. The troops retired. Then the attack began in earnest. Some chasseurs de Vincennes emerged from the corner of the boulevard. Following out the African mode of warfare, they glided along the side of the walls, and then, with a run, they threw themselves upon the barricade. No more ammunition in the barricade, no quarter to be expected. Those who had no more powder or balls threw down their guns. Some wished to reoccupy their position in the Mairie, but it was impossible for them to maintain any defense there, the Mairie being open and commanded from every side. They scaled the walls and scattered themselves about in the neighboring houses. Others escaped by the narrow passage of the boulevard which led into the Rue Saint-Jean. Most of the combatants reached the opposite side of the boulevard, while those who had a cartridge left fired a last volley upon the troops from the height of the paving stones. Then they awaited their death. All were killed. One of those who succeeded in slipping into the Rue Saint-Jean, where moreover they ran the gauntlet of a volley from their assailants, was M. H. Coste, editor of the Avainement and of the Avainement du Peuple. M. Coste had been a captain in the Garde Mobile. At a bend in the street, which placed him out of reach of the balls, M. Coste noticed in front of him the drummer of the Garde Mobile, who, like him, had escaped by the Rue Saint-Jean, and who was profiting by the loneliness of the street to get rid of his drum. "Keep your drum," cried he to him. "For what purpose?" "To beat the call to arms." "Where?" "At Batignolles." "I will keep it," said the drummer. These 2 men came out from the jaws of death, and at once consented to re-enter them. But how should they cross all Paris with this drum? The first patrol which met them would shoot them. A porter of an adjoining house, who noticed their predicament, gave them a packing cloth. They enveloped the drum in it, and reached Batignolles by the lonely streets which skirt the walls. Chapter 8. The Barricade of the Rue de Venot. Georges Biscarat was the man who had given the signal for the looting in the Rue de l'Echelle. I had known Georges Biscarat ever since June 1848. He had taken part in that disastrous insurrection. I had had an opportunity of being useful to him. He had been captured and was kneeling before the firing party. I interfered, and I saved his life together with that of some others, M.D.D.B., and that brave-hearted architect Roland, who in an exile later on so ably restored the Brussels Palace of Justice. This took place on the 24th June, 1848, in the underground floor of number 93, Boulevard Beaumarchais, a house then in course of construction. Georges Biscarrat became attached to me. It appeared that he was the nephew of one of the oldest and best friends of my childhood, Félix Biscarrat, who died in 1828. Georges Biscarrat came to see me from time to time, and on occasions he asked my advice or gave me information. Wishing to preserve him from evil influences, I had given him, and he had accepted this guiding maxim: no insurrection except for duty and for right. What was this hooting in the Rue de l'Echelle? Let us relate the incident. On the 2d of December, Bonaparte had made an attempt to go out. He had ventured to go and look at Paris. Paris does not like being looked at by certain eyes. It considers it an insult, and it resents an insult more than a wound. It submits to assassination, but not to the leering gaze of the assassin. It took offense at Louis Bonaparte. At 9 o'clock in the morning, at the moment when the Courbevoie garrison was descending upon Paris, the placards of the coup d'etat being still fresh upon the walls, Louis Bonaparte had left the Élysée, had crossed the Place de la Concorde, the garden of the Tuileries, and the railed courtyard of the Carrousel, and had been seen to go out by the gate of the Rue de l'Echelle. A crowd assembled at once. Louis Bonaparte was in a general's uniform. His uncle, the ex-king Jérôme, accompanied him, together with Flahaut, who kept in the near. Jérôme wore the full uniform of a marshal of France, with a hat with a white feather. Louis Bonaparte's horse was ahead before Jérôme's horse. Louis Bonaparte was gloomy, Jérôme attentive, Flahaut beaming. Flahaut had his hat on one side. There was a strong escort of lancers. Edgar Ney followed. Bonaparte intended to go as far as the Hôtel de Ville. Georges Biscarrat was there. The street was unpaved, the road was being macadamized. He mounted on a heap of stones and shouted, "Down with the dictator! Down with the Praetorians!" The soldiers looked at him with bewilderment and the crowd with astonishment. Georges Biscarrat, he told me so himself, felt that this cry was too erudite and that it would not be understood, so he shouted, "Down with Bonaparte! Down with the lancers!" The effect of this shout was electrical. "Down with Bonaparte! Down with the lancers!" cried the people, and the whole street became stormy and turbulent. "Down with Bonaparte!" The outcry resembled the beginning of an execution. Bonaparte made a sudden movement to the right, turned back, and re-entered the courtyard of the Louvre. Georges Biscarrat felt it necessary to complete his shout by a barricade. He said to the bookseller Benoist Moule, who had just opened his shop, "Shouting is good, action is better." He returned to his house in the Rue du Vert Bois, put on a blouse and a workman's cap, and went down into the dark streets. Before the end of the day he had made arrangements with 4 associations: the gas fitters, the last makers, the shawl makers, and the hatters. In this manner, he spent the day of the 2d of December. The day of the 3d was occupied in goings and comings, almost useless. So Biscarrat told Versigny, and he added, "However, I have succeeded in this much, that the placards of the coup d'etat have been everywhere torn down, so much so that in order to render the tearing down more difficult, the police have ultimately posted them in the public conveniences their proper place." On Thursday, the 4th, early in the morning, Georges Biscarrat went to L'Edible's restaurant, where 4 representatives of the people usually took their meals: Brives, Berthelen, Antinbard, and Vigure, nicknamed Father Vigure. All 4 were there. Vigure related what we had done on the preceding evening, and shared my opinion that the closing catastrophe should be hurried on, that the crime should be precipitated into the abyss which befitted it. Biscarrat came in. The representatives did not know higher and stared at him. "Who are you?" asked one of them. Before he could answer, Dr. Petit entered, unfolded a paper, and said, "Does anyone know Victor Hugo's handwriting?" "I do," said Biscarrat. He looked at the paper. "It was my proclamation to the army." "This must be printed," said Petit. "I will undertake it," said Biscarrat. Antinbard asked him, "Do you know Victor Hugo?" "He saved my life," answered Biscarrat. The representatives shook hands with him. Gilgut arrived, then Versigny. Versigny knew Biscarrat. He had seen him at my house. Versigny said, "Take care what you do. There is a man outside the door." "It is a shawl maker," said Biscarrat. "He has come with me, he is following me." "But," resumed Versigny, "he is wearing a blouse, beneath which he has a handkerchief. He seems to be hiding this, and he has something in the handkerchief." "Sugar plums," said Biscarrat. "They were cartridges." Versigny and Biscarrat went to the office of the Cycle. At the Cycle 30 workmen, at the risk of being shot, offered to print my proclamation. Biscarat left it with them and said to Versigny, "Now I want my barricade." The shawl-maker walked behind them. Versigny and Biscarat turned their steps towards the top of the St. Denis quarter. When they drew near to Chiport St. Denis, they heard the hum of many voices. Biscarat laughed and said to Versigny, "St. Denis is growing angry, matters are improving." Biscarat recruited 40 combatants on the way, amongst whom was Moulin, head of the Association of Leather Dressers. Chapuis, sergeant major of the National Guard, brought them 4 muskets and 10 swords. "Do you know where there are any more?" asked Biscarat. "Yes, at the Saint Sauveur baths." They went there and found 40 muskets. They gave them swords and cartridge pouches. Gentlemen well dressed brought tin boxes containing powder and balls. Women, brave and light-hearted, manufactured cartridges. At the first door adjoining the Rue du Hasard Saint-Sauveur, they requisitioned iron bars and hammers from a large courtyard belonging to a locksmith. Having the arms, they had the men. They speedily numbered 100. They began to tear up the pavements. It was 10:30. "Quick, quick," cried Georges Biscarat, "the barricade of my dreams." It was in the Rue Thévenot. The barrier was constructed high and formidable, to a bridge. At 11 o'clock Georges Biscarat had completed his barricade. At noon he was killed there. Chapter 14. Aachen and Scipio. Arrests grew more numerous. Towards noon a commissary of police, named Boudrat, appeared at the divan of the Rue Lepelletier. He was accompanied by the police agent Delahad. Delahad was that traitorous socialist writer who, upon being unmasked, had passed from the secret police to the public police service. I knew him, and I record this incident. In 1832 he was a master in the school at which were my 2 sons, then boys, and he had addressed poetry to me. At the same time he was acting the spy upon me. The Lepelletier divan was the place of meeting of a large number of Republican journalists. Delahad knew them all. A detachment of the Republican Guard occupied the entrances to the café. Then ensued an inspection of all the ordinary customers, Delahad walking first, with the commissary behind him. 2 municipal guards followed them. From time to time, Delahad looked round and said, "Lay hold of this man." In this manner some score of writers were arrested, among whom were Hennet de Kessler. 20 on the preceding evening Kessler had been on the Saint Anton barricade. Kessler said to Delahad, "You are a miserable wretch." "And you are an ungrateful fellow," replied Delahad. "I am saving your life." Curious words, for it is difficult to believe that Delahad was in the secret of what was to happen on the fatal day of the 4th. At the headquarters of the committee encouraging information was forwarded to us from every side. Testolin, the representative of Lille, is not only a learned man, but a brave man. On the morning of the 3D he had reached, shortly after me, the Saint Anton barricade where Baudin had just been killed. All was at an end in that direction. Testolin was accompanied by Charles Gambin, another dauntless man. 21 The 2 representatives wandered through the agitated and dark streets. Little followed, in no way understood, seeking a ferment of insurgents, and only finding a swarming of the curious. Testolin, nevertheless, having come to the committee, informed us of the following. At the corner of a street of the Faubourg Saint Anton Gambin and himself had noticed a crowd. They had gone up to it. This crowd was reading a bill placarded on a wall. It was the appeal to arms signed Victor Hugo. Testolin asked Gambin, "Have you a pencil?" "Yes," answered Gambin. Testolin took the pencil, went up to the placard, and wrote his name beneath mine. Then he gave the pencil to Gambin, who in turn wrote his name beneath that of Testolin. Upon this the crowd shouted, "Bravo, these are true-hearted men." "Shout, 'Long live the Republic,'" cried Testolin. All shouted, "Long live the Republic." And from above, from the open windows, added Gambin, women clapped their hands. "The little hands of women applauding are a good sign," said Michel de Bourges. As has been seen, and we cannot lay too much stress upon the fact, what the Committee of Resistance wished was to prevent the shedding of blood as much as possible, to construct barricades, to let them be destroyed, and to reconstruct them at other points, to avoid the army and to wear it out, to wage in Paris the war of the desert, always retreating, never yielding, to take time for an ally, to add days to days. On the one hand to give the people time to understand and to rise, on the other, to conquer the coup d'etat by the weariness of the army. Such was the plan discussed and adopted. The order was accordingly given that the barricades should be but slightly defended. We repeated in every possible form to the combatants, "Shed as little blood as possible, spare the blood of the soldiers, and husband your own." Nevertheless, the struggle once begun, It became impossible in many instances, during certain excited hours of fighting, to moderate their ardor. Several barricades were obstinately defended, particularly those in the Rue Rambuteau, in the Rue Montorgueil, and in the Rue Neuve Saint-Eustache. These barricades were commanded by daring leaders. Here, for the sake of history, we will record a few of these brave men fighting outlines who appeared and disappeared in the smoke of the combat. Reydoux, an architect, Deluc, Mallarmé, Félix Bony, Luno, an ex-captain of the Republican Guard, Camille Barrou, editor of the Avainement, gay, warm-hearted, and dauntless, and that young Eugene Millalot, who was destined to be condemned at Cayenne to receive 200 lashes, and to expire at the 23rd stroke, before the very eyes of his father and brother, proscribed and convicts like himself. The barricade of the Rue Amère was amongst those which were not carried without resistance. Although raised in haste, it was fairly constructed. 15 or 16 resolute men defended it, 2 were killed. The barricade was carried with the bayonet by a battalion of the 16th of the line. This battalion, hurled on the barricade at the double, was received by a brisk fusillade. Several soldiers were wounded. The first who fell in the soldiers' ranks was an officer. He was a young man of 25, lieutenant of the 1st Company, named Ossien Dumas. 2 balls broke both of his legs as though by a single blow. At that time there were in the army 2 brothers of the name of Dumas, Ossien and Scipio. Scipio was the elder. They were near relatives of the representative, Maidier de Monchau. These 2 brothers belonged to a poor but honored family. The elder had been educated at the Polytechnic School, the other at the School of Saint Cyr. Scipio was 4 years older than his brother. According to that splendid and mysterious law of ascent, which the French Revolution has created, and which, so to speak, has placed a ladder in the center of a society hitherto caste-bound and inaccessible, Scipio Dumas' family had imposed upon themselves the most severe privations in order to develop his intellect and secure his future. His relations, with the touching heroism of the poor of the present era, denied themselves bread to afford him knowledge. In this manner he attained to the Polytechnic School, where he quickly became one of the best pupils. Having concluded his studies, he was appointed an officer in the artillery and sent to Metz. It then became his turn to help the boy who had to mount after him. He held out his hand to his younger brother. He economized the modest pay of an artillery lieutenant, and thanks to him, Ossien became an officer like Scipio. While Scipio, detained by duties belonging to his position, remained at Metz, Ossien was incorporated in an infantry regiment and went to Africa. There he saw his first service. Scipio and Ossien were Republicans. In October 1851, the 16th of the line, in which Ossien was serving, was summoned to Paris. It was one of the regiments chosen by the ill-omened hand of Louis Bonaparte, and on which the coup d'état counted. The 2d of December arrived. Lieutenant Ossien Dumas obeyed, like nearly all his comrades, the order to take up arms, but every one round him could notice his gloomy attitude. The day of the 3d was spent in marches and countermarches. On the 4th the combat began. The 16th, which formed part of the Herbelin Brigade, was told off to capture the barricades of the Rues Beaubourg, Trosnanane, and Amère. This battlefield was formidable. A perfect square of barricades had been raised there. It was by the Rue Amère, and with the regiment of which Ossien formed part, that the military leaders resolved to begin action. At the moment when the regiment, with arms loaded, was about to march upon the Rue Amère, Ossien Dumas went up to his captain, a brave and veteran officer with whom he was a favorite, and declared that he would not march a step farther, that the deed of the 2d of December was a crime, that Louis Bonaparte was a traitor, that it was for them, soldiers, to maintain the oath which Bonaparte violated, and that, as for himself, he would not lend his sword to the butchery of the Republic. A halt was made. The signal of attack was awaited. The 2 officers, the old captain and the young lieutenant, conversed in a low tone. "And what do you want to do?" asked the captain. "Break my sword. You will be taken to Vincennes." "That is all the same to me." "Most certainly dismissed." "Possibly. Perhaps shot." "I expect it. But there is no longer any time. You should have resigned yesterday." There is always time to avoid committing a crime. The captain, as may be seen, was simply one of those professional heroes, grown old in the leather stock, who know of no country but the flag, and no other law but military discipline, iron arms and wooden heads. They are neither citizens nor men. They only recognize honor in the form of a general's epaulets. It is of no use talking to them of political duties, of obedience to the laws of the Constitution. What do they know about all this? What is a constitution? What are the most holy laws, against 3 words which a corporal may murmur into the ear of a sentinel? Take a pair of scales, put in one side the Gospels, in the other the official instructions, now weigh them. The corporal turns the balance, the deity kicks the beam. God forms a portion of the order of the day of Saint Bartholomew. Kill all, he will recognize his own. This is what the priests accept, and at times glorify. Saint Bartholomew has been blessed by the Pope and decorated with the Catholic medal. 22. Meanwhile Ossien Dumas appeared determined. The captain made a last effort. "You will ruin yourself," said he. "I shall save my honor." "It is precisely your honor that you are sacrificing." "Because I am going away." To go away is to desert. This seemed to impress Ossien Dumas. The captain continued. "They are about to fight. In a few minutes the barricade will be attacked. Your comrades will fall, dead or wounded. You are a young officer, you have not yet been much under fire." "At all events," warmly interrupted Ossien Dumas, "I shall not have fought against the Republic. They will not say I am a traitor." "No, but they will say that you are a coward." Ossien made no reply. A moment afterwards, the command was given to attack. The regiment started at the double. The barricade fired. Ossien Dumas was the first who fell. He had not been able to bear that word, coward, and he had remained in his place in the first rank. They took him to the ambulance, and from thence to the hospital. Let us at once state the conclusion of this touching incident. Both of his legs were broken. The doctors thought that it would be necessary to amputate them both. General Saint-Arnaud sent him the Cross of Honor. As is known, Louis Bonaparte hastened to discharge his debt to his Praetorian accomplices. After having massacred, the sword voted. The combat was still smoking when the army was brought to the ballot box. The garrison of Paris voted yes, it absolved itself. With the rest of the army it was otherwise. Military honor was indignant and roused the civic virtue. Notwithstanding the pressure which was exercised, although the regiments deposited their votes in the shakos of their colonels, the army voted no in many districts of France and Algeria. The Polytechnic School voted no in a body. Nearly everywhere the artillery, of which the Polytechnic School is the cradle, voted to the same effect as the school. Scipio Dumas, it may be remembered, was at Metz. By some curious chance, it happened that the feeling of the artillery, which everywhere else had pronounced against the coup d'état, hesitated at Metz, and seemed to lean towards Bonaparte. Scipio Dumas, in presence of this indecision, set an example. He voted in a loud voice, and with an open voting paper, no. Then he sent in his resignation. At the same time that the minister at Paris received the resignation of Scipio Dumas at Metz received his dismissal, signed by the minister. After Scipio Dumas' vote, the same thought had come at the same time to both the government and to the officer, to the government that the officer was a dangerous man, and that they could no longer employ him, to the officer that the government was an infamous one, and that he ought no longer to serve it. The resignation and the dismissal crossed on the way. By this word dismissal must be understood the withdrawal of employment. According to our existing military laws, it is in this manner that they now break an officer. Withdrawal of employment, that is to say, no more service, no more pay, poverty. Simultaneously with his dismissal, Scipio Dumas learnt the news of the attack on the barricade of the Rue Aumer, and that his brother had both his legs broken. In the fever of events, he had been a week without news of Ossien. Scipio had confined himself to writing to his brother to inform him of his vote and of his dismissal, and to induce him to do likewise. His brother wounded, his brother at the Val de Grace, he left immediately for Paris. He hastened to the hospital. They took him to Ossien's bedside. The poor young fellow had had both his legs amputated on the preceding day. At the moment when Scipio, stunned, appeared at his bedside, Ossien held in his hand the cross which General Saint-Arnaud had just sent him. The wounded man turned towards the aide-de-camp who had brought it, and said to him, "I will not have this cross. On my breast it would be stained with the blood of the Republic." And perceiving his brother who had just entered, he held out the cross to him, exclaiming, "You take it, you have voted no, and you have broken your sword. It is you who have deserved it." 20 died in exile in Guernsey. See the pendant à l'exil, under the heading Acts et Paroles. Vol died in exile at Termonde. 22 Pro Huguenotorum Strage. Medal struck at Rome in 1572. Chapter 15. The question presents itself. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Bonaparte had again become gloomy. The gleams of sunshine on such countenances as these last very short time. He had gone back to his private room, had seated himself before the fire, with his feet on the hobs, motionless, and no one any longer approached him except Roquet. What was he thinking of? The twistings of the viper cannot be foreseen. What this man achieved on this infamous day I have told at length in another book. See Napoleon the Little. From time to time Roquet entered and informed him of what was going on. Bonaparte listened in silence, deep in thought, marble in which a torrent of lava boiled. He received at the Élysée the same news that we received in the Rue Richelieu, bad for him, good for us. In one of the regiments which had just voted, there were 170 noes. This regiment has since been dissolved and scattered abroad in the African army. They had counted on the 14th of the line which had fired on the people in February. The colonel of the 14th of the line had refused to recommence. He had just broken his sword. Our appeal had ended by being heard. Decidedly, as we have seen, Paris was rising. The fall of Bonaparte seemed to be foreshadowed. Two representatives, Fabvier and Creston, met in the Rue Royale, and Creston, pointing to the Palace of the Assembly, said to Fabvier, "We shall be there tomorrow." One noteworthy incident. Mazes became eccentric, the prison unbent itself, the interior experienced an undefinable reverberation from the outside. The warders, who the preceding evening had been insolent to the representatives when going for their exercise in the courtyard, now saluted them to the ground. That very morning of Thursday, the 4th, the governor of the prison had paid a visit to the prisoners, and had said to them, "It is not my fault." He brought them books and writing paper, a thing which up to that time he had refused. The representative Valentin was in solitary confinement. On the morning of the 4th, his warder suddenly became amiable, and offered to obtain for him news from outside, through his wife, who, he said, had been a servant in General Leflau's household. These were significant signs. When the jailer smiles, it means that the jail is half opening. We may add, what is not a contradiction, that at the same time the garrison at Mazas was being increased, more men were marched in detachments of 100 men each, spacing out their arrivals in little doses, as an eyewitness remarked to us. Later on 400 men. 100 liters of brandy were distributed to them, 1 liter for every 16 men. The prisoners could hear the movement of artillery round the prison. The agitation spread to the most peaceable quarters, but the center of Paris was above all threatening. The center of Paris is a labyrinth of streets which appears to be made for the labyrinth of riots. The League, the Fronde, the Revolution, we must unceasingly recall these useful facts. The 14th of July, the 10th of August, 1792, 1830, 1848 have come out from thence. These brave old streets were awakened. At 11 o'clock in the morning from Notre Dame to the Porte Saint-Martin, there were 77 barricades. 3 of them, one in the Rue Maubuée, another in the Rue Bertin-Poiré, another in the Rue Guérin-Boisseau, attained the height of the second stories. The barricade of the Porte Saint-Denis was almost as bristling and as formidable as the barrier of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine in June, 1848. The handful of the representatives of the people had swooped down like a shower of sparks on these famous and inflammable crossroads. The beginning of the fire. The fire had caught. The old central market quarter, that city which is contained in the city, shouted, "Down with Bonaparte." They hooted the police, they hissed the troops. Some regiments seemed stupefied. They cried, "Throw up your butt ends in the air." From the windows above, women encouraged the construction of the barricades. There was powder there were muskets. Now we were no longer alone. We saw rising up in the gloom behind us the enormous head of the people. Hope at the present time was on our side. The oscillation of uncertainty had at length become steady, and we were, I repeat, almost perfectly confident. There had been a moment when, owing to the good news pouring in upon us. This confidence had become so great that we who had staked our lives on this great contest, seized with an irresistible joy in the presence of a success becoming hourly more certain, had risen from our seats and had embraced each other. Michel de Bourges was particularly angered against Bonaparte, for he had believed his word, and had even gone so far as to say, "He is my man." Of the four of us he was the most indignant. A gloomy flash of victory shone in him. He struck the table with his fist and exclaimed, "Oh, the miserable wretch, tomorrow," and he struck the table a second time, "tomorrow his head shall fall in the Place de Grève before the Hôtel de Ville." I looked at him. "No," said I, "this man's head shall not fall." "What do you mean?" "I do not wish it." "Why?" "Because," said I, "if after such a crime we allow Louis Bonaparte to live, we shall abolish the penalty of death." This generous Michel de Bourges remained thoughtful for a moment, then he pressed my hand. Crime is an opportunity, and always gives us a choice, and it is better to extract from it progress than punishment. Michel de Bourges realized this. Moreover, this incident shows to what a pitch our hopes had been raised. Appearances were on our side, actual facts not so. Saint Arnaud had his orders, we shall see them. Strange incidents took place. Towards noon a general, deep in thought, was on horseback in the Place de la Madeleine at the head of his wavering troops. He hesitated. A carriage stopped, a woman stepped out and conversed in a low tone with the general. The crowd could see her. The representative Raymond, who lived at No. 4, Place de la Madeleine, saw her from his window. This woman was Madame K. The general, stooping down on his horse, listened, and finally made the dejected gesture of a vanquished man. Madame K. got back into her carriage. This man, they said, loved that woman. She could, according to the side of her beauty which fascinated her victim, inspire either heroism or crime. This strange beauty was compounded of the whiteness of an angel, combined with the look of a spectre. It was the look which conquered. This man no longer hesitated. He entered gloomily into the enterprise. From 12 to 2 o'clock, there was in this enormous city given over to the unknown and indescribable and fierce expectation. All was calm and awe-striking. The regiments and the limbered batteries quitted the faubourg and stationed themselves noiselessly around the boulevards. Not a cry in the ranks of the soldiery. An eyewitness said, "The soldiers march with quite a jaunty air." On the Quai de la Ferronnerie, heaped up with regiments ever since the morning of the 2d of December, there now only remained a post of municipal guards. Everything ebbed back to the center, the people as well as the army. The silence of the army had ultimately spread to the people. They watched each other. Each soldier had 3 days' provisions, and 6 packets of cartridges. It has since transpired that at this moment, 10,000 francs were daily spent in brandy for each brigade. Towards 1 o'clock, Magnin went to the Hôtel de Ville, had the reserve limbered under his own eyes, and did not leave until all the batteries were ready to march. Certain suspicious preparations grew more numerous. Towards noon the state workmen and the hospital corps had established a species of huge ambulance at No. 2, Faubourg Montmartre. A great heap of litters was piled up there. "What is all this for?" asked the crowd. Dr. Deville, who had attended Espinasse when he had been wounded, noticed him on the boulevard and asked him, "Up to what point are you going?" Espinasse's answer is historical. He replied, "To the end." At 2 o'clock 5 brigades, those of Cot, Bergen, Canrobert, Dulac and Raybel, 5 batteries of artillery, 16,400 men, 23 infantry and cavalry, lancers, cuirassiers, grenadiers, gunners, were echeloned without any ostensible reason between the Rue de la Paix and the Faubourg Poissonnière. Pieces of cannon were pointed at the entrance of every street. There were 11 in position on the Boulevard Poissonnière alone. The foot soldiers had their guns to their shoulders, the officers their swords drawn. What did all this mean? It was a curious sight, well worth the trouble of seeing, and on both sides of the pavements, on all the thresholds of the shops, from all the stories of the houses, an astonished, ironical, and confiding crowd looked on. Little by little, nevertheless, this confidence diminished, and irony gave place to astonishment. Astonishment changed to stupor. Those who have passed through that extraordinary minute will not forget it. It was evident that there was something underlying all this. But what profound obscurity? Can one imagine Paris in a cellar? People felt as though they were beneath a low ceiling. They seemed to be walled up in the unexpected and the unknown. They seemed to perceive some mysterious will in the background. But after all, they were strong, they were the Republic, they were Paris. What was there to fear? Nothing. And they cried, "Down with Bonaparte." The troops continued to keep silence, but the swords remained outside their scabbards, and the lighted matches of the cannons smoldered at the corners of the streets. The cloud grew blacker every minute, heavier and more silent. This thickening of the darkness was tragical. One felt the coming crash of a catastrophe and the presence of a villain. Snake-like treason writhed during this night, and none can foresee where the downward slide of a terrible design will stop when events are on a steep incline. What was coming out of this thick darkness? 16,410 men, the figures taken from the Ministry of War. Chapter 16, The Massacre. Suddenly, a window was opened. Upon hill. Dante, had he leaned over the summit of the shadow, would have been able to see the eighth circle of his poem, the funereal boulevard Montmartre. Paris, a prey to Bonaparte, a monstrous spectacle. The gloomy armed men massed together on this boulevard felt an appalling spirit enter into them. They ceased to be themselves and became demons. There was no longer a single French soldier, but a host of indefinable phantoms, carrying out a horrible task, as though in the glimmering light of a vision. There was no longer a flag, there was no longer law, there was no longer humanity, there was no longer a country, there was no longer France. They began to assassinate. The Skinderhands division, the brigades of Mandrin, Cartouche, Pouliller, Trestillon, and Troppmann appeared in the gloom, shooting down and massacring. No, we do not attribute to the French army what took place during this mournful eclipse of honor. There have been massacres in history, abominable ones assuredly, but they have possessed some show of reason. Saint Bartholomew and the Dragonades are explained by religion, the Sicilian Vespers and the butcheries of September are explained by patriotism. They crush the enemy or annihilate the foreigner. These are crimes for a good cause. But the carnage of the Boulevard Montmartre is a crime without an ostensible reason. The reason exists, however, it is hideous. Let us give it. Two things stand erect in a state, the law and the people. A man murders the law. He feels the punishment approaching. There only remains one thing for him to do, to murder the people. He murders the people. The 2nd of December was the risk, the 4th was the certainty. Against the indignation, which arose, they opposed the terror. The fury, justice, halted petrified before the fury, extermination. Against Aranise they set up Medusa. To put Nemesis to flight, what a terrifying triumph. To Louis Napoleon pertains this glory, which is the summit of his shame. Let us narrate it. Let us narrate what history had never seen before. The assassination of a people by a man. Suddenly, at a given signal, a musket shot being fired, no matter where, no matter by whom, the shower of bullets poured upon the crowd. A shower of bullets is also a crowd. It is death scattered broadcast. It does not know whither it goes, nor what it does. It kills and passes on. But at the same time it has a species of soul. It is premeditated, it executes a will. This was an unprecedented moment. It seemed as though a handful of lightnings was falling upon the people. Nothing simpler. It formed a clear solution to the difficulty. The rain of lead overwhelmed the multitude. What are you doing there? Die. It is a crime to be passing by. Why are you in the street? Why do you cross the path of the government? The government is a cutthroat. They have announced a thing, they must certainly carry it out. What is begun must assuredly be achieved. As society is being saved, the people must assuredly be exterminated. Are there not social necessities? Is it not essential that Bayvel should have 87,000 francs a year, and Fleury 95,000 francs? Is it not essential that the High Chaplain, Menjod, Bishop of Nancy, should have 342 francs a day, and that Bassano and Cambaceres should each have 383 francs a day, and Valent 468 francs, and Saint Arnaud francs? Is it not necessary that Louis Bonaparte should have 76,712 francs a day? Could one be emperor for less? In the twinkling of an eye there was a butchery on the boulevard a quarter of a league long. 11 pieces of cannon wrecked the Salandrus carpet warehouse. The shot tore completely through 28 houses. The baths of Juvence were riddled. There was a massacre at Tortoni's. A whole quarter of Paris was filled with an immense flying mass and with a terrible cry. Everywhere sudden death. A man is expecting nothing, he falls. From whence does this come? From above, say the bishops Te Deum, from below, says truth. From a lower place than the galleys, from a lower place than hell. It is the conception of a Caligula, carried out by a Papavoine. Xavier Durieux comes upon the boulevard. He states, "I have taken 60 steps, I have seen 60 corpses." And he draws back. To be in the street is a crime, to be at home is a crime. The butchers enter the houses and slaughter. In slaughterhouse slang the soldiers cry, "Let us poleaxe the lot of them." A bookseller of 17, Boulevard Poissonnière is standing before his door, they kill him. At the same moment, for the field of murder is vast, at a considerable distance from there at 5, Rue de l'Ancre, M. Thérien de Montauban, owner of the house, is at his door, they kill him. In the Rue Tiqueton a child of 7 years named Bercier is passing by, they kill him. M. Deal. Solec 196, Rue du Temple, opens her window, they kill her. At No. 97, in the same street, 2 women, Mesdames Vidal and Rabosin, sempstresses, are in their room, they kill them. Belleville, a cabinet maker, 10, Rue de la Lune, is at home, they kill him. Debec, a merchant, 45, Rue du Sentier, is in his own house. Couvercel, florist, 257, Rue Saint-Denis, is in his own house. Labit, a jeweler, 55, Boulevard Saint-Martin, is in his own house. Montpellier, perfumer, 181, Rue Saint-Martin, is in his own house. They kill Montpellier, Labit, Couvercel, and Debec. They sabre at her own home, 240, Rue Saint-Martin, a poor embroideress, M. Deal. Seguin, who not having sufficient money to pay for a doctor, died at the Beaujon Hospital, on the 1st of January, 1852, on the same day that the Siber Te Deum was chanted at Notre Dame. Another, a waistcoat maker, Francis Nile, was shot down at 20, Rue du Faubourg Montmartre, and died in the Charité. Another, Madame Ledost, a working housekeeper, living at 76, Passage du Caire, was shot down before the Archbishop's palace and died at the morgue. Passers-by, M. Deal. Gressier, living at 209, Faubourg Saint-Martin. Madame Gillard, living at 77, Boulevard Saint-Denis. Madame Gamier, living at 6, Boulevard Bonne Nouvelle, who had fallen, the first named beneath the volleys on the Boulevard Montmartre, the 2 others on the Boulevard Saint-Denis, and who were still alive, attempted to rise and became targets for the soldiers, bursting with laughter, and this time fell back again dead. Deeds of gallantry were performed. Colonel Rochefort, who was probably created general for this, charged in the Rue du La Paix at the head of his lancers a flock of nurses, who were put to flight. Such was this indescribable enterprise. All the men who took part in it were instigated by hidden influences. All had something which urged them forward. Herbelin had Zacha behind him. Saint Arnaud had Kabylia. Renault had the affair of the Saint-André and Saint Hippolyte villages. Espinas, Rome, and the storming of the 30th of June. Magnan, his debts. Must we continue? We hesitate. Dr. Piquet, a man of 70, was killed in his drawing room by a ball in his stomach. The painter Jollivart, by a ball in the forehead before his easel, his brains bespattered his painting. The English captain, William Jesse, narrowly escaped a ball which pierced the ceiling above his head. In the library adjoining the Magazines du Profit, a father, mother, and 2 daughters were sabred. Lefalul, another bookseller, was shot in his shop on the Boulevard Poissonnière. In the Rue Lepelletier, Boyer, a chemist, seated at his counter, was spitted by the lancers. A captain, killing all before him, took by storm the house of the Grand Balcon. A servant was killed in the shop of Brandis. Raybel through the volleys said to Saxe, "And I also am discoursing sweet music." The Café Leblanc was given over to pillage. Billicock's establishment was bombarded to such a degree that it had to be pulled down the next day. Before Jouvin's house lay a heap of corpses, amongst them an old man with his umbrella, and a young man with his eyeglass. The Hôtel de Castille, the Maison Dorée, the Petite Jeanette, the Café de Paris, the Café Anglais became for 3 hours the targets of the cannonade. Raquenault's house crumbled beneath the shells, the bullets demolished the Montmartre bazaar. None escaped. The guns and pistols were fired at close quarters. New Year's Day was not far off. Some shops were full of New Year's gifts. In the Passage du Saumon, a child of 13, flying before the platoon firing, hid himself in one of these shops beneath a heap of toys. He was captured and killed. Those who killed him laughingly widened his wounds with their swords. A woman told me, the cries of the poor little fellow could be heard all through the passage. 4 men were shot before the same shop. The officer said to them, "This will teach you to loaf about." A 5th named Mailerit, who was left for dead, was carried the next day with 11 wounds to the Charité. There he died. They fired into the cellars by the air holes. A workman, a courier, named Moulins, who had taken refuge in one of these shot-riddled cellars, saw through the cellar air hole a passerby, who had been wounded in the thigh by a bullet, sit down on the pavement with the death rattle in his throat, and lean against a shop. Some soldiers who heard this rattle ran up and finished off the wounded man with bayonet thrusts. One brigade killed the passerby from the Madeleine to the Opera, another from the Opera to the Gymnase, another from the Boulevard Bonne Nouvelle to the Porte Saint-Denis. The 75th of the line having carried the barricade of the Porte Saint-Denis, it was no longer a fight, it was a slaughter. The massacre radiated, a word horribly true, from the boulevard into all the streets. It was a devilfish stretching out its feelers. Flight? Why? Concealment. To what purpose? Death ran after you quicker than you could fly. In the Rue Pagevin, a soldier said to a passerby, "What are you doing here?" "I am going home." The soldier kills the passerby. In the Rue des Marais they kill 4 young men in their own courtyard. Colonel Espinas exclaimed, "After the bayonet cannon." Colonel Rochefort exclaimed, "Thrust, bleed, slash." And he added, "It is an economy of powder and noise." Before Barbedian's establishment, an officer was showing his gun, an arm of considerable precision, admiringly to his comrades, and he said, "With this gun I can score magnificent shots between the eyes." Having said this, he aimed at random at someone and succeeded. The carnage was frenzied. While the butchering under the orders of Carolet filled the boulevard, the Bergen Brigade devastated the Temple, the Maroulas Brigade devastated the Rue Rambuteau, the Renault Division distinguished itself on the other side of the water. Renault was that general who, at Mascara, had given his pistols to Cheras. In 1848 he had said to Cheras, "Europe must be revolutionized." And Cheras had said, "Not quite so fast." Louis Bonaparte had made him a general of division in July 1851. The Rue aux Ours was especially devastated. Morny that evening said to Louis Bonaparte, "The 15th Light Infantry have scored a success. They have cleaned out the Rue aux Ours." At the corner of the Rue du Sentier, an officer of Spahis, with his sword raised, cried out, "This is not the sort of thing, you do not understand at all." Fire on the women. A woman was flying, she was with child, she falls, they deliver her by the means of the butt ends of their muskets. Another, perfectly distracted, was turning the corner of a street. She was carrying a child, 2 soldiers aimed at her. One said, "At the woman," and he brought down the woman. The child rolled on the pavement. The other soldier said, "At the child," and he killed the child. A man of high scientific repute, Dr. Germain Say, declares that in one house alone, the establishment of the Juvence baths, there were at 6 o'clock, beneath a shed in the courtyard, about 80 wounded, nearly all of whom, 70 at least, were old men, women, and children. Dr. Say was the first to attend to them. In the Rue Mandar there was, stated an eyewitness, a rosary of corpses, reaching as far as the Rue Neuve Saint-Eustache. Before the house of Audier 26 corpses, 30 before the Hotel Montmorency, 52 before the Varietés, of whom 11 were women. In the Rue Grange Batelier there were 3 naked corpses. Number 19, Faubourg Montmartre, was full of dead and wounded. A woman, flying and maddened, with disheveled hair and her arms raised aloft, ran along the Rue Poissonnière, crying, "They kill, they kill, they kill, they kill, they kill." The soldiers wagered, "Bet you I bring down that fellow there." In this manner Count Paninsky was killed whilst going into his own house, 52, Rue de la Paix. I was anxious to know what I ought to do. Certain treasons, in order to be proved, need to be investigated. I went to the field of murder. In such mental agony as this, from very excess of feeling one no longer thinks, or if one thinks, it is distractedly. One only longs for some end or other. The death of others instills in you so much horror that your own death becomes an object of desire. That is to say, if by dying you would be in some degree useful. One calls to mind deaths which have put an end to angers and to revolts. One only retains this ambition, to be a useful corpse. I walked along terribly thoughtful. I went towards the boulevards, I saw there a furnace, I heard there a thunderstorm. I saw Jules Simon coming up to me, who during these disastrous days bravely risked a precious life. He stopped me. "Where are you going?" he asked me. "You will be killed, what do you want?" "That very thing," said I. We shook hands. I continued to go on. I reached the boulevard, the scene was indescribable. I witnessed this crime, this butchery, this tragedy. I saw that reign of blind death, I saw the distracted victims fall around me in crowds. It is for this that I have signed myself in this book an eyewitness. Destiny entertains a purpose. It watches mysteriously over the future historian. It allows him to mingle with exterminations and carnages, but it does not permit him to die because it wishes him to relate them. In the midst of this inexpressible pandemonium, Xavier Durieux met me as I was crossing the bullet-swept boulevard. He said to me, "Ah, here you are. I have just met Madame D. She is looking for you." Madame D. 24 and Madame de la R. 25, two noble and brave women, had promised Madame Victor Hugo, who was ill in bed, to ascertain where I was and to give her some news of me. Madame D. had heroically ventured into this carnage. The following incident happened to her. She stopped before a heap of bodies and had had the courage to manifest her indignation. At the cry of horror to which she gave vent, a cavalry soldier had run up behind her with a pistol in his hand, and had it not been for a quickly opened door through which she threw herself, and which saved her, she would have been killed. It is well known that the total slaughter in this butchery is unrecorded. Bonaparte has kept these figures hidden in darkness. Such is the habit of those who commit massacres. They are scarcely likely to allow history to certify the number of the victims. These statistics are an obscure multitude which quickly lose themselves in the gloom. One of the two colonels of whom we have had a glimpse in pages 223–25 of this work has stated that his regiment alone had killed at least 2,500 persons. This would be more than one person per soldier. We believe that this zealous colonel exaggerates. Crime sometimes boasts of its blackness. Lyra, a writer, arrested in order to be shot, and who escaped by a miracle, declares that he saw more than 800 corpses. Towards 4 o'clock, the postchaises which were in the courtyard of the Élysée were unhorsed and put up. This extermination, which an English witness, Captain William Jesse, calls a wanton fusillade, lasted from 2 till 5 o'clock. During these 3 terrible hours, Louis Bonaparte carried out what he had been premeditating and completed his work. Up to that time the poor little middle-class conscience was almost indulgent. Well, what of it? It was a game at Prince, a species of state swindling, a conjuring feat on a large scale. The skeptics and the knowing men said, "It is a good joke played upon those idiots." Suddenly Louis Bonaparte grew uneasy and revealed all his policy. "Tell Saint Arnaud to execute my orders." Saint Arnaud obeyed. The coup d'etat acted according to its own code of laws, and from that appalling moment an immense torrent of blood began to flow across this crime. They left the corpses lying on the pavements, wild-looking, livid, stupefied, with their pockets turned inside out. The military murderer is thus condemned to mount the villainous scale of guilt. In the morning an assassin, in the evening a thief. When night came, enthusiasm and joy reigned at the Élysée. These men triumphed. Queneau has ingeniously related the scene. The familiar spirits were delirious with joy. Philon addressed Bonaparte in hail-fellow-well-met style. "You had better break yourself of that," whispered Villars. In truth, this carnage made Bonaparte emperor. He was now His Majesty. They drank, they smoked like the soldiers on the boulevards, for having slaughtered throughout the day, they drank throughout the night, wine flowed upon the blood. At the Élysée they were amazed at the result. They were enraptured, they loudly expressed their admiration. What a capital idea the prince had had! How well the thing had been managed! This was much better than flying the country by Dieppe like 500 hussars, or by Membral like Gernon Ranville, or being captured, disguised as a footboy, and blacking the boots of Madame de Saint Fargeau like poor Polignac. "Guizot was no cleverer than Polignac," exclaimed Persigny. Fleury turned to Morny. "Your theorists would not have succeeded in a coup d'etat." "That is true, they were not particularly vigorous," answered Morny. He added, "And yet they were clever men." Louis-Philippe Guizot Thiers, Louis Bonaparte, taking his cigarette from his lips, interrupted, "If such are clever men, I would rather be an ass." "A hyena in an ass's skin," says history. 24 No. 20, Cité Rodier. 25 Rue Caumartin. See pages 142, 145, 148. Chapter 17. The appointment made with the workmen's societies. What had become of our committee during these tragic events, and what was it doing? It is necessary to relate what took place. Let us go back a few hours. At the moment when this strange butchery began, the seat of the committee was still in the Rue Richelieu. I had gone back to it after the exploration which I had thought it proper to make at several of the quarters in insurrection, and I gave an account of what I had seen to my colleagues. Maitre de Monteau, who also arrived from the barricades, added to my report details of what he had seen. For some time we heard terrible explosions, which appeared to be close by, and which mingled themselves with our conversation. Suddenly Versigny came in. He told us that horrible events were taking place on the boulevards, that the meaning of the conflict could not yet be ascertained, but that they were cannonading and firing volleys of musket balls, and that the corpses bestrewed the pavement. That, according to all appearances, it was a massacre, a sort of St. Bartholomew improvised by the coup d'etat, that they were ransacking the houses at a few steps from us, and that they were killing everyone. The murderers were going from door to door and were drawing near. He urged us to leave Gravy's house without delay. It was manifest that the insurrectionary committee would be fined for the bayonets. We decided to leave, whereupon M. Dupont White, a man distinguished for his noble character and his talent, offered us a refuge at his house, 11, Rue Monthaber. We went out by the back door of Gravy's house, which led into 1, Rue Fontaine-Molière, but leisurely and 2 by 2, Maidier de Monchau with Versigny, Mitchell de Bourges with Carnot, myself arm-in-arm with Jules Favre. Jules Favre, dauntless and smiling as ever, wrapped a comforter over his mouth and said, "I do not much mind being shot, but I do mind catching cold." Jules Favre and I reached the rear of Saint Roch, by the Rue des Moulins. The Rue Vieux Saint Roch was thronged with a mass of affrighted passers-by, who came from the boulevards flying rather than walking. The men were talking in a loud voice, the women screaming. We could hear the cannon and the ear-piercing rattle of the musketry. All the shops were being shut. M. de Fallu, arm-in-arm with M. Albert de Rességuier, was striding down the Rue de Saint Roch and hurrying to the Rue Saint-Honoré. The Rue Saint-Honoré presented a scene of clamorous agitation. People were coming and going, stopping, questioning one another, running. The shopkeepers at the threshold of their half-open doors asked the passers-by what was taking place, and were only answered by this cry, "Oh my God!" People came out of their houses bareheaded and mingled with the crowd. A fine rain was falling. Not a carriage in the street. At the corner of the Rue Saint Roch and Rue Saint-Honoré, we heard voices behind us saying, "Victor Hugo is killed." "Not yet," said Jules Favre, continuing to smile and pressing my arm. They had said the same thing on the preceding day to Esquiros and to Maidier de Monchau. And this rumor, so agreeable to the reactionaries, had even reached my 2 sons, prisoners in the conciergerie. The stream of people driven back from the boulevards and from the Rue Richelieu flowed towards the Rue de la Paix. We recognized there some of the representatives of the right who had been arrested on the 2D and who were already released. M. Buffet, an ex-minister of M. Bonaparte, accompanied by numerous other members of the Assembly, was going towards the Palais Royal. As he passed close by us, he pronounced the name of Louis Bonaparte in a tone of execration. M. Buffet is a man of some importance. He is one of the 3 political advisers of the right. The 2 others are M. Fould and M. Millet. In the Rue Monthaber, 2 steps from the Rue Saint-Honoré, there was silence and peace. Not one passerby, not a door open, not a head out of window. In the apartment into which we were conducted, on the 3rd story, the calm was not less perfect. The windows looked upon an inner courtyard. 5 or 6 red armchairs were drawn up before the fire. On the table could be seen a few books which seemed to me works on political economy and executive law. The representatives, who almost immediately joined us and who arrived in disorder, threw down at random their umbrellas, and their coats streaming with water in the corner of this peaceful room. No one knew exactly what was happening. Everyone brought forward his conjectures. The committee was hardly seated in an adjoining little room when our ex-colleague, Leblond, was announced. He brought with him King, the delegate of the workingmen's societies. The delegate told us that the committee of the societies were sitting in permanent session and had sent him to us. According to the instructions of the insurrectionary committee, they had done what they could to lengthen the struggle by evading 2 decisive encounters. The greater part of the associations had not yet given battle. Nevertheless, the plot was thickening. The combat had been severe during the morning. The Association of the Rights of Man was in the streets. The ex-constituent Bisley had assembled, in the Passage du Caire, 600 or 700 workmen from the Marais, and had posted them in the streets surrounding the bank. New barricades would probably be constructed during the evening. The forward movement of the resistance was being precipitated. The hand-to-hand struggle which the committee had wished to delay seemed imminent. All was rushing forward with a sort of irresistible impulse. Should we follow it, or should we stop? Should we run the risk of bringing matters to an end with one blow, which should be the last, and which would manifestly leave one adversary on the ground, Either the Empire or the Republic. The workmen's societies asked for our instructions. They still held in reserve their 3,000 or 4,000 combatants. And they could, according to the order which the committee should give them, either continue to restrain them or send them under fire without delay. They believed themselves certain of their adherence. They would do whatever we should decide upon, while not hiding from us that the workmen wished for an immediate conflict, and that it would be somewhat hazardous to leave them time to become calm. The majority of the members of the committee were still in favor of a certain slackening of action which should tend to prolong the struggle, and it was difficult to say that they were in the wrong. It was certain that if they could protract the situation in which the coup d'etat had thrown Paris until the next week, Louis Bonaparte was lost. Paris does not allow herself to be trampled upon by an army for a whole week. Nevertheless, I was for my own part impressed with the following. The workmen's societies offered us 3,000 or 4,000 combatants, a powerful assistance. The workman does not understand strategy, he lives on enthusiasm, abatements of ardor discourage him, his zeal is not extinguished, but it cools. 3,000 today would be 500 tomorrow. And then some serious incident had just taken place on the boulevards. We were still ignorant of what it actually was. We could not foresee what consequences it might bring about, but seemed to me impossible that the still unknown, but yet violent event, which had just taken place would not modify the situation, and consequently change our plan of battle. I began to speak to this effect. I stated that we ought to accept the offer of the associations, and to throw them at once into the struggle. I added that revolutionary warfare often necessitates sudden changes of tactics, that a general in the open country and before the enemy operates as he wishes. It is all clear around him. He knows the effective strength of his soldiers, the number of his regiments. So many men, so many horses, so many cannons, he knows his strength, and the strength of his enemy he chooses his hour and his ground. He has a map under his eyes, he sees what he is doing. He is sure of his reserves, he possesses them, he keeps them back, he utilizes them when he wishes, he always has them by him. But for ourselves, cried I, we are in an undefined and inconceivable position. We are stepping at a venture upon unknown risks. Who is against us? We hardly know. Who is with us? We are ignorant. How many soldiers? How many guns? How many cartridges? Nothing but the darkness. Perhaps the entire people, perhaps no one. Keep a reserve. But who would answer for this reserve? It is an army today, it will be a handful of dust tomorrow. We only can plainly distinguish our duty, as regards all the rest it is black darkness. We are guessing at everything. We are ignorant of everything. We are fighting a blind battle. Let us strike all the blows that can be struck. Let us advance straight before us at random. Let us rush upon the danger. And let us have faith, for as we are justice and the law, God must be with us in this obscurity. Let us accept this glorious and gloomy enterprise of right disarmed yet still fighting. The ex-constituent Leblond and the delegate King, being consulted by the committee, seconded my advice. The committee decided that the societies should be requested in our name to come down into the streets immediately and to call out their forces. But we are keeping nothing for tomorrow, objected a member of the committee. What ally shall we have tomorrow? Victory, said Jules Favre. Carnot and Mitchell de Bourges remarked that it would be advisable for those members of the association who belonged to the National Guard to wear their uniforms. This was accordingly settled. The delegate King rose. Citizen representatives, said he, these orders will be immediately transmitted. Our friends are ready. In a few hours they will assemble. Tonight barricades and the combat. I asked him, would it be useful to you if a representative, a member of the committee, were with you tonight with his sash girded? Doubtless, he answered. Well then, resumed I, here I am, take me. We will all go, exclaimed Jules Favre. The delegate observed that it would suffice for one of us to be there at the moment when the societies should make their appearance, and that he could then notify the other members of the committee to come and join him. It was settled that as soon as the places of meeting and the rallying points should be agreed upon, he would send someone to let me know, and to take me wherever the societies might be. Before an hour's time you shall hear from me, said he on leaving us. As the delegates were going away, Mathieu de la Drôme arrived. On coming in he halted on the threshold of the door. He was pale, he cried out to us, you are no longer in Paris, you are no longer under the Republic, you are in Naples and under King Bomba. He had come from the boulevards. Later on I again saw Mathieu de la Drôme. I said to him, worse than Bomba, Satan. Chapter 18. The Verification of Moral Laws. The carnage of the Boulevard Montmartre constitutes the originality of the coup d'etat. Without this butchery, the 2D of December would only be an 18th Brumaire. Owing to the massacre, Louis Bonaparte escapes the charge of plagiarism. Up to that time he had only been an imitator. The little hat at Boulogne, the grey overcoat, the tame eagle appeared grotesque. What did this parody mean? People asked. He made them laugh, suddenly he made them tremble. He who becomes detestable ceases to be ridiculous. Louis Bonaparte was more than detestable, he was execrable. He envied the hugeness of great crimes, he wished to equal the worst. This striving after the horrible has given him a special place to himself in the menagerie of tyrants. Petty rascality trying to emulate deep villainy, a little Nero swelling himself to a huge Lacenaire, such is this phenomenon. Art for art, assassination for assassination. Louis Bonaparte has created a special genus. It was in this manner that Louis Bonaparte made his entry into the unexpected. This revealed him. Certain brains are abysses. Manifestly for a long time past Bonaparte had harbored the design of assassinating in order to reign. Premeditation haunts criminals, and it is in this manner that treason begins. The crime is a long time present in them, but shapeless and shadowy, they are scarcely conscious of it. Souls only blacken gradually. Such abominable deeds are not invented in a moment. They do not attain perfection at once and at a single bound. They increase and ripen, shapeless and indecisive, and the center of the ideas in which they exist keeps them living, ready for the appointed day and vaguely terrible. This design, the massacre for a throne, we feel sure, existed for a long time in Louis Bonaparte's mind. It was classed among the possible events of this soul. It darted hither and thither like a larva in an aquarium, mingled with shadows, with doubts, with desires, with expedients, with dreams of one knows not what Caesarean socialism, like a hydra dimly visible in a transparency of chaos. Hardly was he aware that he was fostering this hideous idea. When he needed it, he found it, armed and ready to serve him. His unfathomable brain had darkly nourished it. Abysses are the nurseries of monsters. Up to this formidable day of the 4th December, Louis Bonaparte did not perhaps quite know himself. Those who studied this curious imperial animal did not believe him capable of such pure and simple ferocity. They saw in him an indescribable mongrel, applying the talents of a swindler to the dreams of an empire, who, even when crowned, would be a thief. Who would say of a parricide, what roguery? Incapable of gaining a footing on any height, even of infamy, always remaining halfway uphill, a little above petty rascals, a little below great malefactors. They believed him clever at effecting all that is done in gambling hells and in robbers' caves, but with this transposition, that he would cheat in the caves, and that he would assassinate in the gambling hells. The massacre of the boulevards suddenly unveiled this spirit. They saw it such as it really was. The ridiculous nicknames Big Beak, Badingt, vanished. They saw the bandit, they saw the true contraffatto hidden under the false Bonaparte. There was a shudder. It was this then which this man held in reserve. Apologies have been attempted, they could but fail. It is easy to praise Bonaparte, for people have praised Dupin, but it is an exceedingly complicated operation to cleanse him. What is to be done with the 4th of December? How will that difficulty be surmounted? It is far more troublesome to justify than to glorify. The sponge works with greater difficulty than the censor. The panegyrists of the coup d'etat have lost their labor. Madame Sand herself, although a woman of lofty intellect, has failed miserably in her attempt to rehabilitate Bonaparte, for the simple reason that whatever one may do, the death roll reappears through this whitewashing. No extenuation whatever is possible. Unfortunate Bonaparte, the blood is drawn, it must be drunk. The deed of the 4th of December is the most colossal dagger thrust that a brigand let loose upon civilization has ever effected, we will not say upon a people, but upon the entire human race. The stroke was most monstrous, and struck Paris to the ground. Paris on the ground is conscience, is reason, is all human liberty on the ground. It is the progress of centuries lying on the pavement. It is the torch of justice, of truth, and of life reversed and extinguished. This is what Louis Bonaparte effected the day when he effected this. The success of the wretch was complete. The 2D of December was lost. The 4th of December saved the 2D of December. It was something like Erostratus saving Judas. Paris understood that all had not yet been told as regards deeds of horror, and that beneath the oppressor there was the garbage picker. It was the case of a swindler stealing Cesar's mantle. This man was little, it is true, but terrifying. Paris consented to this terror, renounced the right to have the last word, went to bed and simulated death. Suffocation had its share in the matter. This crime resembled, too, no previous achievements. Even after centuries have passed, and though he should be an Aeschylus or a Tacitus, anyone raising the cover would smell the stench. Paris resigned herself, Paris abdicated, Paris surrendered. The novelty of the treason proved its chief strength. Paris almost ceased to be Paris. On the next day the chattering of this terrified Titan's teeth could be heard in the shadows. Let us lay a stress upon this, for we must verify the laws of morality. Louis Bonaparte remained, even after the 4th of December, Napoleon the Little. This enormity still left him a dwarf. The size of the crime does not change the stature of the criminal, and the pettiness of the assassin withstands the immensity of the assassination. Be that as it may, the pygmy had the better of the colossus. This avowal, humiliating as it is, cannot be evaded. Such are the blushes to which history, that greatly dishonored one, is condemned. The fourth day, the victory. Chapter 1. What happened during the night, the Rue Tiquetonne. Just as Mathieu de la Drôme had said, "You are under King Bomba," Charles Gambin entered. He sank down upon a chair and muttered, "It is horrible." Bansal followed him. "We have come from it," said Bansal. Gambin had been able to shelter himself in the recess of a doorway. In front of Barbedians alone he had counted 37 corpses. What was the meaning of it all? To what purpose was this monstrous promiscuous murder? No one could understand it. The massacre was a riddle. We were in the Sphinx's grotto. Labrosse came in. It was urgently necessary that we should leave Dupont White's house. It was on the point of being surrounded. For some moments the Rue Montabre, ordinarily so deserted, was becoming thronged with suspicious figures. Men seemed to be attentively watching number 11. Some of these men, who appeared to be acting in concert, belonged to the X-Club of Clubs, which, owing to the maneuvers of the reactionists, exhaled a vague odor of the police. It was necessary that we should disperse. Labrosse said to us, "I have just seen Lungepied roving about." We separated. We went away one by one, and each in his own direction. We did not know where we should meet again, or whether we should meet again. What was going to happen and what was about to become of us all, no one knew. We were filled with a terrible dread. I turned up towards the boulevards, anxious to see what was taking place. What was taking place, I have just related. Bansal and Versigny had rejoined me. As I left the boulevards, mingled with the whirl of the terrified crowd, not knowing where I was going, returning towards the center of Paris, a voice suddenly whispered in my ear, "There is something over there which you ought to see." I recognized the voice. It was the voice of E.P. E.P. is a dramatic author, a man of talent, for whom under Louis-Philippe I had procured exemption from military service. I had not seen him for 4 or 5 years. I met him again in this tumult. He spoke to me as though we had seen each other yesterday. Such are these times of bewilderment. There is no time to greet each other according to the rules of society. One speaks as though all were in full flight. "Ah, it is you," I exclaimed. "What do you want with me?" He answered me, "I live in a house over there." And he added, "Come." He drew me into a dark street. We could hear explosions. At the bottom of the street could be seen the ruins of a barricade. Versigny and Bansal, as I have just said, were with me. E.P. turned to them. "These gentlemen can come," said he. I asked him, "What street is this?" "The Rue Tiquetonne." We followed him. I have elsewhere told this tragical event. 26. E.P. stopped before a tall and gloomy house. He pushed open a street door which was not shut, then another door, and we entered into a parlor perfectly quiet and lighted by a lamp. This room appeared to adjoin a shop. At the end could be distinguished 2 beds side by side, one large and one small. Above the little bed hung a woman's portrait, and above the portrait a branch of holy box tree. The lamp was placed over the fireplace, where a little fire was burning. Near the lamp upon a chair there was an old woman leaning forward, stooping down, folded in 2 as though broken, over something which was in the shadow, and which she held in her arms. I drew near. That which she held in her arms was a dead child. The poor woman was silently sobbing. E.P., who belonged to the house, touched her on the shoulder and said, "Let us see it." The old woman raised her head, and I saw on her knees a little boy, pale, half undressed, pretty, with 2 red holes in his forehead. The old woman stared at me, but she evidently did not see me. She muttered, speaking to herself. And to think that he called me Granny this morning. EP took the child's hand. The hand fell back again. 7 years old, he said to me. A basin was on the ground. They had washed the child's face. 2 tiny streams of blood trickled from the 2 holes. At the end of the room, near a half-opened clothes press, in which could be seen some linen, stood a woman of some 40 years, grave, poor, clean, fairly good-looking. A neighbor, EP said to me. He explained to me that a doctor lived in the house, that the doctor had come down and had said, "There is nothing to be done." The child had been hit by 2 balls in the head while crossing the street to get out of the way. They had brought him back to his grandmother, who had no one left but him. The portrait of the dead mother hung above the little bed. The child had his eyes half open, and that inexpressible gaze of the dead, where the perception of the real is replaced by the vision of the infinite. The grandmother spoke through her sobs by snatches. "God, is it possible? Who would have thought it? What brigands!" She cried out. "Is this then the government?" "Yes," I said to her. We finished undressing the child. He had a top in his pocket. His head rolled from one shoulder to the other. I held him and I kissed him on the brow. Versigny and Bansal took off his stockings. The grandmother suddenly started up. "Do not hurt him," she cried. She took the 2 little white and frozen feet in her old hands, trying to warm them. When the poor little body was naked, they began to lay it out. They took a sheet from the clothes press. Then the grandmother burst into bitter lamentation. She cried out, "They shall give him back to me." She drew herself up and gazed at us, and began to pour forth incoherent utterances, in which were mingled Bonaparte and God and her little one, and the school to which he went, and her daughter whom she had lost, and even reproaches to us. She was livid, haggard, as though seeing a vision before her, and was more of a phantom than the dead child. Then she again buried her face in her hands, placed her folded arms on her child, and once more began to sob. The woman who was there came up to me, and without saying a word, wiped my mouth with a handkerchief. I had blood upon my lips. What could be done? Alas, we went out overwhelmed. It was quite dark. Bansal and Versigny left me. 26 Les Chattaments. Chapter 2. What happened during the night, the market quarter. I came back to my lodging, 19, Rue Richelieu. The massacre seemed to be at an end. The fusillades were heard no longer. As I was about to knock at the door, I hesitated for a moment. A man was there who seemed to be waiting. I went straight up to this man, and I said to him, "You seem to be waiting for somebody." He answered, "Yes." "For whom?" "For you." And he added, lowering his voice, "I have come to speak to you." I looked at this man. A street lamp shone on him. He did not avoid the light. He was a young man with a fair beard, wearing a blue blouse, and who had the gentle bearing of a thinker and the robust hands of a workman. "Who are you?" I asked him. He answered, "I belong to the Society of the Last Makers. I know you very well, Citizen Victor Hugo." "From whom do you come?" I resumed. He answered still in a whisper, "From Citizen King." "Very good," said I. He then told me his name. As he has survived the events of the night of the 4th, and as he since escaped the denunciations, it can be understood that we will not mention his name here, and that we shall confine ourselves to terming him throughout the course of this story by his trade, calling him the Last Maker. 27. "What do you want to say to me?" I asked him. He explained that matters were not hopeless, that he and his friends meant to continue the resistance, that the meeting places of the societies had not yet been settled, but that they would be during the evening, that my presence was desired, and that if I would be under the Colbert Arcade at 9 o'clock, either himself or another of their men would be there, and would serve me as guide. We decided that in order to make himself known, the messenger, when accosting me, should give the password. "What is Joseph doing?" I do not know whether he thought he noticed any doubt or mistrust on my part. He suddenly interrupted himself and said, "After all, you are not bound to believe me. One does not think of everything. I ought to have asked them to give me a word in writing. At a time like this one distrusts everybody. On the contrary, I said to him, one trusts everybody. I will be in the Colbert Arcade at 9 o'clock. And I left him. I re-entered my asylum. I was tired, I was hungry, I had recourse to Charamal's chocolate and to a small piece of bread which I had still left. I sank down into an armchair, I ate and I slept. Some slumbers are gloomy. I had one of those slumbers, full of specters. I again saw the dead child and the two red holes in his forehead. These formed two mouths. One said Morny, and the other Saint Arnaud. History is not made, however, to recount dreams. I will abridge. Suddenly I awoke. I started. If only it is not past 9 o'clock. I had forgotten to wind up my watch. It had stopped. I went out hastily. The street was lonely, the shops were shut. In the Place Louvos I heard the hour striking, probably from St. Roch. I listened. I counted 9 strokes. In a few moments I was under the Colbert Arcade. I peered into the darkness. No one was under the arcade. I felt that it was impossible to remain there and have the appearance of waiting about. Near the Colbert Arcade there is a police station, and the patrols were passing every moment. I plunged into the street. I found no one there. I went as far as the Rue Vivienne. At the corner of the Rue Vivienne a man was stopping before a placard and was trying to deface it or to tear it down. I drew near this man, who probably took me for a police agent and who fled at the top of his speed. I retraced my steps. Near the Colbert Arcade, and just as I reached the point in the street where they post the theatrical bills, a workman passed me and said quickly, "What is Joseph doing?" I recognized the last maker. "Come," he said to me. We set out without speaking, and without appearing to know each other, he walking some steps before me. We first went to 2 addresses, which I cannot mention here without pointing out victims for the proscription. In these 2 houses we got no news. No one had come there on the part of the societies. "Let us go to the 3rd place," said the last maker, and he explained to me that they had settled among them 3 successive meeting places, in case of need, so as to be always sure of finding each other if, perchance, the police discovered the first or even the second meeting place, a precaution which for our part we adopted as much as possible with regard to our meetings of the left end of the committee. We had reached the market quarter. Fighting had been going on there throughout the day. There were no longer any gas lamps in the streets. We stopped from time to time and listened so as not to run headlong into the arms of a patrol. We got over a paling of planks almost completely destroyed, and of which barricades had probably been made, and we crossed the extensive area of half-demolished houses, which at that epoch encumbered the lower portions of the Rue Montmartre and Rue Montorgueil. On the peaks of the high dismantled gables could be seen a flickering red glow, doubtless the reflection of the bivouac fires of the soldiers encamped in the markets and in the neighborhood of St. Eustache. This reflection lighted our way. The last maker, however, narrowly escaped falling into a deep hole, which was no less than the cellar of a demolished house. On coming out of this region, covered with ruins, amongst which here and there a few trees might be perceived, the remains of gardens which had now disappeared, we entered into narrow, winding, and completely dark streets, where it was impossible to recognize one's whereabouts. Nevertheless, the last maker walked on as much at his ease as in broad daylight, and like a man who is going straight to his destination. Once he turned round to me and said to me, "The whole of this quarter is barricaded, and if, as I hope, our friends come down, I will answer that they will hold it for a long time." Suddenly he stopped. "Here is one," said he. In truth, 7 or 8 paces before us was a barricade entirely constructed of paving stones, not exceeding a man's height, and which in the darkness appeared like a ruined wall. A narrow passage had been formed at one end. We passed through it. There was no one behind the barricade. "There has already been fighting here a short time ago," said the last maker in a low voice, and he added, after a pause, "We are getting near." The unpaving had left holes, of which we had to be careful. We strode, and sometimes jumped, from paving stone to paving stone. Notwithstanding the intense darkness, there yet hovered about an indefinable glimmer. On our way we noticed before us on the ground, close to the foot pavement, something which looked like a stretched-out form. "The devil," muttered my guide, "we were just going to walk upon it." He took a little wax match from his pocket and struck it on his sleeve. The flame flashed out. The light fell upon a pallid face which looked at us with fixed eyes. It was a corpse lying there. It was an old man. The last maker rapidly waved the match from his head to his feet. The dead man was almost in the attitude of a crucified man. His 2 arms were stretched out. His white hair, red at the ends, was soaking in the mud. A pool of blood was beneath him. A large blackish patch on his waistcoat marked the place where the ball had pierced his breast. One of his braces was undone. He had thick-laced boots on his feet. The last maker lifted up one of his arms and said, "His collarbone is broken." The movement shook the head, and the open mouth turned towards us as though about to speak to us. I gazed at this vision. I almost listened. Suddenly it disappeared. This face re-entered the gloom. The match had just gone out. We went away in silence. After walking about 20 paces, the last maker, as though talking to himself, said in a whisper, "Don't know him." We still pushed forward. From the cellars to the roofs, from the ground floors to the garrets, there was not a light in the house. We appeared to be groping in an immense tomb. A man's voice, firm and sonorous, suddenly issued out of the darkness and shouted to us, "Who goes there?" "Ah, there they are," said the last maker, and he uttered a peculiar whistle. "Come on," resumed the voice. It was another barricade. This one, a little higher than the first, and separated from it by a distance of about 100 paces, was, as far as could be seen, constructed of barrels filled with paving stones. On the top could be seen the wheels of a truck entangled between the barrels. Planks and beams were intermingled. A passage had been contrived still narrower than the gangway of the other barricade. "Citizens," said the last maker, as he went into the barricade, "how many of you are there here?" The voice which had shouted, "Who goes there?" answered, "There are 2 of us." "Is that all?" "That is all." They were in truth 2 men who alone during that night, in that solitary street, behind that heap of paving stones, awaited the onslaught of a regiment. Both wore blouses. They were 2 workmen, with a few cartridges in their pockets and a musket upon each of their shoulders. "So then," resumed the last maker in an impatient tone, "our friends have not yet come." "Well then," I said to him, "let us wait for them." The last maker spoke for a short time in a low tone, and probably told my name to one of the 2 defenders of the barricade, who came up to me and saluted me. "Citizen representative," said he, "it will be very warm here shortly." "In the meantime," answered I laughingly, "it is cold." It was very cold, in truth. The street, which was completely unpaved behind the barricade, was nothing better than a sewer ankle-deep in water. "I say that it will be warm," resumed the workman, "and that you would do well to go farther off." The last maker put his hand on his shoulder. "Comrade, it is necessary that we should remain here. The meeting place is close by, in the ambulance." "All the same," resumed the other workman, who was very short, and who stood up on a paving stone, "the citizen representative would do well to go farther off." "I can very well be where you are," said I to him. The street was quite dark. Nothing could be seen of the sky. Inside the barricade on the left, on the side where the passage was, could be seen a high paling of badly joined planks, through which shone in places a feeble light. Above the paling rose out, lost in the darkness, a house of 6 or 7 stories, the ground floor which was being repaired and which was underpinned being closed in by these planks. A ray of light issuing from between the planks fell on the opposite wall and lighted up an old torn placard, on which could be read, Asnières, Water Tournaments, Grand Ball. "Have you another gun?" asked the last maker of the taller of the 2 workmen. "If we had 3 guns we should be 3 men," answered the workman. The little one added, "Do you think that the goodwill is wanting? There are plenty of musicians, but there are no clarionets." By the side of the wooden paling could be seen a little, narrow and low door, which looked more like the door of a stall than the door of a shop. The shop to which this door belonged was hermetically sealed. The door seemed to be equally closed. The last maker went up to it and pushed it gently. It was open. "Let us go in," he said. I went in first, he followed me and shut the door behind me. We were in a room on the ground floor. At the end on the left, a half-opened door emitted the reflection of a light. The room was only lighted by this reflection. A counter and a species of stove, painted in black and white, could be dimly distinguished. A short, half-suffocated, intermittent gurgling could be heard, which seemed to come from an adjoining room on the same side as the light. The last maker walked quickly to the half-opened door. I crossed the room after him, and we found ourselves in a sort of vast shed, lighted by one candle. We were on the other side of the plank paling. There was only the plank paling between ourselves and the barricade. This species of shed was the ground floor in course of demolition. Iron columns, painted red and fixed into stone sockets at short distances apart, supported the joists of the ceiling. Facing the street, a huge framework standing erect, and denoting the center of the surrounding paling, supported the great crossbeam of the first story, that is to say, supported the whole house. In a corner were lying some mason's tools, a heap of rubbish, and a large double ladder. A few straw-bottomed chairs were scattered here and there. The damp ground served for the flooring. By the side of a table, on which stood a candle in the midst of medicine bottles, an old woman and a young girl of about 8 years old, the woman seated, the child squatting before a great basketful of old linen, were making lint. The end of the room, which was lost in the darkness, was carpeted with a litter of straw, on which 3 mattresses had been thrown. The gurgling noise came from there. "It is the ambulance," said the last maker. The old woman turned her head, and seeing us, shuddered convulsively, and then, reassured probably by the blouse of the last maker, she got up and came towards us. The last maker whispered a few words in her ear. She answered, "I have seen nobody." Then she added, "But what makes me uneasy is that my husband has not yet come back. They have done nothing but fire muskets the whole evening." 2 men were lying on 2 of the mattresses at the end of the room. A third mattress was unoccupied and was waiting. The wounded man nearest to me had received a musket ball in his stomach. He it was who was gurgling. The old woman came towards the mattress with a candle, and whispered to us, showing us her fist, "If you could only see the hole that has made. We have stuffed lint as large as this into his stomach." She resumed, "He is not above 25 years old. He will be dead tomorrow morning." The other was still younger. He was hardly 18. "He has a handsome black overcoat," said the woman. "He is most likely a student." The young man had the whole of the lower part of his face swathed in blood-stained linen. She explained to us that he had received a ball in the mouth, which had broken his jaw. He was in a high fever, and gazed at us with lustrous eyes. From time to time he stretched his right arm towards a basin full of water in which a sponge was soaking. He took the sponge, carried it to his face, and himself moistened his bandages. It seemed to me that his gaze fastened upon me in a singular manner. I went up to him, I stooped down, and I gave him my hand, which he took in his own. "Do you know me?" I asked him. He answered, "Yes," by a pressure of the hand which went to my heart. The last maker said to me, "Wait a minute for me here, I shall be back directly. I want to see in this neighborhood if there is any means of getting a gun." He added, "Would you like one for yourself?" "No," answered I shall remain here without a gun. I only take a half share in the Civil War. I am willing to die, I am not willing to kill." I asked him if he thought his friends were going to come. He declared that he could not understand it, that the men from the societies ought to have arrived already, that instead of 2 men in the barricade there should be 20, that instead of 2 barricades in the street there should have been 10, and that something must have happened. He added, "However, I will go and see. Promise to wait for me here." "I promise you," I answered. "I will wait all night if necessary." He left me. The old woman had reseated herself near the little girl, who did not seem to understand much of what was passing round her, and who from time to time raised great calm eyes towards me. Both were poorly clad, and it seemed to me that the child had stockingless feet. "My man has not yet come back," said the old woman. "My poor man has not yet come back. I hope nothing has happened to him." With many heartrending, "My gods," and all the while quickly picking her lint, she wept. I could not help thinking with anguish of the old man we had seen stretched on the pavement at a few paces distant. A newspaper was lying on the table. I took it up and I unfolded it. It was the P. The rest of the title had been torn off. A blood-stained hand was plainly imprinted on it. A wounded man on entering had probably placed his hand on the table on the spot where the newspaper lay. My eyes fell upon these lines. M. Victor Hugo has just published an appeal to pillage and assassination. In these terms, the Journal of the Élysée described the proclamation which I had dictated to Baudin, and which may be read in of this history. As I threw back the paper on the table, one of the 2 defenders of the barricade entered. It was the short man. "A glass of water," said he. By the side of the medicine bottles there was a decanter and a glass. He drank, greedily. He held in his hand a morsel of bread and a sausage, which he was biting. Suddenly we heard several successive explosions, following one after another, and which seemed but a short distance off. In the silence of this dark night, It resembled the sound of a load of wood being shot onto the pavement. The calm and serious voice of the other combatant shouted from outside, "It is beginning." "Have I time to finish my bread?" asked the little one. "Yes," said the other. The little one then turned to me. "Citizen representative," said he to me, "those are volleys. They are attacking the barricades over there. Really, you must go away." I answered him, "But you yourselves are going to stay here." "As for us, we are armed," resumed he. "As for you, you are not. You will only get yourself killed without benefiting anyone. If you had a gun, I should say nothing. But you have not, you must go away." "I cannot," I answered him. "I am waiting for someone." He wished to continue and to urge me. I pressed his hand. "Let me do as I like," said I. He understood that my duty was to remain, and no longer persisted. There was a pause. He again began to bite his bread. The gurgling of the dying man alone was audible. At that moment, a sort of deep and hollow booming reached us. The old woman started from her chair, muttering, "It is the cannon." "No," said the little man, "it is the slamming of a street door." Then he resumed, "There now, I have finished my bread," and he dusted one hand against the other and went out. In the meantime, the explosions continued and seemed to come nearer. A noise sounded in the shop. It was the last maker who was coming back. He appeared on the threshold of the ambulance. He was pale. "Here I am," said he. "I have come to fetch you. We must go home. Let us be off at once." I arose from the chair where I had seated myself. "What does this mean? Will they not come?" "No," he answered, "no one will come. All is at an end." Then he hastily explained that he had gone through the whole of the quarter in order to find a gun, that it was labor lost, that he had spoken to 2 or 3, that we must abandon all hope of the societies, that they would not come down, that what had been done during the day had appalled everyone, that the best men were terrified, that the boulevards were full of corpses, that the soldiers had committed horrors, that the barricade was about to be attacked, that on his arrival he had heard the noise of footsteps in the direction of the crossway, that it was the soldiers who were advancing, that we could do nothing further there, that we must be off, that this house was stupidly chosen, that there was no outlet in the rear, that perhaps we should already find it difficult to get out of the street, and that we had only just time. He told this all panting, briefly, jerkily, and interrupted at every moment with this ejaculation, "And to think that they have no arms, and to think that I have no gun." As he finished, we heard from the barricade a shout of attention, and almost immediately a shot was fired. A violent discharge replied to this shot. Several balls struck the paling of the ambulance, but they were too obliquely aimed, and none pierced it. We heard the glass of several broken windows falling noisily into the street. "There is no longer time," said the last maker calmly. "The barricade is attacked." He took a chair and sat down. The 2 workmen were evidently excellent marksmen. 2 volleys assailed the barricade, one after the other. The barricade answered with animation. Then the fire ceased. There was a pause. "Now they are coming at us with the bayonet. They are coming at the double," said a voice in the barricade. The other voice said, "Let us be off." A last musket shot was fired. Then a violent blow which we interpreted as a warning shook our wooden wall. It was in reality one of the workmen who had thrown down his gun when going away. The gun in falling had struck the paling of the ambulance. We heard the rapid steps of the 2 combatants as they ran off. Almost at the same moment, a tumult of voices, and of butt ends of muskets striking the paving stones, filled the barricade. "It is taken," said the last maker, and he blew out the candle. To the silence which enveloped this street, a moment before succeeded a sort of ill-omened tumult. The soldiers knocked at the doors of the houses with the butt ends of their muskets. It was by a miracle that the shop door escaped them. If they had merely pushed against it, they would have seen that it was not shut, and would have entered. A voice, probably the voice of an officer, cried out, "Light up the windows." The soldiers swore. We heard them say, "Where are those blackguard Reds? Let us search the houses." The ambulance was plunged in darkness. Not a word was spoken, not a breath could be heard. Even the dying man, as though he divined the danger, had ceased to gurgle. I felt the little girl pressing herself against my legs. A soldier struck the barrels, and said laughingly, "Here is something to make a fire with tonight." Another resumed, "Which way have they gone? They were at least 30. let us search the houses." We heard one raising objections to this. "Nonsense, what do you want to do on a night like this? Enter the houses of the middle classes indeed, there is some waste ground over yonder, they have taken refuge there." "All the same," repeated the others, "let us search the houses." At this moment, a musket shot was fired from the end of the street. This shot saved us. In fact, it was probably one of the two workmen who had fired in order to draw off their attention from us. "That comes from over there," cried the soldiers. "They are over there." And all starting off at once in the direction from which the shot had been fired, they left the barricade and ran down the street at the top of their speed. The last maker and myself got up. "They are no longer there," whispered he. "Quick, let us be off." "But this poor woman," said I, "are we going to leave her here?" "Oh," she said, "do not be afraid, I have nothing to fear. As for me, I am an ambulance. I am taking care of the wounded. I shall even relight my candle when you are gone. What troubles me is that my poor husband has not yet come back." We crossed the shop on tiptoe. The last maker gently opened the door and glanced out into the street. Some inhabitants had obeyed the order to light up their windows, and 4 or 5 lighted candles here and there flickered in the wind upon the sills of the windows. The street was no longer completely dark. "There is no one about now," said the last maker, "but let us make haste, for they will probably come back." We went out, the old woman closed the door behind us, and we found ourselves in the street. We got over the barricade and hurried away as quickly as possible. We passed by the dead old man. He was still there, lying on the pavement, indistinctly revealed by the flickering glimmer from the windows. He looked as though he was sleeping. As we reached the second barricade, we heard behind us the soldiers, who were returning. We succeeded in regaining the streets in course of demolition. There we were in safety. The sound of musketry still reached us. The last maker said, "They are fighting in the direction of the Rue de Cléry." Leaving the streets in course of demolition, we went round the markets, not without risk of falling into the hands of the patrols, by a number of zigzags, and from one little street to another little street. We reached the Rue Saint-Honoré. At the corner of the Rue de l'Arbre Sec the last maker and I separated, "For in truth," said he to me, "two run more danger than one." And I regained number 19, Rue Richelieu. While crossing the Rue des Bourdonnais, we had noticed the bivouac of the place Saint-Eustache. The troops who had been dispatched for the attack had not yet come back. Only a few companies were guarding it. We could hear shouts of laughter. The soldiers were warming themselves at large fires lighted here and there. In the fire which was nearest to us, we could distinguish in the middle of the brazier the wheels of the vehicles which had served for the barricades. Of some there only remained a great hoop of red-hot iron. 27. We may now, after 26 years, give the name of this loyal and courageous man. His name was Gal, and not Galois, as certain historians of the coup d'etat have printed it while recounting, after their fashion, the incidents which we are about to read. Chapter 3. What happened during the night. The Petit Carreau. On the same night, almost at the same moment, at a few paces distant, a villainous deed was being perpetrated. After the taking of the barricade, where Pierre Tissier was killed, 70 or 80 combatants had retired in good order by the Rue Saint-Sauveur. They had reached the Rue Montorgueil and had rejoined each other at the junction of the Rue du Petit Carreau and the Rue du Cadran. At this point the street rises. At the corner of the Rue du Petit Carreau and the Rue de Cléry there was a deserted barricade, fairly high and well built. There had been fighting there during the morning. The soldiers had taken it, but had not demolished it. Why, as we have said, there were several riddles of this nature during this day. The armed band which came from the Rue Saint-Denis had halted there and had waited. These men were astonished at not being pursued. Had the soldiers feared to follow them into the little narrow streets, where each corner of the houses might conceal an ambuscade? Had a counter-order been given? They hazarded various conjectures. Moreover, they heard close by, evidently on the boulevard, a terrific noise of musketry, and a cannonade which resembled continuous thunder. Having no more ammunition, they were reduced to listen. If they had known what was taking place there, they would have understood why they were not pursued. The butchery of the boulevard was beginning. The generals employed in the massacre had suspended fighting for a while. The fugitives of the boulevard streamed in their direction, but when they perceived the barricade they turned back. Some, however, joined them indignant, and crying out for vengeance. One who lived in the neighborhood ran home and brought back a little tin barrel full of cartridges. These were sufficient for an hour's fighting. They began to construct a barricade at the corner of the Rue du Cadran. In this manner the Rue du Petit Carreau, closed by two barricades, one towards the Rue de Cléry, the other at the corner of the Rue du Cadran, commanded the whole of the Rue Montorgueil. The space between these two barricades formed a perfect citadel. The second barricade was stronger than the first. These men nearly all wore coats. Some of them rolled the paving stones with gloves on. Few workmen were amongst them, but those who were there were intelligent and energetic. These workmen were what might be termed the pick of the crowd. Jean Tissard had rejoined them. He at once became their leader. Charpentier accompanied him, too brave to abandon the enterprise, but too much a dreamer to become a commander. Two barricades, enclosing in the same manner some 40 yards of the Rue Montorgueil, had just been constructed at the top of the Rue Mauconseil. 3 other barricades, extremely feebly constructed, again intersected the Rue Montorgueil in the space which separates the Rue Mauconseil from Saint-Eustache. Evening was closing in. The fusillade was ceasing upon the boulevard. A surprise was possible. They established a sentry post at the corner of the Rue du Cadran and sent a main guard in the direction of the Rue Montmartre. Their scouts came in to report some items of information. A regiment seemed to be preparing to bivouac in the Place des Victoires. Their position, to all appearance strong, was not so in reality. There were too few in number to defend at the same time the two barricades on the Rue de Cléry and the Rue Montorgueil, and the soldiers arriving in the rear hidden by the second barricade would have been upon them without being even noticed. This determined them to establish a post in the Rue de Cléry. They put themselves in communication with the barricades of the Rue du Cadran and with the two Mauconseil barricades. These two last barricades were only separated from them by a space of about 150 paces. They were about 6 feet high, fairly solid, but only guarded by 6 workmen who had built them. Towards 4:30, in the twilight begins early in December, Jean Tissard took 4 men with him and went out to reconnoiter. He thought also of raising an advanced barricade in one of the little neighboring streets. On the way they found one which had been abandoned, and which had been built with barrels. The barrels, however, were empty, only one contained any paving stones, and the barricade could not have been held for 2 minutes. As they left this barricade they were assailed by a sharp discharge of musketry. A company of infantry, hardly visible in the dusk, was close upon them. They fell back hastily, but one of them, who was a shoemaker of the Faubourg du Temple, was hit and had remained on the pavement. They went back and brought him away. He had the thumb of the right hand smashed. "Thank God," said Jean Tissard, "they have not killed him." "No," said the poor man, "it is my bread which they have killed." And he added, "I can no longer work. Who will maintain my children?" They went back carrying the wounded man. One of them, a medical student, bound up his wound. The sentries, whom it was necessary to post in every direction, and who were chosen from the most trustworthy men, thinned and exhausted the little central land. There were scarcely 30 in the barricade itself. There, as in the quarter of the Temple, all the street lamps were extinguished, the gas pipes cut, the windows closed and unlighted, no moon, not even stars. The night was profoundly dark. They could hear distant fusillades. The soldiers were firing from around Saint-Eustache, and every 3 minutes sent a ball in their direction, as much as to say, "We are here." Nevertheless, they did not expect an attack before the morning. Dialogues like the following took place amongst them. "I wish I had a truss of straw," said Charpentier. "I have a notion that we shall sleep here tonight." "Will you be able to get to sleep?" asked Jean Tissard. Certainly I shall go to sleep." He did go to sleep, in fact, a few moments later. In this gloomy network of narrow streets, intersected with barricades, and blockaded by soldiers, 2 wine shops had remained open. They made more lint there, however, than they drank wine. The orders of the chiefs were only to drink reddened water. The doorway of one of these wine shops opened exactly between the 2 barricades of the Petit Cancan. In it was a clock by which they regulated the sentries' relief. In a back room, they had locked up 2 suspicious-looking persons who had intermingled with the combatants. One of these men at the moment when he was arrested said, "I have come to fight for Henry V." They kept them under lock and key, and placed a sentry at the door. An ambulance had been established in an adjoining room. There the wounded shoemaker was lying upon a mattress thrown upon the ground. They had established, in case of need, another ambulance in the Rue du Cadran. An opening had been effected at the corner of the barricade on this side, so that the wounded could be easily carried away. Towards 9:30 in the evening, a man came up to the barricade. Jean Tissar recognized him. "Good day, Denis," said he. "Call me Gaston," said the man. "Why?" "Because." "Are you your brothers?" "Yes, I am my brother, for today." "Very well, good day, Gaston." They heartily shook hands. It was Denis Dussaubes. He was pale, calm, and bleeding. He had already been fighting during the morning. At the barricade of the Faubourg Saint-Martin, a ball had grazed his breast, but had been turned off by some money in his pocket, and had only broken the skin. He had had the rare good fortune of being scratched by a ball. It was like the first touch from the claws of death. He wore a cap, his hat having been left behind in the barricade where he had fought, and he had replaced his bullet-pierced overcoat, which was made of belisle cloth, by a pea-jacket bought at a slop shop. How had he reached the barricade of the Petit Carreau? He could not say. He had walked straight before him. He had glided from street to street. Chance takes the predestined by the hand and leads them straight to their goal through the thick darkness. At the moment when he entered the barricade, they cried out to him, "Who goes there?" He answered, "The Republic." They saw Jean Tissar shake him by the hand. They asked Jean Tissar, "Who is he?" Jean Tissar answered, "It is someone." And he added, "We were only 60 a short time since, we are 100 now." All pressed round the newcomer. Jean Tissar offered him the command. "No," said he, "I do not understand the tactics of barricade fighting. I should be a bad chief, but I am a good soldier. Give me a gun." They seated themselves on the paving stones. They exchanged their experiences of what had been done. Denis described to them the fighting on the Faubourg Saint-Martin. Jean Tissar told Denis of the fighting in the Rue Saint-Denis. During all this time the generals were preparing a final assault, what the Marquis of Clermont-Tonnerre, in 1822, called the coup de collier, and what, in 1789, the Prince of Lambes had called the coup de base. Throughout all Paris, there was now only this point which offered any resistance. This knot of barricade, this labyrinth of streets, embattled like a redoubt, was the last citadel of the people and of right. The generals invested it leisurely, step by step and on all sides. They concentrated their forces. They, the combatants of this fateful hour, knew nothing of what was being done. Only from time to time, they interrupted their recital of events, and they listened. From the right and from the left, from the front, from the rear, from every side at the same time, an unmistakable murmur, growing every moment louder and more distinct, hoarse, piercing, fear-inspiring, reached them through the darkness. It was the sound of the battalions marching and charging at the trumpet command in all the adjoining streets. They resumed their gallant conversation, and then in another moment they stopped again and listened to that species of ill-omened chant, chanted by death, which was approaching. Nevertheless, some still thought that they would not be attacked till the next morning. Night combats are rare in street warfare. They are more risky than all the other conflicts. Few generals venture upon them, but amongst the old hands of the barricade, from certain never-failing signs, they believed that an assault was imminent. In fact, at 10:30 at night, and not at 8 o'clock as General Magnan has said in the despicable document which he calls his report, a special movement was heard in the direction of the markets. This was the marching of the troops. Colonel de Lermel had determined to make the attack. The 51st of the line, posted at St. Eustache, entered the Rue Montorgueil. The 2D battalion formed the advanced guard. The grenadiers and the light infantry, hurled forward at the double, quickly carried the three little barricades, which were on the other side of the vacant space of the Rue Mauconseil, and the feebly defended barricades of the adjoining streets. It was at that very moment that the barricade near which I was happened to be carried. From the barricade of the Petit Carreau they heard the night strife draw near through the darkness, with a fitful noise, strange and appalling. First a great tumult, then volleys, then silence, and then all began again. The flashing of the fusillades suddenly delineated in the darkness the outlines of the houses, which appeared as though they themselves were affrighted. The decisive moment drew near. The outpost had fallen back upon the barricades. The advanced posts of the Rue de Cléry and the Rue du Cadran had come back. They called over the roll. Not one of those of the morning was missing. They were, as we have said, about 60 combatants, and not 100, as the Magnan report has stated. From the upper extremity of the street where they were stationed, it was difficult to ascertain what was happening. They did not exactly know how many barricades there were in the Rue Montorgueil between them and St. Eustache, whence the troops were coming. They only knew that their nearest point of resistance was the double Mauconseil barricade, and that, when all was at an end there, it would be their turn. Denis had posted himself on the inner side of the barricade in such a manner that half his body was above the top, and from there he watched. The glimmer which came from the doorway of the wine shop rendered his gestures visible. Suddenly he made a sign. The attack on the Mauconseil redoubt was beginning. The soldiers, in fact, after having some time hesitated before this double wall of paving stones, lofty, well-built, and which they supposed was well defended, had ended by rushing upon it, and attacking it with blows of their guns. They were not mistaken. It was well defended. We have already said that there were only 6 men in this barricade, the 6 workmen who had built it. Of the 6, one only had 3 cartridges, the others had only 2 shots to fire. These 6 men heard the regiment advancing and the roll of the battery which was followed on it, and did not stir. Each remained silent at his post of battle, the barrel of his gun between 2 paving stones. When the soldiers were within range they fired, and the battalion replied. "That is right. Rage away, Red Breeches," said laughingly the man who had 3 shots to fire. Behind them, the men of the Petit Carreau were crowded round Denis and Jean Tissard, and leaning on the crest of their barricade, stretching their necks towards the Mauconseil redoubt, they watched them like the gladiators of the next combat. The 6 men of this Mauconseil redoubt resisted the onslaught of the battalion for nearly a quarter of an hour. They did not fire together, in order, one of them said, to make the pleasure last the longer. The pleasure of being killed for duty, a noble sentence in this workman's mouth. They did not fall back into the adjoining streets until after having exhausted their ammunition. The last, he who had 3 cartridges, did not leave until the soldiers were actually scaling the summit of the barricade. In the barricade of the Petit Carreau not a word was spoken. They followed all the phases of this struggle, and they pressed each other's hands. Suddenly the noise ceased, the last musket shot was fired. A moment afterwards they saw the lighted candles being placed in all the windows which looked on the Mauconseil redoubt. The bayonets and the brass ornaments on the shakos sparkled there. The barricade was taken. The commander of the battalion, as is always the custom in similar circumstances, had sent orders into the adjoining houses to light up all the windows. This was done at the Mauconseil redoubt. Seeing that their hour had come, the 60 combatants of the barricade of the Petit Carreau mounted their heap of paving stones, and shouted with one voice, in the midst of the darkness, this piercing cry, "Long live the Republic!" No one answered them. They could only hear the battalion loading their guns. This acted upon them as a species of signal for action. They were all worn out with fatigue, having been on their feet since the preceding day, carrying paving stones or fighting. The greater part had neither eaten nor slept. Charpentier said to Jean Tissard, "We shall all be killed." "Shall we really?" said Jean Tissard. Jean Tissard ordered the door of the wine shop to be closed, so that their barricade, completely shrouded in darkness, would give them some advantage over the barricade which was occupied by the soldiers, and lighted up. In the meantime the 51st searched the streets, carried the wounded into the ambulances, and took up their position in the double barricade of the Rue Mauconseil. Half an hour thus elapsed. Now, in order to clearly understand what is about to follow, the reader must picture to himself in this silent street, in this darkness of the night, at from 60 to 80 yards apart, within speaking distance, these 2 redoubts facing each other, and able as in an Iliad to address each other. On one side the army, on the other side the people, the darkness over all. The species of truce which always precedes decisive encounters drew to a close. The preparations were completed on both sides. The soldiers could be heard forming into order of battle, and the captains giving out their commands. It was evident that the struggle was at hand. "Let us begin," said Charpentier, and he raised his gun. Denis held his arm back. "Wait," he said. Then an epic incident was seen. Denis slowly mounted the paving stones of the barricade, ascended to the top, and stood there erect, unarmed and bareheaded. Thence he raised his voice, and facing the soldiers he shouted to them, "Citizens!" At this word a sort of electric shudder ensued which was felt from one barricade to the other. Every sound was hushed, every voice was silent. On both sides reigned a deep religious and solemn silence. By the distant glimmer of a few lighted windows, the soldiers could vaguely distinguish a man standing above a mass of shadows, like a phantom who was speaking to them in the night. Denis continued, "Citizens of the army, listen to me." The silence grew still more profound. He resumed, "What have you come to do here? You and ourselves, all of us who are in this street at this hour with the sword or gun in hand, what are we about to do? To kill each other. To kill each other, citizens. Why? Because they have raised a misunderstanding between us. Because we obey you your discipline, we are right. You believe that you are carrying out your instructions. As for us, we know that we are doing our duty. Yes, it is universal suffrage. It is the right of the Republic. It is our right that we are defending, and our right, soldiers, is your right. The army is the people, as the people is the army. We are the same nation, the same country, the same men. My God, see, is there any Russian blood in my veins, in me who am speaking to you? Is there any Prussian blood in your veins, in you who are listening to me? No, why then should we fight? It is always an unfortunate thing for a man to fire upon a man. Nevertheless, a gunshot between a Frenchman and an Englishman can be understood. But between a Frenchman and a Frenchman, that wounds reason, that wounds France, that wounds our mother." All anxiously listened to him. At this moment from the opposite barricade a voice shouted to him, "Go home then." At this coarse interruption, an angry murmur ran through Denis's companions, and several guns could be heard being loaded. Denis restrained them by a sign. This sign possessed a strange authority. "Who is this man?" the combatants behind the barricade asked each other. Suddenly they cried out, "He is a representative of the people." Denis had, in fact, suddenly assumed his brother Gaston's sash. What he had premeditated was about to be accomplished. The hour of the heroic falsehood had arrived. He cried out, "Soldiers, do you know what the man is who is speaking to you at this moment? He is not only a citizen, he is a legislator. He is a representative chosen by universal suffrage. My name is Dussaubs, and I am a representative of the people. It is in the name of the National Assembly, it is in the name of the Sovereign Assembly, it is in the name of the people, and in the name of the law that I summon you to hear me. Soldiers, you are the armed force. Well then, when the law speaks, the armed force listens." This time, the silence was not broken. We reproduce these words almost literally, such as they are, and such as they have remained graven on the memory of those who heard them. But what we cannot reproduce, and what should be added to these words in order to realize the effect, is the attitude, the accent, the thrill of emotion, the vibration of the words issuing from this noble breast, the intense impression produced by the terrible hour and place. Denis Dussaubs continued. He spoke for some 20 minutes, an eyewitness has told me. Another has said, he spoke with a loud voice, the whole street heard him. He was vehement, eloquent, earnest, a judge for Bonaparte, a friend for the soldiers. He sought to rouse them by everything which could still vibrate in them. He recalled to them their true wars, their true victories, the national glory, the ancient military honor, the flag. He told them that all this was about to be slain by the bullets from their guns. He adjured them, he ordered them to join themselves to the people and to the law. And then suddenly coming back to the first words which he had pronounced, carried away by that fraternity with which his soul overflowed, he interrupted himself in the middle of a half-completed sentence, and cried out, "But to what purpose are all these words? It is not all this that is wanted, it is a shake of the hand between brothers. Soldiers, you are there opposite us, at 100 paces from us, in a barricade, with the sword drawn, with guns pointed. You are aiming directly at me. Well then, all of us who are here love you. There is not one of us who would not give his life for one of you. You are the peasants of the fields of France. We are the workmen of Paris. What then is in question? Simply to see each other, to speak to each other, and not to cut each other's throats. Shall we try this? Say, as for myself in this frightful battlefield of civil war, I would rather die than kill. Look now, I am going to get off this barricade and come to you. I am unarmed. I only know that you are my brothers. I am confident, I am calm, and if one of you presents his bayonet at me, I will offer him my hand." He finished speaking. A voice cried out from the opposite barricade, Advance in order. Then they saw him slowly descend the dimly lighted crest of the barricade, paving stone by paving stone, and plunge with head erect into the dark street. From the barricade, all eyes followed him with an inexpressible anxiety. Hearts ceased beating, mouths no longer breathed. No one attempted to restrain Denis Dussaubes. Each felt that he was going where he ought to go. Charpentier wished to accompany him. "Would you like me to go with you?" he cried out to him. Dussaubes refused with a shake of the head. Dussaubes, alone and grave, advanced towards the Mauconseil barricade. The night was so dark that they lost sight of him immediately. They could distinguish only for a few seconds his peaceable and intrepid bearing. Then he disappeared. They could no longer see anything. It was an inauspicious moment. The night was dark and dumb. There could only be heard in this thick darkness the sound of a measured and firm step dying away in the distance. After some time, how long no one could reckon, so completely did emotion eclipse thought amongst the witnesses of this marvelous scene, a glimmer of light appeared in the barricade of the soldiers. It was probably a lantern which was being brought or taken away. By the flash they again saw Dussaubes. He was close to the barricade. He had almost reached it. He was walking towards it with his arms stretched out like Christ. Suddenly the word of command, "Fire," was heard. A fusillade burst forth. They had fired upon Dussaubes when he was at the muzzles of their guns. Dussaubes fell. Then he raised himself and cried, "Long live the Republic!" Another bullet struck him, he fell again. Then they saw him raise himself once more and heard him shout in a loud voice, "I die with the Republic." These were his last words. In this manner died Denis Dussaubes. It was not vainly that he had said to his brother, "Your sash will be there." He was anxious that this sash should do its duty. He determined in the depths of his great soul that this sash should triumph either through the law or through death. That is to say, in the first case it would save right, in the second save honor. Dying he could say, "I have succeeded." Of the two possible triumphs of which he had dreamed, the gloomy triumph was not the less splendid. The insurgent of the Élysée thought that he had killed a representative of the people, and boasted of it. The sole journal published by the coup d'état under these different titles, Patrie, Univers, Moniteur, Parisien, etc., announced on the next day, Friday the 5th, that the ex-representative Dussaubes, Gaston, had been killed at the barricade of the Rue Neuve Saint-Eustache, and that he bore a red flag in his hand. Chapter 4. What was done during the night, the passage du Somme. When those on the barricade of the Petit Carreau saw Dussaubes fall, so gloriously for his friends, so shamefully for his murderers, a moment of stupor ensued. Was it possible? Did they really see this before them? Such a crime committed by our soldiers? Horror filled every soul. This moment of surprise did not last long. "Long live the Republic!" shouted the barricade with one voice, and it replied to the ambuscade by a formidable fire. The conflict began. A mad conflict on the part of the coup d'état, a struggle of despair on the side of the Republic. On the side of the soldiers, an appalling and cold-blooded resolution, a passive and ferocious obedience, numbers, good arms, absolute chiefs, pouches filled with cartridges. On the side of the people, no ammunition, disorder, weariness, exhaustion, no discipline, indignation serving for a leader. It appears that while Dussaubes was speaking, 15 grenadiers, commanded by a sergeant named Pitrois, had succeeded in gliding in the darkness along the houses, and unperceived and unheard, had taken up their position close to the barricade. These 15 men suddenly formed themselves together with lowered bayonets at 20 paces from the barricade, ready to scale it. A volley received them. They fell back, leaving several corpses in the gutter. Major Jeannin cried out, "Finish them off." The entire battalion which occupied the Mauconseil barricade then appeared with raised bayonets upon the uneven crest of this barricade, and from there, without breaking their line, with a sudden but regulated and inexorable movement, sprang into the street. The 4 companies, in close order, and as though mingled and hardly visible, seemed like a wave precipitating itself with a great noise from the height of the barricade. At the barricade of the Petit Carreau they noted the maneuver and had paused in their fire. "Present," cried Jean Tissard, "but do not fire, wait for the order." Each put his gun to his shoulder, then placed the barrels between the paving stones, ready to fire, and waited. As soon as it had quitted the Mauconseil redoubt, the battalion rapidly formed itself into an attacking column, and a moment afterwards they heard the intermittent sound of an advance at the double. It was the battalion which was coming upon them. "Charpentier," said Jintisar, "you have good eyes. Are they midway?" "Yes," said Charpentier. "Fire," said Jintisar. The barricade fired. The whole street was filled with smoke. Several soldiers fell. They could hear the cries of the wounded. The battalion, riddled with balls, halted and replied by platoon firing. 7 or 8 combatants whose bodies reached above the barricade, which had been made hastily and was too low, were hit. 3 were killed on the spot. 1 fell wounded by a ball in his stomach, between Jintisar and Charpentier. He shrieked out with pain. "Quick to the ambulance," said Jintisar. "Where?" "In the Rue du Cadran." Jintisar and Charpentier picked up the wounded man, the one by the feet, the other by the head, and carried him to the du Cadran through the passage in the barricade. During all this time there was continued file firing. There no longer seemed anything in the street but smoke, the balls whistling and crossing each other, the brief and repeated commands, some plaintive cries, and the flash of the guns lighting up the darkness. Suddenly a loud void died out, forwards. The battalion resumed its double-quick march and threw itself upon the barricade. Then ensued a horrible scene. They fought hand to hand, 400 on the one side, 50 on the other. They seized each other by the collar, by the throat, by the mouth, by the hair. There was no longer a cartridge in the barricade, but there remained despair. A workman, pierced through and through, snatched the bayonet from his belly and stabbed a soldier with it. They did not see each other, but they devoured each other. It was a desperate scuffle in the dark. The barricade did not hold out for 2 minutes. In several places, it may be remembered, it was low. It was rather stridden over than scaled. That was all the more heroic. One of the survivors, 28, told the writer of these lines, "The barricade defended itself very badly, but the men died very well." All this took place while Jintisar and Charpentier were carrying the wounded man to the ambulance in the Rue du Cadran. His wounds having been attended to, they came back to the barricade. They had just reached it when they heard themselves called by name. A feeble voice close by said to them, "Jintisar, Charpentier." They turned round and saw one of their men who was dying leaning against a wall and his knees giving way beneath him. He was a combatant who had left the barricade. He had only been able to take a few steps down the street. He held his hand over his breast, where he had received a ball fired at close quarters. He said to them in a scarcely audible voice, "The barricade is taken, save yourselves." "No," said Jintisar, "I must unload my gun." Jintisar re-entered the barricade, fired a last shot and went away. Nothing could be more frightful than the interior of the captured barricade. The Republicans, overpowered by numbers, no longer offered any resistance. The officers cried out, "No prisoners!" The soldiers billed those who were standing and dispatched those who had fallen. Many awaited their death with their heads erect. The dying raised themselves up and shouted, "Long live the Republic!" Some soldiers ground their heels upon the faces of the dead so that they should not be recognized. There, stretched out amongst the corpses, in the middle of the barricade with his hair in the gutter, was seen the all but namesake of Charpentier, Carpentier, the delegate of the committee of the 10th arrondissement, who had been killed and had fallen backwards with 2 balls in his breast. A lighted candle which the soldiers had taken from the wine shop was placed on a paving stone. The soldiers were infuriated. One would say that they were revenging themselves. On whom? A workman named Paturel received 3 balls and 6 bayonet thrusts, 4 of which were in the head. They thought that he was dead, and they did not renew the attack. He felt them search him. They took 10 francs which he had about him. He did not die till 6 days later, and he was able to relate the details which are given here. We may note, by the way, that the name of Paturel does not figure upon any of the lists of the corpses published by M. Bonaparte. 60 Republicans were shut up in this redoubt of the Petit Carreau. 46 were killed there. These men had come there that morning free, proud to fight, and joyous to die. At midnight all was at an end. The night wagons carried away on the next day 9 corpses to the hospital cemetery and 37 to Montmartre. Jintisar escaped by a miracle, as well as Charpentier, and a third whose name we have not been able to ascertain. They glided along the houses and reached the passage du Saumon. The grated doors which closed the passage during the night only reached to the center of the archway. They climbed it and got over the spikes, at the risk of tearing themselves. Jintisar was the first to climb it. Having reached the summit, one of the spikes pierced his trousers, hooked them, and Jean Tissar fell headforemost upon the pavement. He got up again, he was only stunned. The other two followed him, and gliding along the bars, all three found themselves in the passage. It was dimly lighted by a lamp which shone at one end. In the meanwhile, they heard the soldiers who were pursuing them coming up. In order to escape by the Rue Montmartre, they would have to climb the grated gateway at the other end of the passage. Their hands were grazed, their knees were bleeding. They were dying of weariness. They were in no condition to recommence a similar ascent. Jean Tissar knew where the keeper of the passage lived. He knocked at his window and begged him to open. The keeper refused. At this moment, the detachment which had been sent in pursuit of them reached the grated gateway which they had just climbed. The soldiers, hearing a noise in the passage, passed the barrels of their guns through the bars. Jean Tissar squeezed himself against the wall behind one of those projecting columns which decorate the passage, but the column was very thin and only half covered him. The soldiers fired, and smoke filled the passage. When it cleared away, Jean Tissar saw Charpentier stretched on the stones with his face to the ground. He had been shot through the heart. Their other companion lay a few paces from him, mortally wounded. The soldiers did not scale the grated gateway, but they posted a sentinel before it. Jean Tissar heard them going away by the Rue Montmartre. They would doubtless come back. No means of flight. He felt all the doors round his prison successively. One of them at length opened. This appeared to him like a miracle. Whoever could have forgotten to shut the door? Providence, doubtless. He hid himself behind it and remained there for more than an hour, standing motionless, scarcely breathing. He no longer heard any sound. He ventured out. The sentinel was no longer there. The detachment had rejoined the battalion. One of his old friends, a man to whom he had rendered services such as are not forgotten, lived in this very passage du Saumon. Jean Tissar looked for the number, woke the porter, told him the name of his friend, was admitted, went up the stairs and knocked at the door. The door was opened. His friend appeared in his nightshirt, with a candle in his hand. He recognized Jean Tissar and cried out, "You here, what a state you are in! Where have you come from what riot, from what madness? And then you come to compromise us all here, to have us murdered, to have us shot. Now then, what do you want with me?" "I want you to give me a brush down," said Jean Tissar. His friend took a brush and brushed him, and Jean Tissar went away. While going down the stairs, Jean Tissar cried out to his friend, "Thanks." Such is the kind of hospitality which we have since received in Belgium, in Switzerland, and even in England. The next day, when they took up the bodies, they found on Charpentier a notebook and a pencil, and upon Denis Dussaub's a letter. A letter to a woman. Even these stoic souls love. On the 1st of December, Denis Dussaub's began this letter. He did not finish it. Here it is. My dear Marie. Have you experienced that sweet pain of feeling regret for him who regrets you? For myself, since I left you, I have known no other affliction than that of thinking of you, even in my affliction itself. There was something sweet and tender, and although I was troubled, I was nevertheless happy to feel in the depths of my heart how greatly I loved you by the regret which you cost me. Why are we separated? Why have I been forced to fly from you, for we were so happy, when I think of our little evenings so free from constraint, of our gay country chats with your sisters, I feel myself seized with a bitter regret. Did we not love each other clearly, my darling? We had no secret from each other because we had no need to have one, and our lips uttered the thoughts of our hearts, without our thinking to keep anything back. God has snatched away from us all these blessings, and nothing will console me for having lost them. Do you not lament with me the evils of absence? How seldom we see those whom we love. Circumstances take us far from them, and our soul tormented and attracted out of ourselves lives in a perpetual anguish. I feel this sickness of absence. I am at myself wherever you are. I follow your work with my eyes, or I listen to your words, seated beside you and seeking to divine the word which you are about to utter. Your sisters so by our side. Empty dreams, illusions of a moment. My hand seeks yours. Where are you, my beloved one? My life is an exile, far from those whom I love and by whom I am loved. My heart calls them and consumes away in its grief. No, I do Not love the great cities and their noise, towns peopled with strangers where no one knows you, and where you know no one, where each one jostles and elbows the other without ever exchanging. Smile, but I love our quiet fields, the peace of home and the voice of friends who greet you. Up to the present I have always lived in contradiction with my nature, my fiery blood, my nature so hostile to injustice. The spectacle of unmerited miseries have thrown me into a struggle of which I do not foresee the issue, a struggle in which will remain to the end without fear and without reproach, that which daily breaks me down and consumes my life. I tell you, my much-loved darling, the secret miseries of my heart. No, I do not blush for what my hand has just written, but my heart is sick and suffering, and I tell it to you. I suffer, I wish to blot out these lines, but why could they offend you? What do they contain that could wound my darling? Do I not know your affection, and do I not know that you love me? Yes, you have not deceived me, I did not kiss a lying mouth. When seated on my knees you lulled me with the charm of your words, I believed you. I wish to bind myself to a burning iron bar. Weariness preys upon me and devours me. I feel a maddening desire to recover life. Is it Paris that produces this effect upon me? I always yearn to be in places where I am not. I live here to a complete solitude. I believe you, Marie. Charpentier's notebook only contained this line, which he had written in the darkness at the foot of the barricade, while Denis Dusaubes was speaking. Admonit et magna testator voce per umbras. 28 February 18, Leuven. Chapter 5, Other Deeds of Darkness. Yvan had again seen Queneau. He corroborated the information given in the letter of Alexandre Dumas to Bocage, with the fact we had the names. On the 3d of December at M. Abatucci's house, 31, Rue Caumartin, in the presence of Dr. Queneau and of Pietri, a Corsican born at Vezzani, named Jacques-François Cristelli, 29, a man attached to the secret and personal service of Louis Bonaparte, had received from Pietri's own mouth the offer of 25,000 francs to take or kill Victor Hugo. He had accepted and said, "That is all very well if I am alone, but suppose there are two of us." Pietri had answered, "Then there will be 50,000 francs. This communication, accompanied by urgent prayers, had been made to me by Yvan in the Rue de Monthaber, while we were still at Dupont White's. This said, I continue my story. The massacre of the 4th did not produce the whole of its effect until the next day, the 5th. The impulse given by us to the resistance still lasted for some hours, and at nightfall, in the labyrinth of houses ranging from the Rue du Petit Carreau to the Rue du Temple, there was fighting. The Pagevin, Neuve Saint-Eustache, Montorgueil, Rambuteau, Beaubourg, and Transnonain barricades were gallantly defended. There was an impenetrable network of streets and crossways barricaded by the people, surrounded by the army. The assault was merciless and furious. The barricade of the Rue Montorgueil was one of those which held out the longest. A battalion and artillery was needed to carry it. At the last moment it was only defended by 3 men, 2 shop clerks and a lemonade seller of an adjoining street. When the assault began the night was densely dark, and the 3 combatants escaped. But they were surrounded. No outlets, not one door was open. They climbed the grated gateway of the passage Verdot, as Jean Tissard and Charpentier had scaled the passage du Saumon, had jumped over, and had fled down the passage. But the other grated gateway was closed, and like Jean Tissard and Charpentier they had no time to climb it. Besides, they heard the soldiers corning on both sides. In a corner at the entrance of the passage, there were a few planks which had served to close a stall, and which the stallkeeper was in the habit of putting there. They hid themselves beneath these planks. The soldiers who had taken the barricade, after having searched the streets, bethought themselves of searching the passage. They also climbed over the grated gateway, looked about everywhere with lanterns, and found nothing. They were going away, when one of them perceived the foot of one of these 3 unfortunate men, which was projecting from beneath the planks. They killed all 3 of them on the spot with bayonet thrusts. They cried out, "Kill us at once, shoot us, do not prolong our misery." The neighboring shopkeepers heard these cries, but dared not open their doors or their windows, for fear, as one of them said the next day, that they should do the same to them. The execution at an end, The executioners left the three victims lying in a pool of blood on the pavement of the passage. One of those unfortunate men did not die until 8 o'clock next morning. No one had dared to ask for mercy, no one had dared to bring any help. They left them to die there. One of the combatants of the Rue Beaubourg was more fortunate. They were pursuing him. He rushed up a staircase, reached a roof, and from there a passage which proved to be the top corridor of an hotel. A key was in the door. He opened it boldly and found himself face to face with a man who was going to bed. It was a tired-out traveler who had arrived at the hotel that very evening. The fugitive said to the traveler, "I am lost, save me," and explained him the situation in 3 words. The traveler said to him, "Undress yourself and get into my bed." And then he lit a cigar and began quietly to smoke. Just as the man of the barricade had got into bed, a knock came at the door. It was the Sodders who were searching the house. To the questions which they asked him the traveler answered, pointing to the bed, "We are only 2 here. We have just arrived here. I am smoking my cigar and my brother is asleep." The waiter was questioned and confirmed the traveler's statement. The soldiers went away and no one was shot. We will say this, that the victorious soldiers killed less than on the preceding day. They did not massacre in all the captured barricades. The order had been given on that day to make prisoners. It might also be believed that a certain humanity existed. What was this humanity? We shall see. At 11 o'clock at night, all was at an end. They arrested all those whom they found in the streets which had been surrounded, whether combatants or not. They had all the wine shops and the cafes opened. They closely searched the houses. They seized all the men whom they could find, only leaving the women and the children. 2 regiments formed in a square carried away all these prisoners huddled together. They took them to the Tuileries and shut them up in the vast cellar situated beneath the terrace at the waterside. On entering this cellar, the prisoners felt reassured. They called to mind that in June 1848, a great number of insurgents had been shut up there, and later on had been transported. They said to themselves that doubtless they also would be transported, or brought before the councils of war, and that they had plenty of time before them. They were thirsty. Many of them had been fighting since that morning, and nothing parches tire mouth so much as biting cartridges. They asked for drink. 3 pitchers of water were brought to them. A sort of security suddenly fell upon them. Amongst them were several who had been transported in June 1848, and who had already been in that cellar, and who said, "In June they were not so humane. They left us for 3 days without food or drink." Some of them wrapped themselves up in their overcoats or cloaks, lay down and slept. At 1 o'clock in the morning a great noise was heard outside. Soldiers, carrying torches, appeared in the cellars. The prisoners who were sleeping woke with a start. An officer ordered them to get up. They made them go out anyhow as they had come in. As they went out they coupled them 2 by 2 at random, and a sergeant counted them in a loud voice. They asked neither their names, nor their professions, nor their families, nor who they were, nor whence they came. They contented themselves with the numbers. The numbers sufficed for what they were about to do. In this manner they count the counting having come to an end, they ranged them in close columns, still 2 by 2 and arm in arm. They were not tied together, but on each side of the column, on the right and on the left, there were 3 files of soldiers keeping them within their ranks, with guns loaded. A battalion was at their head, a battalion in their rear. They began to march, pressed together and enclosed in this moving frame of bayonets. At the moment when the column set forward, a young law student, a fair pale Alsatian of some 20 years, who was in their ranks, asked a captain, who was marching by him with his sword drawn, "Where are we going?" The officer made no reply. Having left the Tuileries, they turned to the right, and followed the quay as far as the Pont de la Concorde. They crossed the Pont de la Concorde, and again turned to the right. In this manner they passed before the Esplanade of the Invalids, and reached the lonely quay of Gros Caillou. As we have just said, they number, and as they walked 2 by 2, there was one, the last, who walked alone. He was one of the most daring combatants of the Rue Pagevin, a friend of Lecomte the Younger. By chance the sergeant, who was posted in the inner file by his side, was a native of the same province. On passing under a street lamp they recognized each other. They exchanged quickly a few words in a whisper. "Where are we going?" asked the prisoner. "To the military school," answered the sergeant, and he added, "Ah, my poor lad." And then he kept at a distance from the prisoner. As this was the end of the column, there was a certain space between the last rank of the soldiers who formed the line and the first rank of the company which closed the procession. As they reached the lonely boulevard of Gros Calin, of which we have just spoken, the sergeant drew near to the prisoner and said to him in a rapid and low tone, "One can hardly see here, it is a dark spot, on the left there are trees, be off." "But," said the prisoner, "they will fire at me." "They will miss you." "But suppose they kill me?" "It will be no worse than what awaits you." The prisoner understood, shook the sergeant's hand, and taking advantage of the space between the line of soldiers and rear ground, rushed with a single bound outside the column and disappeared in the darkness beneath the trees. "A man is escaping," cried out the officer who commanded the last company. "Halt, fire." The column halted. The rearguard company fired at random in the direction taken by the fugitive and, as the sergeant had foreseen, missed him. In a few moments the fugitive had reached the streets adjoining the tobacco manufactory and had plunged into them. They did not pursue him. They had more pressing work on hand. Besides, confusion might have arisen in their ranks, and to recapture one they risked letting the 336 escape. The column continued its march. Having reached the Pont d'Iéna, they turned to the left and entered into the Champ de Mars. There they shot them all. These 336 corpses were amongst those which were carried to Montmartre Cemetery, and which were buried there with their heads exposed. In this manner, their families were enabled to recognize them. The government learned who they were after killing them. Amongst these 336 victims were a large number of the combatants of the Rue Pagevin and the Rue Rambuteau, of the Rue Neuve Saint-Eustache and the Porte Saint-Denis. There were also 100 passers-by, whom they had arrested because they happened to be there, and without any particular reason. Besides, we will at once mention that the wholesale executions from the 3D Inst. Were renewed nearly every night, sometimes at the Champ de Mars, sometimes at the Prefecture of Police, sometimes at both places at once. When the prisons were full, M. de Maupas said, "Shoot." The fusillades at the prefecture took place sometimes in the courtyard, sometimes in the Rue de Jérusalem. The unfortunate people whom they shot were placed against the wall which bears the theatrical notices. They had chosen this spot because it is close by the sewer grating of the gutter, so that the blood would run down at once, and would leave fewer traces. On Friday the 5th they shot near this gutter of the Rue de Jérusalem prisoners. Someone 30 said to me, "On the next day I passed by there, they showed the spot. I dug between the paving stones with the toe of my boot, and I stirred up the mud. I found blood." This expression forms the whole history of the coup d'état, and will form the whole history of Louis Bonaparte. Stir up this mud, you will find blood. Let this then be known to history. The massacre of the Boulevard had this infamous continuation, the secret executions. The coup d'état, after having been ferocious, became mysterious. It passed from impudent murder in broad day to hidden murder at night. Evidence abounds. Esquiros, hidden in the Gros Caillou, heard the fusillades on the Champ de Mars every night. At Mazas, Chambal, on the second night of his incarceration, heard from midnight till 5 o'clock in the morning, such volleys that he thought the prison was attacked. Like Montfrier, Desmoulins bore evidence to blood between the paving stones of the Rue de Jérusalem. Lieutenant Colonel Caland of the ex-Republican Guard is crossing the Pont Neuf. He sees some sergeants de ville with muskets to their shoulders, aiming at the passers-by. He says to them, "You dishonor the uniform." They arrest him, they search him. A sergeant de ville says to him, "If we find a cartridge upon you, we shall shoot you." They find nothing. They take him to the Prefecture of Police, they shut him up in the station house. The director of the station house comes and says to him, "Colonel, I know you well. Do not complain of being here. You are confided to my care. Congratulate yourself on it. Look here, I am one of the family. I go and I come, I see, I listen. I know what is going on, I know what is said, I divine what is not said. I hear certain noises during the night, I see contain traces in the morning. As for myself, I am not a bad fellow. I am taking care of you, I am keeping you out of the way. At the present moment be contented to remain with me. If you were not here you would be underground." An ex-magistrate, General Leflau's brother-in-law, is conversing on the Pont de la Concorde with some officers before the steps of the chamber. Some policemen come up to him. "You are tampering with the army." He protests, they throw him into a vehicle, and they take him to the prefecture of police. As he arrives there, he sees a young man in a blouse and a cap passing on the quay, who is being shoved along by 3 municipal guards with the butt ends of their muskets. At an opening of the parapet, a guard shouts to him, "Go in there." The man goes in. 2 guards shoot him in the back, he falls. The 3rd guard dispatches him with a shot in his ear. On the 13th, the massacres were not yet at an end. On the morning of that day, in the dim light of the dawn, a solitary passerby, going along the Rue Saint-Honoré, saw, between 2 lines of horse soldiers, 3 wagons wending their way, heavily loaded. These wagons could be traced by the stains of blood which dripped from them. They came from the Champ de Mars and were going to the Montmartre cemetery. They were full of corpses. 29. It was this same Criscelli, who later on at Vaugirard in the Rue du Trancy, killed by special order of the prefect of police, a man named Ketch, suspected of plotting the assassination of the emperor. 30. The Marquis Sarrazin de Montferrier, a relative of my eldest brother. I can now mention his name. Chapter 6. The Consultative Committee. All danger being over, all scruples vanished. Prudent and wise people could now give their adherence to the coup d'etat. They allowed their names to be posted up. Here is the placard. French Republic. In the name of the French people. The President of the Republic. Wishing, until the reorganization of the legislative body and the Council of State, to be surrounded by men who justly possess the esteem and the confidence of the country, has created a consultative committee, which is composed of M.M. Abatucci, ex-councillor of the Court of Cassation of the Loire, General Ichard of the Moselle, André Ernest of the Seine, André of the Charente, 500 Argout, Governor of the Bank, ex-minister, General Arrighi of Padua of Corsica, General de Bar of the Seine, General Barraguy de Hilliers of Dubs, Barbaroux, ex-procureur general of the Réunion, Baruch, ex-minister of the Interior and of Foreign Affairs, Vice-President of the Committee of the Charente Inferior, Barrett Ferdinand, ex-minister of the Seine, Barth, ex-minister, First President of the Cour des Comptes, Bachel of the Haute-Vienne, Bavou Évariste of the Seine-et-Marne, de Beaumont of the Somme, Bayrard of the La-Tête-Garonne, Berger, prefect of the Seine of Puy-de-Dôme, Bertrand of the Yonne, Bidault of the Cher, Bigrel of the Côtes du Nord, Billault barrister, Binot, ex-minister of the Maine-et-Loire, Boinvilliers, ex-president of the body of barristers of the Seine, Bongian, attorney general of the Court of Cassation of the Drôme, Bouletignier, Burbausen of Vaucluse, Brahier of the Manche, de Cambaceres, Hubert, de Cambaceres of the Aisne, Carlier, ex-prefect of police, de Casabianca, ex-minister of Corsica, General de Castellane, commander-in-chief at Lyon, de Caulaincourt of Calvados, Vice-Admiral Seyssel of the Seine-Inférieure, Chadinet of the Meuse, Charlemagne of the Indre, Chassanegoyan of Puy-de-Dôme, General de Chasseloup-Labet of the Seine-Inférieure, Prosper de Chasseloup-Labet, Charente-Inférieure, Chaux d'Estange, barrister of Paris of the Marne, de Chazelles, mayor of Clermont-Ferrand of Puy-de-Dôme, Callas of the Gironde, de Crousales, ex-councillor of the Court of Cassation, ex-minister of the Basses Pyrénées, Curiel of the Orne, de Cuverville of the Côtes du Nord, Desbox of the Haute-Garonne, d'Ariste of the Basses Pyrénées, Daville, ex-minister, de Lacoste, ex-commissary general of the Rhône, de Lagis of the Charente-Inférieure, de Lavaux of the Indre, Delthil of the Lot, Denge of the Gironde, Disjobert of the Seine-Inférieure, Desmarou of the Allier, Drouin de Lise, ex-minister of the Seine-et-Marne, Théodore Ducos, minister of the Marine and of the colonies of the Seine, Dumas of the Institut, ex-minister of the Nord, Charles Dupin of the Institut of the Seine-Inférieure, General Durieux of the Lands, Maurice Duval, ex-prefect. Echassariox of the Charente Inferior. Marshal Excelmans, Grand Chancellor of the Legion of Honor. Ferdinand Favre, of the Loire Inferior, General de Flahaut. Ex-ambassador. Fordal, Minister of Public Instruction, of the Basses Alps. Achille Fauld, Minister of Finance of the Seine. De Formant of the Somme. Fauquier de Harouel of the Aisne. Fremy of the Yonne. Furtado of the Seine. Gasque of the Haute-Garonne. Gasland of the Manche. De Gasperin, ex-minister. Ernest de Girardin of the Charente. Augustin Giraud of Maine-et-Loire. Charles Giraud of the Institut, member of the Court of Public Instruction, ex-minister. Godel of the Aisne. Galhut de Saint-Germain of the Manche. General de Gramont of the Loire. De Gramont of the Haute-Saône. De Greslin of the Réunion. General de Grouchy of the Gironde. Calais Clapard of the Basse-Rhine. General de Hautpoul, ex-minister of the Aude. Hebert of the Aisne. De Hecarin of the Haute-Rhine. 500 Herimbolt of the Pas-de-Calais. Hermans. Hudier of the Loire. General Husson of the Aube. Janvier of the Tarnet-Garonne. Lacays of the Hautes-Pyrénées. Lacrosse, ex-minister of Finistère. Ladoucet of the Moselle. Frédéric de Lagrange of the Gers. De Lagrange of the Gironde. General de la Hitte, ex-minister. De Langle, ex-attorney general. Lanquetin, president of the Municipal Commission. De la Ribissière of Alette-Filling. General Lauostin. Lebeuf of the Seine-et-Marne. General Lebreton of the Eure-et-Loire. Leconte of the Yonne. Leconte of the Côtes du Nord. Lefebvre de Raflay, Minister of Commerce of the Eure. Laylut of the Haute-Saône. Lemerrois of the Manche. Lemercier of the Charente, Lequien of the Pas-de-Calais. Lestiboudois of the Nord. Levavasseur of the Seine-Inférieure. Leverrier of the Manche. Leze de Marnasia of Loire-et-Cher. General Magnan, Commander-in-Chief of the Army of Paris. Magny, Minister of Public Works of the Dordogne. Edmond Mainy of the Dordogne. Marchant of the Nord. Matthew Baudet, Barrister at the Court of Cassation. De Maupas, Prefect of Police. De Mayraud of the Nord. Mesnard, President of the Chamber of the Court of Cassation. Maynadier, ex-prefect of the Lozère. De Montelembert of the Doubs. De Morny of the Puy-de-Dôme. De Mortemart of the Seine-Inférieure. De Mauchy of the Oise. De Moustiers of the Doubs. Lucien Muret of the Lot. General d'Ornano of the Indre-et-Loire. Pepin Lehaleur of the Seine-et-Marne. Joseph Perrier, Governor of the Bank. De Persigny of the Nord. Pichon, Mayor of Arras of the Pas-de-Calais. Portalis, First President of the Court of Cassation. Pongerard, Mayor of Pennes of the Alette-Filling. General de Préval. De Rancé of Algeria. General Randon, ex-minister, Governor-General of Algeria. General Rignald de Saint-Jean-d'Angély, ex-minister of the Charente Inférieure. Renoir de Bussière of the Basse-Rhine. Renoir of the Lozère. General Reguet. Rouher, Keeper of the Seals, Minister of Justice of the Puy-de-Dôme. De Royer, ex-minister, Attorney General at the Court of Appeal of Paris. General de Saint-Arnaud, Minister of War. De Saint-Arnaud, Barrister at the Court of Appeal of Paris. De Salis of the Moselle. Sapie of the Isère. Schneider, ex-minister. De Sager-Dagso of the Hautes-Pyrénées. Seydoux of the Nord. Amédée Thayer. Thielin of the Côtes du Nord. De Thorigny, ex-minister. Tupat de Bévaux of the Haute-Marne. Thuringen, ex-prefect. Troplong, first president of the Court of Appeal. De Turgot, Minister for Foreign Affairs. Valent, Marshal of France. Vace, ex-minister of the Nord. De Vandule of the Haute-Marne. General Vast-Weimux of the Charente Inférieure. Vauchel, mayor of Versailles. Viard of the Meuse. Villa of the Manche. Vieux-Lefroy. Vuitry, Under-Secretary of State at the Ministry of Finance de Wagram. The President of the Republic. Louis Napoleon Bonaparte. Minister of the Interior, DEMORNY. The name of Burbausen is found on this list. It would be a pity if this name were lost. At the same time as this placard appeared the protest of M. Daru, as follows. I approve of the proceedings of the National Assembly at the Mairie of the 10th arrondissement on the 2d of December, 1851, in which I was hindered from participating by force. DARU. Some of these members of the consultative committee came from Mazas or from Mount Valerian. They had been detained in a cell for 24 hours, and then released. It may be seen that these legislators bore little malice to the man who had made them undergo this disagreeable taste of the law. Many of the personages comprised in this menagerie possessed no other renown, but the outcry caused by their debts, clamoring around them. Such a one had been twice declared bankrupt, but this extenuating circumstance was added, not under his own name. Another who belonged to a literary or scientific circle was reputed to have sold his vote. A third, who was handsome, elegant, fashionable, dandified, polished, gilded, embroidered, owed his prosperity to a connection which indicated a filthiness of soul. Such people as these gave their adherence with little hesitation to the deed which saved society. Some others, amongst those who composed this mosaic, possessed no political enthusiasm and merely consented to figure in this list in order to keep their situations and their salaries. They were under the empire what they had been before the empire, neuters, and during the 19 years of the reign, they continued to exercise their military, judicial, or administrative functions unobtrusively, surrounded with the right and proper respect due to inoffensive idiots. Others were genuine politicians, belonging to that learned school which begins with Guizot, and does not finish with Périeux, grave physicians of social order, who reassure the frightened middle classes, and who preserve dead things. Shall I lose my eye? Asked Messer Pancrace. Not at all, my friend, I hold it in my hand. In this quasi-council of state there were a goodly number of men of the police, a race of beings then held in esteem, Carlier, Pietri, Mappas, etc. Shortly after the 2d of December, under the title of mixed commissions, the police substituted itself for justice, drew up judgments, pronounced sentences, violated every law judicially without the regular magistracy, interposing the slightest obstacle to this irregular magistracy. Justice allowed the police to do what it liked with the satisfied look of a team of horses which had just been relieved. Some of the men inscribed on the list of this commission refused: Léon Faucher Goulard, Mortemart, Frédéric Granier, Marchand, Maillard Périvet, Bugnot. The newspapers received orders not to publish these refusals. M. Bugnot inscribed on his card, Count Bugnot, who does not belong to the consultative committee. M. Joseph Perrier went from corner to corner of the streets, pencil in hand, scratching out his name from all the placards, saying, I shall take back my name wherever I find it. General Barraguy de Hilliers did not refuse. A brave soldier nevertheless, he had lost an arm in the Russian war. Later on, he has been Marshal of France. He deserved better than to have been created a Marshal by Louis Bonaparte. It did not appear likely that he would have come to this. During the last days of November, General Barraguy de Hilliers, seated in a large armchair before the high fireplace of the conference hall of the National Assembly, was warming himself. One of his colleagues, he who is writing these lines, sat down near him on the other side of the fireplace. They did not speak to each other, one belonging to the right, the other to the left, but M. Piscatori came in, who belonged a little to the right and a little to the left. He addressed himself to Barraguy de Hilliers. Well, General, do you know what they are saying? What? That one of these days, the President will shut the door in our faces. General Barraguy de Hilliers answered, and I heard the answer, if M. Bonaparte should close the door of the Assembly against us, France will fling it wide open again. Louis Bonaparte at one moment thought of entitling this committee the Executive Commission. No, said Morny to him, that would be to credit them with courage. They will willingly be supporters, they will not be prescribers. General Rolhier was dismissed for having blamed the passive obedience of the army. Let us here mention an incident. Some days after the 4th of December, Emmanuel Arago met M. Dupin, who was going up the Faubourg Saint-Honoré. What, said Arago, are you going to the Élysée? M. Dupin answered, I never go to disreputable houses. Yet he went there. M. Dupin, it may be remembered, was appointed Attorney General at the Court of Cassation. Chapter 7, The Other List. Opposite to the list of adherents should be placed the list of the proscribed. In this manner, the two sides of the coup d'état can be seen at a glance. Decree. Article I. The ex-representatives of the Assembly, whose names are found beneath, are expelled from French territory, from Algeria and from the colonies, for the sake of public safety. Edmond Valentine, Cherasson. Paul Racochat, Bansept. Agricole Perdigire, Savoy. Eugene Chalat, Joly. Louis Latrade, Cambier. Mitchell Renaud, Boisset. Joseph Benoist Duron, Duché. Joseph Burgard, Inuri. Jean Calfavru, Gilgit. Joseph Fora Duron, Hochstuhl. Pierre-Charles Gambon, Michat Botet. Charles Lagrange, Bonn. Martin Nadad, Bertholin. Bartholomew Terrier, Sculpture. Victor Hugo, Deflat. Castle, Joigno. Signard, Laboulaye. Vigier, Brise. Esquiros, Gaston Dusaubes. Maidier de Montchau, Geiter. Niall Parfait, Lafon. Émile Payen, Lamarck. Pelletier, Pierre Lafranc. Raspel, Jules Leroux. Theodore Bach, Francisque Mainy. Bansal, Mallardier. Belins Dromes, Mathieu de la Drome. Boss, Millat. Burzet, Rissella Mollet. Brive, Cheras. Chivois, Saint Feriol. Clement Dulac, Sommier. Dupout de Bussac, Testelin, Nord. Article II. In the event contrary to the present decree of one of the persons named in Article I re-entering the prohibited limits, he may be transported for the sake of public safety. Given at the Palace of the Tuileries, at the Cabinet Council assembled. January 9, 1852. Louis Bonaparte. DEMORNY, Minister of the Interior. There was besides a list of the provisionally exiled, on which figured Edward Quinet, Victor Schoeffer, General Ladet, Pascal Duprat, Versigny, Antony Thouaret, Thiers, Girardin, and Rémusat. 4 representatives, Mathey, Greppo, Marc Duffrace, and Richardet, were added to the list of the expelled. Representative Miet was reserved for the tortures of the casemates of Africa. Thus, in addition to the massacres, the victory of the coup d'état was paid for by these figures. 88 representatives proscribed, 1 killed. I usually dined at Brussels in a café, called the Café des Mille Colons, which was frequented by the exiles. On the 10th of January, I had invited Michel de Bourges to lunch, and we were sitting at the same table. The waiter brought me the Moniteur Française. I glanced over it. Ah, said I, here is the list of the proscribed. I ran my eye over it, and I said to Michel de Bourges, I have a piece of bad news to tell you. Michel de Bourges turned pale. I added, you are not on the list. His face brightened. Michel de Bourges, so dauntless in the face of death, was faint-hearted in the face of exile. Chapter 8. David Dangers. Brutalities and ferocities were mingled together. The great sculptor, David Dangers, was arrested in his own house, 16 Rue d'Asses. The commissary of police on entering said to him, Have you any arms in your house? Yes, said David, for my defense. And he added, If I had to deal with civilized people. Where are these arms? Rejoined the commissary. Let us see them. David showed him his studio full of masterpieces. They placed him in a fiacre and drove him to the station house of the prefecture of police. Although there was only space for 120 prisoners, there were 700 there. David was the 12th in a dungeon intended for two, no light nor air, a narrow ventilation hole above their heads, a dreadful tub in a corner, common to all, covered but not closed by a wooden lid. At noon they brought them soup, a sort of warm and stinking water, David told me. They stood leaning against the wall and trampled upon the mattresses which had been thrown on the floor, not having room to lie down on them. At length, however, they pressed so closely to each other that they succeeded in lying down at full length. Their jailers had thrown them some blankets. Some of them slept. At daybreak the bolts creaked, the door was half opened and the jailers cried out to them, "Get up." They went into the adjoining corridor, the jailer took up the mattresses, threw a few buckets of water on the floor, wiped it up anyhow, replaced the mattresses on the damp stones, and said to them, "Go back again." They locked them up until the next morning. From time to time they brought in 100 new prisoners, and they fetched away 100 old ones, those who had been there for 2 or 3 days. What became of them? At night the prisoners could hear from their dungeon the sound of explosions, and in the morning passers-by could see, as we have stated, pools of blood in the courtyard of the prefecture. The calling over of those who went out was conducted in alphabetical order. One day they called David Dangers. David took up his packet and was getting ready to leave, when the governor of the jail, who seemed to be keeping watch over him, suddenly came up and said quickly, "Stay, David, stay." One morning he saw Boucher, the ex-president of the Constituent Assembly, coming into his cell. "Ah," said David, "good, you have come to visit the prisoners." "I am a prisoner," said Boucher. They wished to insist on David leaving for America. He refused, they contented themselves with Belgium. On the 19th December he reached Brussels. He came to see me and said to me, "I am lodging at the Grand Monarch, 89 Rue des Fripiers, 31. And he added laughing, "The great monarch the king, the old clothesman, the royalists, 89, the revolution. Chance occasionally furnishes some wit." 31 Anglis, old clothes men. Chapter 9, Our Last Meeting. On the 3d of December everything was coming in our favor. On the 5th everything was receding from us. It was like a mighty sea which was going out. The tide had come in gloriously, it went out disastrously. Gloomy ebb and flow of the people. And who was the power who said to this ocean, "Thou shalt go no farther"? Alas, a pygmy. These hiding places of the abyss are fathomless. The abyss is afraid, of what? Of something deeper than itself, of the crime. The people drew back. They drew back on the 5th, on the 6th they disappeared. On the horizon, there could be seen nothing but the beginning of a species of vast night. This night has been the empire. We found ourselves on the 5th what we were on the 2d, alone. But we persevered. Our mental condition was this, desperate, yes, discouraged, no. Items of bad news came to us as good news had come to us on the evening of the 3d, one after another. Aubry du Nord was at the conciergerie. Our dear and eloquent Crimea was at Mazas. Louis Blanc, who, although banished, was coming to the assistance of France, and was bringing to us the great power of his name and of his mind, had been compelled, like Ledru Rollin, to halt before the catastrophe of the 4th. He had not been able to get beyond Tournai. As for General Numir, he had not marched upon Paris, but he had come there, for what purpose? To give in his submission. We no longer possessed a refuge. Number 15, Rue Richelieu, was watched. Number 11, Rue Monthaber, had been denounced. We wandered about Paris, meeting each other here and there, and exchanging a few words in a whisper, not knowing where we should sleep, or whether we should get a meal. And amongst those heads which did not know what pillow they should have at night, there was at least one upon which a price was set. They accosted each other, and this is the sort of conversation they held. "What has become of so-and-so? He is arrested. And so-and-so. Dead. And so-and-so. Disappeared." We held, however, one other meeting. This was on the 6th, at the house of the Representative Raymond, in the Place de la Madeleine. Nearly all of us met there. I was enabled to shake the hands of Edgar Quinet, of Schoeffer, of Clement Dulac, of Bansal, of Versigny, of Émile Payen. And I again met our energetic and honest host of the Rue Blanche, Coppens, and our courageous colleague, Pons Stand, whom we had lost sight of in the smoke of the battle. From the windows of the room where we were deliberating, we could see the Place de la Madeleine and the boulevards militarily occupied, and covered with a fierce and deep mass of soldiers drawn up in battle order, and which still seemed to face a possible combat. Cheramal came in. He drew 2 pistols from his great cloak, placed them on the table, and said, "All is at an end. Nothing feasible and sensible remains except a deed of rashness. I propose it. Are you of my opinion, Victor Hugo?" "Yes," I answered. I did not know what he was going to say, but I knew that he would only say that which was noble. This was his proposition. "We number," resumed he, "about 50 representatives of the people still standing and assembled together. We are all that remains of the National Assembly of universal suffrage of the law of right. Tomorrow where shall we be? We do not know, scattered or dead. The hour of today is ours, this hour gone and past, we have nothing left but the shadow. The opportunity is unique. Let us profit by it." He stopped, looked at us fixedly with his steadfast gaze, and resumed. "Let us take the advantage of this chance of being alive and the good fortune of being together. The group which is here is the whole of the Republic. Well then, let us offer in our persons all the Republic to the army, and let us make the army fall back before the Republic, and might fall back before right. In that supreme moment, one of the two must tremble, might or right, and if right does not tremble, might will tremble. If we do not tremble, the soldiers will tremble. Let us march upon the crime. If the law advances, the crime will draw back. In either case, we shall have done our duty. Living, we shall be preservers; dead, we shall be heroes. This is what I propose." A profound silence ensued. "Let us put on our sashes, and let us all go down in a procession, 2 by 2, into the Place de la Madeleine. You can see that colonel before that large flight of steps, with his regiment in battle array. We will go to him, and there, before his soldiers, I will summon him to come over to the side of duty, and to restore his regiment to the Republic. If he refuses..." Cheramal took his 2 pistols in his hands. "I will blow out his brains." "Cheramal," said I will be by your side." "I knew that well," Cheramal said to me. He added, "This explosion will awaken the people." But several cried out, "Suppose it does not awaken them? We shall die." "I am on your side," said I to him. We each pressed the other's hand, but objections burst forth. No one trembled, but all criticized the proposal. Would it not be madness? And useless madness? Would it not be to play the last card of the Republic without any possible chance of success? What good fortune for Bonaparte, to crush with one blow all that remained of those who were resisting and of those who were combating, to finish with them once for all. We were beaten, granted, but was it necessary to add annihilation to defeat? No possible chance of success. The brains of an army cannot be blown out. To do what Cheramal advised would be to open the tomb, nothing more. It would be a magnificent suicide, but it would be a suicide. Under certain circumstances, it is selfish to be merely a hero. A man accomplishes it at once, he becomes illustrious, he enters into history, all that is very easy. He leaves to others behind him the laborious work of a long protest, the immovable resistance of the exile, the bitter, hard life of the conquered, who continues to combat the victory. Some degree of patience forms a part of politics. To know how to await revenge is sometimes more difficult than to hurry on its catastrophe. There are 2 kinds of courage, bravery and perseverance. The first belongs to the soldier, the second belongs to the citizen. A haphazard end, however dauntless, does not suffice. To extricate oneself from the difficulty by death, it is only too easily done. What is required, what is the reverse of easy, is to extricate one's country from the difficulty. "No," said those high-minded men who opposed Cheramal and myself, "this today which you propose to us is the suppression of tomorrow. Take care, there is a certain amount of desertion in suicide." The word desertion grievously wounded Cheramal. "Very well," said he, "I abandon the idea." This scene was exceedingly grand, and Quinnet later on, when in exile, spoke to me of it with deep emotion. We separated, we did not meet again. I wandered about the streets. Where should I sleep? That was the question. I thought that number 19, Rue Richelieu would probably be as much watched as number 15. But the night was cold, and I decided at all hazards to re-enter this refuge, although perhaps a hazardous one. I was right to trust myself to it. I supped on a morsel of bread, and I passed a very good night. The next morning at daybreak on waking, I thought of the duties which awaited me. I thought that I was about to go out, and that I should probably not come back to the room. I took a little bread which remained, and I crumbled it on the windowsill for the birds. Chapter 10. Duty can have two aspects. Had it been in the power of the left at any moment to prevent the coup d'etat? We do not think so. Nevertheless, here is a fact which we believe we ought not to pass by in silence. On the 16th November, 1851, I was in my study at home at 37, Rue de la Tour d'Auvergne. It was about midnight. I was working. My servant opened the door. "Will you see M, sir?" And he mentioned a name. "Yes," I said. Someone came in. I shall only speak reservedly of this eminent and distinguished man. Let it suffice to state that he had the right to say, when mentioning the Bonapartes, my family. It is known that the Bonaparte family is divided into two branches, the imperial family and the private family. The imperial family had the tradition of Napoleon, the private family had the tradition of Lucian, a shade of difference which, however, had no reality about it. My midnight visitor took the other corner of the fireplace. He began by speaking to me of the memoirs of a very high-minded and virtuous woman, the princess, his mother, the manuscript of which he had confided to me, asking my advice as to the utility or the suitability of their publication. This manuscript, besides being full of interest, possessed for me a special charm, because the handwriting of the princess resembled my mother's handwriting. My visitor, to whom I gave it back, turned over the leaves for a few moments, and then suddenly interrupting himself, he turned to me and said, "The Republic is lost." I answered, "Almost." He resumed, "Unless you save it." You. How so? Listen to me. Then he set forth with that clearness, complicated at times with paradoxes, which is one of the resources of his remarkable mind, the situation, at the same time desperate and strong, in which we were placed. This situation, which moreover I realized as well as he himself, was this. The right of the assembly was composed of about 400 members, and the left of about 180. The 400 of the majority belonged by thirds to three parties, the Legitimist party, the Orleanist party, the Bonapartist party, and in a body to the clerical party. The 180 of the minority belonged to the Republic. The right mistrusted the left, and had taken a precaution against the minority. A vigilance committee, composed of 16 members of the right, charged with impressing unity upon this trinity of parties, and charged with the task of carefully watching the left, such was this precaution. The left at first had confined itself to irony, and borrowing from me a word to which people then attached, though wrongly, the idea of decrepitude, had called the 16 commissioners the Burgraves. The irony subsequently turning into suspicion, the left had on its side ended by creating a committee of 16 members to direct the left and observe the right. These the right had hastened to name the Red Burgraves. A harmless rejoinder. The result was that the right watched the left, and that the left watched the right, but that no one watched Bonaparte. They were two flocks of sheep so distrustful of one another that they forgot the wolf. During that time, in his den at the Élysée, Bonaparte was working. He was busily employing the time which the assembly, the majority and the minority, was losing in mistrusting itself. As people feel the loosening of the avalanche, so they felt the catastrophe tottering in the gloom. They kept watch upon the enemy, but they did not turn their attention in the true direction. To know where to fix one's mistrust is the secret of a great politician. The Assembly of 1851 did not possess this shrewd certainty of eyesight. Their perspective was bad. Each saw the future after his own fashion, and a sort of political short-sightedness blinded the left as well as the right. They were afraid, but not where fear was advisable. They were in the presence of a mystery, they had an ambuscade before them, but they sought it where it did not exist, and they did not perceive where it really lay. Thus it was that these two flocks of sheep, the majority and the minority, faced each other affrightedly. And while the leaders on one side and the guides on the other, grave and attentive, asked themselves anxiously what could be the mewing of the grumbling, of the left on the one side, of the bleatings of the right on the other, they ran the risk of suddenly feeling the four claws of the coup d'etat fastened in their shoulders. My visitor said to me, "You are one of the 16. "Yes," answered I smiling, "a red Burgrave." "Like me, a red prince." And his smile responded to mine. He resumed, You have full powers. Yes, like the others. And I added, not more than the others, the left has no leaders. He continued. Jan, the commissary of police, is a Republican. Yes. He would obey an order signed by you. Possibly. I say without doubt. He looked at me fixedly. Well then, have the president arrested this night. It was now my turn to look at him. What do you mean? What I say. I ought to state that his language was frank, resolute, and self-convinced, and that during the whole of this conversation, and now and always, it has given me the impression of honesty. Arrest the president, I cried. Then he set forth that this extraordinary enterprise was an easy matter, that the army was undecided, that in the army the African generals counterpoised the president, that the National Guard favored the Assembly, and in the Assembly the left, that Colonel Forestier answered for the 8th Legion, Colonel Gressier for the 6th, and Colonel Howine for the 5th, that at the order of the 16 of the left there would be an immediate taking up of arms, that my signature would suffice, that, nevertheless, if I preferred to call together the committee in secret session, we could wait till the next day, that on the order from the 16, a battalion would march upon the Élysée, that the Élysée apprehended nothing, thought only of offensive and not of defensive measures, and accordingly would be taken by surprise, that the soldiers would not resist the National Guard, that the thing would be done without striking a blow, that Vincennes would open and close while Paris slept, that the president would finish his night there, and that France, on awakening, would learn the twofold good tidings, that Bonaparte was out of the fight and France out of danger. He added, you can count on 2 generals, Nemours at Lyon and Lauestein at Paris. He got up and leaned against the chimney-piece. I can still see him there, standing thoughtfully, and he continued. I do not feel myself strong enough to begin exile all over again, but I feel the wish to save my family and my country. He probably thought he noticed a movement of surprise in me, for he accentuated and italicized these words. I will explain myself. Yes, I wish to save my family and my country. I bear the name of Napoleon, but as you know, without fanaticism. I am a Bonaparte, but not a Bonapartist. I respect the name, but I judge it. It already has one stain. The 18th Brumaire. Is it about to have another? The old stain disappeared beneath the glory. Austerlitz covered Brumaire. Napoleon was absolved by his genius. The people admired him so greatly that it forgave him. Napoleon is upon the column. There is an end of it. Let them leave him there in peace. Let them not resuscitate him through his bad qualities. Let them not compel France to remember too much. This glory of Napoleon is vulnerable. It has a wound, closed, I admit. Do not let them reopen it. Whatever apologists may say and do, it is none the less true that by the 18th of Brumaire Napoleon struck himself a first blow. In truth, said I, it is ever against ourselves that we commit a crime. Well then, he continued, his glory has survived a first blow, a second will kill it. I do not wish it. I hate the first 18th Brumaire, I fear the second, I wish to prevent it. He paused again and continued. That is why I have come to you tonight. I wish to succor this great wounded glory. By the advice which I am giving you, if you can carry it out, if the left carries it out, I save the first Napoleon, for if a second crime is superposed upon his glory, this glory would disappear. Yes, this name would founder, and history would no longer own it. I will go farther and complete my idea. I also save the present Napoleon, for he who as yet has no glory will only have come. I save his memory from an eternal pillory. Therefore, arrest him. He was truly and deeply moved. He resumed. As to the Republic, the arrest of Louis Bonaparte is deliverance for her. I am right, therefore, in saying that by what I am proposing to you I am saving my family and my country. But, I said to him, what you propose to me is a coup d'état. Do you think so? Without doubt, we are the minority and we should commit an act which belongs to the majority. We are a part of the Assembly. We should be acting as though we were the entire Assembly. We who condemn all usurpation should ourselves become usurpers. We should put our hands upon a functionary whom the Assembly alone has the right of arresting. We, the defenders of the Constitution, we should break the Constitution. We, the men of the law, we should violate the law. It is a coup d'état. Yes, but a coup d'état for a good purpose. Evil committed for a good purpose remains evil. even when it succeeds. Above all when it succeeds. Why? Because it then becomes an example. You do not then approve of the 18th fructidor. No. But 18th fructidors prevent 18th brumaires. No, they prepare the way for them. But reasons of state exist. No, what exists is the law. The 18th fructidor has been accepted by exceedingly honest minds. I know that. Blanqui is in its favor with Michelet. I am against it with Barbes. From the moral aspect, I pass to the practical aspect. This said, resumed I, let us examine your plan. This plan bristled with difficulties. I pointed them out to him. Count on the National Guard. Why General Lewestein had not yet got command of it. Count on the army. Why General Numier was at Lyon and not at Paris. Would he march to the assistance of the Assembly? What did we know about this? As for Lewestein, was he not double-faced? Were they sure of him? Call to arms the 8th Legion. Forestier was no longer colonel. The 5th Anth. But Gressier and Houin were only lieutenant colonels. Would these legions follow them? Order the commissary Jan. But would he obey the left alone? He was the agent of the Assembly, and consequently of the majority, but not of the minority. These were so many questions. But these questions, supposing them answered, and answered in the sense of success, was success itself the question? The question is never success, it is always right. But here, even if we had obtained success, we should not have right. In order to arrest the President, an order of the Assembly was necessary. We should replace the order of the Assembly by an act of violence of the left. A scaling and a burglary, an assault by scaling ladders on the constituted authority, a burglary on the law. Now let us suppose resistance, we should shed blood. The law violated leads to the shedding of blood. What is all this? It is a crime. No, indeed, he exclaimed. It is the salus populi. And he added, Suprema lex. Not for me, I said. I continued. I would not kill a child to save a people. Cato did so. Jesus did not do so. And I added, you have on your side all ancient history. You are acting according to the uprightness of the Greeks, and according to the uprightness of the Romans. For me, I am acting according to the uprightness of humanity. The new horizon is of wider range than the old. There was a pause, he broke it. Then he will be the one to attack. Let it be so. You are about to engage in a battle which is almost lost beforehand. I fear so. And this unequal combat can only end for you, Victor Hugo, in death or exile. I believe it. Death is the affair of a moment, but exile is long. It is a habit to be learned. He continued. You will not only be proscribed, you will be calumniated. It is a habit already learned. He continued. Do you know what they are saying already? What? They say that you are irritated against him, because he has refused to make you a minister. Why, you know yourself that. I know that it is just the reverse. It is he who has asked you, and it is you who have refused. Well then. They lie. What does it matter? He exclaimed. Thus you will have caused the Bonapartes to re-enter France, and you will be banished from France by a Bonaparte. 32. Who knows, said I, if I have not committed a fault. This injustice is perhaps a justice. We were both silent, he resumed. Could you bear exile? I will try. Could you live without Paris? I should have the ocean. You would then go to the seaside. I think so. It is sad. It is grand. There was another pause, he broke it. You do not know what exile is, I do know it. It is terrible. Assuredly I would not begin it again. Death is a bourne whence no one comes back, exile is a place whither no one returns. If necessary, I said to him, I will go and I will return to it. Better die, to quit life is nothing but to quit one's country. Alas, said I, that is everything. Well then, why accept exile when it is in your power to avoid it? What do you place above your country? Conscience. This answer made him thoughtful, however he resumed. But on reflection, your conscience will approve of what you will have done. No. Why? I have told you, because my conscience is so constituted that it puts nothing above itself. I feel it upon me as the headland can feel the lighthouse which is upon it. All life is an abyss, and conscience illuminates it around me. And I also, he exclaimed, and I affirm that nothing could be more sincere or more loyal than his tone, and I also feel and see my conscience. It approves of what I am doing. I appear to be betraying Louis, but I am really doing him a service. To save him from a crime is to save him. I have tried every means. There only remains this one to arrest him. In coming to you, in acting as I do, I conspire at the same time against him and for him, against his power and for his honor. What I am doing is right. It is true, I said to him. You have a generous and a lofty aim. And I resumed. But our two duties are different. I could not hinder Louis Bonaparte from committing a crime unless I committed one myself. I wish neither for an 18th Brumaire for him, nor for an 18th Fructidor for myself. I would rather be proscribed than be a prescriber. I have the choice between two crimes, my crime and the crime of Louis Bonaparte. I will not choose my crime. But then you will have to endure his. I would rather endure a crime than commit one. He remained thoughtful and said to me, "Let it be so." And he added, "Perhaps we are both in the right." "I think so," I said. And I pressed his hand. He took his mother's manuscript and went away. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. The conversation had lasted more than 2 hours. I did not go to bed until I had written it out. 14th of June, 1847. Chamber of Peers. See the work Avant l'exil. Chapter 11. The combat finished, the ordeal begins. I did not know where to go. On the afternoon of the 7th, I determined to go back once more to 19, Rue Richelieu. Under the gateway, someone seized my arm. It was Madame D. She was waiting for me. "Do not go in," she said to me. "Am I discovered?" "Yes." "And taken?" "No." She added, "Come." We crossed the courtyard, and we went out by a back door into the Rue Fontaine Molière. We reached the square of the Palais Royal. The fiacres were standing there as usual. We got into the first we came to. "Where are we to go?" asked the driver. She looked at me. I answered, "I do not know." "I know," she said. "Women always know where Providence lies." An hour later, I was in safety. From the 4th, every day which passed by consolidated the coup d'etat. Our defeat was complete, and we felt ourselves abandoned. Paris was like a forest in which Louis Bonaparte was making a battue of the representatives. The wild beast was hunting down the sportsmen. We heard the indistinct baying of mappas behind us. We were compelled to disperse. The pursuit was energetic. We entered into the second phase of duty, the catastrophe accepted and submitted to. The vanquished became the proscribed. Each one of us had his own concluding adventures. Mine was what it should have been: exile, death having missed me. I am not going to relate it here. This book is not my biography, and I ought not to divert to myself any of the attention which it may excite. Besides, what concerns me personally is told in a narrative which is one of the testaments of exile. 33. Notwithstanding the relentless pursuit which was directed against us, I did not think it my duty to leave Paris as long as a glimmer of hope remained, and as long as an awakening of the people seemed possible. Mallarmé sent me word in my refuge that a movement would take place at Belleville on Tuesday the 9th. I waited until the 12th. Nothing stirred. The people were indeed dead. Happily, such deaths as these, like the deaths of the gods, are only for a time. I had a last interview with Jules Favre and Michel de Bourges at Madame Didier's in the Rue de la Ville-l'Évêque. It was at night. Bastide came there. This brave man said to me, "You are about to leave Paris. For myself, I remain here. Take me as your lieutenant. Direct me from the depths of your exile. Make use of me as an arm which you have in France." "I will make use of you as of a heart," I said to him. On the 14th, amidst the adventures which my son Charles relates in his book, I succeeded in reaching Brussels. The vanquished are like cinders, destiny blows upon them and disperses them. There was a gloomy vanishing of all the combatants for right and for law, a tragical disappearance. 33. Les Hommes de l'exil, by Charles Hugo. Chapter 12. The Exiled. The crime having succeeded, all hastened to join it. To persist was possible, to resist was not possible. The situation became more and more desperate. One would have said that an enormous wall was rising upon the horizon ready to close in. The outlet, exile. The great souls, the glories of the people, emigrated. Thus there was seen this dismal sight, France driven out from France. But what the present appears to lose, the future gains. The hand which scatters is also the hand which sows. The representatives of the left, surrounded, tracked, pursued, hunted down, wandered for several days from refuge to refuge. Those who escaped found great difficulty in leaving Paris and France. Maitre de Monchin had very black and thick eyebrows. He shaved off half of them, cut his hair, and let his beard grow. Yvan, Pelletier, Gindrier, and Douter shaved off their mustaches and beards. Versigny reached Brussels on the 14th with a passport in the name of Morin. Sculpture dressed himself up as a priest. This costume became him admirably, and suited his austere countenance and grave voice. A worthy priest helped him to disguise himself, and lent him his cassock and his band, made him shave off his whiskers a few days previously, so that he should not be betrayed by the white trace of his freshly cut beard, gave him his own passport, and only left him at the railway station. 34. Deflot disguised himself as a servant, and in this manner succeeded in crossing the frontier at Mouscron. From there he reached Ghent, and thence Brussels. On the night of December 26th, I had returned to the little room, without a fire, which I occupied number 9 on the second story of the Hôtel de la Porte Verte. It was midnight. I had just gone to bed and was falling asleep when a knock sounded at my door. I awoke. I always left the key outside. "Come in," I said. A chambermaid entered with a light and brought 2 men whom I did not know. One was a lawyer of Ghent, the other was Deflot. He took my 2 hands and pressed them tenderly. "What," I said to him, "is it you?" At the assembly Deflot, with his prominent and thoughtful brow, his deep-set eyes, his close-shorn head, and his long beard, slightly turned back, looked like a creation of Sebastian del Piombo wandering out of his picture of the raising of Lazarus. And I had before my eyes a short, young man, thin and pallid with spectacles. But what he had not been able to change, and what I recognized immediately, was the great heart, the lofty mind, the energetic character, the dauntless courage. And if I did not recognize him by his features, I recognized him by the grasp of his hand. Edgar Quinet was brought away on the 10th by a noble-hearted Wallachian woman, Princess Cantacuzene, who undertook to conduct him to the frontier, and who kept her word. It was a troublesome task. Quinet had a foreign passport in the name of Grubesco. He was to personate a Wallachian, and it was arranged that he should not know how to speak French, he who writes it as a master. The journey was perilous. They asked for passports along all the line, beginning at the terminus. At Amiens they were particularly suspicious, but at Lille the danger was great. The gendarmes went from carriage to carriage, entered them lantern in hand, and compared the written descriptions of the travelers with their personal appearance. Several who appeared to be suspicious characters were arrested, and were immediately thrown into prison. Edgar Quinet, seated by the side of Madame Cantacuzene, awaited the turn of his carriage. At length it came. Madame Cantacuzene leaned quickly forward towards the gendarmes, and hastened to present her passport, but the corporal waved back Madame Cantacuzene's passport, saying, "It is useless, madame. We have nothing to do with women's passports," and he asked Quinet abruptly, "Your papers?" Quinet held out his passport unfolded. The gendarme said to him, "Come out of the carriage so that we can compare your description." It happened, however, that the Wallachian passport contained no description. The corporal frowned and said to his subordinates, "An irregular passport. Go and fetch the commissary." All seemed lost, but Madame Cantacuzene began to speak to Quinet in the most Wallachian words in the world, with incredible assurance and volubility, so much so that the gendarme, convinced that he had to deal with all Wallachia in person, and seeing the train ready to start, returned the passport to Quinet, saying to him, "There, be off with you." A few hours afterwards Edgar Quinet was in Belgium. Arnauld de Ellarige also had his adventures. He was a marked man, he had to hide himself. Arnauld being a Catholic, Madame Arnauld went to the priest. The Abbé de Gury slipped out of the way. The Abbé Merit consented to conceal him. The Abbé Merit was honest and good. Arnauld d'Erige remained hidden for a fortnight at the house of this worthy priest. He wrote from the Abbé Merit's a letter to the Archbishop of Paris, urging him to refuse the Pantheon, which a decree of Louis Bonaparte took away from France and gave to Rome. This letter angered the Archbishop. Arnauld, proscribed, reached Brussels, and there, at the age of 18 months, died the little Red, who on the 3d of December had carried the workman's letter to the archbishop, an angel sent by God to the priest who had not understood the angel, and who no longer knew God. In this medley of incidents and adventures, each one had his drama. Kernet's drama was strange and terrible. Kernet, it may be remembered, had been a naval officer. He was one of those men of a prompt, decisive character who magnetized other men, and who on certain extraordinary occasions send an electric shock through a multitude. He possessed an imposing air, broad shoulders, brawny arms, powerful fists, a tall stature, all of which give confidence to the masses, and the intelligent expression which gives confidence to the thinkers. You saw him pass and you recognized strength. You heard him speak and you felt the will, which is more than strength. When quite a youth he had served in the navy. He combined in himself in a certain degree, and it is this which made this energetic man, when well directed and well employed, a means of enthusiasm and a support. He combined the popular fire and the military coolness. He was one of those natures created for the hurricane and for the crowd, who have begun their study of the people by their study of the ocean, and who are at their ease in revolutions as in tempests. As we have narrated, he took an important part in the combat. He had been dauntless and indefatigable. He was one of those who could yet rouse it to life. From Wednesday afternoon, several police agents were charged to seek him everywhere, to arrest him wherever they might find him, and to take him to the prefecture of the police, where orders had been given to shoot him immediately. Kernet, however, with his habitual daring, came and went freely in order to carry on the lawful resistance, even in the quarters occupied by the troops, shaving off his mustaches as his sole precaution. On the Thursday afternoon, he was on the boulevards at a few paces from a regiment of cavalry drawn up in order. He was quietly conversing with two of his comrades of the fight, High and Loring. Suddenly, he perceives himself and his companions surrounded by a company of sergeants de ville. A man touches his arm and says to him, "You are Kernet, I arrest you." "Bah," answers Kernet, "my name is Lapine." The man resumes, "You are Kernet, do not you recognize me? Well then, I recognize you. I have been, like you, a member of the Socialist Electoral Committee." Kernet looks him in the face and finds this countenance in his memory. The man was right. He had, in fact, formed part of the gathering in the Rue Saint-Spire. The police spy resumed, laughing, "I nominated Eugen Sue with you." It was useless to deny it, and the moment was not favorable for resistance. There were on the spot, as we have said, 20 sergeants de ville and a regiment of dragoons. "I will follow you," said Kernet. A fiacre was called up. "While I am about it," said the police spy, "come in all three of you." He made High and Loring get in with Kernet, placed them on the front seat, and seated himself on the back seat by Kernet, and then shouted to the driver, "To the prefecture." The sergeants de ville surrounded the fiacre, but whether by chance or through confidence, or in the haste to obtain the payment for his capture, the man who had arrested Kernet shouted to the coachman, look sharp," and the fiacre went off at a gallop. In the meantime Kernet was well aware that on arriving he would be shot in the very courtyard of the prefecture. He had resolved not to go there. At a turning in the Rue Saint-Antoine, he glanced behind, and noticed that the sergeants de ville only followed the fiacre at a considerable distance. Not one of the 4 men which the fiacre was bearing away had as yet opened their lips. Kernet threw a meaning look at his 2 companions seated in front of him, as much as to say, "We are 3, let us take advantage of this to escape." Both answered by an imperceptible movement of the eyes, which pointed out the street full of passers-by, and which said, "No." A few moments afterwards the fiacre emerged from the Rue Saint-Antoine and entered the Rue de Forcy. The Rue de Forcy is usually deserted. No one was passing down it at that moment. Kernet turned suddenly to the police spy and asked him, "Have you a warrant for my arrest?" "No, but I have my card." And he drew his police agent's card out of his pocket and showed it to Kernet. Then the following dialogue ensued between these 2 men. "This is not regular." "What does that matter to me?" "You have no right to arrest me." "All the same, I arrest you." "Look here, is it money that you want? Do you wish for any? I have some with me, let me escape." "A gold nugget as big as your head would not tempt me. "You are my finest capture, Citizen Kernet." "Where are you taking me to?" "To the prefecture." "They will shoot me there." "Possibly." "And my two comrades." "I do not say no." "I will not go." "You will go, nevertheless." "I tell you I will not go," exclaimed Kernet. And with a movement, unexpected as a flash of lightning, he seized the police spy by the throat. The police agent could not utter a cry. He struggled. A hand of bronze clutched him. His tongue protruded from his mouth, his eyes became hideous and started from their sockets. Suddenly his head sank down, and reddish froth rose from his throat to his lips. He was dead. High and Lorraine, motionless, and as though themselves thunderstruck, gazed at this gloomy deed. They did not utter a word, they did not move a limb, the fiacre was still driving on. "Open the door," Kernet cried to them. They did not stir, they seemed to have become stone. Kernet, whose thumb was closely pressed in the neck of the wretched police spy, tried to open the door with his left hand, but he did not succeed. He felt that he could only do it with his right hand, and he was obliged to loose his hold of the man. The man fell face forwards, and sank down on his knees. Kernet opened the door. "Off with you," he said to them. High and Lorraine jumped into the street, and fled at the top of their speed. The coachman had noticed nothing. Kernet let them get away, and then, pulling the check string, stopped the fiacre, got down leisurely, reclosed the door, quietly took 40 sous from his purse, gave them to the coachman, who had not left his seat, and said to him, "Drive on." He plunged into Paris. In the Place des Victoires, he met the ex-constituent Isidore Bouvignier, his friend, who about 6 weeks previously had come out of the Madeleines, where he had been confined for the matter of the Solidarité Républicaine. Bouvignier was one of the noteworthy figures on the high benches of the left. Fair, close-shaven, with a stern glance, he made one think of the English Roundheads, and he had the bearing rather of a Cromwellian Puritan than of a Dantonist man of the mountain. Kernet told his adventure. The extremity had been terrible. Bouvignier shook his head. "You have killed a man," he said. "In Marie Tudor, I have made Fabiani answer under similar circumstances." "No, a Jew." Kernet, who probably had not read Marie Tudor, answered. "No, a police spy." Then he resumed. "I have killed a police spy to save 3 men, one of whom was myself." Kernet was right. They were in the midst of the combat, they were taking him to be shot. The spy who had arrested him was, properly speaking, an assassin, and assuredly it was a case of legitimate defense. I add that this wretch, a Democrat for the people, a spy for the police, was a twofold traitor. Moreover, the police spy was the jackal of the coup d'etat, while Kernet was the combatant for the law. "You must conceal yourself," said Bouvignier. "Come to Juvisy." Bouvignier had a little refuge at Juvisy, which is on the road to Corbel. He was known and loved there, Kernet, and he reached there that evening. But they had hardly arrived when some peasants said to Bouvignier, "The police have already been here to arrest you, and are coming again tonight." It was necessary to go back. Kernet, more in danger than ever, hunted, wandering, pursued, hid himself in Paris with considerable difficulty. He remained there till the 16th. He had no means of procuring himself a passport. At length, on the 16th, some friends of his on the Northern Railway obtained for him a special passport, worded as follows: "Allow M, an inspector on the service of the company, to pass." He decided to leave the next day, and take the day train, thinking, perhaps rightly, that the night train would be more closely watched. On the 17th, at daybreak, favored by the dim dawn, he glided from street to the Northern Railway station. His tall stature was a special source of danger. He, however, reached the station in safety. The stokers placed him with them on the tender of the engine of the train, which was about to start. He only had the clothes which he had worn since the 2D, no clean linen, no trunk, a little money. In December, the day breaks late and the night closes in early, which is favorable to proscribed persons. He reached the frontier at night without hindrance. At Nouvelle-Église he was in Belgium, he believed himself in safety. When asked for his papers, he caused himself to be taken before the burgomaster, and said to him, "I am a political refugee." The burgomaster, a Belgian but a Bonapartist, this breed is to be found, had him at once reconducted to the frontier by the gendarmes, who were ordered to hand him over to the French authorities. Kernet gave himself up for lost. The Belgian gendarmes took him to Armentières. If they had asked for the mayor, it would have been all at an end with Kernet, but they asked for the inspector of customs. A glimmer of hope dawned upon Kernet. He accosted the inspector of customs with his head erect and shook hands with him. The Belgian gendarmes had not yet released him. "Now, sir," said Kernet to the custom house officer, "you are an inspector of customs, I am an inspector of railways. Inspectors do not eat inspectors, the deuce take it. Some worthy Belgians have taken fright and sent me to you between 4 gendarmes. Why, I know not. I am sent by the Northern Company to relay the ballast of a bridge somewhere about here which is not firm. I come to ask you to allow me to continue my road. Here is my pass." He presented the pass to the custom house officer. The custom house officer read it, found it according to due form, and said to Kernet, "Mr. Inspector, you are free." Kernet, delivered from the Belgian gendarmes by French authority, hastened to the railway station. He had friends there. "Quick," he said, "it is dark, but it does not matter, it is even all the better. Find me someone who has been a smuggler and who will help me to pass the frontier." They brought him a small lad of 18, fair-haired, ruddy, hardy, a Walloon 35 and who spoke French. "What is your name?" said Kernet. "Henry." "You look like a girl." "Nevertheless, I am a man." "Is it you who undertake to guide me?" "Yes." "You have been a smuggler." "I am one still." "Do you know the roads?" "No, I have nothing to do with the roads." "What do you know then?" "I know the passes. There are 2 custom house lines." "I know that well." "Will you pass me across them?" "Without doubt." "Then you are not afraid of the custom house officers?" "I'm afraid of the dogs." "In that case," said Kernet, "we will take sticks." They accordingly armed themselves with big sticks. Kernet gave 50 francs to Henry, and promised him 50 more when they should have crossed the 2nd custom house line. "That is to say, at 4 o'clock in the morning," said Henry. It was midnight. They set out on their way. What Henry called the passes, another would have called the hindrances. They were a succession of pitfalls and quagmires. It had been raining, and all the holes were pools of water. An indescribable footpath wound through an inextricable labyrinth, sometimes as thorny as a heath, sometimes as miry as a marsh. The night was very dark. From time to time, far away in the darkness, they could hear a dog bark. The smuggler then made bends or zigzags, turned sharply to the right or to the left, and sometimes retraced his steps. Kernet, jumping hedges, striding over ditches, stumbling at every moment, slipping into sloughs, laying hold of briars with his clothes in rags, his hands bleeding, dying with hunger, battered about, wearied, worn out, almost exhausted, followed his guide gaily. At every minute he made a false step, he fell into every bog and got up covered with mud. At length he fell into a pond. It was several feet deep. This washed him. "Bravo," he said, "I am very clean, but I am very cold." At 4 o'clock in the morning, as Henry had promised him, they reached Messines, a Belgian village. The 2 custom house lines had been cleared. Kernet had nothing more to fear, either from the custom house nor from the coup d'etat, neither from men nor from dogs. He gave Henry the second 50 francs, and continued his journey on foot, trusting somewhat to chance. It was not until towards evening that he reached a railway station. He got into a train, and at nightfall he arrived at the southern railway station at Brussels. He had left Paris on the preceding morning, had not slept an hour, had been walking all night, and had eaten nothing. On searching in his pocket, he missed his pocketbook, but found a crust of bread. He was more delighted at the discovery of the crust than grieved at the loss of his pocketbook. He carried his money in a waistband. The pocketbook, which had probably disappeared in the pond, contained his letters, and amongst others an exceedingly useful letter of introduction from his friend M. Ernest Coechlin to the representatives Gilgit and Carlos Forel, who at that moment were refugees at Brussels, and lodged at the Hôtel de Brabant. On leaving the railway station, he threw himself into a cab, and said to the coachman, "Hôtel de Brabant." He heard a voice repeat, Hotel de Brabant. He put out his head and saw a man writing something in a notebook with a pencil by the light of a street lamp. It was probably some police agent. Without a passport, without letters, without papers, he was afraid of being arrested in the night, and he was longing for a good sleep. A good bed tonight, he thought, and tomorrow the deluge. At the Hotel de Brabant he paid the coachman, but did not go into the hotel. Moreover, he would have asked in vain for the representatives Forel and Gilgit, both were there under false names. He took to wandering about the streets. It was 11 o'clock at night, and for a long time he had begun to feel utterly worn out. At length he saw a lighted lamp with the inscription, Hotel de la Mania. He walked in. The landlord came up, and looked at him somewhat askance. He then thought of looking at himself. His unshaven beard, his disordered hair, his cap soiled with mud, his blood-stained hands, his clothes in rags, he looked horrible. He took a double louis out of his waistband, and put it on the table of the parlor, which he had entered, and said to the landlord, In truth, sir, I am not a thief, I am a prescript, money is now my only passport. I have just come from Paris, I wish to eat first and sleep afterwards. The landlord was touched, took the double louis, and gave him bed and supper. Next day, while he was still sleeping, the landlord came into his room, woke him gently, and said to him, Now, sir, if I were you, I should go and see Baron Hody. Who and what is Baron Hody? Asked Kernet, half asleep. The landlord explained to him who Baron Hody was. When I had occasion to ask the same question as Kernet, I received from 3 inhabitants of Brussels the 3 answers as follows. He is a dog. He is a polecat. He is a hyena. There is probably some exaggeration in these 3 answers. A 4th Belgian, whom I need not specify, confined himself to saying to me, He is a beast. As to his public functions, Baron Hody was what they call at Brussels, the administrator of public safety. That is to say, a counterfeit of the prefect of police, half Carlier, half Maupas. Thanks to Baron Hody, who has since left the place, and who, moreover, like M. de Montelembert, was a mere Jesuit, the Belgian police at that moment was a compound of the Russian and Austrian police. I have read strange confidential letters of this Baron Hody. In action and in style there is nothing more cynical and more repulsive than the Jesuit police, when they unveil their secret treasures. These are the contents of the unbuttoned cassock. At the time of which we are speaking, December 1851, the clerical party had joined itself to all the forms of monarchy, and this Baron Hody confused Orleanism with legitimate right. I simply tell the tale, nothing more. Baron Hody, very well, I will go to him, said Kernet. He got up, dressed himself, brushed his clothes as well as he could, and asked the landlord, Where is the police office? At the Ministry of Justice. In fact, this is the case in Brussels. The police administration forms part of the Ministry of Justice, an arrangement which does not greatly raise the police and somewhat lowers justice. Kernet went there, and was shown into the presence of this personage. Baron Hody did him the honor to ask him sharply, Who are you? A refugee, answered Kernet. I am one of those whom the coup d'etat has driven from Paris. Your profession? Ex-naval officer. Ex-naval officer, exclaimed Baron Hody in a much gentler tone, did you know His Royal Highness the Prince de Joinville? I have served under him. It was the truth. Kernet had served under M. de Joinville and prided himself on it. At this statement the administrator of Belgian safety completely unbent, and said to Kernet, with the most gracious smile that the police can find, That's all right, sir. Stay here as long as you please. We close Belgium to the men of the mountain, but we throw it widely open to men like you. When Kernet told me this answer of Hody's, I thought that my 4th Belgian was right. A certain comic gloom was mingled at times with these tragedies. Barthélemy Terrier was a representative of the people and a prescript. They gave him a special passport for a compulsory route as far as Belgium for himself and his wife. Furnished with this passport he left with a woman. This woman was a man. Préverod, a landed proprietor at Donjon, one of the most prominent men in the department of Allier, was Terrier's brother-in-law. When the coup d'etat broke out at Donjon, Préverod had taken up arms and fulfilled his duty, had combated the outrage and defended the law. For this he had been condemned to death. The justice of that time, as we know, justice executed justice. For this crime of being an honest man they had guillotined Charlotte, guillotined Cuisinier, guillotined Suras. The guillotine was an instrument of the reign. Assassination by the guillotine was one of the means of order of that time. It was necessary to save Prévorad. He was little and slim, they dressed him as a woman. He was not sufficiently pretty for them not to cover his face with a thick veil. They put the brave and sturdy hands of the combatant in a muff. Thus veiled and a little filled out with padding, Prévorad made a charming woman. He became Madame Terrier, and his brother-in-law took him away. They crossed Paris peaceably, and without any other adventure than an imprudence committed by Prévorad, who, seeing that the shaft horse of a wagon had fallen down, threw aside his muff, lifted his veil and his petticoat, and if Terrier, in dire alarm, had not stopped him, he would have helped the carter to raise his horse. Had a Sergeant de Ville been there, Prévorad would have been captured. Terrier hastened to thrust Prévorad into a carriage, and at nightfall they left for Brussels. They were alone in the carriage, each in a corner and face to face. All went well as far as Amiens. At Amiens station the door was opened, and a gendarme entered and seated himself by the side of Prévorad. The gendarme asked for his passport, Terrier showed it him. The little woman in her corner, veiled and silent, did not stir, and the gendarme found all in due form. He contented himself with saying, "We shall travel together, I am on duty as far as the frontier." The train, after the ordinary delay of a few minutes, again started. The night was dark. Terrier had fallen asleep. Suddenly Prévorad felt a knee press against his. It was the knee of the policeman. A boot placed itself softly on his foot. It was a horse soldier's boot. An idol had just germinated in the gendarme's soul. He first tenderly pressed Prévorad's knee, and then, emboldened by the darkness of the hour and by the slumbering husband, he ventured his hand as far as her dress, a circumstance foreseen by Molière, but the fair veiled one was virtuous. Prévorad, full of surprise and rage, gently pushed back the gendarme's hand. The danger was extreme. Too much love on the part of the gendarme, one audacious step further, would bring about the unexpected, would abruptly change the eclogue into an official indictment, would reconvert the amorous satyr into a stony-hearted policeman, would transform Tircis into Vidocq. And then this strange thing would be seen: a passenger guillotined because a gendarme had committed an outrage. The danger increased every moment. Terrier was sleeping. Suddenly the train stopped. A voice cried, quivering, and the door was opened. They were in Belgium. The gendarme, obliged to stop here and to re-enter France, rose to get out, and at the moment when he stepped onto the ground he heard behind him these expressive words coming from beneath the lace veil: "Be off or I'll break your jaw." 34c. Les Hommes de l'Exil. 35. The name given to a population belonging to the Romanic family, and more particularly to those of French descent, who occupy the region along the frontiers of the German-speaking territory in the South Netherlands, from Dunkirk to Malmedy in Rhenish Prussia. Chapter 13. The Military Commissions and the Mixed Commissions. Justice sometime meets with strange adventures. This old phrase assumed a new sense. The code ceased to be a safeguard. The law became something which had sworn fealty to a crime. Louis Bonaparte appointed judges by whom one felt oneself stopped as in the corner of a wood. In the same manner as the forest is an accomplice through its density, so the legislation was an accomplice by its obscurity. What it lacked at certain points, in order to make it perfectly dark, they added. How? By force. Purely and simply, by decree. Sic jubeo. The decree of the 17th of February was a masterpiece. This decree completed the proscription of the person by the proscription of the name. Domitian could not have done better. Human conscience was bewildered. Right, equity, reason felt that the master had over them the authority that a thief has over a purse. No reply. Obey. Nothing resembles those infamous times. Every iniquity was possible. Legislative bodies supervened and instilled so much gloom into legislation that it was easy to achieve a baseness in this darkness. A successful coup d'etat does not stand upon ceremony. This kind of success permits itself everything. Facts abound, but we must abridge, we will only present them briefly. There were two species of justice: the military commissions and the mixed commissions. The military commissions sat in judgment with closed doors. A colonel presided. In Paris alone there were 3 military commissions. Each received 1,000 bills of indictment. The judge of instructions sent these accusations to the procureur of the Republic, Lascu, who transmitted them to the colonel-president. The commission summoned the accused to appear. The accused himself was his own bill of indictment. They searched him, that is to say, they thumbed him. The accusing document was short, 2 or 3 lines, such as this, for example. Name, Christian name, profession. A sharp fellow goes to the cafe, reads the papers, speaks, dangerous. The accusation was laconic. The judgment was still less prolix. It was a simple sign. The bill of indictment having been examined, the judges having been consulted, the colonel took a pen and put at the end of the accusing line one of 3 signs. Plus O. Signified consignment to Lambessa. Plus signified transportation to Cayenne, the dry guillotine, death. O signified acquittal. While this justice was at work, the man on whose case they were working was sometimes still at liberty. He was going and coming at his ease. Suddenly they arrested him, and without knowing what they wanted with him, he left for Lambessa or for Cayenne. His family was often ignorant of what had become of him. People asked of a wife, of a sister, of a daughter, of a mother, "Where is your husband? Where is your brother? Where is your father? Where is your son?" The wife, the sister, the daughter, the mother answered, "I do not know." In the Allier, 11 members of one family alone, the Préverod family of Donjon, were struck down, one by the penalty of death, the others by banishment and transportation. A wine seller of the Batignolles, named Brissideau, was transported to Cayenne for this line in his deed of accusation. His shop is frequented by socialists. Here is a dialogue, word for word, and taken from life, between a colonel and his convicted prisoner. "You are condemned." "Indeed, why?" "In truth, I do not exactly know myself. Examine your conscience. Think what you have done." "I?" "Yes, you." "How I?" "You must have done something." "No, I have done nothing. I have not even done my duty. I ought to have taken my gun, gone down into the street, harangued the people, raised barricades. I remained at home stupidly like a sluggard." The accused laughs. "That is the offense of which I accuse myself." "You have not been condemned for that offense. Think carefully." "I can think of nothing." "What, you have not been to the café?" "Yes, I have breakfasted there." "Have you not chatted there?" "Yes, perhaps." "Have you not laughed?" "Perhaps I have laughed." "At whom, at what?" "At what is going on. It is true I was wrong to laugh." "At the same time you talked?" "Yes." "Of whom?" "Of the president." "What did you say?" "Indeed, what may be said with justice, that he had broken his oath." "And then?" "That he had not the right to arrest the representatives." "You said that?" "Yes, and I added that he had not the right to kill people on the boulevard." Here the condemned man interrupted himself and exclaimed, "And thereupon they send me to Cayenne." The judge looks fixedly at the prisoner and answers, "Well then." Another form of justice. 3 miscellaneous personages, 3 removable functionaries, a prefect, a soldier, a public prosecutor, whose only conscience is the sound of Louis Bonaparte's bell, seated themselves at a table and judged. Whom, you, me, us, everybody, for what crimes? They invented crimes. In the name of what laws? They invented laws. What penalties did they inflict? They invented penalties. Did they know the accused? No. Did they listen to him? No. What advocates did they listen to? None. What witnesses did they question? None. What deliberation did they enter upon? None. What public did they call in? None. Thus, no public, no deliberation, no counselors, no witnesses, judges who are not magistrates, a jury where none are sworn in, a tribunal which is not a tribunal, imaginary offenses, invented penalties, the accused absent, the law absent. From all these things which resembled a dream there came forth a reality, the condemnation of the innocent. Exile, banishment, transportation, ruin, homesickness, death, and despair for 40,000 families. That is what history calls the mixed commissions. Ordinarily, the great crimes of state strike the great heads and content themselves with this destruction. They roll like blocks of stone, all in one piece, and break the great resistances. Illustrious victims suffice for them. But the 2nd of December had its refinements of cruelty. It required, in addition, petty victims. Its appetite for extermination extended to the poor and to the obscure. Its anger and animosity penetrated as far as the lowest class. It created fissures in the social subsoil in order to diffuse the proscription there. The local triumvirates, nicknamed mixed mixtures, served it for that. Not one head escaped, however humble and puny. They found means to impoverish the indigent, to ruin those dying of hunger, to spoil the disinherited. The coup d'etat achieved this wonderful feat of adding misfortune to misery. Bonaparte, it seems, took the trouble to hate a mere peasant. The vine-dresser was torn from his vine, the laborer from his furrow, the mason from his scaffold, the weaver from his loom. Men accepted this mission of causing the immense public calamity to fall, morsel by morsel, upon the humblest walks of life. Detestable task, to crumble a catastrophe upon the little and on the weak. Chapter 14. A religious incident. A little religion can be mingled with this justice. Here is an example. Frederick Morin, like Arnauld de Ellerige, was a Catholic Republican. He thought that the souls of the victims of the 4th of December, suddenly cast by the volleys of the coup d'etat into the infinite and the unknown, might need some assistance, and he undertook the laborious task of having a mass said for the repose of these souls. But the priests wished to keep the masses for their friends. The group of Catholic Republicans which Frederick Morin headed applied successively to all the priests of Paris, but met with a refusal. They applied to the Archbishop, again a refusal. As many masses for the assassin as they liked, but far the assassinated not one. To pray for dead men of this sort would be a scandal. The refusal was determined. How should it be overcome? To do without a mass would have appeared easy to others, but not to these staunch believers. The worthy Catholic Democrats with great difficulty at length unearthed in a tiny suburban parish a poor old vicar, who consented to mumble in a whisper this mass in the ear of the Almighty, while begging him to say nothing about it. Chapter 15. How they came out of Ham. On the night of the 7th of January, Charez was sleeping. The noise of his bolts being drawn awoke him. "So then," said he, "they are going to put us in close confinement." And he went to sleep again. An hour afterwards the door was opened. The commandant of the fort entered in full uniform, accompanied by a police agent carrying a torch. It was about 4 o'clock in the morning. "Colonel," said the commandant, "dress yourself at once." "What for?" "You are about to leave." "Some more rascality, I suppose." The commandant was silent. Charez dressed himself. As he finished dressing, a short young man dressed in black came in. This young man spoke to Charez. "Colonel, you are about to leave the fortress. You are about to quit France. I am instructed to have you conducted to the frontier." Charez exclaimed, "If I am to quit France, I will not leave the fortress. This is yet another outrage. They have no more the right to exile me than they had the right to imprison me. I have on my side the law, right, my old services, my commission. I protest. Who are you, sir?" "I am the private secretary of the Minister of the Interior." "Ah, it is you who are named Leopold Lehan." The young man cast down his eyes. Charez continued, "You come on the part of someone whom they call Minister of the Interior. M. de Morny, I believe. I know M. de Morny. A bald young man. He has played the game where people lose their hair, and now he is playing the game where people risk their heads." The conversation was painful. The young man was deeply interested in the toe of his boot. After a pause, however, he ventured to speak. "M. Charez, I am instructed to say that if you want money—" Charez interrupted him impetuously. "Hold your tongue, sir, not another word. I have served my country 25 years as an officer, under fire, at the peril of my life, always for honor, never for gain. Keep your money for your own set." "But, sir—" "Silence. Money which passes through your hands would soil mine." Another pause ensued, which the private secretary again broke. "Colonel, you will be accompanied by 2 police agents who have special instructions, and I should inform you that you are ordered to travel with a false passport, and under the name of Vincent." "Good heavens," said Charez, "this is really too much. Who is it imagines that they will make me travel by order with a false passport and under a false name?" And looking steadily at M. Leopold Lehan, "No, sir, that my name is Charez and not Vincent, and that I belong to a family whose members have always borne the name of their father. They set out. They journeyed by carriage as far as Krail, which is on the railway. At Krail station, the first person whom Cheras saw was General Changarnier. "Ah, it is you, General." The two proscripts embraced each other, such as exile. "What the deuce are they doing with you?" asked the general. "What they are probably doing with you. These vagabonds are making me travel under the name of Vincent." "And me," said Changarnier, "under the name of Leblanc." "In that case they ought at least to have called me Lerouge," said Cheras, with a burst of laughter. In the meantime a group, kept at a distance by the police agents, had formed round them. People had recognized them and saluted them. A little child, whose mother could not hold him back, ran quickly to Cheras and took his hand. They got into the train apparently as free as other travelers. Only they isolated them in empty compartments, and each was accompanied by two men, who sat one at the side and the other facing him, and who never took their eyes off him. The keepers of General Changarnier were of ordinary strength and stature. Those of Cheras were almost giants. Cheras is exceedingly tall, they topped him by an entire head. These men, who were galley sergeants, had been carabineers, these spies had been heroes. Cheras questioned them. They had served when quite young, thus they had shared the bivouac of Napoleon, now they ate the same bread as Vidocq. The soldier brought to such a sorry pass as this is a sad sight. The pocket of one of them was bulged out with something which he was hiding there. When this man crossed the station in company with Cheras, a lady traveler said, "Has he got thiers in his pocket?" What the police agent was hiding was a pair of pistols. Under their long, buttoned-up and doubled-breasted frock coats, these men were armed. They were ordered to treat those gentlemen with the most profound respect, but in certain circumstances to blow out their brains. The prisoners had each been informed that in the eyes of the different authorities, whom they would meet on the road, they would pass for foreigners, Swiss or Belgians, expelled on account of their political opinions, and that the police agents would keep their title of police agents, and would represent themselves as charged with reconducting these foreigners to the frontier. 2/3 of the journey were accomplished without any hindrance. At Valenciennes, an incident occurred. The coup d'etat having succeeded, zeal reigned paramount. No task was any longer considered despicable. To denounce was to please. Zeal is one of the forms of servitude towards which people lean the most willingly. The general became a common soldier, the prefect became a commissary of police, the commissary of police became a police spy. The commissary of police at Valenciennes himself superintended the inspection of passports. For nothing in the world would he have deputed this important office to a subordinate inspector. When they presented him the passport of the so-called Leblanc, he looked the so-called Leblanc full in the face, started, and exclaimed, "You are General Changarnier." "That is no affair of mine," said the general. Upon this, the two keepers of the general protested and exhibited their papers, perfectly drawn up in due form. "Mr. Commissary, we are government agents. Here are our proper passports." "Improper ones," said the general. The commissary shook his head. He had been employed in Paris, and had been frequently sent to the headquarters of the staff at the Tuileries, to General Changarnier. He knew him very well. "This is too much," exclaimed the police agents. They blustered, declared that they were police functionaries on a special service, that they had instructions to conduct to the frontier this Leblanc, expelled for political reasons, swore by all the gods, and gave their word of honor that the so-called Leblanc was really named Leblanc. "I do not much believe in words of honor," said the commissary. "Honest commissary," muttered Changarnier, "you are right. Since the 2d of December, words of honor and oaths are no more than worthless paper money." And then he began to smile. The commissary became more and more perplexed. The police agents ended by invoking the testimony of the prisoner himself. "Now, sir, tell him your name yourself." "Get out of the difficulty yourselves," answered Changarnier. All this appeared most irregular to the mind of a provincial alguazil. It seemed evident to the commissary of Valenciennes that General Changarnier was escaping from Ham under a false name with a false passport, and with false agents of police, in order to mislead the authorities, and that it was a plot to escape which was on the point of succeeding. "Come down, all three of you," exclaimed the commissary. The general gets down, and on putting foot to the ground notices Cheras in the depths of his compartment between his two bullies. "Oho, Cheras, you are there," he cries. "Cheras," exclaimed the commissary. "Cheras there, quick, the passports of these gentlemen," and looking Cheras in the face. "Are you Colonel Cheras?" "Egad," said Cheras. Yet another complication. It was now the turn of Cheras's bullies to bluster. They declared that Cheras was the man called Vincent, displayed passports and papers, swore and protested. The commissary's suspicions were fully confirmed. "Very well," said he, "I arrest everybody." And he handed over Changarnier, Cheras, and the 4 police agents to the gendarmes. The commissary saw the cross of honor shining in the distance. He was radiant. The police arrested the police. It happens sometimes that the wolf thinks he has seized a victim and bites his own tail. The 6 prisoners, for now there were 6 prisoners, were taken into a parlor at the railway station. The commissary informed the town authorities. The town authorities hastened hither, headed by the subprefect. The subprefect, who was named Senzier, comes in, and does not know whether he ought to salute or to question, to grovel in the dust or to keep his hat on his head. These poor devils of magistrates and local officials were very much exercised in their minds. General Changarnier had been too near the dictatorship not to make them thoughtful. Who can foresee the course of events? Everything is possible. Yesterday called itself Cavaignac, today calls itself Bonaparte, tomorrow may call itself Changarnier. Providence is really cruel not to let subprefects have a peep at the future. It is sad for a respectable functionary, who would ask for nothing better than to be servile or arrogant according to circumstances, to be in danger of lavishing his platitudes on a person who is perhaps going to rot forever in exile, and who is nothing more than a rascal, or to risk being insolent to a vagabond of a postscript who is capable of coming back a conqueror in 6 months' time, and of becoming the government in his turn. What was to be done? And then they were spied upon. This takes place between officials. The slightest word would be maliciously interpreted. The slightest gesture would be laid to their discredit. How should he keep on good terms at the same time this cabbage, which is called today, and that goat, which is called tomorrow? To ask too many questions would offend the general, to render too many salutations would annoy the president. How could he be at the same time very much a subprefect, and in some degree a laquais? How could he combine the appearance of obsequiousness, which would please Changarnier, with the appearance of authority, which would please Bonaparte? The subprefect thought to get out of the difficulty by saying, "General, you are my prisoner," and by adding, with a smile, "Do me the honor of breakfasting with me." He addressed the same words to Cheras. The general refused curtly. Cheras looked at him fixedly, and did not answer him. Doubts regarding the identity of the prisoners came to the mind of the subprefect. He whispered to the commissary, "Are you quite sure?" "Certainly," said the commissary. The subprefect decided to address himself to Cheras, and dissatisfied with the manner in which his advances had been received, asked him somewhat sharply, "But, in short, who are you?" Cheras answered, "We are packages." And turning to his keepers, who were now in their turn in keeping, "Apply to our exporters, ask our custom house officers, it is a mere matter of goods traffic." They set the electric telegraph to work. Valenciennes, alarmed, questioned Paris. The subprefect informed the Minister of the Interior that, thanks to a strict supervision, which he had trusted to no one but himself, he had just effected an important capture, that he had just discovered a plot, had saved the president, had saved society, had saved religion, etc. That in one word, he had just arrested General Changarnier and Colonel Cheras, who had escaped that morning from the fort of Ham with false passports, doubtless for the purpose of heading a rising, etc. And that, in short, he asked the government what was to be done with the 2 prisoners. At the end of an hour the answer arrived, "Let them go on their way." The police perceived that in a burst of zeal they had pushed profundity to the point of stupidity. That sometimes happens. The next train carried away the prisoners, restored, not to liberty but to their keepers. They passed Quievrain. They got down from the carriage, and got in again. When the train again started, Cheras heaved the deep, joyous sigh of a freed man, and said, "At last." He raised his eyes, and perceived his 2 jailers by his side. They had got up behind him into the carriage. "Ah, indeed," he said to them, "you there." Of these two men there was only one who spoke. That one answered, "Yes, Colonel. What are you doing here?" "We are keeping watch over you." "But we are in Belgium." "Possibly. Belgium is not France." "Ah, that may be. But suppose I put my head out of the carriage, suppose I call out, suppose I had you arrested, suppose I reclaimed my liberty." "You will not do all that, Colonel." "How will you prevent me?" The police agent showed the butt end of his pistol and said thus. Cheras burst out laughing and asked them, "Where then are you going to leave me?" "At Brussels." "That is to say, that at Brussels you will salute me with your cap, but that at Mons you will salute me with your pistol." "As you say, Colonel." "In truth," said Cheras, "it does not matter to me, it is King Leopold's business. The Bonaparte treats countries as he has treated the representatives. He has violated the Assembly, he violates Belgium. But all the same, you are a medley of strange rascals. He who is at the top is a madman, those who are beneath are blockheads. Very well, my friends, let me go to sleep." And he went to sleep. Almost the same incident happened nearly at the same moment to Generals Changarnier and Lamoricière, and to M. Bays. The police agents did not leave General Changarnier until they had reached Mons. There they made him get down from the train, and said to him, "General, this is your place of residence. We leave you free." "Ah," said he, "this is my place of residence and I am free. Well then, good night." And he sprang lightly back into the carriage just as the train was starting, leaving behind him two galley sergeants dumbfounded. The police released Cheras at Brussels, but did not release General Lamoricière. The two police agents wished to compel him to leave immediately for Cologne. The general, who was suffering from rheumatism which he had caught at Ham, declared that he would sleep at Brussels. "Be it so," said the police agents. They followed him to the Hôtel de Bellevue. They spent the night there with him. He had considerable difficulty to prevent them from sleeping in his room. Next day they carried him off, and took him to Cologne, violating Prussian territory after having violated Belgian territory. The coup d'etat was still more impudent with M. Bays. They made M. Bays journey with his wife and his children under the name of Lassalle. He passed for the servant of the police agent who accompanied him. They took him thus to Aix-la-Chapelle. There, in the middle of the night, in the middle of the street, the police agents deposited him and the whole of his family, without a passport, without papers, without money. M. Bays, indignant, was obliged to have recourse to threats to induce them to take him and identify him before a magistrate. It was, perhaps, part of the petty joys of Bonaparte to cause a quaestor of the Assembly to be treated as a vagrant. On the night of the 7th of January, General Bidault, although he was not to leave till the next day, was awakened like the others by the noise of bolts. He did not understand that they were shutting him in, but on the contrary, believed that they were releasing M. Bays, his neighbor in the adjoining cell. He cried through the door, "Bravo, Bays." In fact, every day the generals said to the quaestor, "You have no business here, this is a military fortress. One of these fine mornings you will be thrust outside like Roger du Nord." Nevertheless, General Bidault heard an unusual noise in the fortress. He got up and knocked for General Leflo, his neighbor in the cell on the other side, with whom he exchanged frequent military dialogues, little flattering to the coup d'etat. General Leflo answered the knocking, but he did not know any more than General Bidault. General Bidault's window looked out on the inner courtyard of the prison. He went to this window and saw lanterns flashing hither and thither, species of covered carts, horsed, and a company of the 48th under arms. A moment afterwards he saw General Changarnier come into the courtyard, get into a carriage and drive off. Some moments elapsed, then he saw Cheras pass. Cheras noticed him at the window and cried out to him, "Mons." In fact, he believed he was going to Mons, and this made General Bidault, on the next day, choose Mons as his residence, expecting to meet Cheras there. Cheras having left, M. Leopold Lehan came in accompanied by the commandant of the fort. He saluted Bidault, explained his business, and gave his name. General Bidault confined himself to saying, "They banish us. It is an illegality, and one more indignity added to the others. However, with the people who send you one is no longer surprised at anything." They did not send him away till the next day. Louis Bonaparte had said, "We must space out the generals." The police agent charged with escorting General Bidault to Belgium was one of those who, on the 2nd of December, had arrested General Cavaignac. He told General Bidault that they had had a moment of uneasiness when arresting General Cavaignac. The picket of 50 men, which had been told off to assist the police having failed them. In the compartment of the railway carriage which was taking General Bidault into Belgium, there was a lady, manifestly belonging to good society, of very distinguished appearance, and who was accompanied by 3 little children. A servant in livery, who appeared to be a German, had 2 of the children on his knees, and lavished 1,000 little attentions on them. However, the general, hidden by the darkness and muffled up like the police agents in the collar of his mantle, paid little attention to this group. When they reached Quievrain, the lady turned to him and said, "General, I congratulate you, you are now in safety." The general thanked her and asked her name. "Baroness Coppens," she answered. It may be remembered that it was at M. Coppens's house, 70, Rue Blanche, that the first meeting of the left had taken place on December 2d. "You have charming children there, madam," said the general, and, he added, "an exceedingly good servant." "It is my husband," said Madame Coppens. M. Coppens, in fact, had remained 5 weeks buried in a hiding place contrived in his own house. He had escaped from France that very night under the cover of his own livery. They had carefully taught their children their lesson. Chance had made them get into the same carriage as General Bidault and the 2 bullies who were keeping guard over him. And throughout the night, Madame Coppens had been in terror lest, in the presence of the policeman, one of the little ones awakening, should throw its arms around the neck of the servant and cry, "Papa." Chapter 16. A Retrospect. Louis Bonaparte had tested the majority as engineers test a bridge. He had loaded it with iniquities, encroachments, enormities, slaughters on the Place du Havre, cries of "Long live the Emperor," distributions of money to the troops, sales of Bonapartist journals in the streets, prohibition of Republican and parliamentary journals, reviews at Sattery, speeches at Dijon. The majority bore everything. "Good," said he, "it will carry the weight of the coup d'etat." Let us recall the facts. Before the 2d of December, the coup d'etat was being constructed in detail, here and there, a little everywhere with exceeding impudence, and yet the majority smiled. The representative Pascal Duprat had been violently treated by police agents. "That is very funny," said the right. The representative Dane was seized. "Charming." The representative Sarton was arrested. "Bravo." One fine morning, when all the hinges had been well tested and oiled, and when all the wires were well fixed, the coup d'etat was carried out all at once, abruptly. The majority ceased to laugh, but the trick was done. It had not perceived that for a long time past, while it was laughing at the strangling of others, the cord was round its own neck. Let us maintain this, not to punish the past, but to illuminate the future. Many months before being carried out, the coup d'etat had been accomplished. The day having come, the hour having struck, the mechanism being completely wound up, it had only to be set going. It was bound not to fail, and nothing did fail. What would have been an abyss if the majority had done its duty, and had understood its joint responsibility with the left, was not even a ditch. The inviolability had been demolished by those who were inviolable. The hand of gendarmes had become as accustomed to the collar of the representatives as to the collar of thieves. The white tie of the statesman was not even rumpled in the grasp of the galley sergeants, and one can admire the Vicomte de Fallu, oh candor, for being dumbfounded at being treated like Citizen Sarton. The majority, going backwards, and ever applauding Bonaparte, fell into the hole which Bonaparte had dug for it. Chapter 17. Conduct of the Left. The conduct of the Republican left in this grave crisis of the 2d of December was memorable. The flag of the law was on the ground, in the mire of universal treason, under the feet of Louis Bonaparte. The left raised this flag, washed away the mire with its blood, unfurled it, waved it before the eyes of the people, and from the 2d to the 5th of December held Bonaparte at bay. A few men, a mere handful, 120 representatives of the people escaped by chance from arrest, plunged in darkness and in silence, without even possessing that cry of the free press which sounds the tocsin to human intellects, and which encourages the combatants, without generals under their orders, without soldiers, without ammunition, went down into the streets, resolutely barred the way against the coup d'etat, and gave battle to this monstrous crime, which had taken all its precautions, which was mail-clad in every part, armed to the teeth, crowding round it forests of bayonets, and making a pack of mortars and cannons give tongue in its favor. They had that presence of mind, which is the most practical kind of courage. They had, while lacking everything else, the formidable improvisation of duty which never loses heart. They had no printing offices, they obtained them. They had no guns, they found them. They had no balls, they cast them. They had no powder, they manufactured it. They had nothing but paving stones, and from thence they evolved combatants. It is true that these paving stones were the paving stones of Paris, stones which changed themselves into men. Such is the power of right, that, during 4 days, these 120 men, who had nothing in their favor but the goodness of their cause, counterbalanced an army of 100,000 soldiers. At one moment the scale turned on their side. Thanks to them, thanks to their resistance, seconded by the indignation of honest hearts, there came an hour when the victory of the law seemed possible and even certain. On Thursday the 4th, the coup d'etat tottered, and was obliged to support itself by assassination. We seen that without the butchery of the boulevards, if he had not saved his perjury by a massacre, if he had not sheltered his crime by another crime, Louis Bonaparte was lost. During the long hours of this struggle, a struggle without a truce, a struggle against the army during the day and against the police during the night, an unequal struggle, where all the strength and all the rage was on one side, and as we have just said, nothing but right. On the other, not one of these 120 representatives, not a single one failed at the call of duty, not one shunned the danger, not one drew back, not one wearied. All these heads placed themselves resolutely under the axe, and for 4 days waited for it to fall. Today captivity, transportation, expatriation, exile, the axe has fallen on nearly all these heads. I am one of those who have had no other merit in this struggle than to rally into one unique thought, the courage of all. But let me here heartily render justice to those men amongst whom I pride myself with having for 3 years served the holy cause of human progress. To this left, insulted, calumniated, unappreciated and dauntless, which was always in the breach, and which did not repose for a single day, which recoiled none the more before the military conspiracy than before the parliamentary conspiracy, and which, entrusted by the people with the task of defending them, defended them even when abandoned by themselves, defended them in the tribune with speech, and in the street with the sword. When the committee of resistance in the sitting, at which the decree of deposition and of outlawry was drawn up and voted, making use of the discretionary power which the left had confided to it, decided that all the signatures of the Republican representatives remaining at liberty should be placed at the foot of the decree. It was a bold stroke. The committee did not conceal from itself that it was a list of proscription offered to the victorious coup d'etat ready drawn up, and perhaps in its inner conscience it feared that some would disavow it and protest against it. As a matter of fact, the next day we received 2 letters, 2 complaints. They were from 2 representatives who had been omitted from the list and who claimed the honor of being reinstated there. I reinstate these 2 representatives here, in their right of being proscripts. Here are their names, Anglade and Pradier. From Tuesday, the 2d, to Friday, the 5th of December, the representatives of the left and the committee, dogged, worried, hunted down, always on the point of being discovered and taken, that is to say, massacred, repaired for the purpose of deliberating to 27 different houses, shifted 27 times their place of meeting, from their first gathering in the Rue Blanche to their last conference at Raymond's. They refused the shelters, which were offered them on the left bank of the river, wishing always to remain in the center of the combat. During these changes they more than once traversed the right bank of Paris from one end to the other, most of the time on foot, and making long circuits in order not to be followed. Everything threatened them with danger, their number, their well-known faces, even their precautions. In the populous streets there was danger, the police were permanently posted there. In the lonely streets there was danger, because the goings and comings were more noticed there. They did not sleep, they did not eat, they took what they could find, a glass of water from time to time, a morsel of bread here and there. Madame Landrin gave us a basin of soup, Madame Gravy the remainder of a cold pie. We dined one evening on a little chocolate which a chemist had distributed in a barricade. At Juness's, in the Rue de Grammont, during the night of the 3rd, Michel de Bourges took a chair and said, "This is my bed." Were they tired? They did not feel it. The old men like Ronget, the sick like Boisset, all went forward. The public peril like a fever sustained them. Our venerable colleague Lamennais did not come, but he remained 3 days without going to bed, buttoned up in his old frock coat, his thick boots on his feet, ready to march. He wrote to the author these 3 lines which it is impossible not to quote. "You are heroes without me. This pains me greatly. I await your orders. Try, then, to find me something to do, be it but to die." In these meetings, each man preserved his usual demeanor. At times one might have thought it an ordinary sitting in one of the bureau of the assembly. There was the calm of every day, mingled with the firmness of decisive crises. Edgar Quinet retained all his lofty judgment, Niall Parfait all his mental vivacity, Ivan all his vigorous and intelligent penetration, Labrosse all his animation. In a corner Pierre Lefranc, pamphleteer and balladwriter, but a pamphleteer like Courier, and a balladwriter like Béranger smiled at the grave and stern words of Dupont de Bussac. All that brilliant group of young orators of the left, Baniel with his powerful ardor, Versigny and Victor Schoeffer with their youthful daring, Sain with his cool-headedness which reveals strength, Farquhar with his gentle voice and his energetic inspiration, lavishing his efforts in resisting the coup d'etat, sometimes taking part in the deliberations, at others amongst the people, proving that to be an orator one must possess all the qualifications of a combatant. Deflat, indefatigable, was ever ready to traverse all Paris. Xavier Durieux was courageous, Dulac dauntless, Charamal foolhardy. Citizens and paladins. Courage, who would have dared to exhibit none amongst all these men, of whom not one trembled? Untrimmed beards, torn coats, disordered hair, pale faces, pride glistening in every eye. In the houses where they were received they installed themselves as best they could. If there were no sofas or chairs, some, exhausted in strength, but not in heart, seated themselves on the floor. All became copyists of the decrees and proclamations. One dictated, 10 wrote. They wrote on tables, on the corners of furniture, on their knees. Frequently paper was lacking, pens were wanting. These wretched trifles created obstacles at the most critical times. At certain moments in the history of peoples, an inkstand where the ink is dried up may prove a public calamity. Moreover, cordiality prevailed among all shades of difference were effaced. In the secret sittings of the Committee Maitre de Monchau, that firm and generous heart, Deflat, brave and thoughtful, a fighting philosopher of the devolution, Carnot, accurate, cold, tranquil, immovable, Jules Favre, eloquent, courageous, admirable through his simplicity and his strength, inexhaustible in resources as in sarcasms, doubled, by combining them, the diverse powers of their minds. Michel de Bourges, seated in a corner of the fireplace, or leaning on a table enveloped in his great coat, his black silk cap on his head, had an answer for every suggestion, gave back to occurrences blow for blow, was on his guard for danger, difficulty, opportunity, necessity. For his is one of those wealthy natures which have always something ready either in their intellect or in their imagination. Words of advice crossed without jostling each other. These men entertained no illusion. They knew that they had entered into a life-and-death struggle. They had no quarter to expect. They had to do with the man who had said, "Crush everything." They knew the bloody words of the self-styled minister, Murnay. These words the placards of Saint Arnaud interpreted by decrees, the Praetorians let loose in the street interpreted them by murder. The members of the insurrectionary committee and the representatives assisting at the meetings were not ignorant that wherever they might be taken they would be killed on the spot by bayonet thrusts. It was the fortune of this war. Yet the prevailing expression on every face was serenity, that profound serenity which comes from a happy conscience. At times this serenity rose to gaiety. They laughed willingly and at everything. At the torn trousers of one, at the hat which another had brought back from the barricade instead of his own, at the comforter of a third. "Hide your big body," they said to him. They were children, and everything amused them. On the morning of the 4th, Mathien de la Drome came in. He had organized for his part a committee which communicated with the Central Committee. He came to tell us of it. He had shaved off his fringe of beard so as not to be recognized in the streets. "You look like an archbishop," said Michel de Bourges to him, and there was a general laugh. And all this, with this thought which every moment brought back, the noise which is heard at the door, the key which turns in the lock is perhaps death coming in. The representatives and the committee were at the mercy of chance. More than once they could have been captured, and they were not, either owing to the scruples of certain police agents, where the deuce will scruples next take up their abode, or that these agents doubted the final result and feared to lay their hand heedlessly upon possible victors. If Vassal, the commissary of police, who met us on the morning of the 4th on the pavement of the Rue des Moulins, had wished, we might have been taken that day. He did not betray us. But these were exceptions. The pursuit of the police was none the less ardent and implacable. At Marie's, it may be remembered that the sergeants de ville and the gendarmes arrived 10 minutes after we had left the house, and that they even ransacked under the beds with their bayonets. Amongst the representatives there were several constituents, and at their head Bastide. Bastide, in 1848, had been Minister for Foreign Affairs. During the second night, meeting in the Rue Popincourt, they reproached him with several of his actions. "Let me first get myself killed," he answered, "and then you can reproach me with what you like." And he added, "How can you distrust me, who am a Republican up to the hilt?" Bastide would not consent to call our resistance the insurrection. He called it the counter-insurrection. He said, "Victor Hugo is right. The insurgent is at the Élysée." It was my opinion, as we have seen, that we ought to bring the battle at once to an issue, to defer nothing, to reserve nothing. I said, "We must strike the coup d'etat while it is hot." Bastide supported me. In the combat he was impassive, cold, gay beneath his coldness. At the Saint-Antoine barricade, at the moment when the guns of the coup d'etat were leveled at the representatives of the people, he said smilingly to Maitre de Monchau, "Ask Sculpture what he thinks of the abolition of the penalty of death." Sculpture, like myself at this supreme moment, would have answered that it ought to be abolished. In another barricade Bastide, compelled to absent himself for a moment, placed his pipe on a paving stone. They found Bastide's pipe and they thought him dead. He came back and it was hailing musket balls. He said, "My pipe." He relighted it and resumed the fight. 2 balls pierced his coat. When the barricades were constructed, the Republican representatives spread themselves abroad and distributed themselves amongst them. Nearly all the representatives of the left repaired to the barricades, assisting either to build them or to defend them. Besides the great exploit at Saint-Antoine barricade, where sculpture was so admirable, Esquiros went to the barricade of the Rue de Charonne, Deflot to those of the Panthéon and of the Chapelle Saint-Denis, Maitre de Monchau to those of Belleville and the Rue Aumer, Douter and Pelletier to that of the Mairie of the 5th arrondissement, Brives to that of Rue Beaubourg, Arnold de Ellarige to that of Rue de Petit-Épissoir, Viguier to that of the Rue Pagevin, Versigny to that of the Rue Joigno, Dupont de Bussac to that of the Carré Saint-Martin, Carlos Forel and Boisset to that of the Rue Rambuteau. Douter received a sword cut on his head which cleft his hat. Burzet had 4 balls in his overcoat. Baudin was killed. Gaston Dussaubes was ill and could not come. His brother Denis Dussaubes replaced him. Where? In the tomb. Baudin fell on the first barricade, Denis Dussaubes on the last. I was less favored than Burzet. I only had 3 balls in my overcoat, and it is impossible for me to say whence they came. Probably from the boulevard. After the battle was lost, there was no general helter-skelter, no rout, no flight. All remained hidden in Paris, ready to reappear, Mitchell in the Rue d'Alger, myself in the Rue de Navarone. The committee held yet another sitting on Saturday, the 6th, at 11 o'clock at night. Jules Favre, Mitchell de Bourges and myself, we came during the night to the house of a generous and brave woman, Madame Didier. Bastide came there and said to me, "If you are not killed here, you are going to enter upon exile. For myself, I am going to remain in Paris. Take me for your lieutenant." I have related this incident. They hoped for the 9th Tuesday a resumption of arms, which did not take place. Mallarmé had announced it to Dupont de Bussac, but the blow of the 4th had prostrated Paris. The populace no longer stirred. The representatives did not resolve to think of their safety and to quit France through 1,000 additional dangers until several days afterwards, when the last spark of resistance was extinguished in the heart of the people, and the last glimmer of hope in heaven. Several Republican representatives were workmen. They have again become workmen in exile. Naudot has resumed his trowel and is a mason in London. Fora Duron, a cutler, and Bansept, a shoemaker, felt that their trade had become their duty and practice it in England. Fora makes knives, Bansept makes boots. Greppo is a weaver. It was he who, when a prescript, made the coronation robe of Queen Victoria. Gloomy smile of destiny. Niall Parfait is a proofreader at Brussels. Agricole Pertiguier, called Avignonis la Verdue, has girded on his leathern apron and is a cabinet maker at Antwerp. Yesterday these men sat in the Sovereign Assembly. Such things as these are seen in Plutarch. The eloquent and courageous prescript, Émile Deschanel, has created at Brussels, with a rare talent of speech, a new form of public instruction, the conferences. To him is due the honor of this foundation, so fruitful and so useful. Let us say in conclusion that the National Legislative Assembly lived badly, but died well. At this moment of the fall, irreparable for the cowards, the right was worthy, the left was great. Never before has history seen a parliament fall in this manner. February had blown upon the deputies of the legal country, and the deputies had vanished. M. Sazet had sunk down behind the tribune and had gone away without even taking his hat. Bonaparte, the other, the first, the true Bonaparte, had made the 500 step out of the windows of the orangery of St. Cloud, somewhat embarrassed with their large mantles. Cromwell, the oldest of the Bonapartes, when he achieved his 18th Brumaire, encountered scarcely any other resistance than a few imprecations from Milton and from Ludlow, and was able to say in his boorishly gigantic language, "I have put the king in my knapsack and the parliament in my pocket." We must go back to the Roman Senate in order to find true curule chairs. The Legislative Assembly, let us repeat, to its honor, did not lose countenance when facing the abyss. History will keep an account of it. After having betrayed so many things, it might have been feared that this assembly would end by betraying itself. It did nothing of the kind. The legislature, one is obliged to remember, had committed faults upon faults. The royalist majority had, in the most odious manner, persecuted the Republican minority, which was bravely doing its duty in denouncing it to the people. This assembly had had a very long cohabitation, and a most fatal complicity with the man of crime, who had ended by strangling it as a robber strangles his concubine in his bed. But whatever may be said of this fateful assembly, it did not exhibit that wretched vanishing away which Louis Bonaparte hoped for. It was not a coward. This is due to its having originated from universal suffrage. Let us mention this, for it is an instructive lesson. The virtue of this universal suffrage, which had begotten the assembly, and which the assembly had wished to slay, it felt in itself to its last hour. The sap of a whole people does not spread in vain throughout an assembly, even throughout the most decrepit. On the decisive day, this sap asserts itself. The Legislative Assembly, laden as it may be with formidable responsibilities, will, perhaps, be less overwhelmed than it deserves by the reprobation of posterity. Thanks to universal suffrage, which it had deceived, and which constituted its faith and its strength at the last moment, thanks to the left, which it had oppressed, scoffed at, calumniated, and decimated, and which cast on it the glorious reflection of its heroism, this pitiful assembly died a grand death. Chapter 18, page written at Brussels. Well then, yes, I will kick open the door of this palace, and I will enter with you, history. I will seize by the collar all the perpetrators, continually caught red-handed in the commission of all these outrages. I will suddenly illuminate this cavern of night with the broad daylight of truth. Yes, I will bring in the daylight. I will tear down the curtain, I will open the window, I will show to every eye such as it really is, infamous, horrible, wealthy, triumphant, joyous, gilded, besmirched, this Élysée, this court, this group, this heap, call it what you will, this galley crew, where writhe and crawl, and pair and breed every baseness, every indignity, every abomination. Filibusters, buccaneers, swearers of oaths, signers of the cross, spies, swindlers, butchers, executioners, from the brigand who vends his sword to the Jesuit who sells his God second-hand. This sink where Barach elbows test, where each brings his own nastiness. Magnan his epaulets, Montalembert his religion, Dupin his person. And above all the innermost circle, the holy of holies, the private council, the smug den where they drink, where they eat, where they laugh, where they sleep, where they play, where they cheat, where they call highnesses thou, where they wallow. Oh, what ignominies, it is them, it is there. Dishonor, baseness, shame, and opprobrium are there. O history, a hot iron for all these faces. It is there that they amuse themselves, and that they jest, and that they banter, and that they make sport of France. It is there that they pocket haphazard, amid great shouts of laughter, the millions of louis and the millions of votes. See them, look at them. They have treated the law like a girl, they are content. Right is slaughtered, liberty is gagged, the flag is dishonored, the people are under their feet. They are happy, and who are they? What are these men? Europe knows not. One fine morning it saw them come out of a crime, nothing more. A parcel of rascals who vainly tried to become celebrated and who have remained anonymous. Look, they are all there, see them, I tell you, look at them, I tell you, recognize them if you can. Of what sex are they? To what species do they belong? Who is this one? Is he a writer? No, he is a dog, he gobbles human flesh. And that one, is he a dog? No, he is a courtier, he has blood on his paw. New men, that is what they term them. New, in truth, unlooked for, strange, unprecedented, monstrous. Perjury, iniquity, robbery, assassination, erected into ministerial departments, swindling applied to universal suffrage, government under false pretenses, duty called crime, crime called duty, cynicism laughing in the midst of atrocity. It is of all this that their newness is compounded. Now all is well, they have succeeded, they have a fair wind, they enjoy themselves to the full. They have cheated France, they are dividing the spoil. France is a bag, and they put their hand in it. Rummage, for heaven's sake. Take while you are there, help yourselves, draw out, plunder, steal. One wants money, another wants situations, another wants a decorative collar round his neck, another a plume in his hat, another embroidery on his sleeve, another women, another power, another news for the bourse, another a railway, another wine. I should think indeed that they are well satisfied. Picture to yourself a poor devil who 3 years ago borrowed 10 sous of his porter, and who today, leaning voluptuously on the monitor, has only to sign a decree to take 1,000,000. To make themselves perfectly happy, to be able to devour the finances of the state, to live at the expense of the treasury like a son of the family, this is what is called their policy. Their ambition has a true name, it is gluttony. They ambitious? Nonsense, they are gluttons, to govern is to gamble. This does not prevent betrayal. On the contrary, they spy upon each other, they betray each other. The little traitors betray the great traitors. Pietry looks askance at Mappas and Mappas at Carlier. They all lie in the same reeking sewer. They have achieved the coup d'etat in common. That is all. Moreover, they feel sure of nothing, neither of glances, nor of smiles, nor of hidden thoughts, nor of men, nor of women, nor of the lackey, nor of the prince, nor of words of honor, nor of birth certificates. Each feels himself fraudulent and knows himself suspected. Each has his secret aims. Each alone knows why he has done this. Not one utters a word about his crime, and no one bears the name of his father. Ah, may God grant me life, and may Jesus pardon me. I will raise a gibbet 100 yards high. I will take hammer and nails, and I will crucify this Beauharnais called Bonaparte, between this Leroy called Saint Arnaud, and this violin called Persigny. And I would drag you there also, all of you accomplices. This Morny, this Romeu, this Fould, the Jew senator, this Delangle who bears on his back this placard, Justice. And this Troplong, this judicial glorifier of the violation of the laws, this lawyer apologist of the coup d'etat, this magistrate flatterer of perjury, this judge panegyrist of murder, who will go down to posterity with a sponge filled with mud and with blood in his hand. I begin the battle, therefore. With whom? With the present ruler of Europe. It is right that this spectacle should be given to the world. Louis Bonaparte is the success, is the intoxicated triumph, is the gay and ferocious despotism, opening out under the victory. He is the mad fullness of power, seeking limits and finding none, neither in things nor in men. Louis Bonaparte holds France, urbum Roman habit, and whoever holds France holds the world. He is master of the votes, master of the consciences, master of the people. He nominates his successor, reigns forever over future electoral scrutinies, disposes of eternity, and places futurity in an envelope. His Senate, his legislative body, his Council of State, with heads lowered and mingled confusedly behind him, lick his feet. He drags along in a leash the bishops and cardinals. He tramples on the justice which curses him, and on the judges who adore him. 30 correspondents inform the continent that he has frowned, and every electric telegraph vibrates if he raises his little finger. Around him is heard the rustling of sabers, and the drums beat the salute. He sits under the shadow of the eagle in the midst of bayonets and of citadels. The free nations tremble and hide their liberties for fear that he should steal them. The great American Republic herself falters in his presence, and dares not withdraw her ambassador from him. The kings, surrounded by their armies, look at him smilingly with their hearts full of fear. Where will he begin? With Belgium, with Switzerland, with Piedmont? Europe expects to be overrun. He is capable of all, and he dreams of all. Well then, before this master, this triumpher, this conqueror, this dictator, this emperor, this all-powerful, there rises a solitary man, a wanderer, despoiled, ruined, prostrate, proscribed, and attacks him. Louis Napoleon has 10,000 cannons and 500,000 soldiers. The writer has his pen and his inkstand. The writer is nothing, he is a grain of dust, he is a shadow, he is an exile without a refuge, he is a vagrant without a passport, but he has by his side and fighting with him 2 powers, right, which is invincible, and truth, which is immortal. Assuredly, for this struggle to the death, for this formidable duel, Providence could have chosen a more illustrious champion, a grander athlete. But what matter men there, where it is the idea with combats? Such as it is good, let us repeat, that this spectacle should be given to the world. What is this in truth? It is intellect, an atom which resists strength, a colossus. I have only one stone in my sling, but that stone is a good one. That stone is justice. I attack Louis Bonaparte at this hour when he is erect, at this hour when he is master. He is in his zenith. So much the better, it is that which suits me. Yes, I attack Louis Bonaparte. I attack him before the world. I attack him in the presence of God and men. I attack him resolutely, desperately, for the love of the people and of France. He is about to be emperor, let it be so. Let there be at least one brow which resists. Let Louis Bonaparte know that an empire may be taken, but that a conscience cannot be taken. Chapter 19. The Infallible Benediction. The Pope approved. When the mails brought to Rome intelligence of the event of the 2d of December, the Pope went to a review held by General Gamo, and begged him to congratulate Prince Louis Napoleon for him. There was a precedent for this. On the 12th December, 1572, Saint Gord, ambassador of Charles IX, King of France, to Philip II, King of Spain, wrote from Madrid to his master, Charles IX, "The news of the events of the day of Saint Bartholomew have reached the Catholic king. Contrary to his wont and custom, he has shown so much joy that he has manifested it more openly than he has ever done for all the happy events and good fortune which have previously befallen him. So that I went to him on Sunday morning at St. Hieronymus, and having approached him, he burst out laughing, and with every demonstration of extreme pleasure and contentment, began to praise your majesty." 36. The hand of Pius IX remained extended over France when it had become the empire. Then, under the shadow of this benediction, began an era of prosperity. 36 Archives of the House of Orange, Supplement. Conclusion: The Fall. Chapter 1. I was coming back from my fourth exile, an exile in Belgium, a small matter. It was one of the last days of September, 1871. I was re-entering France by the Luxembourg frontier. I had fallen asleep in the carriage. Suddenly the jolt of the train coming to a standstill awoke me. I opened my eyes. The train had stopped, in the middle of a charming landscape. I was in the half-consciousness of an interrupted sleep, and ideas, as yet half-dreams, hazy and diffuse, hovered between myself and reality. I experienced the undefinable and confused sensation of awakening. A river flowed by the side of the railway, clear, around a bright and verdant island. This vegetation was so thick that the moorhens, on reaching it, plunged beneath it and disappeared. The river wound through a valley, which appeared like a huge garden. Apple trees were there, which reminded one of Eve, and willows, which made one think of Galatea. It was, as I have said, in one of those equinoctial months when may be felt the peculiar charm of a season drawing to a close. If it be winter which is passing away, you hear the song of approaching spring. If it be summer which is vanishing, you see glimmering on the horizon the undefinable smile of autumn. The wind lulled and harmonized all those pleasant sounds which compose the murmur of the fields. The tinkling of the sheep bells seemed to soothe the humming of the bees. The last butterflies met together with the first grapes. This hour of the year mingles the joy of being still alive with the unconscious melancholy of fast approaching death. The sweetness of the sun was indescribable. Fertile fields streaked with furrows, honest peasants' cottages. Under the trees a turf covered with shade, the lowing of cattle as in Virgil, and the smoke of hamlets penetrated by rays of sunshine. Such was the complete picture. The clanging of anvils rang in the distance, the rhythm of work amidst the harmony of nature. I listened, I mused vaguely. The valley was beautiful and quiet. The blue heavens seemed as though resting upon a lovely circle of hills. In the distance were the voices of birds, and close to me the voices of children, like two songs of angels mingled together. The universal purity enshrouded me. All this grace and all this grandeur shed a golden dawn into my soul. Suddenly a fellow traveler asked, "What place is this?" Another answered, "Sedan." I shuddered. This paradise was a tomb. I looked around. The valley was circular and hollow, like the bottom of a crater. The winding river resembled a serpent. The high hills, ranged one behind the other, surrounded this mysterious spot like a triple line of inexorable walls. Once there is no means of exit. It reminded me of the amphitheaters. An indescribable disquieting vegetation which seemed to be an extension of the Black Forest, overran all the heights, and lost itself in the horizon like a huge impenetrable snare. The sun shone, the birds sang, carters passed by whistling, Sheep, lambs, and pigeons were scattered about, leaves quivered and rustled. The grass, a densely thick grass, was full of flowers. It was appalling. I seemed to see waving over this valley the flashing of the avenging angel's sword. This word Sedan had been like a veil abruptly torn aside. The landscape had become suddenly filled with tragedy. Those shapeless eyes which the bark of trees delineates on the trunks were gazing at what? At something terrible and lost to view. In truth, that was the place. And at the moment when I was passing by 13 months, all but a few days had elapsed. That was the place where the monstrous enterprise of the 2D of December had burst asunder. A fearful shipwreck. The gloomy pathways of fate cannot be studied without profound anguish of the heart. Chapter 2. On the 31st of August, 1870, an army was reassembled, and was, as it were, massed together under the walls of Sedan in a place called the Givon Valley. This army was a French army, 29 brigades, 15 divisions, 4 army corps, 90,000 men. This army was in this place without anyone being able to divine the reason, without order, without an object, scattered about, a species of heap of men thrown down there, as though with the view of being seized by some huge hand. This army either did not entertain, or appeared not to entertain, for the moment, any immediate uneasiness. They knew, or at least they thought they knew, that the enemy was a long way off. On calculating the stages at 4 leagues daily, it was 3 days' march distant. Nevertheless, towards evening the leaders took some wise strategic precautions. They protected the army, which rested in the rear on Sedan and the Meuse, by 2 battle fronts, one composed of the 7th Corps, and extending from Flowing to Givon, the other composed of the 12th Corps, extending from Givon to Basiles, a triangle of which the Meuse formed the hypotenuse. The 12th Corps, formed of the 3 divisions of Lacretelle, Lartigue, and Wolfe, ranged on the right, with the artillery, between the brigades formed a veritable barrier, having Basiles and Givon at each end, and Daigny in its center. The 2 divisions of Petit and Narrated massed in the rear upon 2 lines supported this barrier. General Lebrun commanded the 12th Corps. The 7th Corps, commanded by General Douai, only possessed 2 divisions, Dumont's division and Gilbert's division, and formed the other battle front, covering the army of Givon to Flowing on the side of Illy. This battle front was comparatively weak, too open on the side of Givon, and only protected on the side of the Meuse by the 2 cavalry divisions of Marguerite and Bonnemains, and by Guillaumer's brigade, resting in squares upon Flowing. Within this triangle were encamped the 5th Corps, commanded by General Wimpfen, and the 1st Corps, commanded by General Ducrot. Mitchell's cavalry division covered the 1st Corps on the side of Daigny. The 5th supported itself upon Sedan. 4 divisions, each disposed upon 2 lines, the divisions of Laradier, Grandchamp, Gauze, and Conseil du Mesnil, formed a sort of horseshoe, turned towards Sedan, and uniting the 1st battle front with the 2nd. The cavalry division of Amel and the brigade of Fontainges served as a reserve for these 4 divisions. The whole of the artillery was upon the 2 battle fronts. 2 portions of the army were in confusion, one to the right of Sedan beyond Ballon, the other to the left of Sedan, on this side of Iges. Beyond Ballon were the divisions of Vassegny and the brigade of Rebel. On this side of Iges were the 2 cavalry divisions of Marguerite and Bonnemains. These arrangements indicated a profound feeling of security. In the first place, the Emperor Napoleon III would not have come there if he had not been perfectly tranquil. This Givon Valley is what Napoleon I called a washhand basin. There could not be a more complete enclosure. An army is so much at home there that it is too much so. It runs the risk of no longer being able to get out. This disquieted some brave and prudent leaders such as Wimpfen, but they were not listened to. If absolutely necessary, said the people of the imperial circle, they could always be sure of being able to reach Mézières, and at the worst the Belgian frontier. Was it, however, needful to provide for such extreme eventualities? In certain cases foresight is almost an offense. They were all of one mind, therefore, to be at their ease. If they had been uneasy they would have cut the bridges of the Meuse, but they did not even think of it. To what purpose? The enemy was a long way off. The emperor, who evidently was well informed, affirmed it. The army bivouacked somewhat in confusion, as we have said, and slept peaceably throughout this night of August 31, having, whatever might happen, or believing that they had, the retreat upon Mézières open behind it. They disdained to take the most ordinary precautions, they made no cavalry reconnaissances, they did not even place outposts. A German military writer has stated this. 37-14 leagues at least separated them from the German army, 3 days' march. They did not exactly know where it was. They believed it scattered, possessing little unity, badly informed, led somewhat at random upon several points at once. Incapable of a movement converging upon one single point, like Sedan. They believed that the Crown Prince of Saxony was marching on Chalons, and that the Crown Prince of Prussia was marching on Metz. They were ignorant of everything appertaining to this army, its leaders, its plan, its armament, its effective force. Was it still following the strategy of Gustavus Adolphus? Was it still following the tactics of Frederick II? No one knew. They felt sure of being at Berlin in a few weeks. What nonsense! The Prussian army. They talked of this war as of a dream, and of this army as of a phantom. During this very night, while the French army was sleeping, this is what was taking place. 37 M. Harwick. Chapter 3. At 1:45 in the morning, at his headquarters at Mouzon, Albert, Crown Prince of Saxony, set the army of the Meuse in motion. The royal guard were beat to arms, and 2 divisions marched, one upon Villers-sur-Ney by Escamber and Fourwax-Bois, the other upon Francheval by Suchy and Foru-Saint-Tremay. The artillery of the guard followed. At the same moment, the 12th Saxon Corps was beaten to arms, and by the high road to the south of Douzy reached Lamécourt, and marched upon La Moncelle. The 1st Bavarian Corps marched upon Basels, supported at Rouly-sur-Meuse by an artillery division of the 4th Corps. The other division of the 4th Corps crossed the Meuse at Mouzon, and massed itself in reserve at Mary, upon the right bank. These 3 columns maintained close communication with each other. The order was given to the advanced guards to begin no offensive movement before 5 o'clock, and silently to occupy Fourwax-Bois, Foru-Saint-Tremay, and Douai. They had left their knapsacks behind them. The baggage wagons did not stir. The Crown Prince of Saxony was on horseback on the heights of Amblemont. At the same time, at his headquarters at Chamery, Blumenthal was having a bridge built over the Meuse by the Württemberg division. The 11th Corps, astir before daylight, crossed the Meuse at Dom-le-Mesnil and at Donchery, and reached Vrien-sur-Bois. The artillery followed, and held the road from Vrien to Sedan. The Württemberg division kept the bridge which it had built, and held the road from Sedan to Mézières. At 5 o'clock, the 2D Bavarian Corps with the artillery at its head, detached one of its divisions and sent it by Bulson upon Frenois. The other division passed by Noyers, and drew up before Sedan, between Frenois and Waidlingcourt. The artillery of the reserve was drawn up on the heights of the left bank, opposite Donchery. At the same time, the 6th Cavalry Division was sent from Mazaret, and passing by Boutencourt and Balzecourt, reached the Meuse at Flies. The 2D Cavalry Division quitted its encampment, and took up its position to the south of Boutencourt. The 4th Cavalry Division took up its position to the south of Frenois. The 1st Bavarian Corps installed itself at Remilly. The 5th Cavalry Division and the 6th Corps were posted to observe, and all in line and order, massed upon the heights waited for the dawn to appear. The Crown Prince of Prussia was on horseback on the hill of Frenois. At the same moment, upon every point of the horizon, other and similar movements were taking place from every side. The high hills were suddenly overrun by an immense black army, not one shout of command. 250,000 men came silently to encircle the Givon Valley. This is what the circle consisted of. The Bavarians, the right wing, at Basels on the Meuse. Next to the Bavarians, the Saxons, at La Moncelle and Daigny. Opposite Givon, the Royal Guard, the 5th Corps at Saint-Menges, the 2D at Flenu, the Württembergers at the bend of the Meuse between Saint-Menges and Donchery, Count Stahlberg and his cavalry at Donchery, in front, towards Sedan, the 2D Bavarian army. All this was carried out in a ghostly manner, in order, without a whisper, without a sound, through forests, ravines, and valleys. A tortuous and ill-omened march. A stealthy gliding onwards of reptiles. Scarcely could a murmur be heard beneath the thick foliage. The silent battle swarmed in the darkness, awaiting the day. The French army was sleeping. Suddenly it awoke. It was a prisoner. The sun rose, brilliant on the side of God, terrible on the side of man. Chapter 4. Let us review the situation. The Germans have numbers on their side. They are 3 against 1, perhaps 4. They own to 250,000 men, and it is certain that their attacking front extended for 30 kilometers. They have on their side the positions, they crown the heights, they fill the forests, they are covered by all these escarpments, they are masked by all this shade, They possess an incomparable artillery. The French army is in a valley, almost without artillery and without supplies, utterly naked beneath their hail of lead. The Germans have on their side the ambuscade, and the French have only on their side heroism. Death is glorious, but surprise is profitable. A surprise, that is the true description of this brilliant exploit. Is it fair warfare? Yes, but if this is fair, what is unfair warfare? It is the same thing. This said, the story of the Battle of Sedan has been told. I should have wished to stop there, but I cannot. Whatever horror the historian may feel, history is a duty, and this duty must be fulfilled. There is no incline more inexorable than this. To tell the truth, he who ventures on it rolls to the very bottom. It must be so. The guardian of justice is doomed to justice. The Battle of Sedan is more than a battle which has been fought. It is a syllogism which is completed, a formidable premeditation of destiny. Destiny never hurries, but it always comes. At its hour, there it is. It allows years to pass by, and at the moment when men are least thinking of it, it appears. Of this character is the fatal, the unexpected catastrophe named Sedan. From time to time in history, divine logic makes an onslaught. Sedan is one of those onslaughts. Thus, on the 1st of September, at 5 o'clock in the morning, the world awoke under the sun, and the French army under the thunderbolt. Chapter 5. Basils takes fire, Givon takes fire, Flowing takes fire, the battle begins with a furnace. The whole horizon is aflame. The French camp is in this crater, stupefied, affrighted, starting up from sleeping, a funereal swarming. A circle of thunder surrounds the army. They are encircled by annihilation. This mighty slaughter is carried on all sides simultaneously. The French resist, and they are terrible, having nothing left but despair. Our cannon, almost all old-fashioned and of short range, are at once dismounted by the fearful and exact aim of the Prussians. The density of the rain of shells upon the valley is so great that the earth is completely furrowed, says an eyewitness, as though by a rake. How many cannon? 1,100 at least. 12 German batteries upon La Moncelle alone. The 3D Anth-Abteilung, and awe-striking artillery, upon the crests of Givon, with the 2D horse battery in reserve. Opposite Doigny 10 Saxon and 2 Württemberg batteries. The curtain of trees of the wood to the north of Villers-Cernay masks the mounted Abteilung, which is there with the 3D heavy artillery in reserve, and from this gloomy copse issues a formidable fire. The 24 pieces of the first heavy artillery are ranged in the glade skirting the road from La Moncelle to La Chapelle. The battery of the Royal Guard sets fire to the Guérin wood, the shells and the balls riddle Suchy, Francheval, Foru-Saint-Tremai, and the valley between Hibes and Givon, and the third and fourth rank of cannon extend without break of continuity as far as the Calvary of Illy, the extreme point of the horizon. The German soldiers, seated or lying before the batteries, watch the artillery at work. The French soldiers fall and die. Amongst the bodies which cover the plain there is one, the body of an officer's, on which they will find, after the battle, a sealed note containing this order signed Napoleon. Today, September 1st, rest for the whole army. The gallant 35th of the line almost completely disappears under the overwhelming shower of shells. The brave marine infantry holds at bay for a moment the Saxons, joined by the Bavarians, but outflanked on every side, draws back. All the admirable cavalry of the Targerit division hurled against the German infantry, halts and sinks down midway, annihilated, says the Prussian report, by well-aimed and cool firing. 38 This field of carnage has 3 outlets, all 3 barred, the Bouillon Road by the Prussian Guard, the Carignan Road by the Bavarians, the Mézières Road by the Württembergers. The French have not thought of barricading the railway viaduct. 3 German battalions have occupied it during the night. 2 isolated houses on the Ballon Road could be made the pivot of a long resistance, but the Germans are there. The wood from Monvaliers to Basils, bushy and dense, might prevent the junction of the Saxons, masters of La Moncelle, and the Bavarians, masters of Basils. But the French have been forestalled. They find the Bavarians cutting the underwood with their billhooks. The German army moves in one piece, in one absolute unity. The Crown Prince of Saxony is on the height of Mary, whence he surveys the whole action. The command oscillates in the French army. At the beginning of the battle, at 5:45, Macmahon is wounded by the bursting of a shell. At 7 o'clock Ducrot replaces him. At 10 o'clock Wimpfen replaces Ducrot. Every instant the wall of fire is drawing closer in. The roll of the thunder is continuous. A dismal pulverization of 90,000 men. Never before has anything equal to this been seen. Never before has an army been overwhelmed beneath such a downpour of lead and iron. At 1 o'clock all is lost. The regiments fly helter-skelter into Sedan. But Sedan begins to burn, Dijonville burns, the ambulances burn, there is nothing now possible but to cut their way out. Wimpfen, brave and resolute, proposes this to the emperor. The 3 Zouaves, desperate, have set the example. Cut off from the rest of the army, they have forced a passage and have reached Belgium. A flight of lions. Suddenly, above the disaster, above the huge pile of dead and dying, above all this unfortunate heroism, appears disgrace. The white flag is hoisted. Turenne and Vauban were both present, one in his statue, the other in his citadel. The statue and the citadel witnessed the awe-striking capitulation. These 2 virgins, one of bronze, the other of granite, felt themselves prostituted. O noble face of our country! O eternal blushes! 38 The Franco-German War of 1870–71. Report of the Prussian Staff. Chapter 6. This disaster of Sedan was easy of avoidance by any other man, but impossible of avoidance for Louis Bonaparte. He avoided it so little that he sought it. Lex fati. Our army seemed expressly arranged for the catastrophe. The soldier was uneasy, ignorant of his whereabouts, famished. On the 31st of August, in the streets of Sedan, soldiers were seeking their regiments, and going from door to door asking for bread. We have seen the emperor's order announcing the next day, September 1st, as a day of rest. In truth, the army was worn out with fatigue, and yet it had only marched by short stages. The soldier was almost losing the habit of marching. One corps, the 1st for example, only accomplished 2 leagues per day, on the 29th of August from Ston to Raucourt. During that time, the German army, inexorably commanded and driven at the stick's end like the army of the Xerxes, achieved marches of 14 leagues in 15 hours, which enabled it to arrive unexpectedly, and to surround the French army while asleep. It was customary to allow oneself to be surprised. General Failly allowed himself to be surprised at Beaumont. During the day the soldiers took their guns to pieces to clean them, at night they slept, without even cutting the bridges which delivered them to the enemy. Thus they neglected to blow up the bridges of Mouzon and Bazels. On September 1st, daylight had not yet appeared, when an advance guard of 7 battalions, commanded by General Schultz, captured La Rolle, and ensured the junction of the Army of the Meuse with the Royal Guard. Almost at the same minute, with German precision, the Württembergers seized the bridge of La Platinerie, and hidden by the Chevalier Wood, the Saxon battalions, spread out into company columns, occupied the whole of the road from La Moncelle to Villers-Cernay. Thus, as we have seen, the awakening of the French army was horrible. At Basels a fog was added to the smoke. Our soldiers, attacked in this gloom, knew not what death required of them. They fought from room to room and from house to house. 39. It was in vain that the Rabaul brigade came to support the Martin Despalières brigade. They were obliged to yield. At the same time, Ducrot was compelled to concentrate his forces in the Guérin wood, before the cavalry of Illy. Douai, shattered, fell back. Lebrun alone stood firm on the plateau of Stenay. Our troops occupied a line of 5 kilometers. The front of the French army faced the east, the left faced the north, the extreme left, the Guillaumer brigade, faced the west. But they did not know whether they faced the enemy, they did not see him. Annihilation struck without showing itself. They had to deal with a masked Medusa. Our cavalry was excellent but useless. The field of battle, obstructed by a large wood, cut up by clumps of trees, by houses and by farms and by enclosure walls, was excellent for artillery and infantry but bad for cavalry. The rivulet of Givon, which flows at the bottom of the valley and crosses it, for 3 days ran with more blood than water. Among other places of carnage, Saint-Menges was appalling. For a moment it appeared possible to cut a way out by Carignan towards Montmédy, and then this outlet reclosed. This refuge only remained, Sedan. Sedan encumbered with carts, with wagons, with carriages, with hospital huts, a heap of combustible matter. This dying agony of heroes lasted 10 hours. They refused to surrender, they grew indignant, they wished to complete their death, so bravely begun. They were delivered up to it. As we have said, 3 men, 3 dauntless soldiers, had succeeded each other in the command: Macmahon, Ducrot, Wimpfen. Macmahon had only time to be wounded, Ducrot had only time to commit a blunder. Wimpfen had only time to conceive an heroic idea, and he conceived it. But Macmahon is not responsible for his wound. Ducrot is not responsible for his blunder, and Wimpfen is not responsible for the impossibility of his suggestion to cut their way out. The shell which struck MacMahon withdrew him from the catastrophe. Ducrot's blunder, the inopportune order to retreat given to General Lebrun, is explained by the confused horror of the situation, and is rather an error than a fault. Wimpfen, desperate, need 0 soldiers to cut his way out, and could only get together 2,000. History exculpates these 3 men. In this disaster of Sedan, there was but one sole and fatal general, the Emperor. That which was knitted together on the 2d December, 1851, came apart on the 2d September, 1870. The carnage on the Boulevard Montmartre and the capitulation of Sedan are, we maintain, the 2 parts of a syllogism. Logic and justice have the same balance. It was Louis Bonaparte's dismal destiny to begin with the black flag of massacres and to end with the white flag of disgrace. 39. The French were literally awakened from sleep by our attack. Helvig. Chapter 7. There was no alternative between death and opprobrium. Either soul or sword must be surrendered. Louis Bonaparte surrendered his sword. He wrote to William, "Sire and my brother, not having been able to die in the midst of my troops, it only remains for me to place my sword in your Majesty's hands. I am, Your Majesty, your good brother, Napoleon." Sedan, 1st September, 1870. William answered, "Sire, my brother, I accept your sword." And on the 2d of September at 6 o'clock in the morning, this plain, streaming with blood, and covered with dead, saw pass by a gilded open carriage and 4, the horses harnessed after Daumont fashion, and in this carriage a man, cigarette in mouth. It was the Emperor of the French going to surrender his sword to the King of Prussia. The king kept the Emperor waiting. It was too early. He sent M. de Bismarck to Louis Bonaparte to say that he would not receive him yet a while. Louis Bonaparte entered into a hovel by the side of the road. A table and 2 chairs were there. Bismarck and he leant their arms on the table and conversed. A mournful conversation. At the hour which suited the king, towards noon, the Emperor got back into his carriage and went to the castle of Bellevue, halfway to the castle of Vandress. There he waited until the king came. At 1 o'clock William arrived from Vandress and consented to receive Bonaparte. He received him badly. Attila has not a light hand. The king, a blunt, straightforward man, showed the emperor a pity involuntarily cruel. There are pities which overwhelm. The conqueror upbraided the conquered with the victory. Bluntness handles an open wound badly. Whatever was your reason for declaring this war? The conquered excused himself, accusing France. The distant hurrahs of the victorious German army cut short this dialogue. The king caused the emperor to be reconducted by a detachment of the royal guard. This excess of ignominy is called an escort of honor. After the sword, the army. On the 3d of September, Louis Bonaparte handed over to Germany 88,000 French soldiers. In addition, says the Prussian report, 1 eagle and 2 flags, 419 field guns and mitrailleuses, 139 heavy pieces, 1079 vehicles of all kinds, 60,000 muskets, 6,000 horses, still good for service. These German figures are not wholly to be depended upon. According to what seems useful at the moment, the Aulic chancellors swell or reduce the disaster. There were about 13,000 wounded amongst the prisoners. The numbers vary in the official documents. A Prussian report, reckoning up the French soldiers killed and wounded in the Battle of Sedan, publishes this total, 16,400 men. This number causes a shudder, for it is that very number, 16,400 men, which Saint Arnaud had set to work on the Boulevard Montmartre upon the 4th of December, 1851. Half a league to the northwest of Sedan, near Iges, the bend of the Meuse almost forms an island. A canal crosses the isthmus, so that the peninsula becomes an island. It was there that there were penned, under the stick of the Prussian corporals, 83,000 French soldiers. A few sentinels watched over this army. They placed but few, insolently. These conquered men remained there 10 days, the wounded almost without care, the able-bodied almost without nourishment. The German army sneered around them. The heavens took part against them. The weather was fearful, neither huts nor tents, not a fire, not a truss of straw. For 10 days and 10 nights these 83,000 prisoners bivouacked with their heads beneath the rain, their feet in the mud. Many died of fever, regretting the hail of bullets. At length ox wagons came and took them away. The king placed the emperor in some place or other, Wilhelmshire. What a thing of rags and tatters, an emperor drawn like a fowl. Chapter 8. I was there, thoughtful. I looked on these fields, these ravines, the Sahels, shuddering. I would willingly have insulted this terrible place. But sacred horror held me back. The station master of Sedan came to my carriage and explained to me what I had before my eyes. I seemed to see, through his words, the pale lightnings of the battle. All these distant cottages, scattered about and charming in the sun, had been burnt. They were rebuilt. Nature, so quickly diverted, had repaired everything, had cleaned everything, had swept everything, had replaced everything. The ferocious convulsion of men had vanished, eternal order had resumed its sway. But as I have said, the sun was there in vain, all this valley was smoke and darkness. In the distance, upon an eminence to my left, I saw a huge castle. It was Vandress. There lodged the King of Prussia. Halfway up this height, along the road, I distinguished above the trees 3 pointed gables. It was another castle, Bellevue. There Louis Bonaparte surrendered to William. There he had given and delivered up our army. It was there that, not being immediately admitted and requested to exercise a little patience, he had remained for nearly an hour silent and wan before the door, bringing his disgrace, and waiting until it should please William to open the door to him. It was there that before receiving it the King of Prussia had made the sword of France dangle about in an antechamber. Lower down, nearer in the valley, at the beginning of a road leading to Vandress, they pointed out to me a species of hovel. There they told me, while waiting for the King of Prussia, the Emperor Napoleon III had got down, livid. He had gone into a little courtyard, which they pointed out to me, and where a dog growled on the chain. He had seated himself on a stone close by a dunghill, and he had said, "I am thirsty." A Prussian soldier had brought him a glass of water. Terrible end of the coup d'etat. Blood when it is drunk does not quench the thirst. An hour was to come when the unhappy one should utter the cry of fever and of agony. Disgrace reserved for him this thirst, and Prussia this glass of water. Fearful dregs of destiny. Beyond the road, at a few steps from me, 5 trembling and pale poplars sheltered the front of the house, the single story of which was surmounted by a sign. On this sign was written in great letters this name, Drouet. I became haggard. Drouet I read Varennes. Tragical chance, which mingled Varennes with Sedan, seemed to wish to bring the two catastrophes face to face, and to couple in a manner with the same chain the emperor a prisoner of the foreigner, to the king a prisoner of his people. The mist of reverie veiled this plain from me. The Meuse appeared to me to wear a ruddy reflection. The neighboring isle, whose verdure I had admired, had for its subsoil a tomb. 1,500 horses, and as many men were buried there. Thence the thick grass. Here and there, as far as could be seen, mounds, covered with ill-favored vegetation, dotted the valley. Each of these patches of vegetation marked the place of a buried regiment. There Guillaumeur's brigade had been annihilated. There the Laradier division had been exterminated. Here the 7th Corps had perished. There, without having even reached the enemy's infantry, had fallen beneath the cool and well-aimed firing, as the Prussian report states, the whole of General Marguerite's cavalry. From these 2 heights, the most elevated of this circle of hills, Dany, opposite Givon, which is 266 meters high, Flenu, opposite Illy, 296 meters high, the batteries of the Prussian Royal Guard had crushed the French army. It was done from above with the terrible authority of destiny. It seemed as though they had come there purposely, these to kill, the others to die. A valley for a mortar, the German army for a pestle, such is the Battle of Sedan. I gazed, powerless to avert my eyes at this field of disaster, at this undulating country which had proved no protection to our regiments, at this ravine where all our cavalry were demolished, at all this amphitheater where the catastrophe was spread out, at the gloomy escarpments of La Marfée, at these thickets, at these declivities, at these precipices, at these forests filled with ambushes, and in this terrible shadow, O thou the invisible, I saw thee. Chapter 9. Never was there a more dismal fall. No expiation can be compared with this. The unprecedented drama was in 5 acts, so fierce that Aeschylus himself would not have dared to dream of them. The ambush, the struggle, the massacre, the victory, the fall, what a tangle and what an unwinding. A poet who would have predicted it would have seemed a traitor. God alone could permit himself Sedan. Everything in proportion, such is his law. Far worse than Brumaire, it needed a more crushing retribution than Waterloo. The first Napoleon, as we have said elsewhere, 40 had faced his destiny. He had not been dishonored by his punishment, he fell while steadfastly regarding God. He came back to Paris, appraising the deserts of those men who overthrew him, proudly distinguishing amongst them, esteeming Lafayette and despising Dupin. He had at the last moment wished to see clearly into his destiny, he had not allowed his eyes to be bandaged. He had accepted the catastrophe while making his conditions with it. Here there is nothing of the kind. One might almost say that the traitor is struck treacherously. In this case, there is a bad man who feels himself in the grasp of destiny, and who does not know what it is doing to him. He was at the summit of his power, the blind master of an idiot world. He had wished for a plebiscitum, he had had one. He had at his feet this very William. It was at this moment that his crime suddenly seized him. He did not struggle against it. He was the condemned man who obeys his sentence. He submitted to everything which terrible fate exacted from him. Never was there a more docile patient. He had no army, he made war, he had only Rauher, he provoked Bismarck, he had only Lebeuf, he attacked Moltke. He confided Strasbourg to Urich, he gave Metz to Bazaine to guard. He had 0 men at Chalons, he had it in his power to cover Paris. He felt that his crime rose up there, threatening and erect, he fled, not daring to face Paris. He himself fled purposely, and yet despite himself. Willing and yet unwilling, knowingly and yet unknowingly, a miserable mind, a prey to the abyss, he led his army into a place of annihilation. He made that terrible choice, a battlefield without an outlet. He was no longer conscious of anything, no more of his blunder of today than of his crime of former days. He must finish, but he could only finish as a fugitive. This condemned one was not worthy to look his end in the face. He lowered his head, he turned his back. God executed him in degrading him. Napoleon III. As an emperor had a right to thunder, but for this man the thunder was ignominious. He was thunderstruck in the back. 40-50 Année Terrible. Chapter 10. Let us forget this man, and let us look at humanity. The invasion of France by Germany in 1870 was a night effect. The world was astonished that so much gloom could come forth from a people. 5 black months, such was the siege of Paris. To create night may prove power, but glory consists in the creation of daylight. France creates daylight, thence her immense human popularity. To her civilization owes the dawn. The human mind in order to see clearly turns in the direction of France. 5 months of darkness, that is what in 1870 Germany succeeded in giving to the nations. France has given to them 4 centuries of light. Today the civilized world more than ever feels the need which it has of France. France has proved this by her danger. The ungrateful apathy of governments only increased the anxiety of nations. At the sight of Paris threatened, there arose among the people's dread that their own heads were in danger. Would they allow Germany to go on? But France saved herself quite alone. She had only to rise. Patuit d. Today she is greater than ever. What would have killed another nation has hardly wounded her. The darkening of her horizon has rendered her light more visible. What she has lost in territory she has gained in radiancy. Moreover, she is fraternal without an effort. Above her misfortune there is her smile. It is not on her that the Gothic Empire weighs. She is a nation of citizens and not a flock of subjects. Frontiers, will there be any frontiers in 20 years? Victories, France counts in her past victories of war and in her future victories of peace. The future belongs to Voltaire and not to Krupp. The future belongs to the book and not to the sword. The future belongs to life and not to death. There is in the policy opposed to France a certain amount of the tomb. To seek life in the old institutions is a vain task, and to feed upon the past is to bite the dust. France has the faculty of giving light. No catastrophe, political or military, will deprive her of this mysterious supremacy. The cloud passes away, the star is seen once more. The star possesses no anger, the dawn bears no malice. Light is satisfied in being light. Light is everything, the human race has no other love. France knows herself beloved because she is good, and the greatest of all powers is to be loved. The French Revolution is for all the world. It is a battle perpetually waged for right, and perpetually gained for truth. Right is the innermost part of man, truth is the innermost part of God. What can be done against a revolution which has so much right on its side? Nothing. To love it, that is what the nations do. France offers herself, the world accepts her. The whole phenomenon lies in these few words. An invasion of armies can be resisted. An invasion of ideas cannot be resisted. The glory of barbarians is to be conquered by humanity. The glory of savages is to be conquered by civilization. The glory of darkness is to be conquered by the torch. This is why France is desired and assented to by all. This is why, having no hatred, she has no fear. This is why she is fraternal and maternal. This is why it is impossible to lessen her, impossible to humiliate her, impossible to irritate her. This is why, after so many ordeals, after so many catastrophes, after so many disasters, after so many calamities, after so many falls, incorruptible and invulnerable, she holds out her hand to all the peoples from above. When our glance rests on this old continent, stirred today by a new breath, certain phenomena appear, and we seem to gain a glimpse of that august and mysterious problem, the formation of the future. It may be said that in the same manner as light is compounded of 7 colors, civilization is compounded of 7 peoples. Of these peoples, 3, Greece, Italy, and Spain, represent the south. 3, England, Germany, and Russia, represent the north. The 7th, or the 1st, France, is at the same time north and south, Celtic and Latin, Gothic and Greek. This country owes to its heaven this sublime good fortune, the crossing of 2 rays of light. The crossing of 2 rays of light is as though we were to say the joining of 2 hands, that is to say peace. Such is the privilege of this France. She is at the same time solar and starry. In her heaven she possesses as much dawn as the east, and as many stars as the north. Sometimes her glimmer rises in the twilight, but it is in the black night of revolutions and of wars that her resplendence blazes forth, and her aurorian dawn becomes the aurora borealis. One day, before long, the 7 nations, which combine in themselves the whole of humanity, will join together and amalgamate like the 7 colors of the prism, in a radiant celestial arch. The marvel of peace will appear eternal and visible above civilization, and the world, dazzled, will contemplate the immense rainbow of the united peoples of Europe. The end. By the side of the cannon, some chasseurs de Vincennes were loading their guns and biting their cartridges. Colonel Garderins was on horseback near a group of soldiers, which attracted the attention of the representatives Taillard Ladaris, Fayol, and Paulin Durieux. In the middle of this group 3 men who had been arrested were struggling, crying, "Long live the Constitution! Vive la République!" Fayol, Paulin Durieux, and Taillard Ladaris approached, and recognized in the 3 prisoners 3 members of the majority, Representatives Toupet Desvines Raidout, Lafosse, and Arby. Representative Arby was warmly protesting. As he raised his voice, Colonel Garderins cut him short with these words, which are worthy of preservation. "Hold your tongue. 1 word more, and I will have you thrashed with the butt end of a musket." The 3 representatives of the left indignantly called on the colonel to release their colleagues. "Colonel," said Fayol, "you break the law 3-fold." "I will break it 6-fold," answered the colonel, and he arrested Fayol, Durieux, and Taillard Ladaris. The soldiery were ordered to conduct them to the guard-house of the palace, then being built for the Minister of Foreign Affairs. On the way the 6 prisoners, marching between a double file of bayonets, met 3 of their colleagues' representatives Eugene Sue, Chanay, and Benoist, du Rhône. Eugene Sue placed himself before the officer who commanded the detachment, and said to him, "We summon you to set our colleagues at liberty." "I cannot do so," answered the officer. "In that case complete your crimes," said Eugene Sue. "We summon you to arrest us also." The officer arrested them. They were taken to the guardhouse of the Ministry for Foreign Affairs, and, later on, to the barracks of the Quai d'Orsay. It was not till night that 2 companies of the line came to transfer them to this ultimate resting place. While placing them between his soldiers, the commanding officer bowed down to the ground, politely remarking, "Gentlemen, my men's guns are loaded." The clearance of the hall was carried out, as we have said, in a disorderly fashion, the soldiers pushing the representatives before them through all the outlets. Some, and amongst the number those of whom we have just spoken, went out by the Rue de Bourgogne. Others were dragged through the Salle des Pas Perdus towards the grated door opposite the Pont de la Concorde. 3. The Salle des Pas Perdus has an antechamber, a sort of crossway room, upon which opened the staircase of the high tribune, and several doors, amongst others the great glass door of the gallery, which leads to the apartments of the President of the Assembly. As soon as they had reached this crossway room which adjoins the little rotunda, where the side door of exit to the palace is situated, the soldiers set the representatives free. There, in a few moments, a group was formed, in which the representatives Canet and Favreau began to speak. One universal cry was raised: "Let us search for Dupin, let us drag him here if it is necessary." They opened the glass door and rushed into the gallery. This time Dupin was at home. Dupin, having learnt that the gendarmes had cleared out the hall, had come out of his hiding place. The assembly being thrown prostrate, Dupin stood erect. The law being made prisoner, this man felt himself set free. The group of representatives, led by Canet and Favreau, found him in his study. There a dialogue ensued. The representatives summoned the president to put himself at their head, and to re-enter the hall, he, the man of the assembly, with them, the men of the nation. Dupin refused point-blank, maintained his ground, was very firm, and clung bravely to his nonentity. "What do you want me to do?" said he, mingling with his alarmed protests many law maxims and Latin quotations, an instinct of chattering jays, who pour forth all their vocabulary when they are frightened. "What do you want me to do? Who am I? What can I do? I am nothing. No one is any longer anything. You by Nile might is there. Where there is might the people lose their rights. Novus nascitur ordo, shape your course accordingly. I am obliged to submit, dura lex sed lex. A law of necessity we admit, but not a law of right. But what is to be done? I ask to be let alone. I can do nothing, I do what I can. I am not wanting in good will. If I had a corporal and 4 men, I would have them killed." "This man only recognizes force," said the representatives. "Very well, let us employ force." They used violence towards him. They girded him with a scarf like a cord round his neck. And as they had said, they dragged him towards the hall, begging for his liberty, moaning, kicking. I would say wrestling, if the word were not too exalted. Some minutes after the clearance, this salle des pas perdus, which had just witnessed representatives pass by in the clutch of gendarmes, saw Dupin in the clutch of the representatives. They did not get far. Soldiers barred the great green folding doors. Colonel Espinasse hurried thither. The commander of the gendarmerie came up. The butt ends of a pair of pistols were seen peeping out of the commander's pocket. The colonel was pale, the commander was pale, Dupin was livid. Both sides were afraid. Dupin was afraid of the colonel assuredly was not afraid of Dupin, but behind this laughable and miserable figure he saw a terrible phantom rise up his crime, and he trembled. In Homer there is a scene where Nemesis appears behind their sights. Dupin remained for some moments stupefied, bewildered and speechless. The representative, Gambin, exclaimed to him, "Now then, speak, Dupin, the left does not interrupt you." Then, with the words of the representatives at his back, and the bayonets of the soldiers at his breast, the unhappy man spoke. What his mouth uttered at this moment, what the President of the Sovereign Assembly of France stammered to the gendarmes at this intensely critical moment, no one could gather. Those who heard the last gasps of this moribund cowardice hastened to purify their ears. It appears, however, that he stuttered forth something like this. "You are might, you have bayonets. I invoke right and I leave you. I have the honor to wish you good day." He went away. They let him go. At the moment of leaving, he turned round and let fall a few more words. "We will not gather them up. History has no rag-picker's basket." 3. This grated door was closed on December 2, and was not reopened until the 12th March, when Louis Bonaparte came to inspect the works of the Hall of the Corps Legislatif. Chapter 9. An End Worse Than Death. We should have been glad to have put aside, never to have spoken of him again, this man who had borne for 3 years this most honorable title, President of the National Assembly of France, and who had only known how to be lacquey to the majority. He contrived in his last hour to sink even lower than could have been believed possible even for him. His career in the Assembly had been that of a valet, his end was that of a scullion. The unprecedented attitude that Dupin assumed before the gendarmes when uttering with a grimace his mockery of a protest even engendered suspicion. Gambien exclaimed, "He resists like an accomplice, he knew all." We believe these suspicions to be unjust. Dupin knew nothing. Who indeed amongst the organizers of the coup d'etat would have taken the trouble to make sure of his joining them? Corrupt Dupin, was it possible? And further, to what purpose? To pay him? Why, it would be money wasted when fear alone was enough. Some connivances are secured before they are sought for. Cowardice is the old fawner upon felony. The blood of the law is quickly wiped up. Behind the assassin who holds the poniard comes the trembling wretch who holds the sponge. Dupin took refuge in his study. They followed him. "My God," he cried, "can't they understand that I want to be left in peace?" In truth, they had tortured him ever since the morning, in order to extract from him an impossible scrap of courage. "You ill-treat me worse than the gendarmes," said he. The representatives installed themselves in his study, seated themselves at his table, and, while he groaned and scolded in an armchair, they drew up a formal report of what had just taken place, as they wished to leave an official record of the outrage in the archives. When the official report was ended, Representative Canet read it to the president and offered him a pen. "What do you want me to do with this?" he asked. "You are the president," answered Canet. "This is our last sitting. It is your duty to sign the official report." This man refused. Chapter 10: The Black Door. M. Dupin is a matchless disgrace. Later on, he had his reward. It appears that he became some sort of an attorney general at the Court of Appeal. M. Dupin renders to Louis Bonaparte the service of being in his place, the meanest of men. To continue this dismal history. The representatives of the right, in their first bewilderment caused by the coup d'état, hastened in large numbers to M. Daru, who was vice president of the Assembly, and at the same time one of the presidents of the Pyramid Club. This association had always supported the policy of the Élysée, but without believing that a coup d'état was premeditated. M. Daru lived at number 75, Rue de Lille. Towards 10 o'clock in the morning, about 100 of these representatives had assembled at M. Daru's home. They resolved to attempt to penetrate into the hall where the Assembly held its sittings. The Rue de Lille opens out into the Rue de Bourgogne, almost opposite the little door by which the palace is entered, and which is called the Black Door. They turned their steps towards this door with M. Daru at their head. They marched arm in arm and three abreast. Some of them had put on their scarves of office. They took them off later on. The Black Door, half open as usual, was only guarded by 2 sentries. Some of the most indignant, and amongst them M. de Courdrel, rushed towards this door and tried to pass. The door, however, was violently shut, and there ensued between the representatives and the sergeants de ville who hastened up, a species of struggle, in which a representative had his wrist sprained. At the same time, a battalion which was drawn up on the Place de Bourgogne moved on, and came at the double towards the group of representatives. M. Daru, stately and firm, signed to the commander to stop. The battalion halted, and M. Daru, in the name of the Constitution, and in his capacity as vice president of the Assembly, summoned the soldiers to lay down their arms, and to give free passage to the representatives of the sovereign people. The commander of the battalion replied by an order to clear the street immediately, declaring that there was no longer an assembly, that as for himself, he did not know what the representatives of the people were, and that if those persons before him did not retire of their own accord, he would drive them back by force. "We will only yield to violence," said M. Daru. "You commit high treason," added M. de Courdrel. The officer gave the order to charge. The soldiers advanced in close order. There was a moment of confusion, almost a collision. The representatives, forcibly driven back, ebbed into the Rue de Lille. Some of them fell down. Several members of the right were rolled in the mud by the soldiers. One of them, M. Etienne, received a blow on the shoulder from the butt end of a musket. We may here add that a week afterwards M. Etienne was a member of that concern which they styled the Consultative Committee. He found the coup d'état to his taste, the blow with the butt end of a musket included. They went back to M. Daru's house, and on the way the scattered group reunited, and was even strengthened by some newcomers. "Gentlemen," said M. Daru, "the president has failed us, the hall is closed against us. I am the vice president, my house is the palace of the Assembly." He opened a large room, and there the representatives of the right installed themselves. At first the discussions were somewhat noisy. M. Daru, however, observed that the moments were precious, and silence was restored. The first measure to be taken was evidently the deposition of the President of the Republic, by virtue of Article 68 of the Constitution. Some representatives of the party, which was called burgraves, sat round a table, and prepared the deed of deposition. As they were about to read it aloud, a representative, who came in from out of doors, appeared at the door of the room. and announced to the assembly that the Rue de Lille was becoming filled with troops, and that the house was being surrounded. There was not a moment to lose. M. Benoist Daisy said, "Gentlemen, let us go to the mairie of the 10th arrondissement. There we shall be able to deliberate under the protection of the 10th Legion, of which our colleague, General Lauriston, is the colonel." M. Daru's house had a back entrance by a little door which was at the bottom of the garden. Most of the representatives went out that way. M. Daru was about to follow them. Only himself, M. Odelin Barrett, and 2 or 3 others remained in the room when the door opened. A captain entered and said to M. Daru, "Sir, you are my prisoner." "Where am I to follow you?" asked M. Daru. "I have orders to watch over you in your own house." The house, in truth, was militarily occupied, and it was thus that M. Daru was prevented from taking part in the sitting at the mairie of the 10th arrondissement. The officer allowed M. Odelin Barrett to go out. Chapter 11: The High Court of Justice. While all this was taking place on the left bank of the river, towards noon a man was noticed walking up and down the great salles des pas perdus of the Palace of Justice. This man, carefully buttoned up in an overcoat, appeared to be attended at a distance by several possible supporters, for certain police enterprises employ assistants whose dubious appearance renders the passers-by uneasy, so much so that they wonder whether they are magistrates or thieves. The man in the buttoned-up overcoat loitered from door to door, from lobby to lobby, exchanging signs of intelligence with the myrmidons who followed him, then came back to the great hall, stopping on the way the barristers, solicitors, ushers, clerks, and attendants, and repeating to all in a low voice, so as not to be heard by the passers-by, the same question. To this question some answered yes, others replied no, and the man set to work again, prowling about the Palace of Justice with the appearance of a bloodhound seeking the trail. He was a commissary of the Arsenal Police. What was he looking for? The High Court of Justice. What was the High Court of Justice doing? It was hiding. Why? To sit in judgment. Yes and no. The commissary of the Arsenal Police had that morning received from the prefect Mappas the order to search everywhere for the place where the High Court of Justice might be sitting, if perchance it thought it its duty to meet. Confusing the High Court with the Council of State, the commissary of police had first gone to the Quai d'Orsay. Having found nothing, not even the Council of State, he had come away empty-handed, at all events had turned his steps towards the Palace of Justice, thinking that as he had to search for justice he would perhaps find it there. Not finding it, he went away. The High Court, however, had nevertheless met together. Where and how, we shall see. At the period whose annals we are now chronicling, before the present reconstruction of the old buildings of Paris, when the Palace of Justice was reached by the Cour de Harlay, a staircase the reverse of majestic led thither, by turning out into a long corridor, called the Galerie Mercière. Towards the middle of this corridor there were 2 doors, one on the right, which led to the Court of Appeal, the other on the left, which led to the Court of Cassation. The folding doors to the left opened upon an old gallery called St. Louis, recently restored, and which serves at the present time for a salle des pas perdus to the barristers of the Court of Cassation. A wooden statue of St. Louis stood opposite the entrance door. An entrance contrived in a niche to the right of this statue led into a winding lobby, ending in a sort of blind passage, which apparently was closed by 2 double doors. On the door to the right might be read First President's Room. On the door to the left, Council Chamber. Between these 2 doors, for the convenience of the barristers going from the hall to the civil chamber, which formerly was the great chamber of Parliament, had been formed a narrow and dark passage, in which, as one of them remarked, every crime could be committed with impunity. Leaving on one side the First President's Room, and opening the door which bore the inscription Council Chamber, a large room was crossed, furnished with a huge horseshoe table, surrounded by green chairs. At the end of this room, which in 1793 had served as a deliberating hall for the juries of the Revolutionary Tribunal, there was a door placed in the wainscoting, which led into a little lobby where were 2 doors. On the right the door of the room appertaining to the President of the Criminal Chamber, on the left the door of the refreshment room. Sentenced to death, now let us go and dine. These 2 ideas, death and dinner, have jostled against each other for centuries. A 3rd door closed the extremity of this lobby. This door was, so to speak, the last of the Palace of Justice, the farthest off, the least known, the most hidden. It opened into what was called the library of the Court of Cassation, a large square room lighted by two windows overlooking the great inner yard of the conciergerie, furnished with a few leather chairs, a large table covered with green cloth, and with law books lining the walls from the floor to the ceiling. This room, as may be seen, is the most secluded and the best hidden of any in the palace. It was here, in this room, that there arrived successively on the 2D December, towards 11 o'clock in the morning, numerous men dressed in black, without robes, without badges of office, affrighted, bewildered, shaking their heads, and whispering together. These trembling men were the High Court of Justice. The High Court of Justice, according to the terms of the Constitution, was composed of 7 magistrates, a president, 4 judges, and 2 assistants, chosen by the Court of Cassation from among its own members and renewed every year. In December 1851, these 7 judges were named Hardouin, Patil, Morrow, Delapamy, Cauchy, Grandit, and Quesnault, the 2 last named being assistants. These men, almost unknown, had nevertheless some antecedents. Cauchy, a few years previously president of the Chamber of the Royal Court of Paris, an amiable man and easily frightened, was the brother of the mathematician, member of the Institute, to whom we owe the computation of waves of sound, and of the ex-registrar archivist of the Chamber of Peers. De Lapamy had been Advocate General, and had taken a prominent part in the press trials under the Restoration. Patil had been Deputy of the Centre under the Monarchy of July. Moreau de la Seine was noteworthy, inasmuch he had been nicknamed de la Seine to distinguish him from Moreau de la Mueth, who on his side was noteworthy, inasmuch as he had been nicknamed de la Mueth to distinguish him from Moreau de la Seine. The first assistant, Grandit, had been president of the Chamber at Paris. I have read this panegyric of him. He is known to possess no individuality or opinion of his own whatsoever. The second assistant, Quesnault, a liberal, a deputy, a public functionary, advocate general, a conservative, learned, obedient, had attained by making a stepping stone of each of these attributes to the criminal chamber of the Court of Cassation, where he was known as one of the most severe members. 1848 had shocked his notion of right. He had resigned after the 24th of February. He did not resign after the 2D December. Hardouin, who presided over the High Court, was an ex-president of Assizes, a religious man, a rigid Jansenist, noted amongst his colleagues as a scrupulous magistrate. Living in Port Royal, a diligent reader of Nicol, belonging to the race of the old parliamentarians of the Marais, who used to go to the Palais de Justice mounted on a mule. The mule had now gone out of fashion, and whoever visited President Hardouin would have found no more obstinacy in his stable than in his conscience. On the morning of the 2D December, at 9 o'clock, 2 men mounted the stairs of Hardouin's house, number 10, Rue de Condé, and met together at his door. One was Patil, the other, one of the most prominent members of the bar of the Court of Cassation, was the ex-constituent Martin of Strasbourg. Patil had just placed himself at Hardouin's disposal. Martin's first thought, while reading the placards of the coup d'état, had been for the High Court. Hardouin ushered Patil into a room adjoining his study, and received Martin of Strasbourg as a man to whom he did not wish to speak before witnesses. Being formally requested by Martin of Strasbourg to convene the High Court, he begged that he would leave him alone, declared that the High Court would do its duty, but that first he must confer with his colleagues, concluding with this expression, "It shall be done today or tomorrow." "Today or tomorrow," exclaimed Martin of Strasbourg. "Mr. President, the safety of the Republic, the safety of the country perhaps, depends on what the High Court will or will not do. Your responsibility is great, bear that in mind. The High Court of Justice does not do its duty today or tomorrow. It does it at once, at the moment, without losing a minute, without an instant's hesitation." Martin of Strasbourg was right. Justice always belongs to today. Martin of Strasbourg added, "If you want a man for active work, I am at your service." Hardouin declined the offer, declared that he would not lose a moment, and begged Martin of Strasbourg to leave him to confer with his colleague Patil. In fact, he called together the High Court for 11 o'clock, and it was settled that the meeting should take place in the hall of the library. The judges were punctual. At 11:15 they were all assembled. Patil arrived the last. They sat at the end of the great green table. They were alone in the library. There was no ceremonial. President Hardouin thus opened the debate. Gentlemen, there is no need to explain the situation, we all know what it is. Article 68 of the Constitution was imperative. It was necessary that the High Court should meet under penalty of high treason. They gained time, they swore themselves in, they appointed as Recorder of the High Court M. Bernard, Recorder of the Court of Cassation, and they sent to fetch him, and while waiting requested the librarian, M. Denevers, to hold his pen in readiness. They settled the time and place for an evening meeting. They talked of the conduct of the constituent Martin of Strasbourg, with which they were offended, regarding it almost as a nudge of the elbow given by politics to justice. They spoke a little of socialism, of the mountain, and of the Red Republic, and a little also of the judgment which they had to pronounce. They chatted, they told stories, they found fault, they speculated, they spun out the time. What were they waiting for? We have related what the commissary of police was doing for his part in his department. And in reference to this design, when the accomplices of the coup d'etat considered that the people, in order to summon the High Court to do its duty, could invade the Palace of Justice, and that they would never look for it where it was assembled, they felt that this room had been excellently chosen. When, however, they considered that the police would also doubtless come to expel the High Court, and that perhaps they would not succeed in finding it, each one regretted to himself the choice of the room. They wished to hide the High Court. They had succeeded too well. It was grievous to think that perhaps when the police and the armed force should arrive, matters would have gone too far, and the High Court would be too deeply compromised. They had appointed a recorder, now they must organize a court. A second step, more serious than the first. The judges delayed, hoping that fortune would end by deciding on one side or the other, either for the Assembly or for the President, either against the coup d'etat or for it, and that there might thus be a vanquished party, so that the High Court could then with all safety lay its hands upon somebody. They lengthily argued the question, whether they should immediately decree the accusation of the President, or whether they should draw up a simple order of inquiry. The latter course was adopted. They drew up a judgment, not the honest and outspoken judgment which was placarded by the efforts of the representatives of the left and published, in which are found these words of bad taste, crime and high treason. This judgment, a weapon of war, has never existed otherwise than as a projectile. Wisdom in a judge sometimes consists in drawing up a judgment which is not one of those judgments which has no binding force, in which everything is conditional, in which no one is incriminated, and nothing is called by its right name. There are species of intermediate courses which allow of waiting and seeing. In delicate crises, men who are in earnest must not inconsiderately mingle with possible events that bluntness which is called justice. The High Court took advantage of this. It drew up a prudent judgment. This judgment is not known. It is published here for the first time. Here it is. It is a masterpiece of equivocal style. Extract from the Registry of the High Court of Justice. The High Court of Justice. According to Article 68 of the Constitution, considering that printed placards beginning with these words, "The President of the Republic," and ending with the signatures, "Louis Napoleon Bonaparte," and De Morny, Minister of the Interior, the said placards ordaining, amongst other measures, the dissolution of the National Assembly, have been posted today on the walls of Paris, that this fact of the dissolution of the National Assembly by the President of the Republic would be of the nature to constitute the case provided for by Article 68 of the Constitution, and renders, in the terms of the aforesaid article, the meeting of the High Court indispensable. It is declared that the High Court of Justice is organized, that it appoints to fulfill with it the functions of the public ministry, that M. Bernard, the Recorder of the Court of Cassation, should fulfill the duties of Recorder, and in order to proceed further, according to the terms of the aforesaid Article 68 of the Constitution, the Court will adjourn until tomorrow, the 3d of December at noon. Drawn up and discussed in the Council Chamber, where we're sitting. Chapter 2000. Hardouin, President, Patil, Moreau, Delapamy, and Cauchy. Judges, December 2, 1851. The two assistants, M. Grandit and Quesnault, offered to sign the decree, but the President ruled that it would be more correct only to accept the signatures of the titular judges. the assistants not being qualified when the court was complete. In the meantime, it was 1 o'clock. The news began to spread through the palace that a decree of deposition against Louis Bonaparte had been drawn up by a part of the assembly. One of the judges who had gone out during the debate brought back this rumor to his colleagues. This coincided with an outburst of energy. The president observed that it would be to the purpose to appoint a procureur general. There was a difficulty. Whom should they appoint? In all preceding trials, they had always chosen for a procureur general at the High Court the procureur general at the Court of Appeal of Paris. Why should they introduce an innovation? They determined upon this procureur general of the Court of Appeal. This procureur general was at the time M. de Royer, who had been keeper of the seals for M. Bonaparte. Thence a new difficulty and a long debate. Would M. de Royer consent? M. Hardouin undertook to go and make the offer to him. He had only to cross the Merciere Gallery. M. de Royer was in his study. The proposal greatly embarrassed him. He remained speechless from the shock. To accept was serious, to refuse was still more serious. There was risk of treason. On the 2d December, an hour afternoon, the coup d'état was still a crime. M. de Royer, not knowing whether the high treason would succeed, ventured to stigmatize the deed as such in private, and cast down his eyes with a noble shame before this violation of the laws which, 3 months later, numerous purple robes, including his own, endorsed with their oaths. But his indignation did not go to the extent of supporting the indictment. An indictment speaks aloud. M. de Royer as yet only murmured. He was perplexed. M. Hardouin understood this state of conscience. Persistence would have been unreasonable. He withdrew. He returned to the room, where his colleagues were awaiting him. In the meantime, the commissary of the Arsenal police had come back. He had ended by succeeding in unearthing, such was his expression, the High Court. He penetrated as far as the council chamber of the civil chamber. At that moment he had still no other escort than the few police agents of the morning. A boy was passing by. The commissary asked him the whereabouts of the High Court. "The High Court," answered the boy. "What is that?" Nevertheless the boy told the librarian, who came up. A few words were exchanged between M. Denevers and the commissary. "What are you asking for?" "The High Court." "Who are you?" "I want the High Court." "It is in session." "Where is it sitting?" "Here." And the librarian pointed to the door. "Very well," said the commissary. He did not add another word, and returned into the Merciere Gallery. We have just said that he was only accompanied at that time by a few police agents. The High Court was in truth in session. The president was relating to the judges his visit to the procureur general. Suddenly a tumultuous sound of footsteps is heard in the lobby, which leads from the council chamber to the room where they were deliberating. The door opens abruptly. Bayonets appear, and in the midst of the bayonets, a man in a buttoned-up overcoat, with a tricolored sash upon his coat. The magistrates stare, stupefied. "Gentlemen," said the man, "dissolve your meeting immediately." President Hardouin rises. "What does this mean? Who are you? Are you aware to whom you are speaking?" "I am aware. You are the High Court, and I am the commissary of the police." "Well then, be off." There were there 35 municipal guards, commanded by a lieutenant, and with a drum at their head. "But," said the president. The commissary interrupted him with these words, which are literally given. "Mr. President, I am not going to enter upon an oratorical combat with you. I have my orders, and I transmit them to you. Obey." "Whom?" "The prefect of police." The president asked this strange question, which implied the acceptance of an order. "Have you a warrant?" The commissary answered, "Yes." And he handed a paper to the president. The judges turned pale. The president unfolded the paper. M. Kochi put his head over M. Hardouin's shoulder. The president read but, "You are ordered to dissolve the High Court, and in case of refusal to arrest MM. Beringer, Rocher, de Boissieu, Patel and Hello." And turning towards the judges, the president added, "Signed Mappas." Then addressing himself to the commissary, he resumed, "There is some mistake, these are not our names. MM. Beringer, Rocher and de Boissieu have served their time and are no longer judges of the High Court. As for M. Hello, he is dead." The High Court in reality was temporary and renewable. The coup d'etat overthrew the constitution, but did not understand it. The warrant signed Mappas was applicable to the preceding High Court. The coup d'etat had been misled by an old list. Such is the heedlessness of assassins. Mr. Commissary of Police, continued the President, you see that these names are not ours. That does not matter to me, replied the commissary. Whether this warrant does or does not apply to you, disperse, or I shall arrest all of you. And he added, at once. The judges were silenced. One of them picked up from the table a loose sheet of paper, which was the judgment they had drawn up, and put the paper in his pocket. Then they went away. The commissary pointed to the door where the bayonets were, and said, that way. They went out by the lobby between two ranks of soldiers. The detachment of Republican guards escorted them as far as the St. Louis Gallery. There they set them free, their heads bowed down. It was about 3 o'clock. While these events were taking place in the library, close by, in the former great chamber of the Parliament, the Court of Cassation was sitting in judgment as usual, without noticing what was happening so near at hand. It would appear, then, that the police exhaled no odor. Let us at once have done with this High Court. In the evening at 7:30, the 7 judges met together at the house of one of their number, he who had taken away the decree. They framed an official report, drew up a protest, and recognizing the necessity of filling in the line left blank in their decree, on the proposition of M. Quesnault, appointed as Procureur General M. Renoir, their colleague at the Court of Cassation. M. Renoir, who was immediately informed, consented. They met together for the last time on the next day, the 3D, at 11 o'clock in the morning, an hour before the time mentioned in the judgment which we have read above, again in the library of the Court of Cassation. M. Renoir was present. An official minute was given to him, recording his appointment, as well as certain details with which he asked to be supplied. The judgment which had been drawn up was taken by M. Quesnault to the recorder's office, and immediately entered upon the register of the secret deliberations of the Court of Cassation, the High Court not having a special register, and having decided, from its creation, to use the register of the Court of Cassation. After the decree, they also transcribed the 2 documents described as follows on the register. An official report, recording the interference of the police, during the discussion, upon the preceding decree. Chapter 2. A minute of the appointment of M. Renoir to the office of Procureur General. In addition, 7 copies of these different documents drawn up by the hands of the judges themselves, and signed by them all, were put in a place of safety, as also, it is said, a notebook, in which were written 5 other secret decisions relating to the coup d'etat. Does this page of the register of the Court of Cassation exist at the present time? Is it true, as has been stated, that the prefect Mappas sent for the register and tore out the leaf containing the decree? We have not been able to clear up this point. The register now is shown to no one, and those employed at the recorder's office are dumb. Such are the facts, let us summarize them. If this court so-called high had been of a character to conceive such an idea as that of doing its duty, when it had once met together, the mere organization of itself was a matter of a few minutes. It would have proceeded resolutely, and rapidly. It would have appointed as Procureur General some energetic man belonging to the Court of Cassation, either from the body of magistrates, such as Freslon, or from the bar, like Martin of Strasbourg. By virtue of Article 68, and without waiting the initiative of the Assembly, it would have drawn up a judgment stigmatizing the crime. It would have launched an order of arrest against the President and his accomplices, and have ordered the removal of the person of Louis Bonaparte to jail. As for the Procureur General, he would have issued a warrant of arrest. All this could have been done by 11:30, and at that time no attempt had been made to dissolve the High Court. These preliminary proceedings concluded, the High Court, by going out through a nailed-up door leading into the Salle des Pas Perdus, could have descended into the street, and there have proclaimed its judgment to the people. At this time, it would have met with no hindrance. Finally, and this in any case, it should have sat robed on the judge's bench with all magisterial state, and when the police agent and his soldiers appeared should have ordered the soldiers, who perhaps would have obeyed them, to arrest the agent, and if the soldiers had disobeyed, should have allowed themselves to be formally dragged to prison, so that the people could see, under their own eyes, out in the open street, the filthy hoof of the coup d'etat trampling upon the robe of justice. Instead of this, what steps did the High Court take? We have just seen. Be off with you. We are going. We can imagine, after a very different fashion, the dialogue between Matthew Millay and Vidocq. For this line was left blank. It was filled in later on with the name of M. Renouad, Councillor of the Court of Cassation. Chapter 12. The Mairie of the 10th Arrondissement. The representatives, having come out from M. Daru, rejoined each other and assembled in the street. There they consulted briefly, from group to group. There were a large number of them. In less than an hour, by sending notices to the houses on the left bank of the Seine alone, on account of the extreme urgency, more than 300 members could be called together. But where should they meet? At Les Mardelets, the Rue Richelieu was guarded. At the Salle Martel, it was a long way off. They relied upon the 10th Legion, of which General Lauriston was colonel. They showed a preference for the mairie of the 10th arrondissement. Besides, the distance was short, and there was no need to cross any bridges. They formed themselves into column and set forth. M. Daru, as we have said, lived in the Rue de Lille, close by the Assembly. The section of the Rue de Lille lying between his house and the Palais Bourbon was occupied by infantry. The last detachment barred his door, but it only barred it on the right, not on the left. The representatives, on quitting M. Daru, bent their steps on the side of the Rue des Saint-Spiers and left the soldiers behind them. At that moment the soldiers had only been instructed to prevent their meeting in the Palace of the Assembly. They could quietly form themselves into a column in the street, and set forth. If they had turned to the right instead of to the left, they would have been opposed. But there were no orders for the other alternative. They passed through a gap in the instructions. An hour afterwards, this threw Saint Arnaud into a fit of fury. On their way, fresh representatives came up and swelled the column. As the members of the right lived for the most part in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, the column was composed almost entirely of men belonging to the majority. At the corner of the Quai d'Orsay, they met a group of members of the left, who had reunited after their exit from the Palace of the Assembly and who were consulting together. There were the representatives Esquiros, Marc Duffrace, Victor Hennequin, Colfavroux, and Chamiet. Those who were marching at the head of the column left their places, went up to the group, and said, "Come with us." "Where are you going?" asked Marc Duffrace. "To the mairie of the 10th arrondissement." "What do you intend to do there?" "To decree the deposition of Louis Bonaparte." "And afterwards?" "Afterwards we shall go in a body to the Palace of the Assembly. We will force our way in spite of all resistance, and from the top of the steps, we will read out the decree of deposition to the soldiers." "Very good, we will join you," said Mayor Duffrace. The 5 members of the left marched at some distance from the column. Several of their friends who were mingled with the members of the right rejoined them. And we may here mention a fact without giving it more importance than it possesses, namely, that the 2 fractions of the Assembly represented in this unpremeditated gathering marched towards the mairie without being mingled together, one on each side of the street. It chanced that the men of the majority kept on the right side of the street, and the men of the minority on the left. No one had a scarf of office. No outward token caused them to be recognized. The passers-by stared at them with surprise, and did not understand what was the meaning of this procession of silent men through the solitary streets of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. One district of Paris was as yet unaware of the coup d'etat. Strategically speaking, from a defensive point of view, the mairie of the 10th arrondissement was badly chosen. Situated in a narrow street in that short section of the Rue de Grenelle Saint-Germain which lies between the Rue des Saint-Spiers and the Rue du Sépulchre, close by the crossroads of the Croix-Rouge, where the troops could arrive from so many different points, the mairie of the 10th arrondissement, confined, commanded, and blockaded on every side, was a pitiful citadel for the assailed national representation. It is true that they no longer had the choice of a citadel, any more than later on they had the choice of a general. Their arrival at the mairie might have seemed a good omen. The great gate which leads into a square courtyard was shut. It opened. The post of the National Guards, composed of some 20 men, took up their arms and rendered military honors to the Assembly. The representatives entered. A deputy mayor received them with respect on the threshold of the mairie. "The Palace of the Assembly is closed by the troops," said the representatives. "We have come to deliberate here." The deputy mayor led them to the first story and admitted them to the great municipal hall. The National Guard cried, Long live the National Assembly. The representatives having entered, the door was shut. A crowd began to gather in the street and shouted, "Long live the Assembly." A certain number of strangers to the Assembly entered the Mary at the same time as the representatives. Overcrowding was feared, and 2 sentries were placed at a little side door, which was left open, with orders only to allow members of the Assembly who might come afterwards to enter. M. Howen Trancher stationed himself at this door and undertook to identify them. On their arrival at the Mary, the representatives numbered somewhat under 300. They exceeded this number later on. It was about 11 o'clock in the morning. All did not go up at once into the hall where the meeting was to take place. Several, those of the left in particular, remained in the courtyard, mingling with the National Guards and citizens. They talked of what they were going to do. This was the first difficulty. The father of the meeting was M. de Carotry. Was he going to preside? The representatives who were assembled in the great hall were in his favor. The representatives, remaining in the courtyard, hesitated. Marc Duffrace went up to him. Jules de Lasteyrie and Léon de Mailville, who had stayed behind with the representatives of the left, and said to them, "What are they thinking of upstairs? To make Carotry president. The name of Carotry would frighten the people as thoroughly as mine would frighten the middle classes." A member of the right, M. de Carenflech, came up, and intending to support the objection, added, "And then, think of Carotry's age. It is madness to pit a man of 80 against this hour of danger." But Esquiros exclaimed, "That is a bad reason. 80 years, they constitute a force." "Yes, where they are well born," said Calfavru. "Carotry bears them badly." "Nothing is greater," resumed Esquiros, "than great octogenarians." "It is glorious," added Chamiot, "to be presided over by Nestor." "No, by Géronce, 5," said Victor Hennequin. These words put an end to the debate. Carotry was thrown out. M.M. Léon de Mailville and Jules de Lasteyrie, 2 men respected by all parties, undertook to make the members of the right listen to reason. It was decided that the Bureau 6 should preside. 5 members of the Bureau were present, 2 vice-presidents, M.M. Benoist, Daisy, and Vitet, and 3 secretaries, M.M. Griumult, Chapat, and Moulin. Of the 2 other vice-presidents, one, General Bidrau, was at Mazas. The other, M. Daru, was under guard in his own house. Of the 3 other secretaries, 2, M.M. Pepin and Lacaze, men of the Élysée, were absentees. The other, M. Ivan, a member of the left, was at the meeting of the left in the Rue Blanche, which was taking place almost at the same moment. In the meantime, an usher appeared on the steps of the Mary, and cried out, as on the most peaceful days of the Assembly, "Representatives to the sitting." This usher, who belonged to the Assembly, and who had followed it, shared its fortunes throughout this day, the sequestration on the Quai d'Orsay included. At the summons of the usher, all the representatives in the courtyard, and amongst whom was one of the vice-presidents, M. Vitae, went upstairs to the hall, and the sitting was opened. This sitting was the last which the Assembly held under regular conditions. The left, which, as we have seen, had on its side boldly recaptured the legislative power, and had added to it that which circumstances required, as was the duty of revolutionists, the left, without a bureau, without an usher, and without secretaries, held sittings in which the accurate and passionless record of shorthand was wanting, but which live in our memories and which history will gather up. 2 shorthand writers of the Assembly, M.M. Grosselet and Lagache, were present at the sitting at the Mairie of the 10th arrondissement. They have been able to record it. The censorship of the victorious coup d'état has mutilated their report and has published through its historians this mangled version as the true version. One lie more. That does not matter. This shorthand recital belongs to the brief of the 2d December. It is one of the leading documents in the trial which the future will institute. In the notes of this book will be found this document complete. The passages in inverted commas are those which the censorship of M. Bonaparte has suppressed. This suppression is a proof of their significance and importance. Shorthand reproduces everything except life. Stenography is an ear. It hears and sees not. It is therefore necessary to fill in here the inevitable blanks of the shorthand account. In order to obtain a complete idea of this sitting of the 10th arrondissement, we must picture the great hall of the Mairie, a sort of parallelogram, lighted on the right by 4 or 5 windows overlooking the courtyard. On the left, along the wall, furnished with several rows of benches which had been hastily brought thither, on which were piled up the 300 representatives, assembled together by chance. No one was sitting down, those in front were standing, those behind were mounted on the benches. Here and there were a few small tables. In the center, people walked to and fro. At the bottom, at the end opposite the door, was a long table furnished with benches, which occupied the whole width of the wall, behind which sat the bureau. Sitting is merely the conventional term. The bureau did not sit. Like the rest of the assembly, it was on its feet. The secretaries, Chapat, Moulin, and Grimault wrote standing. At certain moments, the two vice-presidents mounted on the benches so as to be better seen from all points of the room. The table was covered by an old green tablecloth, stained with ink. 3 or 4 inkstands had been brought in, and a quire of paper was scattered about. There the decrees were written as soon as they were drawn up. They multiplied the copies. Some representatives became secretaries on the spur of the moment and helped the official secretaries. This great hall was on a level with the landing. It was situated, as we have said, on the first floor. It was reached by a very narrow staircase. We must recollect that nearly the whole of the members present were members of the right. The first moment was a serious one. Barrier came out to advantage. Barrier, like all those extemporizers without style, will only be remembered as a name, and a much disputed name, Barrier having been rather a special pleader than an orator who believed what he said. On that day Barrier was to the point, logical and earnest. They began by this cry, "What shall we do?" "Draw up a declaration," said M. de Falloux. "A protest," said M. de Flavigny. "A decree," said Barrier. In truth, a declaration was empty air, a protest was noise, a decree was action. They cried out, "What decree?" "Deposition," said Barrier. Deposition was the extreme limit of the energy of the right. Beyond deposition, there was outlawry. Deposition was practicable for the right. Outlawry was only possible for the left. In fact, it was the left who outlawed Louis Bonaparte. They did it at their first meeting in the Rue Blanche. We shall see this later on. At deposition, legality came to an end. At outlawry, the revolution began. The recurrence of revolutions are the logical consequences of coups d'état. The deposition having been voted, a man who later on turned traitor, Quentin Bochart, exclaimed, "Let us all sign it." All signed it. Odelin Barrett came in and signed it. Anthony Thouaret came in and signed it. Suddenly M. Piscatori announced that the mayor was refusing to allow representatives who had arrived to enter the hall. "Order him to do so by decree," said Barrier, and the decree was voted. Thanks to this decree, Favreau and Monet entered. They came from the Legislative Palace. They related the cowardice of Dupin. M. Dahiral, one of the leaders of the right, was exasperated and said, "We have received bayonet thrusts." Voices were raised, "Let us summon the 10th Legion. Let the call to arms be beaten." Lauriston hesitates. "Let us order him to protect the assembly." "Let us order him by decree," said Barrier. This decree was drawn up, which, however, did not prevent Lauriston from refusing. Another decree, again proposed by Barrier, pronounced anyone who had outraged the parliamentary inviolability to be a traitor, and ordered the immediate release of those representatives who had been wrongfully made prisoners. All this was voted at once without debate, in a sort of great unanimous confusion, and in the midst of a storm of fierce conversations. From time to time Barrier imposed silence. Then the angry outcries broke forth again. "The coup d'état will not dare to come here. We are masters here. We are at home. It would be impossible to attack us here. These wretches will not dare to do so." If the uproar had been less violent, the representatives might have heard through the open windows close at hand the sound of soldiers loading their guns. A regiment of chasseurs of Vincennes had just entered silently into the garden of the Mairie, and while waiting for orders, were loading their guns. Little by little the sitting, at first disorderly and tumultuous, had assumed an ordinary aspect. The uproar had relapsed into a murmur. The voice of the usher, crying "Silence, gentlemen," had succeeded in overcoming the hubbub. Every moment fresh representatives came in, and hastened to sign the decree of deposition at the bureau. As there was a great crowd round the bureau waiting to sign, a dozen loose sheets of paper to which the representatives affixed their signatures were circulated in the great hall and the 2 adjoining rooms. The first to sign the decree of deposition was M. Dufour, the last was M. Bedding de Lancastel. Of the 2 presidents, one, M. Benoist Daisy, was addressing the assembly, the other, M. Vitet, pale but calm and resolute, distributed instructions and orders. M. Benoist Daisy maintained a decorous countenance, but a certain hesitation in his speech revealed an inner agitation. Divisions, even in the right, had not disappeared at this critical moment. A legitimist member was overheard saying in a low voice, while speaking of one of the vice presidents, "This great Vitet looks like a whited sepulchre." Vitet was an Orleanist. Given this adventurer with whom they had to deal, this Louis Bonaparte, capable of everything, the hour and the man being wrapped in mystery, some legitimist personages of a candid mind were seriously but comically frightened. The Marquis of, who acted the fly on the coach-wheel to the right, went hither and thither, harangued, shouted, declaimed, remonstrated, proclaimed, and trembled. Another, man, perspiring, red-faced, out of breath, rushed about distractedly. "Where is the guard? How many men are there? Who commands them? The officer. Send me the officer. Long live the Republic. National Guard, stand firm. Long live the Republic." All the right shouted this cry. "You wish then to kill it," said Esquiros. Some of them were dejected. Burbausen maintained the silence of a vanquished placeman. Another, the Viscount of, a relative of the Duke of Escars, was so alarmed that every moment he adjourned to a corner of the courtyard. In the crowd which filled the courtyard there was a gamin of Paris, a child of Athens, who has since become an elegant and charming poet, Albert Gladigny. Albert Gladigny cried out to this frightened Viscount, "Hulloa there! Do you think that coups d'etat are extinguished in the way Gulliver put out the fire? Oh, laughter, how gloomy you are when attended with tragedy." The Orleanists were quieter, and maintained a more becoming attitude. This arose from the fact that they ran greater danger. Pascal Duprat replaced at the top of the decrees the words, "République Française," which had been forgotten. From time to time, men who were not speaking on the subject of the moment mentioned this strange word, Dupin, open which there ensued shouts of derision and bursts of laughter. "Utter the name of that coward no more," cried Antony Thouaret. There were motions and countermotions. It was a continual uproar interrupted by deep and solemn silences. Alarmist phrases circulated from group to group. "We are in a blind alley. We are caught here as in a rat trap," and then on each motion voices were raised. "That is it. It is right. It is settled." They agreed in a low voice upon a rendezvous at No. 19, Rue de la Chaussée d'Antin, in case they should be expelled from the mairie. M. Bixio carried off the decree of deposition to get it printed. Esquiros, Marc Duffrace, Pascal Duprat, Rigol, Lerbet, Chamiet, Latrade, Calfavroux, Antony Thouaret threw in here and their energetic words of advice. M. Dufora, resolute and indignant, protested with authority. M. Odelin Barrett, motionless in a corner, maintained the silence of stupefied silliness. Chapter 2000. Passy and de Tocqueville, in the midst of the groups, described that when they were ministers, they had always entertained an uneasy suspicion of a coup d'etat, and that they clearly perceived this fixed idea in the brain of Louis Bonaparte. M. de Tocqueville added, "I said to myself every night, I lie down to sleep a minister, what if I should awake a prisoner?" Some of those men who were termed men of order muttered while signing the decree of deposition, "Beware of the Red Republic," and seemed to entertain an equal fear of failure and of success. M. de Vatimesnil pressed the hands of the men of the left, and thanked them for their presence. "You make us popular," said he, and Antony Thouaret answered him, "I know neither right nor left today, I only see the assembly." The younger of the two shorthand writers handed their written sheets to the representatives who had spoken, and asked them to revise them at once, saying, "We shall not have the time to read them over." Some representatives went down into the street, and showed the people copies of the decree of deposition, signed by the members of the Bureau. One of the populace took one of these copies, and cried out, "Citizens, the ink is still quite wet. Long live the Republic." The deputy mayor stood at the door of the hall. The staircase was crowded with National Guards and spectators. In the assembly several had penetrated into the hall, and amongst them the ex-constituent Bisley, a man of uncommon courage. It was at first wished to turn them out, but they resisted, crying, "This is our business. You are the assembly, but we are the people." "They are right," said M. Barrier. M. de Fallu, accompanied by M. de Carenfletch, came up the constituent Bisley, and leaned by his side on the stove, saying to him, "Good day, colleague," and reminded him that they both had formed part of the committee of the national workshops, and that they had together visited the workmen at the Parc Monceau. The right felt themselves falling. They became affectionate towards Republicans. The Republic is called tomorrow. Each spoke from his place, this member upon a bench, that member on a chair, a few on the tables. All contradictory opinions burst forth at once. In a corner some ex-leaders of order were scared at the possible triumph of the Reds. In another the men of the right surrounded the men of the left and asked them, "Are not the Faubourgs going to rise?" The narrator has but one duty: to tell his story. He relates everything, the bad as well as the good. Whatever may have taken place, however, and notwithstanding all these details of which it was our duty to speak, apart from the exceptions which we had mentioned, the attitude of the men of the right who composed the large majority of this meeting was in many respects honorable and worthy. Some of them, as we have just mentioned, even prided themselves upon their resolution and their energy, almost as though they had wished to rival the members of the left. We may here remark, for in the course of this narrative we shall more than once see the gaze of some members of the right turn towards the people, and in this no mistake should be made, that these monarchical men who talked of popular insurrection and who invoked the faubourgs were a minority in the majority, an imperceptible minority. Antony Thouaret proposed to those who were leaders there to go in a body through the working-class neighborhoods with the decree of deposition in their hands. Brought to bay, they refused. They declared that they would only protect themselves by organized powers, not by the people. It is a strange thing to say, but it must be noted, that with their habits of political short-sightedness, the popular armed resistance, even in the name of the law, seemed sedition to them. The utmost appearance of revolution which they could endure was a regiment of the National Guard, with their drums at their head. They shrank from the barricade. Right in a blouse was no longer right. Truth armed with a pike was no longer truth. Law unpaving a street gave them the impression of a fury. In the main, however, and taking them for what they were, and considering their position as politicians, these members of the right were well advised. What would they have done with the people? And what would the people have done with them? How would they have proceeded to set fire to the masses? Imagine Follow as a tribune, fanning the Faubourg Saint-Antoine into a flame. Alas, in the midst of this dense gloom, in these fatal complications of circumstances, by which the coup d'etat profited so odiously and so perfidiously, in that mighty misunderstanding which comprised the whole situation, for kindling the revolutionary spark in the heart of the people, Danton himself would not have sufficed. The coup d'etat entered into this meeting impudently, with its convict's cap on its head. It possessed an infamous assurance there, as well as everywhere else. There were in this majority 300 representatives of the people. Louis Napoleon sent a sergeant to drive them away. The assembly having resisted the sergeant, he sent an officer, the temporary commander of the 6th Battalion of the Chasseurs de Vincennes. This officer, young, fair-haired, a scoffer, half laughing, half threatening, pointed with his finger to the stairs filled with bayonets and defied the assembly. "Who is this young spark?" asked a member of the right. A National Guard who was there said, "Throw him out of the window, kick him downstairs," cried one of the people. This assembly, grievous as were its offenses against the principles of the revolution, and with these wrongs democracy alone had the right to reproach it, this assembly, I repeat, was the National Assembly, that is to say, the Republic incarnate, the living universal suffrage, the majesty of the nation, upright and visible. Louis Bonaparte assassinated this assembly, and moreover insulted it. A slap on the face is worse than a poniard thrust. The gardens of the neighborhood occupied by the troops were full of broken bottles. They had plied the soldiers with drink. They obeyed the epaulets unconditionally, and according to the expression of eyewitnesses, appeared dazed drunk. The representatives appealed to them and said to them, "It is a crime." They answered, "We are not aware of it." One soldier was heard to say to another, "What have you done with your 10 francs of this morning?" The sergeants hustled the officers. With the exception of the commander, who probably earned his Cross of Honor, the officers were respectful, the sergeants brutal. A lieutenant showing signs of flinching, a sergeant cried out to him, "You are not the only one who commands here. Come, therefore, march." M. de Vatimesnil asked a soldier, "Will you dare to arrest us, the representatives of the people?" "Assuredly," said the soldier. Several soldiers, hearing some representatives say that they had eaten nothing since the morning, offered them their ration bread. Some representatives accepted. M. de Tocqueville, who was unwell, and who was noticed to be pale and leaning on the sill of a window, received from a soldier a piece of this bread, which he shared with M. Chambal. 2 commissaries of police appeared in full dress, in black coats girded with their sash girdles and their black corded hats. One was an old man, the other a young man. The first was named Lemon Tascherat, and not Baccarel, as has been wrongly printed. The second was named Barlet. These names should be noted. The unprecedented assurance of this Barlet was remarked. Nothing was wanting in him: cynical speech, provoking gesture, sardonic intonation. It was with an inexpressible air of insolence that Bartlett, when summoning the meeting to dissolve itself, added, rightly or wrongly. They murmured on the benches of the assembly, "Who is this scoundrel?" The other, compared to him, seemed moderate and inoffensive. Emile Payen exclaimed, "The old man is simply working in his profession, but the young man is working out his promotion." Before this Taschereau and this Bartlett entered, before the butts of the muskets had been heard ringing on the stones of the staircase, this assembly had talked of resistance. Of what kind of resistance? We have just stated. The majority could only listen to a regular organized resistance, a military resistance in uniform and in epaulets. Such a resistance was easy to decree, but it was difficult to organize. The generals on whom the assembly were accustomed to rely having been arrested, there only remained two possible generals, Oudinot and Lauriston. General Marquis de Lauriston, ex-peer of France, and at the same time colonel of the 10th Legion and representative of the people, drew a distinction between his duty as representative and his duty as colonel. Summoned by some of his friends of the right to beat to arms and call together the 10th Legion, he answered, "As representative of the people I ought to indict the executive power, but as colonel I ought to obey it." It appears that he obstinately shut himself up in this singular reasoning, and that it was impossible to draw him out of it. "How stupid he is," said Piscatori. "How sharp he is," said Fallu. The first officer of the National Guard who appeared in uniform seemed to be recognized by two members of the right, who said, "It is M. de Perigord." They made a mistake. It was M. Gilbot, major of the 3rd Battalion of the 10th Legion. He declared that he was ready to march on the first order from his colonel, General Lauriston. General Lauriston went down into the courtyard and came up a moment afterwards, saying, "They do not recognize my authority. I have just resigned." Moreover, the name of Lauriston was not familiar to the soldiers. Oudinot was better known in the army. But how? At the moment when the name of Oudinot was pronounced, a shudder ran through this meeting, almost exclusively composed of members of the right. In fact, at this critical time, at this fatal name of Oudinot, reflections crowded upon each other in every mind. What was the coup d'état? It was the Roman expedition at home. Which was undertaken against whom? Against those who had undertaken the Roman expedition abroad. The National Assembly of France, dissolved by violence, could find only one single general to defend it in its dying hour. And whom? Precisely he, who in the name of the National Assembly of France had dissolved by violence the National Assembly of Rome. What power could Oudinot, the strangler of a republic, possess to save a republic? Was it not evident that his own soldiers would answer him, "What do you want with us? That which we have done at Rome, we now do at Paris." What a story is this story of treason! The French legislature had written the first chapter with the blood of the Roman Constituent Assembly. Providence wrote the second chapter with the blood of the French legislature, Louis Bonaparte holding the pen. In 1849, Louis Bonaparte had assassinated the sovereignty of the people in the person of its Roman representatives. In 1851, he assassinated it in the person of its French representatives. It was logical, and although it was infamous, it was just. The Legislative Assembly bore at the same time the weight of two crimes. It was the accomplice of the first, the victim of the second. All these men of the majority felt this and were humbled. Or rather, it was the same crime, the crime of the 2nd of July, 1849, ever erect, ever alive, which had only changed its name, which now called itself the 2nd of December, and which, the offspring of this assembly, stabbed it to the heart. Nearly all crimes are parasital. On a certain day they recoil upon those who have committed them and slay them. At this moment, so full of anxiety, M. de Fallu must have glanced round for M. de Montalembert. M. de Montalembert was at the Élysée. When Tamasir rose and pronounced this terrifying word, the Roman question, distracted M. de Dampierre shouted to him, "Silence, you kill us." It was not Tamasir who was killing them, it was Oudinot. M. de Dampierre did not perceive that he cried silence to history. And then, without even reckoning the fatal remembrance which at such a moment would have crushed a man, endowed in the highest degree with great military qualities, General Oudinot, in other respects an excellent officer, and a worthy son of his brave father, possessed none of those striking qualities which in the critical hour of revolution stir the soldier and carry with them the people. At that instant to win back an army of 100,000 men, to withdraw the balls from the cannons' mouths, to find beneath the wine poured out to the Praetorians the true soul of the French soldier half drowned and nearly dead, to tear the flag from the coup d'etat and restore it to the law, to surround the assembly with thunders and lightnings. It would have needed one of those men who exist no longer. It would have needed the firm hand, the calm oratory, the cold and searching glance of Desaix, that French Phocion. It would have needed the huge shoulders, the commanding stature, the thundering voice, the abusive, insolent, cynical, gay, and sublime eloquence of Kleber, that military Murray-bow. Desaix, the countenance of a just man, or Kleber, the face of the lion. General Audinot, little, awkward, embarrassed, with an indecisive and dull gaze, red cheeks, low forehead with grizzled and lank hair, polite tone of voice, a humble smile without oratory, without gesture, without power, brave before the enemy, timid before the first comer, having assuredly the bearing of a soldier, but having also the bearing of a priest. He caused the mind to hesitate between the sword and the taper. He had in his eyes a sort of amen. He had the best intentions in the world, but what could he do? Alone, without prestige, without true glory, without personal authority and dragging Rome after him. He felt all this himself, and he was as it were paralyzed by it. As soon as they had appointed him, he got upon a chair and thanked the assembly, doubtless with a firm heart, but with hesitating speech. When the little fair-haired officer dared to look him in the face and insult him, he, holding the sword of the people, he, general of the sovereign assembly, he only knew how to stammer out such wretched phrases as these. I have just declared to you that we are unable, unless compelled and constrained, to obey the order which prohibits us from remaining assembled together. He spoke of obeying, he who ought to command. They had girded him with his scarf, and it seemed to make him uncomfortable. He inclined his head alternately first to one shoulder and then to the other. He held his hat and cane in his hand. He had a benevolent aspect. A legitimist member muttered in a low voice to his neighbor. One might imagine he was a bailiff speechifying at a wedding. And his neighbor, a legitimist also, replied, "He reminds me of the Duc d'Angoulême." What a contrast to Tamasier! Tamasier, frank, earnest, confident, although a mere captain of artillery, had the bearing of a general. Had Tamasier, with his grave and gentle countenance, high intelligence, and dauntless heart, a species of soldier-philosopher, been better known, he could have rendered decisive services. No one can tell what would have happened if Providence had given the soul of Tamasier to Audinot, or the epaulets of Audinot to Tamasier. In this bloody enterprise of December, we failed to find a general's uniform becomingly worn. A book might be written on the part which gold lace plays in the destiny of nations. Tamasier, appointed chief of the staff some instants before the invasion of the hall, placed himself at the disposal of the assembly. He was standing on a table. He spoke with a resonant and hearty voice. The most downcast became reassured by this modest, honest, devoted attitude. Suddenly he drew himself up, and looking all that royalist majority in the face, exclaimed, "Yes, I accept the charge you offer me. I accept the charge of defending the Republic, nothing but the Republic. Do you perfectly understand?" A unanimous shout answered him, "Long live the Republic." "Ah," said Bisley, "the voice comes back to you as on the 4th of May. Long live the Republic, nothing but the Republic," repeated the men of the right, Audinot louder than the others. All arms were stretched towards Tamasier, every hand pressed his. O danger, irresistible converter! In his last hour the atheist invokes God, and the royalist the Republic. They cling to that which they have repudiated. The official historians of the coup d'etat have stated that at the beginning of the sitting, 2 representatives had been sent by the Assembly to the Ministry of the Interior to negotiate. What is certain is that these 2 representatives had no authority. They presented themselves, not on behalf of the Assembly, but in their own name. They offered themselves as intermediaries to procure a peaceable termination of the catastrophe which had begun. With an honesty which bordered on simplicity, they summoned Morny to yield himself a prisoner, and to return within the law, declaring that in case of refusal the Assembly would do its duty, and call the people to the defense of the Constitution and of the Republic. Marny answered them with a smile, accompanied by these plain words: "If you appeal to arms, and if I find any representatives on the barricades, I will have them all shot to the last man." The meeting in the 10th arrondissement yielded to force. President Vitet insisted that they should forcibly arrest him. A police agent who seized him turned pale and trembled. In certain circumstances, to lay violent hands upon a man is to lay them upon right, and those who dare to do so are made to tremble by outraged law. The exodus from the Mairie was long and beset with obstructions. Half an hour elapsed while the soldiers were forming a line, and while the commissaries of police, all the time appearing solely occupied with the care of driving back the crowd in the street, sent for orders to the Ministry of the Interior. During that time some of the representatives, seated round a table in the great hall, wrote to their families, to their wives, to their friends. They snatched up the last leaves of paper, the pens failed. M. de Lines wrote to his wife a letter in pencil. There were no wafers, they were forced to send the letters unsealed. Some soldiers offered to post them. M. Chambal's son, who had accompanied his father thus far, undertook to take the letters addressed to Mesdames de Lines, de Lasterie, and Duvergier de Horan. General Faury, the same who had refused a battalion to the president of the Constituent Assembly Marest, who had promoted him from a colonel to a general, General Faury, in the center of the courtyard of the mairie, his face inflamed, half drunk, coming out, they said, from breakfast at the Élysée, superintended the outrage. A member, whose name we regret we do not know, dipped his boot into the gutter and wiped it along the gold stripe of the regimental trousers of General Faury. Representative Lerbet came up to General Faury and said to him, "General, you are a coward." Then turning to his colleagues, he exclaimed, "Do you hear? I tell this general that he is a coward." General Faury did not stir. He kept the mud on his uniform and the epithet on his cheek. The meeting did not call the people to arms. We have just explained that it was not strong enough to do so. Nevertheless, at the last moment, a member of the left, Latrade, made a fresh effort. He took M. Barrier aside and said to him, "Our official measures of resistance have come to an end. Let us not allow ourselves now to be arrested. Let us disperse throughout the streets crying, 'To arms!'" M. Barrier consulted a few seconds on the matter with the vice-president, M. Benoist Daisy, who refused. The deputy mayor, hat in hand, reconducted the members of the assembly as far as the gate of the mairie. As soon as they appeared in the courtyard ready to go out between two lines of soldiers, the post of National Guards presented arms. Acid shouted, "Long live the assembly! Long live the representatives of the people!" The National Guards were at once disarmed, almost forcibly, by the Chasseurs de Vincennes. There was a wine shop opposite the mairie. As soon as the great folding gates of the mairie opened and the assembly appeared in the street, led by General Faury on horseback, and having at its head the vice-president Vitet, grasped by the necktie by a police agent, a few men in white blouses, gathered at the windows of this wine shop, clapped their hands and shouted, "Well done! Down with the 25 francs! 7. They set forth. The Chasseurs de Vincennes, who marched in a double line on each side of the prisoners, cast at them looks of hatred. General Oudinot said in a whisper, "These little infantry soldiers are terrible fellows. At the siege of Rome they flung themselves at the assault like madmen. These lads are very devils." The officers avoided the gaze of the representatives. On leaving the mairie, M. de Coislin passed by an officer and exclaimed, "What a disgrace for the uniform!" The officer retaliated with angry words and incensed M. de Coislin. Shortly afterwards, during the march, he came up to M. de Coislin and said to him, "Sir, I have reflected, it is I who am wrong." They proceeded on the way slowly. At a few steps from the mairie the procession met M. Chegaray. The representatives called out to him, "Come," he answered, while making an expressive gesture with his hands and his shoulders, "Oh, I dare say, as they have not arrested me." And he feigned as though he would pass on. He was ashamed, however, and went with them. His name is found in the list of the roll call at the barracks. A little further on M. de L'Espéret passed them. They cried out to him, "L'Espéret, L'Espéret, I am with you," answered he. The soldiers pushed him back. He seized the butt ends of the muskets and forced his way into the column. In one of the streets through which they went a window was opened. Suddenly a woman appeared with a child. The child, recognizing its father amongst the prisoners, held out its arms and called to him. The mother wept in the background. It was at first intended to take the assembly in a body straight to Mazas, but this was counterordered by the Ministry of the Interior. It was feared that this long walk, in broad daylight, through populous and easily aroused streets, might prove dangerous. The 500 Orsay barracks were close at hand. They selected these as a temporary prison. One of the commanders insolently pointed out with his sword the arrested representatives to the passers-by, and said in a fond voice, "These are the whites, we have orders to spare them. Now it is the turn of the red representatives, let them look out for themselves." Wherever the procession passed, the populace shouted from the pavements, at the doors, at the windows, "Long live the National Assembly." When they perceived a few representatives of the left sprinkled in the column they cried, "Vive la République! Vive la Constitution! And vive la loi!" the shops were not shut and passers-by went to and fro. Some people said, "Wait until the evening, this is not the end of it." A staff officer on horseback, in full uniform, met the procession, recognized M. de Vatimesnil, and came up to greet him. In the Rue de Beaune, as they passed the house of the Démocratique Pacifique, a group shouted, "Down with the traitor of the Élysée." On the Quai d'Orsay, the shouting was redoubled. There was a great crowd there. On either side of the quay, a file of soldiers of the line, elbow to elbow, kept back the spectators. In the middle of the space left vacant, the members of the assembly slowly advanced between a double file of soldiers, the one stationary, which threatened the people, the other on the march, which threatened tire representatives. Serious reflections arise in the presence of all the details of the great crime, which this book is designed to relate. Every honest man who sets himself face to face with the coup d'état of Louis Bonaparte hears nothing but a tumult of indignant thoughts in his conscience. Whoever reads our work to the end will assuredly not credit us with the intention of extenuating this monstrous deed. Nevertheless, as the deep logic of actions ought always to be italicized by the historian, it is necessary here to call to mind and to repeat, even to satiety, that apart from the members of the left, of whom a very small number were present, and whom we have mentioned by name, the 300 representatives who thus defiled before the eyes of the crowd, constituted the old royalists and reactionary majority of the assembly. If it were possible to forget that, whatever were their errors, whatever were their faults, and we venture to add, whatever were their illusions, these persons thus treated were the representatives of the leading civilized nation, were sovereign legislators, senators of the people, inviolable deputies, and sacred by the great law of democracy, and that in the same manner as each man bears in himself something of the mind of God, so each of these nominees of universal suffrage bore something of the soul of France. If it were possible to forget this for a moment, it assuredly would be a spectacle perhaps more laughable than sad, and certainly more philosophical than lamentable to see. On this December morning, after so many laws of repression, after so many exceptional measures, after so many votes of censure and of the state of siege, after so many refusals of amnesty, after so many affronts to equity, to justice, to the human conscience, to the public good faith, to right, after so many favors to the police, after so many smiles bestowed on absolution, the entire party of order arrested in a body and taken to prison by the sergeants de ville. One day, or rather one night, the moment having come to save society, the coup d'état abruptly seizes the demagogues and finds that it holds by the collar whom? The royalists. They arrived at the barracks, formerly the barracks of the Royal Guard, and on the pediment of which is a carved escutcheon, whereon are still visible the traces of the 3 fleurs de lis effaced in 1830. They halted. The door was opened. "Why," said M. de Broglie, "here we are." At that moment, a great placard posted on the barrack wall by the side of the door bore in big letters, "Revision of the Constitution." It was the advertisement of a pamphlet, published 2 or 3 days previous to the coup d'état, without any author's name, demanding the empire, and was attributed to the President of the Republic. The representatives entered and the doors were closed upon them. The shouts ceased. The crowd, which occasionally has its meditative moments, remained for some time on the quay, dumb, motionless, gazing alternately at the closed gate of the barracks, and at the silent front of the Palace of the Assembly, dimly visible in the misty December twilight, 200 paces distant. The 2 commissaries of police went to report their success to M. de Morny. M. de Morny said, "Now the struggle has begun. Excellent. These are the last representatives who will be made prisoners." 5 the Geronts, or Gerontia, were the elders of Sparta, who constituted the Senate. 6 the Bureau of the Assembly consists of the President, for the time being of the Assembly, assisted by 6 secretaries, whose duties mainly lie in deciding in what sense the deputies have voted. The Bureau of the Assembly should not be confounded with the 15 Bureau of the Deputies, which answer to our select committees of the House of Commons, and are presided over by self-chosen presidents. 7 an allusion to the 25 francs, a day officially payable to the members of the Assembly. Chapter 13, Louis Bonaparte's Side Face. The minds of all these men, we repeat, were very differently affected. The extreme Legitimist party, which represents the white of the flag, was not, it must be said, highly exasperated at the coup d'état. Upon many faces might be read the saying of M. de Fallu, "I am so satisfied that I have considerable difficulty in affecting to be only resigned." The ingenuous spirits cast down their eyes, that is becoming to purity, more daring spirits raised their heads. They felt an impartial indignation which permitted a little admiration. How cleverly these generals have been ensnared. The country assassinated. It is a horrible crime, but they were enraptured at the jugglery blended with the parricide. One of the leaders said, with a sigh of envy and regret, "We do not possess a man of such talent." Another muttered, "It is order." And he added, "Alas." Another exclaimed, "It is a frightful crime, but well carried out." Some wavered, attracted on one side by the lawful power which rested in the assembly, and on the other by the abomination which was in Bonaparte. Honest souls poised between duty and infamy. There was a M. Tomlins Desmeasures who went as far as the door of the great hall of the Mary, halted, looked inside, looked outside, and did not enter. It would be unjust not to record that others amongst the pure royalists, and above all M. de Vatimesnil, had the sincere intonation and the upright wrath of justice. Be it as it may, the legitimist party taken as a whole entertained no horror of the coup d'etat. It feared nothing. In truth, should the royalists fear Louis Bonaparte? Why? Indifference does not inspire fear. Louis Bonaparte was indifferent. He only recognized one thing, his object. To break through the road in order to reach it, that was quite plain, the rest might be left alone. There lay the whole of his policy, to crush the Republicans, to disdain the Royalists. Louis Bonaparte had no passion. He who writes these lines, talking one day about Louis Bonaparte with the ex-king of Westphalia, remarked, "In him the Dutchman tones down the Corsican." "If there be any Corsican," answered Jerome. Louis Bonaparte has never been other than a man who has lain wait for fortune, a spy trying to dupe God. He had that livid dreaminess of the gambler who cheats. Cheating admits audacity but excludes anger. In his prison at Ham he only read one book, The Prince. He belonged to no family, as he could hesitate between Bonaparte and Virgile. He had no country, as he could hesitate between France and Holland. This Napoleon had taken St. Helena in good part. He admired England. Resentment, to what purpose? For him on earth there only existed his interests. He pardoned because he speculated, he forgot everything because he calculated upon everything. What did his uncle matter to him? He did not serve him, he made use of him. He rested his shabby enterprise upon Austerlitz. He stuffed the eagle. Malice is an unproductive outlay. Louis Bonaparte only possessed as much memory as is useful. Hudson Lowe did not prevent him from smiling upon Englishmen. The Marquis of Montchenu did not prevent him from smiling upon the Royalists. He was a man of earnest politics, of good company, wrapped in his own scheming, not impulsive, doing nothing beyond that which he intended, without abruptness, without hard words, discreet, accurate, learned, talking smoothly of a necessary massacre, a slaughterer because it served his purpose. All this, we repeat, without passion and without anger. Louis Bonaparte was one of those men who had been influenced by the profound iciness of Machiavelli. It was through being a man of that nature that he succeeded in submerging the name of Napoleon by superadding December upon Brumaire. Chapter 14, The d'Orsay Barracks. It was 3:30. The arrested representatives entered into the courtyard of the barracks, a huge parallelogram closed in and commanded by high walls. These walls are pierced by 3 tiers of windows, and possess that dismal appearance which distinguishes barracks, schools, and prisons. This courtyard is entered by an arched portal, which extends through all the breadth of the front of the main building. This archway, under which the guardhouse has been made, is close on the side of the quay by large solid folding doors, and on one side of the courtyard by an iron grated gateway. They closed the door and the grated gateway upon the representatives. They set them at liberty in the bolted and guarded courtyard. "Let them stroll about," said an officer. The air was cold, the sky was gray. Some soldiers, in their shirt sleeves and wearing foraging caps, busy with fatigue duty, went hither and thither amongst the prisoners. First M. Grimault and then M. Antony Thouaret instituted a roll call. The representatives made a ring around them. Lorbet said laughingly, "This just suits the barracks. We look like sergeant majors who have come to report." They called over the 750 names of the representatives. To each name they answered absent or present, and the secretary jotted down with a pencil those who were present. When the name of Morny was reached, someone cried out, "At Clichy!" At the name of Persigny, the same voice exclaimed, "At Poissy!" The inventor of these two jokes, which by the way are very poor, has since allied himself to the 2nd of December, to Morny and Persigny. He has covered his cowardice with the embroidery of a senator. The roll call verified the presence of 220 representatives, whose names were as follows: Le Duc de Lines, Dandigné de la Chasse, Antony Thouarit, Aaron, Audrin de Courdrel Ilayat Villain, Audrin de Courdrel Morbihan, de Balzac, Barchu de Penhone, Barrelin, O'Barrett, Barthélemy Saint-Hilaire, Quentin Bochard G. de Beaumont, Bachard, Behaghol de Beleves, Benoist Daisy de Benardy, Barrier de Berset, Bass, Bedding de Lancastel, Blavier, Botcher, Boissier de Botmelin, Bouvier, Le Duc de Broglie de la Broisse, de Brias, Buffet, Calet du Turder, Calet, Camus de la Gibberger, Canet, de Castellan, de Cazales, Admiral Seyssel, Chambal, Chamiot, Champenet, Chaper, Chapot de Charency, Chassini, Chauvin, Chazant de Chazelles, Chegaray, Comte de Coislin, Colfavru, Colas de la Motte, Cockerel de Courcelles, Cordier, Corn, Cretin, Dagelhin, Pujol, Dachirel, Vicomte d'Ambray, Marquis de Dampierre, de Breton, de Fontaine, de Fontenay, Vicomte de Cise, Desmers de la Devance, Didier, d'Ileviot, Drut de Sfox, A. Dubois, Dufera, Dufaugerais, Dufer, Dufernal, Marc Duffrace, P. Dupret, Duvergier de Horan, Etienne, Vicomte de Fallu, de Faltrier, Fora Rhone, Favreau, Fair, Desfers, Vicomte de Flavigny, de Fablant, Frichon, Gain, Gasselin, Germonier, de Giquiao, de Goulard, de Gouillon, de Grandville, de Grasset, Grelier du Faugerais, Gravy, Grillin, Grimalt, Gros, Gislier de la Touche, Harscoët de St. George's, Marquis de Havrincourt, Hennequin, de Hispel, Howell, Hoventrancher, Huot, Joret, Joannet, de Carenflech, de Caretry, de Caeridic, de Kermazic, de Cursorin Penendref, Leo de Labard, Labely, Lacave, Oscar Lafayette, Lafos, Lagarde, Lagrenay, Lemay, Lainay, Comte Lanjuinais, Larabit, de Larcy, J. de Lasterie, Latrade, Laro, Laurenceau, General Marquis de Lauriston, de Losset, Lefebvre de Grosseries, Legrand, Legros de Sfox, Lemaire, Émile Leroux, L'Esperet de l'Espinoy, L'Urbet, de Linsevel, de la Paix, Marachel, Martin de Villers, Maze Sonnet, Mise, Arnauld de Melun, Anatole de Melun, Marentier, Michaud, Mispoulet, Monet, Duc de Montebello, de Montigny, Moulin, Muret-Sestriere, Alfred Netmont, d'Olivier, General Audinot, Duc de Reggio, Paylet, Duparc, Passy, Émile Payan, Paycol, Casimir Pirier, Pidu Pigeon de Piaget, Piscatori, Proa, Prudhomme, Querhont, Randoing, Rodot, Rollin, de Ravenel, de Rémusat, Renaud, Rizal, Comte de Rességuier, Henry de Riency, Rigol de la Rochette, Rodet, de Roquefuel des Roders de Chaulieu, Rouge Lafos, Roulet, Rue Carbonel, Saint-Beuve, de Saint-Germain, General Comte de Saint-Priest, Salmon, Meuse, Marquis Sauveur Barthélemy de Serret, Comte de Cesmaisons, Simonot, de Stapland, de Serville, Marquis de Talhoët, Talon, Tamasier, Thuriot de la Rosière, de Tingay, Comte de Tocqueville de la Tourette, Comte de Trévenu, Mortimer Turnox, de Vadimesnil, Baron de Vandover, Vernet Hérault, Vernet Averin, Vezin, Vitet, Comte de Vaguet. After this list of names, may be read as follows in the shorthand report. The roll call having been completed, General Audinot asked the representatives who were scattered about in the courtyard to come round him, and made the following announcement to them. The Captain Adjutant Major, who has remained here to command the barracks, has just received an order to have rooms prepared for us, where we are to withdraw, as we are considered to be in custody. Here, do you wish me to bring the Adjutant Major here? No, it is useless. I will tell him that he had better execute his orders. Yes, that is right. The representatives remained penned and strolling about in this yard for 2 long hours. They walked about arm in arm. They walked quickly, so as to warm themselves. The men of the right said to the men of the left, "Ah, if you had only voted the proposals of the quaestors." They also exclaimed, "Well, how about the invisible sentry?" 8 and they laughed. Then Marc Duffrace answered, "Deputies of the people, deliberate in peace." It was then the turn of the left to laugh. Nevertheless, there was no bitterness. The cordiality of a common misfortune reigned amongst them. They questioned his ex-ministers about Louis Bonaparte. They asked Admiral Seyssel, "Now really, what does this mean?" The admiral answered by this definition, "It is a small matter." M. Vezin added, "He wishes history to call him sire." "Poor sire then," said M. de Camus de la Gibberger. M. Odelin Barrett exclaimed, "What a fatality, that we should have been condemned to employ this man." This said, these heights attained, political philosophy was exhausted, and they ceased talking. On the right, by the side of the door, there was a canteen elevated a few steps above the courtyard. "Let us promote this canteen to the dignity of a refreshment room," said the ex-ambassador to China, M. de Lagrenay. They entered, some went up to the stove, Others asked for a basin of soup. Favreau, Piscatori, Larrabet, and Vatimesnil took refuge in a corner. In the opposite corner, drunken soldiers chatted with the maids of the barracks. De Carritree, bent with his 80 years, was seated near the stove on an old worm-eaten chair. The chair tottered, the old man shivered. Towards 4 o'clock a regiment of chasseurs de Vincennes arrived in the courtyard with their platters, and began to eat, singing, with loud bursts of merriment. de Broglie looked at them, and said to Piscatori, "It is a strange spectacle to see the porringers of the Janissaries vanished from Constantinople reappearing at Paris." Almost at the same moment, a staff officer informed the representatives on behalf of General Faury that the apartments assigned to them were ready, and requested them to follow him. They were taken into the Eastern Building, which is the wing of the barracks farthest from the palace of the Council of State. They were conducted to the 3rd floor. They expected chambers and beds. They found long rooms, vast garrets with filthy walls and low ceilings, furnished with wooden tables and benches. These were the apartments. These garrets, which adjoin each other, all open on the same corridor, a narrow passage which runs the length of the main building. In one of these rooms they saw, thrown into a corner, side drums, a big drum, and various instruments of military music. The representatives scattered themselves about in these rooms. de Tocqueville, who was ill, threw his overcoat on the floor in the recess of a window and lay down. He remained thus stretched upon the ground for several hours. These rooms were warmed very badly by cast-iron stoves, shaped like hives. A representative wishing to poke the fire, upset one, and nearly set fire to the wooden flooring. The last of these rooms looked out on the quay. Antony Thouaret opened a window and leaned out. Several representatives joined him. The soldiers who were bivouacking below on the pavement caught sight of them and began to shout, "Ah, there they are, those rascals at 25 francs a day, who wish to cut down our pay." In fact, on the preceding evening, the police had spread this calumny through the barracks that a proposition had been placed on the tribune to lessen the pay of the troops. They had even gone so far as to name the author of this proposition. Antony Thouaret attempted to undeceive the soldiers. An officer cried out to him, "It is one of your party who made the proposal. It is Lamennais." In about an hour and a half there were ushered into these rooms Valette, Bixio, and Victor Lefranc, who had come to join their colleagues and constitute themselves prisoners. Night came, they were hungry. Several had not eaten since the morning. Howen de Trancher, a man of considerable kindness and devotion, who had acted as porter at the mairie, acted as forager at the barracks. He collected 5 francs from each representative, and they sent and ordered a dinner for 220 from the Café d'Orsay, at the corner of the quay and the Rue du Bac. They dined badly but merrily. Cookshop mutton, bad wine, and cheese. There was no bread. They ate as they best could, one standing, another on a chair, one at a table, another astride on his bench with his plate before him. As at a ballroom supper, a dandy of the right said laughingly, "Thuriot de la Rosière, son of the regicide Thuriot." De Rémusat buried his head in his hands. Émile Payen said to him, "We shall get over it." And Gustave de Beaumont cried out, addressing himself to the Republicans, "And your friends of the left, will they preserve their honor? Will there be an insurrection at least?" They passed each other the dishes and plates, the right showing marked attention to the left. "Here is the opportunity to bring about a fusion," said a young legitimist. Troopers and canteen men waited upon them. 2 or 3 tallow candles burnt and smoked on each table. There were few glasses. Right and left drank from the same. "Equality, fraternity," exclaimed the Marquis Sauveur Barthélemy of the right, and Victor Hannequin answered him, "but not liberty." Colonel Ferret, the son-in-law of Marshal Bugeaud, was in command at the barracks. He offered the use of his drawing-room to de Broglie and to Odelin Barrett, who accepted it. The barrack doors were opened to de Carritree, on account of his great age, to Dufour, as his wife had just been confined, and to Etienne, on account of the wound which he had received that morning in the Rue de Bourgogne. At the same time there were added to the 220 Eugensu, Benoist, Duron, Fayol, Chanay, Tupit Desvines, Radout Lafosse, Arby, and Taylor Latiris, who up to that time had been detained in the new Palace of Foreign Affairs. Towards 8 o'clock in the evening, when dinner was over, the restrictions were a little relaxed, and the intermediate space between the door and the barred gate of the barracks began to be littered with carpet bags and articles of toilet sent by the families of the imprisoned representatives. The representatives were summoned by their names. Each went down in turn, and briskly remounted with his cloak, his coverlet, or his foot warmer. A few ladies succeeded in making their way to their husbands. Chambal was able to press his son's hand through the bars. Suddenly a voice called out, "Oh ho, we are going to spend the night here." Mattresses were brought in, which were thrown on the tables, on the floor, anywhere. 50 or 60 representatives found resting places on them. The greater number remained on their benches. Mark Duffray settled himself to pass the night on a footstool, leaning on a table. Happy was the man who had a chair. Nevertheless, cordiality and gaiety did not cease to prevail. "Make room for the Burgraves," said smilingly a venerable veteran of the right. A young Republican representative rose and offered him his mattress. They pressed on each offers of overcoats, cloaks, and coverlets. "Reconciliation," said Chamiet, while offering the half of his mattress to the Duc de Lines. The Duc de Lines, hoo-ha, 0 francs a year, smiled and replied to Chamiet, "You are Saint Martin and I am the beggar." Palet, the well-known barrister, who belonged to the Third Estate, used to say, "I passed the night on a Bonapartist straw mattress, wrapped in a burnos of the mountain, my feet in a democratic and socialist sheepskin, and my head in a legitimist cotton nightcap." The representatives, although prisoners in the barracks, could stroll about freely. They were allowed to go down into the courtyard. Courtier of Calvados came upstairs again, saying, "I have just spoken to the soldiers. They did not know that their generals had been arrested. They appeared surprised and discontented." This incident raised the prisoners' hopes. Representative Mitchell Renaud of the Basses Pyrenees found several of his compatriots of the Basque country amongst the chasseurs de Vincennes who occupied the courtyard. Some had voted for him and reminded him of the fact. They added, "We would again vote for the red list." One of them, quite a young man, took him aside and said to him, "Do you want any money, sir? I have a 40-sous piece in my pocket." Towards 10 o'clock in the evening, a great hubbub arose in the courtyard. The doors and the barred gate turned noisily upon their hinges. Something entered which rumbled like thunder. They leaned out of window and saw at the foot of the steps a sort of big, oblong chest, painted black, yellow, red, and green, on 4 wheels, drawn by post horses, and surrounded by men in long overcoats, and with fierce-looking faces, holding torches. In the gloom and with the help of imagination, this vehicle appeared completely black. A door could be seen, but no other opening. It resembled a great coffin on wheels. "What is that? Is it a hearse?" "No, it is a police van." "And those people, are they undertakers?" "No, they are jailers." "And for whom has this come?" "For you, gentlemen," cried out a voice. It was the voice of an officer, and the vehicle which had just entered was in truth a police van. At the same time, a word of command was heard, "First squadron to horse," and 5 minutes afterwards the lancers who were to escort the vehicle formed in line in the courtyard. Then arose in the barracks the buzz of a hive of angry bees. The representatives ran up and down the stairs and went to look at the police van close at hand. Some of them touched it and could not believe their eyes. Piscatori met Chambal and cried out to him, "I am leaving in it." Barrier met Eugene Sue and they exchanged these words, "Where are you going?" "To Mount Valerian, and you?" "I do not know." At 10:30, the roll call of those who were to leave began. Police agents stationed themselves at a table between 2 candles in a parlor at the foot of the stairs, and the representatives were summoned 2 by 2. The representatives agreed not to answer to their names, and to reply to each name which should be called out. "He is not here." But those Burgraves, who had accepted the hospitality of Colonel Ferret, considered such petty resistance unworthy of them, and answered to the calling out of their names. This drew the others after them. Everybody answered. Amongst the Legitimists some serio-comic scenes were enacted. They who alone were not threatened insisted on believing that they were in danger. They would not let one of their orators go. They embraced him and held him back, almost with tears, crying out, "Do not go away. Do you know where they are taking you? Think of the trenches of Vincennes." The representatives, having been summoned 2 by 2, as we have just said, filed in the parlor before the police agents, and then they were ordered to get into the robber's box. The stowage was apparently made at haphazard and promiscuously. Nevertheless, later, by the difference of the treatment accorded to the representatives in the various prisons, it was apparent that this promiscuous loading had perhaps been somewhat prearranged. When the first vehicle was full, a second, of a similar construction, drew up. The police agents, pencil and pocketbook in hand, noted down the contents of each vehicle. These men knew the representatives. When Marc Duffray, called in his turn, entered the parlor, he was accompanied by Benoist du Rhône. "Ah, here is Mark Duffrace," said the attendant who held the pencil. When asked for his name, Benoist replied Benoist. "Duron," added the police agent, and he continued, "for there are also Benoist Daisy and Benoist Champy." The loading of each vehicle occupied nearly half an hour. The successive arrivals had raised the number of imprisoned representatives to 232 their embarkation, or, to use the expression of M. de Vatimesnil, their barreling up, which began a little after 10 in the evening, was not finished until nearly 7 o'clock in the morning. When there were no more police vans available, omnibuses were brought in. These various vehicles were portioned off into 3 detachments, each escorted by lancers. The first detachment left towards 1 o'clock in the morning and was driven to Mont Valérien, the second towards 5 o'clock and was driven to Mazas, the third towards 6:30 to Vincennes. As this business occupied a long time, those who had not yet been called benefited by the mattresses and tried to sleep. Thus, from time to time, silence reigned in the upper rooms. In the midst of one of these pauses, M. Bixio sat upright, and raising his voice, cried out, "Gentlemen, what do you think of passive obedience?" An unanimous burst of laughter was the reply. Again, during one of these pauses, another voice exclaimed, "Romeo will be a senator." Émile Payen asked, "What will become of the Red Spectre?" "He will enter the priesthood," answered Antony Thouaret, "and will turn into the Black Spectre." Other exclamations which the historians of the 2nd of December have spread abroad were not uttered. Thus, Mark Duffrace never made the remark with which the men of Louis Bonaparte have wished to excuse their crimes. If the president does not shoot all those among us who resist, he does not understand his business. For the coup d'etat, such a remark might be convenient, but for history it is false. The interior of the police vans was lighted, while the representatives were entering. The air holes of each compartment were not closed. In this manner, Mark Duffrace through the aperture could see M. du Rémusat in the opposite cell to his own. M. du Rémusat had entered the van coupled with M. Duvergier de Horan. "Upon my word, Monsieur Mark Duffrace," exclaimed Duvergier de Horan when they jostled each other in the gangway of the vehicle. "Upon my word, if anyone had said to me, 'You will go to Mars's in a police van,' I should have said, 'It is improbable,' but if they had added, 'You will go with Mark Duffrace,' I should have said, 'It is impossible.'" As soon as the vehicle was full, 5 or 6 policemen entered and stood in the gangway. The door was shut, the steps were thrown up and they drove off. When all the police vans had been filled, there were still some representatives left. As we have said, omnibuses were brought into requisition. Into these representatives were thrust, one upon the other, rudely, without deference for either age or name. Colonel Ferret, on horseback, superintended and directed operations. As he mounted the steps of the last vehicle but one, the Duc de Montebello cried out to him, "Today is the anniversary of the Battle of Austerlitz, and the son-in-law of Marshal Bugeaud compels the son of Marshal Lannes to enter a convict's van." When the last omnibus was reached, there were only 17 places for 18 representatives. The most active mounted first. Antony Thouaret, who himself alone equaled the whole of the right, for he had as much mind as Thiers and as much stomach as Murat. Antony Thouaret, corpulent and lethargic, was the last. When he appeared on the threshold of the omnibus in all his hugeness, a cry of alarm arose. Where was he going to sit? Antony Thouaret, noticing Barrier at the bottom of the omnibus, went straight up to him, sat down on his knees and quietly said to him, "You wanted compression, Monsieur Barrier, now you have it." 8 Michel de Bourges had thus characterized Louis Bonaparte as the guardian of the Republic against the monarchical parties. Chapter 15, Mazas. The police vans, escorted as far as Mazas by lancers, found another squadron of lancers ready to receive them at Mazas. The representatives descended from the vehicle one by one. The officer commanding the lancers stood by the door and watched them pass with a dull curiosity. Mazas, which had taken the place of the prison of La Force, now pulled down, is a lofty reddish building, close to the terminus of the Lyon Railway, and stands on the waste land of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. From a distance the building appears as though built of bricks, but on closer examination it is seen to be constructed of flints set in cement. 6 large detached buildings, 3 stories high, all radiating from a rotunda which serves as the common center, and touching each other at the starting point, separated by courtyards which grow broader in proportion as the buildings spread out. pierced with 1,000 little dormer windows which give light to the cells, surrounded by a high wall, and presenting from a bird's-eye point of view the drape of a fan. Such is Maz's. From the rotunda which forms the center, springs a sort of minaret, which is the alarm tower. The ground floor is a round room, which serves as the registrar's office. On the first story is a chapel where a single priest says Mass for all, and the observatory, where a single attendant keeps watch over all the doors of all the galleries at the same time. Each building is termed a division. The courtyards are intersected by high walls into a multitude of little oblong walks. As each representative descended from the vehicle, he was conducted into the rotunda where the registry office was situated. There his name was taken down, and in exchange for his name he was assigned a number. Whether the prisoner be a thief or a legislator, such is always the rule in this prison. The coup d'etat reduced all to a footing of equality. As soon as a representative was registered and numbered, he was ordered to file off. They said to him, "Go upstairs or go on," and they announced him at the end of the corridor to which he was allotted by calling out, "Receive number so-and-so." The jailer in that particular corridor answered, "Send him on." The prisoner mounted alone went straight on, and on his arrival found the jailer standing near an open door. The jailer said, "Here it is, sir." The prisoner entered, the jailer shut the door, and they passed on to another. The coup d'etat acted in a very different manner towards the various representatives. Those whom it desired to conciliate, the men of the Bight, were placed in Vincennes. Those whom it detested, the men of the left, were placed in Maz's. Those at Vincennes had the quarters of M. Montpensier, which were expressly reopened for them. An excellent dinner, eaten in company, wax candles, fire, and the smiles and bows of the governor, General Cordigas. This is how it treated those at Maz's. A police van deposited them at the prison. They were transferred from one box to another. At Maz's, a clerk registered them, weighed them, measured them, and entered them into the jail book as convicts. Having passed through the office, each of them was conducted along a gallery shrouded in darkness, through a long damp vault to a narrow door which was suddenly opened. This reached, a jailer pushed the representative in by the shoulders, and the door was shut. The representative, thus immured, found himself in a little, long, narrow, dark room. It is this which the prudent language of modern legislation terms a cell. Here the full daylight of a December noon only produced a dusky twilight. At one end there was a door, with a little grating. At the other, close to the ceiling, at a height of 10 or 12 feet, there was a loophole with a fluted glass window. This window dimmed the eye, and prevented it from seeing the blue or gray of the sky, or from distinguishing the cloud from the sun's ray, and invested the wan daylight of winter with an indescribable uncertainty. It was even less than a dim light. It was a turbid light. The inventors of this fluted window succeeded in making the heavens squint. After a few moments, the prisoner began to distinguish objects confusedly, and this is what he found. Whitewashed walls here and there turned green by various exhalations. In one corner, a round hole guarded by iron bars, and exhaling a disgusting smell. In another corner, a slab turning upon a hinge like the bracket seat of a fiacre, and thus capable of being used as a table, no bed, a straw-bottomed chair, underfoot a brick floor. Gloom was the first impression, cold was the second. There then the prisoner found himself, alone, chilled, in this semi-darkness, being able to walk up and down the space of 8 square feet like a caged wolf, or to remain seated on his chair like an idiot at Bicarter. In this situation an ex-republican of the Eve, who had become a member of the majority, and on occasions sided somewhat with the Bonapartists, M. Émile Leroux, who had, moreover, been thrown into Maz's by mistake, having doubtless been taken for some other Leroux, began to weep with rage. 3, 4, 5 hours thus passed away. In the meanwhile they had not eaten since the morning. Some of them, in the excitement caused by the coup d'etat, had not even breakfasted. Hunger came upon them. Were they to be forgotten there? No. A bell rang in the prison, the grating of the door opened, and an arm held out to the prisoner a pewter porringer and a piece of bread. The prisoner greedily seized the bread and the porringer. The bread was black and sticky, the porringer contained a sort of thick water, warm and reddish. Nothing can be compared to the smell of this soup. As for the bread, it only smelt of moldiness. However great their hunger, most of the prisoners during the first moment threw down their bread on the floor and emptied the porringer down the hole with the iron bars. Nevertheless the stomach craved, the hours passed by, they picked up the bread and ended by eating it. One prisoner went so far as to pick up the porringer and to attempt to wipe out the bottom with his bread, which he afterwards devoured. Subsequently, this prisoner, a representative set at liberty in exile, described to me this dietary, and said to me, "A hungry stomach has no nose." Meanwhile, there was absolute solitude and profound silence. However, in the course of a few hours, M. Émile Leroux, he himself has told the fact to M. Versigny, heard on the other side of the wall on his right a sort of curious knocking, spaced out and intermittent at irregular intervals. He listened, and almost at the same moment on the other side of the wall to his left, a similar rapping responded. M. Émile Leroux, enraptured, what a pleasure it was to hear a noise of some kind, thought of his colleagues, prisoners like himself, and cried out in a tremendous voice, "Oh, oh, you are there also, you fellows." He had scarcely uttered this sentence when the door of his cell was opened with a creaking of hinges and bolts. A man, the jailer, appeared in a great rage, and said to him, "Hold your tongue." The representative of the people, somewhat bewildered, asked for an explanation. "Hold your tongue," replied the jailer, "or I will pitch you into a dungeon." This jailer spoke to the prisoner, as the coup d'etat spoke to the nation. M. Émile Leroux, with his persistent parliamentary habits, nevertheless attempted to insist. "What," said he, "can I not answer the signals which 2 of my colleagues are making to me?" "2 of your colleagues indeed," answered the jailer, "they are 2 thieves," and he shut the door, shouting with laughter. They were, in fact, 2 thieves, between whom M. Émile Leroux was, not crucified but locked up. The Mazas prison is so ingeniously built that the least word can be heard from one cell to another. Consequently, there is no isolation, notwithstanding the cellular system. Thence this rigorous silence imposed by the perfect and cruel logic of the rules. What do the thieves do? They have invented a telegraphic system of raps, and the rules gain nothing by their stringency. M. Émile Leroux had simply interrupted a conversation which had been begun. "Don't interfere with our friendly pater," cried out his thief neighbor, who for this exclamation was thrown into the dungeon. Such was the life of the representatives at Mazas. Moreover, as they were in secret confinement, not a book, not a sheet of paper, not a pen, not even an hour's exercise in the courtyard was allowed to them. The thieves also go to Mazas, as we have seen. But those who know a trade are permitted to work. Those who know how to read are supplied with books. Those who know how to write are granted a desk and paper. All are permitted the hour's exercise required by the laws of health and authorized by the rules. The representatives were allowed nothing whatever. Isolation, close confinement, silence, darkness, cold, the amount of ennui which engenders madness, as Lingt has said when speaking of the Bastille. To remain seated on a chair all day long with arms and legs crossed, such was the situation. But the bed, could they lie down? No. There was no bed. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the jailer came into the cell and reached down and removed something which was rolled up on a plank near the ceiling. This something was a hammock. The hammock having been fixed, hooked up, and spread out, the jailer wished his prisoner good night. There was a blanket on the hammock, sometimes a mattress some 2 inches thick. The prisoner, wrapped in this covering, tried to sleep, and only succeeded in shivering. But on the morrow, he could at least remain lying down all day in his hammock. Not at all. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the jailer came in, wished the representative good morning, made him get up, and rolled up the hammock on its shelf near the ceiling. But in this case, could not the prisoner take down the authorized hammock, unroll it, hook it up, and lie down again? Yes, he could, but then there was the dungeon. This was the routine, the hammock for the night, the chair for the day. Let us be just, however. Some obtained beds, amongst others Mathiers and Roger du Nord. M. Gravy did not have one. Mazas is a model prison of progress. It is certain that Mazas is preferable to the Piombi of Venice and to the underwater dungeon of the Chatelet. Theoretical philanthropy has built Mazas. Nevertheless, as has been seen, Mazas leaves plenty to be desired. Let us acknowledge that from a certain point of view, the temporary solitary confinement of the lawmakers at Mazas does not displease us. There was perhaps something of providence in the coup d'etat. Providence, in placing the legislators at Mazas, has performed an act of good education. Eat of your own cooking. It is not a bad thing that those who own prisons should try them. Chapter 16. The episode of the Boulevard Saint-Martin. When Charamal and I reached number 70, Rue Blanche, a steep lonely street, a man in a sort of naval sub-officer's uniform was walking up and down before the door. The portress, who recognized us, called our attention to him. "Nonsense," said Cheramal. "A man walking about in that manner, and dressed after that fashion, is assuredly not a police spy." "My dear colleague," said I, "Bidault has proved that the police are blockheads." We went upstairs. The drawing-room and a little antechamber which led to it were full of representatives, with whom were mingled a good many persons who did not belong to the Assembly. Some ex-members of the Constituent Assembly were there, amongst others, Bastide and several Democratic journalists. The National was represented by Alexander Ray and Leopold Duras, the Revolution by Xavier Durieux, Vaspenter, and Watrapon, the Avènement du Peuple by H. Coste, nearly all the other editors of the Avènement being in prison. About 60 members of the left were there, and among others Edgar Quinet, Sculpture, Madier de Monchau, Carnot, Niall Parfait, Pierre Lefranc, Bansal, Deflot, Bruckner, Chakes, Castle, Esquiros, Duran Saviat, Ivan, Carlos Forel, Echegoyen, Labrouse, Barthélemy, Uret Loire, Huguenin, Aubry du Nord, Mallardier, Victor Schoeffer, Belin, Renaud, Bach, Versigny, Seine, Joignot, Brives, Gilget, Pelletier, Douter, Gindrier, Arnauld de l'Ariège, Raymond de l'Isser, Brillier, Mainy, Sarton, Reynaud, Léon Vidal, Lafon, Lamargue, Burzut, and General Ray. All were standing. They were talking without order. Leopold Duras had just described the investment of the Café Bonvalet. Jules Favre and Baudin, seated at a little table between the two windows, were writing. Baudin had a copy of the Constitution open before him and was copying Article 68. When we entered there was silence, and they asked us, "Well, what news?" Cheramal told them what had just taken place on the Boulevard du Temple, and the advice which he had thought right to give me. They approved his action. "What is to be done?" was asked on every side. I began to speak. "Let us go straight to the fact and to the point," said I. "Louis Bonaparte is gaining ground, and we are losing ground, or rather we should say, he has as yet everything, and we have as yet nothing. Cheramal and I have been obliged to separate ourselves from Colonel Forestier. I doubt if he will succeed. Louis Bonaparte is doing all he can to suppress us. We must no longer keep in the background. We must make our presence felt. We must fan this beginning of the flame of which we have seen the spark on the Boulevard du Temple. A proclamation must be made, no matter by whom it is printed or how it is placarded, but it is absolutely necessary, and that immediately. Something brief, rapid, and energetic. No set phrases. 10 lines, an appeal to arms. We are the law, and there are occasions when the law should utter a war cry. The law, outlawing the traitor, is a great and terrible thing. Let us do it." They interrupted me with, "Yes, that is right, a proclamation." "Dictate, dictate." "Dictate," said Baudin to me, "I will write." I dictated. "To the people. Louis Napoleon Bonaparte is a traitor. He has violated the Constitution. He is forsworn. He is an outlaw." They cried out to me on every side. "That is right, outlaw him. Go on." I resumed the dictation. Baudin wrote, "The Republican representatives refer the people and the army to Article 68. They interrupted me, quoted in full. "No," said I, "it would be too long. Something is needed which can be placarded on a card, stuck with a wafer, and which can be read in a minute. I will quote Article 110. It is short and contains the appeal to arms." I resumed. "The Republican representatives refer the people and the army to Article 68 and to Article 110, which runs thus: the Constituent Assembly confides the existing Constitution and the laws which it consecrates to the keeping and the patriotism of all Frenchmen. The people henceforward, and forever in possession of universal suffrages, and who need no prince for its restitution, will know how to chastise the rebel. Let the people do its duty. The Republican representatives are marching at its head. Vive la République, to arms." They applauded. "Let us all sign," said Pelletier. "Let us try to find a printing office without delay," said Sculpture, "and let the proclamation be posted up immediately. Before nightfall, the days are short," added Joignot. Immediately, several copies," called out the representatives. Baudin, silent and rapid, had already made a second copy of the proclamation. A young man, editor of the provincial Republican journal, came out of the crowd and declared that, if they would give him a copy at once, before 2 hours should elapse, the proclamation should be posted at all the street corners in Paris. I asked him, "What is your name?" He answered me, "Milliere." Milliere, it is in this manner that this name made its first appearance in the gloomy days of our history. I can still see that pale young man, that eye at the same time piercing and half-closed, that gentle and forbidding profile. Assassination and the Pantheon awaited him. He was too obscure to enter into the temple, he was sufficiently deserving to die on its threshold. Baudin showed him the copy which he had just made. Milliere went up to him. "You do not know me," said he. "My name is Milliere, but I know you, you are Baudin." Baudin held out his hand to him. I was present at the handshaking between these two specters. Xavier Durieux, who was editor of the Revolution, made the same offer as Milliere. A dozen representatives took their pens and sat down, some around a table, others with a sheet of paper on their knees, and called out to me, "Dictate the proclamation to us." I had dictated to Baudin, "Louis Napoleon Bonaparte is a traitor." Jules Favre requested the erasure of the word Napoleon, that name of glory fatally powerful with the people and with the army, and that there should be written, "Louis Bonaparte is a traitor." "You are right," said I to him. A discussion followed, some wished to strike out the word prince, but the assembly was impatient. "Quick, quick," they cried out. "We are in December, the days are short," repeated Joigno. 12 copies were made at the same time in a few minutes. Sculptor, Ray, Xavier Durieux, and Milliere each took one, and set out in search of a printing office. As they went out, a man whom I did not know, but who was greeted by several representatives, entered and said, "Citizens, this house is marked. Troops are on the way to surround you. You have not a second to lose." Numerous voices were raised. "Very well, let them arrest us. What does it matter to us? Let them complete their crime." "Colleagues," said I, "let us not allow ourselves to be arrested. After the struggle, as God pleases, but before the combat, no, it is from us that the people are awaiting the initiative. If we are taken, all is at an end. Our duty is to bring on the battle, our right is to cross swords with the coup d'etat. It must not be allowed to capture us, it must seek us and not find us. We must deceive the arm which it stretches out against us, we must remain concealed from Bonaparte, we must harass him, weary him, astonish him, exhaust him, disappear and reappear unceasingly, change our hiding place and always fight him, be always before him and never beneath his hand. Let us not leave the field. We have not numbers, let us have daring." They approved of this. "It is right," said they, "but where shall we go?" Labro said, "Our former colleague of the Constituent Assembly, Bisley, offers us his house." "Where does he live?" "Number 33, Rue de la Cérissée in the Marais." "Very well," answered I, "let us separate. We will meet again in 2 hours at Bisley's, number 33, Rue de la Cérissée." All left, one after another, and in different directions. I begged Cherimal to go to my house and wait for me there, and I walked out with Niall Parfait and Lafon. We reached the then still uninhabited district which skirts the ramparts. As we came to the corner of the Rue Pigalle, we saw at 100 paces from us, in the deserted streets which cross it, soldiers gliding all along the houses, bending their steps towards the Rue Blanche. At 3 o'clock, the members of the left rejoined each other in the Rue de la Cérissée. But the alarm had been given, and the inhabitants of these lonely streets stationed themselves at the windows to see the representatives pass. The place of meeting, situated and hemmed in at the bottom of a backyard, was badly chosen in the event of being surrounded. All these disadvantages were at once perceived, and the meeting only lasted a few seconds. It was presided over by Joly. Xavier Durieux and Jules Gouache, who were editors of the Revolution, also took part, as well as several Italian exiles, amongst others Colonel Carini and Montanelli, ex-minister of the Grand Duke of Tuscany. I liked Montanelli, a gentle and dauntless spirit. Maidier de Monchau brought news from the outskirts. Colonel Forestier, without losing and without taking away hope, told them of the obstacles which he had encountered in his attempts to call together the 6th Legion. He pressed me to sign his appointment as colonel, as well as Michel de Bourg's, but Mitchell de Bourges was absent, and besides, neither Mitchell de Bourges nor I had yet at drat time the authority from the left. Nevertheless, under this reservation, I signed his appointment. The perplexities were becoming more and more numerous. The proclamation was not yet printed, and the evening was closing in. Sculpture explained the difficulties. All the printing offices closed and guarded. An order placarded that whoever should print an appeal to arms world be immediately shot. The workmen terrified, no money. A hat was sent round, and each threw into it what money he had about him. They collected in this manner a few hundred francs. Xavier Durieux, whose fiery courage never flagged for a single moment, reiterated that he would undertake the printing, and promised that by 8 o'clock that evening there should be 40,000 copies of the proclamation. Time pressed. They separated, after fixing as a rendezvous the premises of the Society of Cabinet Makers in the Rue de Charonne, at 8 o'clock in the evening, so as to allow time for the situation to reveal itself. As we went out and crossed the Rue Beautreillis, I saw Pierre Leroux coming up to me. He had taken no part in our meetings. He said to me, "I believe this struggle to be useless. Although my point of view is different from yours, I am your friend. Beware, there is yet time to stop. You are entering into the catacombs. The catacombs are death." "They are also life," answered I. All the same, I thought with joy that my 2 sons were in prison, and that this gloomy duty of street fighting was imposed upon me alone. There yet remained 5 hours until the time fixed for the rendezvous. I wished to go home, and once more embrace my wife and daughter before precipitating myself into that abyss of the unknown, which was there, yawning and gloomy, and which several of us were about to enter, never to return. Arnauld de l'Ariege gave me his arm. The 2 Italian exiles, Carini Errol Montanelli, accompanied me. Montanelli took my hands and said to me, "Right will conquer, you will conquer. Oh, that this time France may not be selfish as in 1848, and that she may deliver Italy." I answered him, "She will deliver Europe." Those were our illusions at that moment, but this, however, does not prevent them from being our hopes today. Faith is thus constituted, shadows demonstrate to it the light. There is a cabstand before the front gate of St. Paul. We went there. The Rue Saint-Antoine was alive with that indescribable uneasy swarming which precedes those strange battles of ideas against deeds which are called revolutions. I seemed to catch, in this great working-class district, a glimpse of a gleam of light which, alas, died out speedily. The cabstand before St. Paul was deserted. The drivers had foreseen the possibility of barricades and had fled. 3 miles separated Arnauld and myself from our houses. It was impossible to walk there through the middle of Paris without being recognized at each step. 2 passers-by extricated us from our difficulty. One of them said to the other, "The omnibuses are still running on the boulevards." We profited by this information and went to look for a Bastille omnibus. All 4 of us got in. I entertained at heart, I repeat, wrongly or rightly, a bitter reproach for the opportunity lost during the morning. I said to myself that on critical days such moments come, but do not return. There are 2 theories of revolution: to arouse the people or to let them come of themselves. The first theory was mine, but through force of discipline I had obeyed the second. I reproached myself with this. I said to myself, the people offered themselves and we did not accept them. It is for us now not to offer ourselves but to do more to give ourselves. Meanwhile the omnibus had started. It was full. I had taken my place at the bottom on the left. Arnauld de l'Ariege sat next to me, Carini opposite, Montanelli next to Arnauld. We did not speak. Arnauld and myself silently exchanged that pressure of hands which is a means of exchanging thoughts. As the omnibus proceeded towards the center of Paris, the crowd became denser on the boulevard. As the omnibus entered into the cutting of the Porte Saint-Martin, a regiment of heavy cavalry arrived in the opposite direction. In a few seconds this regiment passed by the side of us. They were cuirassiers. They filed by at a sharp trot and with drawn swords. The people leaned over from the height of the pavements to see them pass. Not a single cry. On the one side the people dejected, on the other the soldiers triumphant. All this stirred me. Suddenly the regiment halted. I do not know what obstruction momentarily impeded its advance in this narrow cutting of the boulevard in which we were hemmed in. By its halt it stopped the omnibus. There were the soldiers. We had them under our eyes, before us, at 2 paces distance, their horses touching the horses of our vehicle, these Frenchmen who had become Mamelukes. these citizen soldiers of the great republic transformed into supporters of the degraded empire. From the place where I sat, I almost touched them. I could no longer restrain myself. I lowered the window of the omnibus. I put out my head, and looking fixedly at the dense line of soldiers which faced me, I called out, "Down with Louis Bonaparte! Those who serve traitors are traitors." Those nearest to me turned their heads towards me and looked at me with a tipsy air. The others did not stir, and remained at shoulder arms, the peaks of their helmets over their eyes fixed upon the ears of their horses. In great affairs, there is the immobility of statues. In petty mean affairs, there is the immobility of puppets. At the shout which I raised, Arnold turned sharply round. He also had lowered his window, and he was leaning half out of the omnibus, with his arms extended towards the soldiers, and he shouted, "Down with the traitors!" To see him thus with his dauntless gesture, his handsome head, pale and calm, his fervent expression, his beard and his long chestnut hair, one seemed to behold the radiant and fulminating face of an angry Christ. The example was contagious and electrical. "Down with the traitors!" shouted Carini and Montanelli. "Down with the dictator! Down with the traitors!" repeated a gallant young man with whom we were not acquainted and who was sitting next to Carini. With the exception of this young man, the whole omnibus seemed seized with terror. "Hold your tongues!" exclaimed these poor frightened people. "You will cause us all to be massacred." One, still more terrified, lowered the window and began to shout to the soldiers, "Long live Prince Napoleon! Long live the Emperor!" There were 5 of us, and we overpowered this cry by our persistent protest, "Down with Louis Bonaparte! Down with the traitors!" The soldiers listened in gloomy silence. A corporal turned with a threatening air towards us and shook his sword. The crowd looked on in bewilderment. What passed within me at that moment? I cannot tell. I was in a whirlwind. I had at the same time yielded to a calculation, finding the opportunity good, and to a burst of rage, finding the encounter insolent. A woman cried out to us from the pavement, "You will get yourselves cut to pieces." I vaguely imagined that some collision was about to ensue, and that, either from the crowd or from the army, the spark would fly out. I hoped for a sword cut from the soldiers, or a shout of anger from the people. In short, I had obeyed rather an instinct than an idea. But nothing came of it, neither the sword cut nor the shout of anger. The soldiers did not bestir themselves and the people maintained silence. Was it too late? Was it too soon? The mysterious man of the Élysée had not foreseen the event of an insult to his name being thrown in the very face of the soldiers. The soldiers had no orders. They received them that evening. This was seen on the morrow. In another moment the regiment broke into a gallop, and the omnibus resumed its journey. As the cuirassiers filed past us, Arnold de l'Ariege, still leaning out of the vehicle, continued to shout in their ears, for as I have just said, their horses touched us, "Down with the dictator! Down with the traitors!" We alighted in the Rue Lafitte. Carini, Montanelli, and Arnold left me, and I went on alone towards the Rue de la Tour d'Auvergne. Night was coming on. As I turned the corner of the street, a man passed close by me. By the light of a street lamp, I recognized a workman at a neighboring tannery, and he said to me in a low tone and quickly, "Do not return home. The police surround your house." I went back again towards the boulevard, through the streets laid out, but not then built, which make a Y under my windows behind my house. Not being able to embrace my wife and daughter, I thought over what I could do during the moments which remained to me. A remembrance came into my mind. Chapter 17. The Rebound of the 24th June, 1848, on the 2d December, 1851. On Sunday, 26 June, 1848, that 4 days' combat, that gigantic combat so formidable and so heroic on both sides, still continued, but the insurrection had been overcome nearly everywhere, and was restricted to the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. 4 men who had been amongst the most dauntless defenders of the barricades of the Rue Pontoux-Jew, of the Rue Saint-Claude, and of the Rue Saint-Louis in the Marais, escaped after the barricades had been taken, and found safe refuge in a house, number 12, Rue Saint-Anastace. They were concealed in an attic. The National Guards and the Mobile Guards were hunting for them in order to shoot them. I was told of this. I was one of the 60 representatives sent by the Constituent Assembly into the middle of the conflict, charged with the task of everywhere preceding the attacking column, of carrying, even at the peril of their lives, words of peace to the barricades, to prevent the shedding of blood, and to stop the civil war. I went into the Rue Saint-Anastace, and I saved the lives of those 4 men. Amongst those men there was a poor workman of the Rue de Charonne, whose wife was being confined at that very moment, and who was weeping. One could understand, when hearing his sobs and seeing his rags, how he had cleared with a single bound these 3 steps: poverty, despair, rebellion. Their chief was a young man, pale and fair, with high cheekbones, intelligent brow, and an earnest and resolute countenance. As soon as I set him free and told him my name, he also wept. He said to me, "When I think that an hour ago I knew that you were facing us, and that I wished that the barrel of my gun had eyes to see and kill you." He added, "In the times in which we live we do not know what may happen. If ever you need me for whatever purpose, come." His name was Auguste, and he was a wine seller in the Rue de la Roquette. Since that time I had only seen him once, on the 26th August, 1819, on the day when I held the corner of Balzac's Paul. The funeral procession was going to Père Lachaise. Auguste's shop was on the way. All the streets through which the procession passed were crowded. Auguste was at his door with his young wife and 2 or 3 workmen. As I passed he greeted me. It was this remembrance which came back to my mind as I descended the lonely streets behind my house. In the presence of the 2d of December I thought of him. I thought that he might give me information about the Faubourg Saint-Antoine and help us in rousing the people. This young man had at once given me the impression of a soldier and a leader. I remembered the words which he had spoken to me, and I considered it might be useful to see him. I began by going to find in the Rue Saint-Anastace the courageous woman who had hidden Auguste and his 3 companions, to whom she had several times since rendered assistance. I begged her to accompany me. She consented. On the way I dined upon a cake of chocolate, which Charamal had given me. The aspects of the boulevards, in coming down the Italiens towards the Marais, had impressed Rue. The shops were open everywhere as usual. There was little military display. In the wealthy quarters there was much agitation and concentration of troops, but on advancing towards the working-class neighborhoods solitude reigned paramount. Before the Café Turc a regiment was drawn up. A band of young men in blouses passed before the regiment singing the Marseillaise. I answered them by crying out to arms. The regiment did not stir. The light shone upon the playbills on an adjacent wall. The theaters were open. I looked at the trees as I passed. They were playing Hernani at the Théâtre des Italiens, with a new tenor named Guasco. The Place de la Bastille was frequented, as usual, by goers and comers, the most peaceable folk in the world. A few workmen grouped round the July column, and chatting in a low voice, were scarcely noticeable. Through the windows of a wine shop could be seen 2 men who were disputing for and against the coup d'etat. He who favored it wore a blouse, he who attacked it wore a cloth coat. A few steps further on a juggler had placed between 4 candles his 10-shaped table, and was displaying his conjuring tricks in the midst of a crowd, who were evidently thinking only of the juggler. On looking towards the gloomy loneliness of the Quai Mazas, several harnessed artillery batteries were dimly visible in the darkness. Some lighted torches here and there showed up the black outline of the cannons. I had some trouble in finding Auguste's door in the Rue de la Roquette. Nearly all the shops were shut, thus making the street very dark. At length, through a glass shop front I noticed a light which gleamed on a pewter counter. Beyond the counter, through a partition also of glass and ornamented with white curtains, another light, and the shadows of 2 or 3 men at table could be vaguely distinguished. This was the place. I entered. The door on opening rang a bell. At the sound, the door of the glazed partition which separated the shop from the parlor opened, and Auguste appeared. He knew me at once, and came up to me. "Ah, sir," said he, "it is you." "Do you know what is going on?" I asked him. "Yes, sir." This "yes, sir," uttered with calmness, and even with a certain embarrassment, told me all. Where I expected an indignant outcry, I found this peaceable answer. It seemed to me that I was speaking to the Faubourg Saint-Antoine itself. I understood that all was at an end in this district, and that we had nothing to expect from it. The people, this wonderful people, had resigned themselves. Nevertheless, I made an effort. "Louis Bonaparte betrays the Republic," said I, without noticing that I raised my voice. He touched my arm, and pointing with his finger to the shadows which were pictured on the glazed partition of the parlor, "Take care, sir, do not talk so loudly." "What?" I exclaimed. "You have come to this. You dare not speak, you dare not utter the name of Bonaparte aloud. You barely mumble a few words in a whisper here, in this street, in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, where from all the doors, from all the windows, from all the pavements, from all the very stones, ought to be heard the cry, to arms. August demonstrated to me what I already saw too clearly, and what Gerard had shadowed forth in the morning, the moral situation of the Faubourg, that the people were dazed, that it seemed to all of them that universal suffrage was restored, that the downfall of the law of the 31st of May was a good thing. Here I interrupted him. But this law of the 31st of May, it was Louis Bonaparte who instigated it, it was Rouher who made it was Barrach who proposed it, and the Bonapartists who voted it. You are dazzled by a thief who has taken your purse, and who restores it to you. Not I, said Auguste, but the others. And he continued, to tell the whole truth, people did not care much for the Constitution, they liked the Republic, but the Republic was maintained too much by force for their taste. In all this they could only see one thing clearly, the cannons ready to slaughter them. They remembered June, 1848, there were some poor people who had suffered greatly. Cavaignac had done much evil, women clung to the men's blouses to prevent them from going to the barricades. Nevertheless, with all this, when seeing men like ourselves at their head, they would perhaps fight, but this hindered them, they did not know for what. He concluded by saying, the upper part of the Faubourg is doing nothing, the lower end will do better. Round about here they will fight. The Rue de la Roquette is good, the Rue de Charonne is good, but on the side of Père Lachaise they ask, what good will that do us? They only recognize the 40 sous of their day's work. They will not bestir themselves, do not reckon upon the masons. He added with a smile, here we do not say cold as a stone, but cold as a mason, and he resumed, as for me, if I am alive, it is to you that I owe my life, dispose of me. I will lay down my life and will do what you wish. While he was speaking I saw the white curtain of the glazed partition behind him move a little. His young wife, uneasy, was peeping through at us. Ah, my God, said I to him, what we want is not the life of one man but the efforts of all. He was silent, I continued. Listen to me, Auguste, you who are good and intelligent. So then, the faubourgs of Paris, which are heroes even when they err, the faubourgs of Paris, for a misunderstanding, for a question of salary wrongly construed, for a bad definition of socialism, rose in June, 1848, against the assembly elected by themselves, against universal suffrage, against their own vote, and yet they will not rise in December, 1851, for right, for the law, for the people, for liberty, for the Republic. You say that there is perplexity and that you do not understand. But on the contrary, it was in June that all was obscure, and it is today that everything is clear. While I was saying these last words, the door of the parlor was softly opened, and someone came in. It was a young man, fair as Auguste, in an overcoat and wearing a workman's cap. I started. Auguste turned round and said to me, you can trust him. The young man took off his cap, came close up to me, carefully turning his back on the glazed partition, and said to me in a low voice, I know you well. I was on the Boulevard du Temple today. We asked you what we were to do. You said, we must take up arms. Well, here they are. He thrust his hands into the pockets of his overcoat and drew out 2 pistols. Almost at the same moment, the bell of the street door sounded. He hurriedly put his pistols back into his pockets. A man in a blouse came in, a workman of some 50 years. This man, without looking at anyone, without saying anything, threw down a piece of money on the counter. Auguste took a small glass and filled it with brandy. The man drank it off, put down the glass upon the counter and went away. When the door was shut, you see, said Auguste to me, they drink, they eat, they sleep, they think of nothing. Such are they all. The other interrupted him impetuously. One man is not the people. And turning towards me, Citizen Victor Hugo, they will march forward. If all do not march, some will march. To tell the truth, it is perhaps not here that a beginning should be made, it is on the other side of the water. And suddenly checking himself, after all, you probably do not know my name. He took a little pocketbook from his pocket, tore out a piece of paper, wrote on it his name, and gave it to me. I regret having forgotten that name. He was a working engineer. In order not to compromise him, I burnt this paper with many others on the Saturday morning, when I was on the point of being arrested. It is true, sir, said Auguste. You must not judge badly of the Faubourg. As my friend has said, it will perhaps not be the first to begin, but if there is a rising it will rise. I exclaimed, and who would you have erect if the Faubourg Saint-Antoine be prostrate? Who will be alive if the people be dead? The engineer went to the street door, made certain that it was well shut, then came back and said, "There are many men ready and willing. It is the leaders who are wanting. Listen, Citizen Victor Hugo, I can say this to you," and he added, lowering his voice, "I hope for a movement tonight." "Where?" "On the Faubourg Saint-Marceau." "At what time?" "At 1 o'clock." "How do you know it?" "Because I shall be there." He continued, "Now, Citizen Victor Hugo, if a movement takes place tonight in the Faubourg Saint-Marceau, will you head it? Do you consent?" "Yes." "Have you your scarf of office?" I half drew it out of my pocket. His eyes glistened with joy. "Excellent," said he. "The citizen has his pistols, the representative his scarf, all are armed." I questioned him, "Are you sure of your movement for tonight?" He answered me, "We have prepared it, and we reckon to be there." "In that case," said I, "as soon as the first barricade is constructed I will be behind it. Come and fetch me." "Where?" "Wherever I may be." He assured me that if the movement should take place during the night, he would know it at 10:30 that evening at the latest, and that I should be informed of it before 11 o'clock. We settled that in whatever place I might be at that hour I would send word to Auguste, who undertook to let him know. The young woman continued to peep out at us. The conversation was growing prolonged and might seem singular to the people in the parlor. "I am going," said I to Auguste. I had opened the door, he took my hand, pressed it as a woman might have done, and said to me in a deeply moved tone, "You are going, will you come back?" "I do not know." "It is true," said he. "No one knows what is going to happen. Well, you are perhaps going to be hunted and sought for as I have been. It will perhaps be your turn to be shot and mine to save you. You know the mouse may sometimes prove useful to the lion. Monsieur Victor Hugo, if you need a refuge, this house is yours. Come here, you will find a bed where you can sleep and a man who will lay down his life for you." I thanked him by a hearty shake of the hand, and I left. 8 o'clock struck. I hastened towards the Rue de Charonne. Chapter 18. The Representatives Hunted Down. At the corner of the Rue de Faubourg Saint-Antoine before the shop of the grocer Pepin, on the same spot where the immense barricade of June, 1848, was erected as high as the second story, the decrees of the morning had been placarded. Some men were inspecting them, although it was pitch dark, and they could not read them, and an old woman said, "The 25 francs are crushed, so much the better." A few steps further I heard my name pronounced. I turned round. It was Jules Favre, Burzet, Lafon, Madier de Monchau and Mitchell de Bourges who were passing by. I took leave of the brave and devoted woman who had insisted upon accompanying me. A fiacre was passing. I put her in it, and then rejoined the 5 representatives. They had come from the Rue de Charonne. They had found the premises of the Society of Cabinet Makers closed. "There was no one there," said Madier de Monchau. "These worthy people are beginning to get together a little capital. They do not wish to compromise it, they are afraid of us. They say, coups d'état are nothing to us, we shall leave them alone." "That does not surprise me," answered I. "A society is shopkeeper." "Where are we going?" asked Jules Favre. Lafon lived 2 steps from there, at number 2, Quai Gemapes. He offered us the use of his rooms. We accepted, and took the necessary measures to inform the members of the left that we had gone there. A few minutes afterwards, we were installed in Lafon's rooms, on the 4th floor of an old and lofty house. This house had seen the taking of the Bastille. This house was entered by a side door opening from the Quai Gemapes, upon a narrow courtyard, a few steps lower than the quai itself. Burzet remained at this door to warn us in case of any accident, and to point out the house to those representatives who might come up. In a few moments a large number of us had assembled, and we again met, all those of the morning with a few added. Lafon gave up his drawing-room to us, the windows of which overlooked the backyard. We organized a sort of bureau, and we took our places, Jules Favre, Carnot, Mitchell and myself, at a large table, lighted by 2 candles, and placed before the fire. The representatives and the other people present sat around on chairs and sofas. A group stood before the door. Mitchell de Bourges, on entering, exclaimed, "We have come to seek out the people of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. Here we are, here we must remain." These words were applauded. They set forth the situation. The torpor of the faubourgs, no one at the Society of Cabinet Makers, the doors closed nearly everywhere. I told them what I had seen and heard in the Rue de la Roquette, the remarks of the wine seller, August, on the indifference of the people, the hopes of the engineer, and the possibility of a movement during the night in the Faubourg Saint-Marceau. It was settled that on the first notice that might be given I should go there. Nevertheless, nothing was yet known of what had taken place during the day. It was announced that M. Haven, lieutenant colonel of the 5th Legion of the National Guard, had ordered the officers of his legion to attend a meeting. Some Democratic writers came in, amongst whom were Alexander Ray and Xavier Durieux, with Kessler, Villiers, and amiable Lemaitre of the Revolution. One of these writers was Millière. Millière had a large bleeding wound above his eyebrow. That same morning, on leaving us, as he was carrying away one of the copies of the proclamation which I had dictated, a man had thrown himself upon him to snatch it from him. The police had evidently already been informed of the proclamation, and lay in wait for it. Millière had a hand-to-hand struggle with the police agent, and had overthrown him, not without bearing away the gash. However, the proclamation was not yet printed. It was nearly 9 o'clock in the evening, and nothing had come. Xavier Durieux asserted that before another hour elapsed, they should have the promised 40,000 copies. It was hoped to cover the walls of Paris with them during the night. Each of those present was to serve as a bill poster. There were amongst us, an inevitable circumstance in the stormy confusion of the first moments, a good many men whom we did not know. One of these men brought in 10 or 12 copies of the appeal to arms. He asked me to sign them with my own hand in order, he said, that he might be able to show my signature to the people, or to the police, whispered Baudin to me smiling. We were not in a position to take such precautions as these. I gave this man all the signatures that he wanted. Maitre de Monchau began to speak. It was of consequence to organize the action of the left, to impress the unity of impulse upon the movement which was being prepared, to create a center for it, to give a pivot to the insurrection, to the left a direction, and to the people a support. He proposed the immediate formation of a committee representing the entire left in all its shades, and charged with organizing and directing the insurrection. All the representatives cheered this eloquent and courageous man. 7 members were proposed. They named at once Carnot, de Flotte, Jules Favre, Maitre de Monchau, Michel de Bourges, and myself, and thus was unanimously formed this committee of insurrection, which at my request was called a committee of resistance, for it was Louis Bonaparte who was tire insurgent. For ourselves, there were the Republic. It was desired that one workman representative should be admitted into the committee. Fora Duron was nominated, but Fora, we learned later on, had been arrested that morning. The committee then was, in fact, composed of 6 members. The committee organized itself during the sitting. A committee of permanency was formed from amongst it, and invested with the authority of decreeing urgency, in the name of all the left, of concentrating all news, information, directions, instructions, resources, orders. This committee of permanency was composed of 4 members, who were Carnot, Michel de Bourges, Jules Favre, and myself. De Flotte and Maitre de Monchau were specially delegated, de Flotte for the left bank of the river and the district of the schools, Maitre for the boulevards and the outskirts. These preliminary operations being terminated, Lafon took aside Michel de Bourges and myself, and told us that the ex-constituent Proudhon had inquired for one of us too, that he had remained downstairs nearly a quarter of an hour, and that he had gone away, saying that he would wait for us in the Place de la Bastille. Proudhon, who was at that time undergoing a term of 3 years' imprisonment at Saint-Pélagie for an offense against Louis Bonaparte, was granted leave of absence from time to time. Chance willed it that one of these Liberty Days had fallen on the 2d of December. This is an incident which one cannot help noting. On the 2d of December, Proudhon was a prisoner by virtue of a lawful sentence, and at the same moment at which they illegally imprisoned the inviolable representatives, Proudhon, whom they could have legitimately detained, was allowed to go out. Proudhon had profited by his liberty to come and find us. I knew Proudhon from having seen him at the conciergerie, where my 2 sons were shut up, and my 2 illustrious friends, Auguste Vacquerie and Paul Muris, and those gallant writers, Louis Jourdan, Erdin, and Suchet. I could not help thinking that on that day they would assuredly not have given leave of absence to these men. Meanwhile Xavier Durieux whispered to me, "I have just left Proudhon. He wishes to see you. He is waiting for you down below, close by, at the entrance to the place. You will find him leaning on the parapet of the canal." "I am going," said I. I went downstairs. I found in truth, at the spot mentioned, Proudhon, thoughtful, leaning with his 2 elbows on the parapet. He wore that broad-brimmed hat in which I had often seen him striding alone up and down the courtyard of the conciergerie. I went up to him. "You wish to speak to me?" "Yes," and he shook me by the hand. The corner where we were standing was lonely. On the left there was the Place de la Bastille, dark and gloomy. One could see nothing there, but one could feel a crowd. Regiments were there in battle array. They did not bivouac, they were ready to march. The muffled sound of breathing could be heard. The square was full of that glistening shower of pale sparks which bayonets give forth at night time. Above this abyss of shadows rose up black and stark the column of July. Proudhon resumed. "Listen, I come to give you a friendly warning. You are entertaining illusions. The people are ensnared in this affair. They will not stir. Bonaparte will carry them with him. This rubbish, the restitution of universal suffrage, entraps the simpletons. Bonaparte passes for a socialist. He has said, 'I will be the emperor of the rabble.' It is a piece of insolence, but insolence has a chance of success when it has this at its service." And Proudhon pointed with his finger to the sinister gleam of the bayonets. He continued, "Bonaparte has an object in view. The Republic has made the people. He wishes to restore the populace. He will succeed and you will fail. He has on his side force, cannons, the mistake of the people, and the folly of the assembly. The few of the left to which you belong will not succeed in overthrowing the coup d'etat. You are honest, and he has this advantage over you that he is a rogue. You have scruples, and he has this advantage over you that he has none. Believe me, resist no longer. The situation is without resources. We must wait, but at this moment fighting would be madness. What do you hope for?" "Nothing," said I. "And what are you going to do?" "Everything." By the tone of my voice, he understood that further persistence was useless. "Goodbye," he said. We parted, he disappeared in the darkness. I have never seen him since. I went up again to Laffon's rooms. In the meantime, the copies of the appeal to arms did not come to hand. The representatives, becoming uneasy, went up and down stairs. Some of them went out on the quai Gemapes to wait there and gain information about them. In the room there was a sound of confused talking. The members of the committee, Maidier de Montchau, Jules Favre, and Carnot, withdrew, and sent word to me by Charamal that they were going to No. 10, Rue des Moulins, to the house of the ex-constituent Landrin, in the division of the 5th Legion, to deliberate more at their ease, and they begged me to join them. But I thought I should do better to remain. I had placed myself at the disposal of the probable movement of the Faubourg Saint-Marceau. I awaited the notice of it through August. It was most important that I should not go too far away. Besides, it was possible that if I went away, the representatives of the left, no longing seeing a member of the committee amongst them, would disperse without taking any resolution, and I saw in this more than one disadvantage. Time passed, no proclamations. We learned the next day that the packages had been seized by the police. Carnot, an ex-Republican naval officer who was present, began to speak. We shall see presently what sort of a man Carnot was, and of what an energetic and determined nature he was composed. He represented to us that as we had been there nearly 2 hours, the police would certainly end by being informed of our whereabouts, that the members of the left had an imperative duty to keep themselves at all costs at the head of the people, that the necessity itself of their situation imposed upon them the precaution of frequently changing their place of retreat, and he ended by offering us, for our deliberation, his house and his workshops, number 82, Rue Popincourt, at the bottom of a blind alley, and also in the neighborhood of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. This offer was accepted. I sent to inform Auguste of our change of abode, and of Carnot's address. Lafon remained on the quai Gemapes in order to forward on the proclamations as soon as they arrived, and we set out at once. Charamal undertook to send to the Rue des Moulins, to tell the other members of the committee that we would wait for them at number 82, Rue Popincourt. We walked, as in the morning, in little separate groups. The quai Gemapes skirts the left bank of the Saint Martin Canal. We went up it. We only met a few solitary workmen, who looked back when we had passed, and stopped behind us with an air of astonishment. The night was dark. A few drops of rain were falling. A little beyond the Rue de Chemin Vert we turned to the right and reached the Rue Popincourt. There all was deserted, extinguished, closed, and silent, as in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. This street is of great length. We walked for a long time. We passed by the barracks. Kernet was no longer with us. He had remained behind to inform some of his friends, and we were told to take defensive measures in case his house was attacked. We looked for number 82. The darkness was such that we could not distinguish the numbers on the houses. At length, at the end of the street on the right, we saw a light. It was a grocer's shop, the only one open throughout the street. One of us entered and asked the grocer, who was sitting behind his counter, to show us M. Kernet's house. Opposite, said the grocer, pointing to an old and low carriage entrance which could be seen on the other side of the street, almost facing his shop. We knocked at this door, it was opened. Baudin entered first, tapped at the window of the porter's lodge and asked Monsieur Kernet. An old woman's voice answered, "Here." The portress was in bed, all in the house sleeping. We went in. Having entered, and the gate being shut behind us, we found ourselves in a little square courtyard which formed the center of a sort of a two-storied ruin. The silence of a convent prevailed, not a light was to be seen at the windows. Near a shed was seen a low entrance to a narrow, dark and winding staircase. "We have made some mistake," said Charamal. "It is impossible that it can be here." Meanwhile the portress, hearing all these trampling steps beneath her doorway, had become wide awake, had lighted her lamp, and we could see her in her lodge, her face pressed against the window, gazing with alarm at 60 dark phantoms, motionless, and standing in her courtyard. Esquiros addressed her. "Is this really M. Kernet's house?" said he. "M. Cornet, without doubt," answered the good woman. All was explained. We had asked for Kernet, the grocer had understood Cornet, the portress had understood Cornet. It chanced that M. Cornet lived there. We shall see by what an extraordinary service chance had rendered us. We went out, to the great relief of the poor portress, and we resumed our search. Xavier Durieux succeeded in ascertaining our whereabouts and extricated us from our difficulty. A few moments afterwards we turned to the left, and we entered into a blind alley of considerable length, and dimly lighted by an old oil lamp, one of those with which Paris was formerly lighted, then again to the left, and we entered through a narrow passage into a large courtyard encumbered with sheds and building materials. This time we had reached Kernet's. Chapter 19. 1 Foot in the Tomb. Kernet was waiting for us. He received us on the ground floor, in a parlor where there was a fire, a table, and some chairs, but the room was so small that a quarter of us filled it to overflowing, and the others remained in the courtyard. "It is impossible to deliberate here," said Bansal. "I have a larger room on the first floor," answered Kernet, "but it is a building in course of construction, which is not yet furnished and where there is no fire." "What does it matter?" they answered him. "Let us go up to the first floor." We went up to the first floor by a steep and narrow wooden staircase, and we took possession of 2 rooms with very low ceilings, but of which one was sufficiently large. The walls were whitewashed, and a few straw-covered stools formed the whole of its furniture. They called out to me, "Preside." I sat down on one of the stools in the corner of the first room, with the fireplace on my right, and on my left the door opening upon the staircase. Baudin said to me, "I have a pencil and paper. I will act as secretary to you." He sat down on a stool next to me. The representatives and those present, amongst whom were several men in blouses, remained standing, forming in front of Baudin and myself a sort of square, backed by the 2 walls of the room opposite to us. This crowd extended as far as the staircase. A lighted candle was placed on the chimney-piece. A common spirit animated this meeting. The faces were pale, but in every eye could be seen the same firm resolution. In all these shadows glistened the same flame. Several simultaneously asked permission to speak. I requested them to give their names to Baudin, who wrote them down, and then passed me the list. The first speaker was a workman. He began by apologizing for mingling with the representatives, he a stranger to the assembly. The representatives interrupted him. "No, no," they said. "The people and representatives are all one. Speak." He declared that if he spoke it was in order to clear from all suspicion the honor of his brethren, the workmen of Paris, that he had heard some representatives express doubt about them. He asserted that this was unjust, that the workmen realized the whole crime of M. Bonaparte, and the whole duty of the people, that they would not be deaf to the appeal of the Republican representatives, and that this would be clearly shown. He said all this simply, with a sort of proud shyness and of honest bluntness. He kept his word. I found him the next day fighting on the Rambuteau barricade. Mathieu de la Drome came in as the workmen concluded. "I bring news," he exclaimed. A profound silence ensued. As I have already said, we vaguely knew since the morning that the right were to have assembled, and that a certain number of our friends had probably taken part in the meeting, and that was all. Matthew de la Drome brought us the events of the day, the details of the arrests at their own houses carried out without any obstacle, of the meeting which had taken place at M. Daru's house and its rough treatment in the Rue de Bourgogne, of the representatives expelled from the hall of the Assembly, of the meanness of President Dupin, of the melting away of the High Court, of the total inaction of the Council of State, of the sad sitting held at the mairie of the 10th arrondissement, of the Audinot fiasco, of the decree of the deposition of the President, and of the 220 forcibly arrested and taken to the Quai d'Orsay. He concluded in a manly style, the duty of the left was increasing hourly. The morrow would probably prove decisive. He implored the meeting to take this into consideration. A workman added a fact. He had happened in the morning to be in the Rue du Grenelle during the passage of the arrested members of the Assembly. He was there at the moment when one of the commanders of the Chasseurs de Vincennes had uttered these words. "Now it is the turn of those gentlemen, the red representatives. Let them look out for themselves." One of the editors of the Revolution, Hennet de Kessler, who afterwards became an intrepid exile, completed the information of Matthew de la Drome. He recounted the action taken by two members of the Assembly with regard to the so-called Minister of the Interior, Morny, and the answer of the said Morny. "If I find any of the representatives behind the barricades, I will have them shot to the last man." And that other saying of the same witty vagabond, respecting the members taken to the Quai d'Orsay, "These are the last representatives who will be made prisoners." He told us that a placard was at that very moment being printed, which declared that anyone who should be found at a secret meeting would be immediately shot. The placard, in truth, appeared the next morning. Baudin rose up. "The coup d'etat redoubles its rage," exclaimed he. "Citizens, let us redouble our energy." Suddenly a man in a blouse entered. He was out of breath. He had run hard. He told us that he had just seen, and he repeated, had seen with his own eyes, in the Rue Popincourt, a regiment marching in silence and wending its way towards the blind alley of number 82, that we were surrounded, and that we were about to be attacked. He begged us to disperse immediately. "Citizen representatives," called out Kernet, "I have placed scouts in the blind alley who will fall back and warn us if the regiment penetrates thither. The door is narrow and will be barricaded in the twinkling of an eye. We are here with you, 50 armed and resolute men, and at the first shot we shall be 200. We are provided with ammunition. You can deliberate calmly." And as he concluded, he raised his right arm, and from his sleeve fell a large poniard, which he had concealed, and with the other hand he rattled in his pocket the butts of a pair of pistols. "Very well," said I, "let us continue." Three of the youngest and most eloquent orators of the left, Bansal, Arnauld de l'Ariege, and Victor Schoeffer, delivered their opinions in succession. All three were imbued with this notion, that our appeal to arms not having yet been placarded, the different incidents of the Boulevard du Temple and of the Café Bonvallet having brought about no results, none of our decrees, owing to the repressive measures of Bonaparte, having yet succeeded in appearing, while the events at the mairie of the 10th arrondissement began to be spread abroad through Paris, it seemed as though the right had commenced active resistance before the left. A generous rivalry for the public safety spurred them on. It was delightful to them to know that a regiment ready to attack was close by, within a few steps, and that perhaps in a few moments their blood would flow. Moreover, advice abounded, and with advice, uncertainty. Some illusions were still entertained. A workman, leaning close to me against the fireplace, said in a low voice to one of his comrades that the people must not be reckoned upon, and that if we fought, we should perpetrate a madness. The incidents and events of the day had in some degree modified my opinion as to the course to be followed in this grave crisis. The silence of the crowd at the moment when Arnauld de l'Ariege and I had apostrophized the troops had destroyed the impression which a few hours before the enthusiasm of the people on the Boulevard du Temple had left with me. The hesitation of August had impressed me, the society of cabinet makers appeared to shun us, the torpor of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine was manifest, the inertness of the Faubourg Saint-Marceau was not less so. I ought to have received notice from the engineer before 11 o'clock, and 11 o'clock was past. Our hopes died away one after another. Nevertheless, All the more reason, in my opinion, to astonish and awaken Paris by an extraordinary spectacle, by a daring act of life and collective power on the part of the representatives of the left, by the daring of an immense devotion. It will be seen later on what a combination of accidental circumstances prevented this idea from being realized as I then purposed. The representatives have done their whole duty. Providence perhaps has not done all on its side. Be it as it may, supposing that we were not at once carried off by some nocturnal and immediate combat, and that at the hour at which I was speaking we had still a tomorrow, I felt the necessity of fixing every eye upon the course which should be adopted on the day which was about to follow. I spoke. I began by completely unveiling the situation. I painted the picture in 4 words: the Constitution thrown into the gutter, the Assembly driven to prison with the butt end of a musket, the Council of State dispersed, the High Court expelled by a galley sergeant, a manifest beginning of victory for Louis Bonaparte, Paris ensnared in the army as though in a net. Bewilderment everywhere, all authority overthrown, all compacts annulled. 2 things only remain standing: the coup d'etat and ourselves. Ourselves, and who are we? We are, said I, we are truth and justice. We are the supreme and sovereign power, the people incarnate right. I continued. Louis Bonaparte at every minute which elapses advances a step further in his crime. For him nothing is inviolable, nothing is sacred. This morning he violated the palace of the representatives of the nation. A few hours later he laid violent hands on their persons. Tomorrow, perhaps in a few moments, he will shed their blood. Well then, he marches upon us, let us march upon him. The danger grows greater, let us grow greater with the danger. A movement of assent passed through the assembly. I continued. I repeat and insist, let us show no mercy to this wretched Bonaparte for any of the enormities which his outrage contains. As he has drawn the wine, I should say the blood, he must drink it up. We are not individuals, we are the nation. Each of us walks forth clothed with the sovereignty of the people. He cannot strike our persons without rending that. Let us compel his volleys to pierce our sashes as well as our breasts. This man is on a road where logic grasps him and leads him to parricide. What he is killing in this moment is the country. Well then, when the ball of executive power pierces the sash of legislative power, it is visible parricide. It is this that must be understood. We are quite ready, they cried out. What measures would you advise us to adopt? No half measures, answered I. A deed of grandeur. Tomorrow, if we leave here this night, let us all meet in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. They interposed. Why the Faubourg Saint-Antoine? Yes, resumed I, the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. I cannot believe that the heart of the people has ceased to beat there. Let us all meet tomorrow in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. Opposite the Lenoir Market, there is a hall which was used by a club in 1848. They cried out to me, the Salle Royston. That is it, said I, the Salle Royston. We who remain free number 120 Republican representatives. Let us install ourselves in this hall. Let us install ourselves in the fullness and majesty of the legislative power. Henceforward we are the Assembly, the whole of the Assembly. Let us sit there, deliberate there in our official sashes in the midst of the people. Let us summon the Faubourg Saint-Antoine to its duty. Let us shelter there the national representation. Let us shelter there the popular sovereignty. Let us entrust the people to the keeping of the people. Let us adjure them to protect themselves. If necessary, let us order them. A voice interrupted me. You cannot give orders to the people.